Chapter 1. The life demanded by the heavy particle mode is not yours, Naruto, but mine. The voice of Kurama grew fainter, its colossal form beginning to dissipate, yet its tone conveyed an air of nonchalance. Kurama? Naruto, who had already resigned himself to the notion of vanishing, found his mind blank, staring blankly as the nine tails gradually faded away. This was a companion he had known since birth, one with whom he had shared animosity, torment, and support, yet never separation. Now, it was to disappear, and to aid him in this sacrifice felt as if Naruto's heart had been clawed open. As the seventh Hokage of Konohagakure, the hero who had saved the world on more than one occasion, the once great ninja, Uzumaki Naruto, in this moment reverted to that lonely, helpless blonde child he once was. A profound, indescribable fear overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse to the ground, desperately wanting to cry out for the nine tails to stay. But before he could utter a word, the nine tails extended a fist, halting before him. This was their ritual at any moment. A fist bump would allow them to communicate heart to heart. Naruto stared blankly at the now somewhat blurred nine tails and the massive fist before him. After a long pause, he reached out his hand for one last fist bump with Kurama. Smack! In reality, Naruto jolted awake, exhausted, lying on the ground, sensing the absence of the tailed beast's chakra within him. Helplessly, he murmured Kurama, and as Kurama's consciousness faded, it was merely a tailed beast, a manifestation of chakra, not a traditional life form. In essence, the nine tails would not truly perish with the passage of time. Chakra would coalesce anew, granting it rebirth. However, as the strongest of the tailed beasts, Kurama had never truly perished since its inception under the guidance of the Sage of Six Paths, despite having been manipulated and sealed by certain individuals. Thus, while theoretically capable of resurrection, it was uncertain whether it could indeed be reborn, and more importantly, it did not know how long that rebirth would take. In the final moment of its dissipation, the last thought that flickered in Kurama's mind was simply a hope that its rebirth would not be a protracted affair and that it would at least see Naruto once more. With this thought, the tailed beast, Kurama, completely vanished from this world. Until chakra coalesced again, it would remain dormant. Originally, it was meant to be this way. Yet, in the very next moment after Kurama lost consciousness, it felt a sudden awakening, followed by an overwhelming yet stifling aura enveloping it, causing a wave of discomfort. What is happening? Am I already resurrected? With no prior experience of revival, Kurama was momentarily stunned when it attempted to reassess its state. It discovered it had not fully revived, nor was it even halfway there. Damn it! Who has done this to me? The nine tails roared in fury, yet beyond the anger, it sensed a twinge of pain, emanating from both itself and the surroundings. The area was shrouded in black mist and a strange aura, creating an unsettling atmosphere that drove Kurama to a state of agitation and torment, akin to being trapped in a prison designed to torment inmates. Could it be an enemy? Had someone laid a trap during its resurrection? This sensation filled it with loathing, yet it also felt a hint of familiarity. Its body seemed ensnared by some invisible force, and countless malevolent auras swirled around it, igniting both anger and fear within Kurama, compelling it to instinctively shout, "Naruto, something is amiss here. What is going on your end?" But as those words escaped its lips, Kurama quickly realized there was no response. The perfect resonance it shared with Naruto had vanished. Naruto was no longer present. A torrent of indescribable emotions surged within Kurama, entangled with a nameless fury and a sense of helpless defeat. Had it taken too long to resurrect? Had Naruto already? Just as Kurama's head drooped, it suddenly sensed something, a curious exclamation escaping its lips. The enormous fox eyes brimmed with confusion and surprise. The response it had just emitted was met with feedback it sensed Naruto. Though the aura was faint, it was undoubtedly Naruto's presence, albeit filled with fear and curiosity. However, the joy of rediscovering this connection caused Kurama to overlook the emotions within that response, channeling its remaining strength to draw Naruto closer. And then, before it stood the familiar blonde figure, adorned with 6 whisker-like markings upon its face. Without a doubt, the frightened expression on the open mouth belonged to Naruto, yet. Kurama gazed at the small child who sat trembling on the ground, wide-eyed and pointing at it, attempting to reconcile this vision with its mental image of Naruto. A monster! After a prolonged tremor, the small Naruto finally let out a scream, scrambling to his feet and frantically attempting to flee, though in this pitch-black place, he could hardly discern north from south. The child merely spun in place, yet his actions momentarily drew Kurama's drifting thoughts back. It lashed its tail, striking the ground with a resounding force. Boom! The immense impact sent tremors throughout the space, causing the small, noisy figure to stumble and crash face first to the ground. Ouch! What was that for? The little Naruto, his face flushed from the fall, covered his nose, tears streaming down his cheeks. The intense pain momentarily overshadowed his fear, and as he rubbed his face, he dared to vent his anger at Kurama. Wah! I'm bleeding. Calm down. This is your inner world. There is no physical entity here. Kurama huffed, but the powerful airflow generated by its speech sent the small Naruto reeling. As the latter struggled to rise again, Kurama explained, "Stay calm, I will not harm you. Do not think of anything else. You are injured, and you are blown over by my breath purely because of your imagination." Huh? The little Naruto, laboriously standing, rubbed his face, seemingly not fully grasping Kurama's words. Nevertheless, this commotion seemed to alleviate his fear, and Kurama sensed the chilling atmosphere around them dissipate significantly. Then, the little Naruto turned his head, those large blue eyes finally looking earnestly at Kurama. And Kurama, upon observing this child once more, confirmed a fact. This was a Naruto no taller than its claws, clad in a somewhat oversized scarf and mismatched goggles, wearing an orange-gray jacket adorned with a whirlpool emblem. This was Naruto at the age of 3 or 4. The tailed beast, a manifestation of chakra, was not a living being in the traditional sense, merely energy. Thus, Kurama was not surprised by its resurrection after all. In the face of an adversary like Otsutsuki Ishiki, the heavy particle mode it had granted Naruto was merely a means of consuming its own energy as fuel. However, the expended chakra transformed into another form. While not completely vanishing, it was akin to water being burned and turning into gas. Once the chakra was exhausted, Kurama's physical form could no longer be sustained. The restoration of chakra and the reconstitution into a tailed beast form merely required time. Therefore, Kurama understood that its resurrection was inevitable. Yet, looking at the small Naruto before it, the current situation was certainly not what Kurama had anticipated. Resurrection did not require time to rewind. So, what exactly is this place? Hey, wait a minute. Upon closer inspection, you are locked inside. This door is huge. Hey, speak to me. Were you a monster and why are you here? If you want to talk, I'm leaving. Listening to the incessant noise in its ears, Kurama, already irritable in this eerie atmosphere, scratched at the ground with its paw. Damn it. Enough of this. Hey, Naruto. Kurama's sudden address startled the inquisitive Naruto, who instinctively replied, "Yes. Go tear off the ceiling tag. I am quite uncomfortable staying in here." Kurama extended its sharp, elongated claws to tap against the bars and the seal affixed to one of them. "How do you know my name?" The little Naruto rubbed his ears, following Kurama's indication to notice the seal plastered on the central bar, adorned with strange patterns that made his heart race, leaving him dazed in place. "What's wrong? Hurry and tear it off." Kurama observed the dazed Naruto with mild irritation, saying, "Are you afraid it'll harm you once I'm out? If I tear this, you can come out?" The little Naruto, belatedly realizing, retorted, "Then why don't you tear it off yourself? I cannot even touch it. The gossip seal, if you have not wavered in your heart, I cannot even extend my claws to sever it. In any case, you should just tear it off." The Nine Tails expressed with a hint of frustration, reminiscing about Naruto, who once resonated with its spirit, rather than the little rascal before it. Despite the numerous times it had reiterated its point, Naruto continued to gaze up at the seal affixed to the railing. After a while, he glanced at the Nine Tails confined within the bars, approached the railing, and tentatively reached out his hand before retracting it, his face reflecting a multitude of thoughts. So, Naruto had been wary of it, even at such a tender age? That was understandable. The hardships he endured in his youth were indeed the fault of this demon fox. The Nine Tails observed the contemplative demeanor of the young Naruto, feeling a twinge of annoyance begin to bubble within. After a moment's pause, it said, "Hey, if you don't want to tear it off, Just as it was about to speak, Naruto abruptly interrupted, "Yo, I've thought of a solution. Just wait." With that, little Naruto clenched his left fist and struck it against his right palm, finally breaking into a brilliant smile after a moment of deliberation, and then dashed forward. To the astonishment of the Nine Tails, he boldly positioned himself in front of the railing, raised his gaze to the towering creature, and removed his scarf and the jacket emblazoned with the whirlpool symbol. Then, with a reluctant expression, he tied them together. "What are you doing, Naruto?" The Nine Tails inquired. "Well, it's obvious. I'm going to climb up and help you tear off this paper." He wrapped one end of the makeshift bundle around his waist and extended the other end toward the Nine Tails, saying, "Here, pull me up, otherwise I won't be able to reach it." The Nine Tails stared at this unconventional youth, momentarily taken aback. "Hurry up, it's really cold here," Naruto urged. So, he was contemplating how to ascend. "Are you willing to assist me?" The Nine Tails asked instinctively, puzzled. "Weren't you just scared of me?" It's only natural to be scared the first time you see such a big guy. But that's not a problem anymore." Naruto flashed a radiant smile at the Nine Tails and gave a thumbs up. "Seeing you feels so familiar, and you're not unpleasant at all. Unlike others, you actually need me, so of course, it'll help you." The Nine Tails was momentarily stunned, but soon its massive fox mouth stretched into an unnoticeable grin, as the anxiety that had begun since its awakening dissipated before it remained the familiar Naruto. The Nine Tails extended a claw to grasp the bundle of clothes, lifting him up. As they ascended, Naruto felt a bit constricted around his waist and instinctively squirmed for a moment, but they quickly reached the height of the seal. Without hesitation, Naruto reached out his small hand to grasp the seal affixed to the railing. With a slight exertion, he could easily break the binding that restrained the Nine Tails. However, in the next moment, a long arm clasped around Naruto's outstretched hand, gently pulling him back. "Not allowed, Naruto." Upon hearing the voice, Naruto instinctively turned his head, only to suddenly feel the world spin around him, plunging him into unconsciousness. The Nine Tails watched with keen interest as Naruto's form vanished before it, unperturbed. Instead, its gaze shifted to the figure that had suddenly appeared due to the seal. "Although I reserved some chakra as a contingency, I never anticipated that my sealing technique would be so ineffective. Has it really taken just a few years for someone to manipulate Naruto?" The moment Naruto vanished, the golden-haired figure's gentle smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression as he regarded the Nine Tails. "Nine Tails, you truly are formidable." The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Nine Tails smirked slightly. "Isn't the chakra you left behind meant to reinforce my seal during times like this?" The fourth Hokage of Konohagakure, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. Once a legendary figure in the ninja world, he now bore a heavy expression, tinged with despair. He could not comprehend why the contingency he had established for Naruto had been triggered so swiftly. In fact, at the moment he had first encountered little Naruto, the Nine Tails had severed its connection with him of its own volition, without affording him any time to alert Naruto. Such an ability to freely manipulate Naruto's inner space should not have been within the Nine Tails' grasp while still confined. Moreover, in the memories conjured by the chakra he left behind, the Nine Tails within Naruto was not even in its complete form. "The legendary tail beasts are far more challenging than I had anticipated," Minato mused. However, he did not intend to engage in lengthy dialogue with the Nine Tails. The amount of chakra he had left was limited, and he needed to reinforce the seal promptly. Yet, before Minato could make a move, the Nine Tails' next words left him momentarily speechless. "Come here, I'll give you some chakra, lest your body disappears." The Nine Tails casually flicked its tail as it spoke. Beneath the street lamp, with snowflakes drifting downwards, little Naruto slowly opened his eyes, instinctively uttering the words he had yet to finish. "Who are you?" Surveying the familiar surroundings, Naruto scratched his head in confusion. After a spell, He skeptically glanced down at his unscathed clothing and a perfectly intact red scarf wrapped around his neck, then mumbled with a dazed expression, "Was it all a dream?" Before him stood neither the towering railing nor the enormous demon fox behind it, only the familiar scenery surrounding him. This dream felt so vivid, as if it had transpired right before him, and unlike typical dreams, he could remember it so clearly. However, he was still just a child, attributing his current state to merely having fallen asleep under the street lamp. He stood up, preparing to head home, when suddenly sensing something, he murmured in bewilderment, "How strange. It's snowing today, yet it's not cold at all." Naruto rubbed his hands together, feeling none of the previous day's frostiness, only a warm and comfortable sensation enveloping him. This delighted him, and a satisfied smile broke across his face. Then, he recalled why he had been there in the first place. He had just escorted that peculiar white-eyed girl back home. Could it be that he had merely walked a little too long and fallen asleep by the roadside? It seemed his body was rather weak. Perhaps he should eat something tomorrow. Wait, he had no money. Maybe he should search outside for something to eat. As little Naruto pondered, he wandered away, entirely oblivious to the figure of a Konoha ninja wearing a forehead protector who emerged not far behind him. Idly flipping through a notebook to record, target remained in place for 3 minutes, during which there was an unusual chakra fluctuation. It is reasonable to suspect a psychological disparity occurred after contacting the Hyuga clan's residence. It is recommended to provide some resources to enhance goodwill. With hurried strokes, the Leaf Ninja hastily closed the notebook and in a fleeting moment vanished from sight, leaving no trace upon the ground. An impeccable act of stealth. Alas, it was all observed by 2 pairs of watchful eyes. Such is the treatment bestowed upon you. The son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, known as Naruto, in the village. You should be able to deduce that he is merely 3 years old at this point. The Ninetales sprawled lazily on the ground, letting out a yawn as it gazed at the somber expression on Minato's face outside the railing. All of this is merely an illusion you have woven. An attempt to provoke my composure into releasing you, I should have thought. Yet, I cannot deceive myself. All you have said must indeed hold a kernel of truth. Minato stood still for a moment, exhaling slowly as he spoke. Lying is a talent of your kind, but I harbor no interest in such trivial hypocrisy. The Ninetales retorted. Minato's azure eyes scrutinized his own form, feeling the overwhelming and uncontrollable chakra of the Ninetales swirling around him. Although it was still the familiar, eerie red chakra, it lacked the pervasive malice and impulsiveness he had sensed from Kushina. After all, I remain sealed and can only share this limited power, the Ninetales elucidated, as if sensing Minato's thoughts. However, for your body, this chakra is sufficient to sustain your soul for quite some time. Why? Minato inquired. Humph. The Ninetales refrained from providing a direct answer, instead reminiscing about the past. The solitary figure that once roamed the village, the boy who, despite committing no wrongs, was met with disdain by all, and the one who was incessantly manipulated for the sake of control, that Naruto, who would only learn of his true lineage when all was to be saved, should not have had to endure such a fate. That I possess no knowledge of teaching ninjutsu. Wouldn't it be better for you to instruct your own child? The Ninetales offered a dismissive rationale. Though Minato could discern that the Ninetales had deeper motives, he respected its unwillingness to elaborate. Moreover, as the Ninetales had stated, being able to observe Naruto in this manner, and even finding ways to guide his growth, was an acceptable outcome for a father burdened with guilt and an untimely demise. Then why not allow Naruto to truly break your seal? Minato shifted the topic. Not at this time. The Ninetales revealed no reservations regarding this matter, its massive eyes glinting with a hint of caution. Once the seal is lifted, my chakra would be beyond Naruto's current control, and those who previously struck would be compelled to act again. Furthermore, the current Leaf Village cannot be relied upon to aid us. That masked man, Uchiha Obito, Minato's tone grew grave. No, Obito is dead. The one you face is your disciple. Uchiha Obito. The Ninetales' words stirred a tempest within Minato. He could scarcely fathom hearing Obito's name in this context. How is that possible? Humph, do not be hasty. I shall reveal everything to you, the Ninetales remarked, observing Minato's guarded demeanor with indifference. Although it was unclear why it had returned in this era, the Ninetales recalled the looming threat of the Otsutsuki clan, causing even this ancient beast to shudder. Yet, more than fear, it felt an indomitable pride. What of the Otsutsuki clan? The collaboration between itself and Naruto could vanquish the godlike figure of Otsutsuki Kagaya. They had previously operated from the shadows. But now that it had returned, it could alter everything, even placing the entire Otsutsuki clan beneath its feet. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, listened intently to his subordinate's report. Taking a deep puff from his pipe, a look of relief appearing on his aging face. The jealousy or envy of a child is merely a form of negative emotion, a slight release of the Nine-Tails chakra. There is no need for alarm. Understood. The Leaf Ninja who had been trailing Naruto stood respectfully before the Hokage. Acknowledging the response without dissent, I shall return to continue my task. Oh, there is no rush. The third Hokage rose from his chair, waving his hand with a smile. You need not continue your mission. Go take a rest out. I will step outside for some fresh air. With that, the third Hokage strolled leisurely out of the room, leaving the Chunin behind. After a moment, the Leaf Chunin sighed, retrieving a notebook from his pocket and handing it behind him. That a hand emerged from the shadows to receive the notebook, a voice sighing softly before the ninja. Sarutobi has already sensed your identity. Return to root, for the matters concerning the Nine-Tails need not concern you further. Understood. The Leaf Chunin replied simply. As night deepened, the once brightly lit Hokage office succumbed entirely to darkness with the departure of its occupants. In the shadows of the Leaf Village, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the clandestine organization controlling its dark facets, stood in stark contrast to the third Hokage. He believed his contributions surpassed those of Sarutobi, but was strictly forbidden from engaging in any matters involving the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto Uzumaki. Danzo attempted to open the notebook, only to find that the words, intended to be recorded in special ink, twisted and morphed into a swirling mass of black flames that incinerated the pages. He then recalled the Leaf Chunin who had stood beside him earlier, contemplating the mechanical way in which they had responded, leading to a newfound clarity. Sealing techniques. Sarutobi's intent to warn me has ruffled my feathers. Yet, at this moment, under the guise of teaching ninjutsu, the title of the strongest Hokage resonated throughout the ninja world, rendering Danzo unable to confront him directly, forcing him to leave in frustration. Meanwhile, within Naruto's inner spiritual realm. This all, Minato listened intently to the Nine-Tails' unreserved revelations, waves of astonishment crashing within him. He had never imagined that the threads of this narrative traced back to Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of all shinobi. The legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, Ashura, Indra. Now that you know this, what do you intend to do? Observing Minato's expression, the Nine-Tails grinned, still intent on keeping its guard up. Minato remained silent for a long while, and the Nine-Tails patiently awaited his response. Your other half resides with my soul, summoned by the Shiki F gene. After a lengthy pause, Minato ultimately chose to trust the Nine-Tails, realizing that to restore the complete version of himself, he must first lift the Shiki F gene, allowing my soul to reunite with your other half in the physical realm. Yet neither of us is currently capable of this. No matter, simply inform me of the method. The Nine-Tails remained non-committal upon hearing Minato's response. Indeed, it explained to Minato the future circumstances, emphasizing that the other half of his body sealed away with the Shinigami was crucial. The Nine-Tails understood the bond between Minato and Kushina as a couple. If it were to truly return to the past, Minato would undoubtedly be among those who could offer unconditional assistance. The chakra it had reserved within Naruto was a link to his soul. A trump card it had left for him. In the past. No. In the future, Naruto had almost unleashed it during a rampage, yet Minato's contingency had thwarted that. The fourth Hokage had meticulously calculated every step before his demise, anticipating an unknown number of future events to at present. The Nine-Tails was not whole. Even if the seal were to be broken, with Naruto's current capabilities, there were likely more than a dozen beings within the ninja world who could easily subdue them. At this moment, Naruto was not the strongest, merely a vessel for the beast, a human weapon for the leaf. Anyone coveting its power would pose a danger to Naruto. The forthcoming threats from the Otsutsuki, Uchiha Obito, the Akatsuki, Orochimaru, and the other four nations, even the current Leaf Village. The Nine-Tails was far from an ignorant beast. Having witnessed the myriad dark aspects of humanity within the Jinchuriki, it understood all too well that it must never gamble on the goodness of humanity without sufficient strength. Once indifferent, it now felt a profound sense of responsibility towards Naruto's safety due to their bond. After lifting the Shiki F gene, what do you plan to do? Minato asked. Once you've regained your power, will you depart from Naruto's body, leaving? Although everything still seemed utterly bewildering, The Nine Tails, Kurama, gradually processed the shocking news. His tone was no longer as steady, yet he remained composed. You now evoke no sense of malice in me. In fact, I do not perceive you as a threat. With your current demeanor, I see no reason to continue sealing you. Once I reclaim your full powers, my Bagua seal will no longer suffice to bind you. In this vast world, nothing can restrain you. Do you not yearn for freedom? Freedom, this term, not unfamiliar to him, momentarily stunned the Nine Tails. He gazed at the golden-haired man before him, momentarily haunted by a familiar visage. The echoes of his words resounding in his ears. Kurama, have you ever contemplated where you might go in the future? After all, if I were to become an old man like the third Hokage, my time would inevitably come to an end. The Nine Tails continued to listen. I think it's quite nice for the Jinchuriki to end with our generation. Afterward, you will have your own freedom. In his memory. The man draped in the cloak of the seventh Hokage stretched languidly in his office, gazing cheerfully at the sky. In that moment, Kurama offered no response, merely closing his eyes lazily as he lay within his inner world, avoiding the man's indirect suggestion. After a considerable pause, the Nine Tails scoffed. Humph, Watergate, you remain as tedious as ever. I have already stated that I am not as hypocritical as you humans. There is no need for further probing. If I were to depart, Naruto, as the Jinchuriki, would surely perish. Rest assured, I shall keep a watchful eye on him as he fulfills his dreams and enjoys a long life. Upon hearing Kurama's reply, Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, revealed a warm smile, his trademark expression. Then I can rest easy. You were too quick to assume, the Nine Tails retorted, offering no solace and rendering Minato somewhat awkward. However, Kurama's next words shifted Minato's expression to one of seriousness. The third Hokage is looking for Naruto. By the riverside, a thin layer of snow blanketed the riverbank, and a delicate sheet of ice formed atop the water. Meanwhile, the somewhat underdressed young Naruto scrutinized the likely fishing spots, instead of heading home for sleep. He was overwhelmed by hunger. Strangely, he felt no chill despite the falling snow, prompting him to venture out at this late hour to fish. He was well aware that fish tend to doze in the winter waters, making them easier to catch than usual. Well, Naruto, what are you doing out here? At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi, clad in the cloak of the third Hokage, approached with a cheerful greeting. Old man. Upon seeing the newcomer, Naruto's excitement surged, waving his arms energetically with a radiant smile. As the third Hokage approached, he took the opportunity to remove his Hokage cloak, folding it neatly in his arms. When Naruto finally recognized him, he saw a kind old man dressed in a somewhat thick coat. Naruto, it's been a while, the third Hokage remarked, gently ruffling Naruto's hair. Indeed, it has been some time since I last saw you. How have you been? Yes, I'm doing well. You must take care of yourself too, old man. Rest assured, despite my age, I am not frail enough to warrant your concern. He glanced at the icy river, noting a small crack where Naruto had been standing, likely made by tossing stones. Pondering this, the third Hokage engaged in casual conversation with Naruto before shifting the topic. Naruto, it's quite late. It will get colder at night. It's nothing. I thought fish might be sleeping, so I came to catch them. I'm not afraid of the cold. But suddenly, I feel quite cold. Just as he was about to explain why he felt warm, an icy gust swept through, causing him to sneeze. Young Naruto appeared bewildered. Observing this, the third Hokage offered a warm smile. Old man, why aren't you wearing your cloak? Naruto asked, rubbing his hands together, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upon hearing Naruto's query, the third Hokage chuckled. I'm not cold either. Would you like to wear it? Although it was a question, he did not wait for Naruto's answer. Having already discerned the child's intentions, he unfurled the Hokage cloak and draped it over Naruto. For the slender young boy, the oversized cloak enveloped him like a blanket, the somewhat distorted third Hokage insignia perfectly covering his head. While draping the cloak, the third Hokage had nearly inspected Naruto's entire body in that brief moment. There was no leakage of the Nine Tails chakra. Everything appeared normal. The cloak is lovely, but dragging it on the ground will get it dirty. Unaware of the old man's intentions, Naruto wrapped himself in the Hokage cloak. Glancing at the part trailing on the ground, feeling a pang of concern. Don't worry, Naruto. The Hokage is essentially a guardian of the village. In other words, my cloak can be used to keep you warm. If it gets dirty, it is worth it. The third Hokage chuckled heartily, and then stood up, pulling out a pipe from his sleeve. You're hoping to roast some fish, right? You've treated me a few times before, so this time, let me treat you. With that, the third Hokage squinted, twirling his pipe, and launched it toward the icy river like a shuriken. Whoosh! The crisp sound of slicing through the air echoed in the night. And as the ice shattered, Naruto quickly turned to see that a pipe had lodged itself in the crack he had just created, its tip now submerged in the water, impaling an unsuspecting fish passing by. Wow, that's amazing. Naruto stared, wide-eyed. Haha, it seems we are fortunate today, the third Hokage replied, still grinning. All right, Naruto, go fetch the fish. I will start the fire. That a blaze erupted in the fire pit by the riverside, 3 unsuspecting fish sizzling as their skins browned. Releasing a delicious aroma, the old man and the young boy sat side by side, unconcerned about appearances. However, this time, Naruto did not merely fixate on the roasting fish. He thoughtfully regarded the cloak enveloping him. Old man, what does it mean to be Hokage? Finally unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired about the term the third Hokage had mentioned multiple times. You finally asked, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought to himself. The Hokage is akin to an elder of the village, or rather, the village chief. The third Hokage explained gently. The chief's duties involve safeguarding the entire village, ensuring the safety of all its inhabitants. Maintaining order and establishing rules. In essence, it is about managing all aspects of village affairs. However, it is not a position of detachment. For instance, like this time when you are fishing, the Hokage can participate because you are also a member of the village. Naruto, I see, Naruto said, somewhat understanding, glancing up at the towering buildings of Konoha in the distance. Seeing this expression on Naruto's face, the third Hokage contemplated for a moment before finally articulating the words he had intended to convey. Moreover, the Hokage is the most trusted and recognized individual in the village. Only those who are acknowledged by everyone can become Hokage, because it is essential to protect the peace of the village and the lives of each person. As expected, when the third Hokage mentioned trust and recognition, a distinct light flickered in Naruto's eyes, for this was precisely what he yearned for. Having achieved his objective, the third Hokage ceased further explanation. Diligently cleaning the traces of fish blood from his pipe, his primary purpose for being here was, of course, to check if there were any issues with the Nine-Tails residing within Naruto, for the village. The safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is of paramount importance. Simultaneously, he has eliminated numerous spies left behind by Danzo on his way here. Danzo's obsession with the Nine-Tails leaves the third Hokage feeling uneasy, reminding him of the aftermath of the Nine-Tails attack years ago, during which Danzo exhibited an unusual interest in the Uchiha clan. The 4 Hokage sealed the Nine-Tails with his very life, yet it seems that Danzo, who has long coveted the position of Hokage, intends to manipulate it with the power of the Sharingan. However, the suspicions surrounding the Uchiha clan are undeniably significant. It is common knowledge that the Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha, and no one else can wield such power to control the Nine-Tails in its assault on Konoha. Thus, the third Hokage tacitly condones Danzo's stringent actions against the Uchiha, just as the second Hokage had done before him. Nevertheless, the third Hokage harbors a hope that Naruto, as the host of the Nine-Tails, can become a Konoha ninja who embodies the will of fire. He recalls what Minato said about the 8-Tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, who can freely manipulate the power of tailed beasts in battle, a strength that surpasses even the contemporary Raikage in his confrontation with Minato. Therefore, instilling in Naruto the dream of becoming Hokage from an early age would be the ideal outcome. At this moment, within Naruto's inner world, Minato's expression is complex. He perceives the third Hokage's intentions and understands what Sarutobi, who has been compelled to return to the Hokage seat after retirement, desires. He aims to maintain balance and stability between the 5 great nations and within the village of Konoha, just as the previous Hokages had established. Although during his tenure, the third Hokage fully supported Minato's reforms and changes, after his sacrifice, Sarutobi has lost that pioneering spirit as a former Hokage. Minato comprehends the third's thoughts and actions. Yet, for Minato, Naruto is his and Kushina's only child. It seems you have discerned that Naruto, as an orphan, was hidden away, and after leaving the Konoha orphanage, it was Sarutobi who discreetly looked after him, but only to that extent. The voice of the Nine-Tails resounds at an opportune moment, tinged with a hint of mockery. While he does not regard Naruto as a mere host like the village's foolish denizens, he has not effectively concealed Naruto's identity either. He should be enjoying the status of a hero's child. No, as the vessel that has sealed the Nine-Tails since childhood, he is inherently a hero. However, Minato does not exhibit the rage one would expect from the Nine-Tails. Rather, he gazes at the creature with a degree of ease. The look in Minato's eyes unsettles the Nine-Tails, prompting it to ask, What's the matter? I'm merely relieved. Minato replies with a smile, thankful that Naruto has you, a companion who stands up for him. And you have mentioned that his future is filled with countless allies. Enough, silence yourself, Minato. The Nine-Tails retorts, clearly unaccustomed to such sentimental discourse, letting out a scoff that I've said enough. You know what to do next, right? Before Minato's azure eyes, a crimson light flickers, an indication of the Nine-Tails' unique chakra. Immensely powerful. As long as I remain sealed within this form, my power cannot be wielded freely. Moreover, this will affect Naruto's own chakra, so I must conserve my chakra as much as possible. The Nine-Tails continues to lay languidly on the ground, its demeanor one of lethargy. Yet this very state enhances Naruto's inherent chakra potential, necessitating guidance for him to learn and grow stronger. At the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, Minato comprehends the Nine-Tails implication. Naruto's chakra is indeed immense, characteristic of the Uzumaki clan, and will grow as Naruto matures past Naruto, the Naruto of yesteryears. No, perhaps it would be better to refer to him as the Naruto of the past future, or since he is now the strongest 7th Hokage. How about famed Naruto? The Nine-Tails seems unable to find a suitable descriptor, but Minato comprehends, responding with solemnity. The Nine-Tails, at a loss for words, disregards Minato's Navi musings and continues, in any case, that Naruto has not reconciled with me in his early years, resulting in an insufficient development of his abilities. I am not well versed in these matters either. Minato, I have already informed you of the enemies Naruto will face. With that, the Nine-Tails' formidable form rises, emanating an aura that would astound even the 4th Hokage, a presence that has persisted since the era of Sage of Six Paths. This time, I shall not grant those scoundrels the chance to flaunt their might before Naruto. Witnessing this, Minato experiences an unprecedented thought. The tailed beasts, which have existed since time immemorial, seem to have never been truly understood by the ninja world. Perhaps the ninja have grown too arrogant. The true masters of this land may not be humans at all. The snowfall intensifies during the night, and sensing this change, the 3rd Hokage escorts little Naruto home after he has satisfactorily finished his grilled fish. Once he observes the lights in Naruto's room dimming, the 3rd Hokage retracts his gaze, his warm smile fading, and addresses the shadows of the night. From this day forth, no one in the Umbu is permitted to approach Naruto. In the shadows of a street lamp, a figure donning a peculiar mask, a member of the Konoha Umbu, unexpectedly stands behind the 3rd Hokage in silence, awaiting further instructions. I will arrange for others to interact with Naruto. It seems the Umbu has been rather deeply infiltrated by darkness. The 3rd Hokage continues, his gaze sharpening and deepening. To mold Naruto into a Jinchuriki capable of protecting the village, it is imperative to instill in him a sense of emotion. Inform Shikaka to provide me with the current roster of young teachers and Chunin from Konoha Academy tomorrow. Understood. The Umbu acknowledges the task before vanishing once more. Inside the room, little Naruto, already drowsy after a yawn, hastily changes into his pajamas and collapses onto his pillow, succumbing to a deep slumber, within the realm of the mind. As Naruto sleeps, the Nine-Tails awakens, observing Minato seated nearby. The once enveloping red chakra cloak unique to Minato has vanished. Having fully grasped the portion of chakra transferred from the Nine-Tails, Minato turns to it and states, I am ready at any time. By the way, according to your plan, how much of the techniques I imparted to Naruto in his dreams will he remember upon waking? Assess his comprehension. Typically, remembering about half would be sufficient. The Nine-Tails responds with a hint of uncertainty. However, as previously mentioned, to avoid arousing suspicion, the dream I create for Naruto will be one in which he remains unaware that he is dreaming, making it impossible to communicate with you normally. Interestingly, in the past, I used this method merely to repeatedly subject Naruto to past dreams, forcing him into solitude. Thus, the practical effectiveness remains uncertain. It may not even reach 20%. 20%? Minato ponders for a moment, then displays a confident smile. That will suffice. What do you intend to teach him first? The Nine-Tails inquires, intrigued. Minato's response catches the Nine-Tails off guard as he replies without hesitation. Sealing techniques. That little brat is. A passerby with a disdainful gaze. Stay away from him. Keep your child close. A passerby scornfully observes, glaring at the child. How infuriating. Why must the Hokage bring this little brat out of the orphanage? Even the Konoha ninja, adorned with their forehead protectors, do not hide their disdain. Clearly, the sun shines so warmly, yet why does he perpetually feel cold? Little Naruto walks down the street with his head bowed. Bewildered by the reactions of those around him. He cannot comprehend why, despite having done nothing wrong, The villagers regard him with such contempt. At that moment, a somewhat tattered soccer ball rolled to a stop at Naruto's feet. He lifted his gaze in the direction from which the ball had come and saw a child, not much taller than himself, waving his hand to signal for the ball to be passed back. A faint smile graced Naruto's face as he bent down to retrieve the ball, intending to approach the child. However, just then, the child's mother suddenly appeared, swiftly pulling her child away, causing Naruto's smile to freeze upon his face. He stood there, clutching the ball, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized that the mocking voices that had surrounded him had vanished. It felt as if the entire world had reduced to just him standing there alone. The bewildered blond boy lowered his head to look at his empty hands. The soccer ball was gone, and he found himself standing there in solitude, utterly alone. Naruto. A voice, reminiscent of something he had once heard, called out from behind him. A golden-haired man stood there, his expression filled with guilt and affection as he called to him. Yet, Naruto remained oblivious, still standing in a stupor. It's futile. This is merely his dream. The voice of the Nine Tails resonated, explaining to Minato Namikaze that he had never seen his face in Naruto's memories. In his dreams, he could not appear. I see. Minato nodded, yet his gaze remained fixed on Naruto within the dream. The Nine Tails, being a creature not of this world, understood its inability to grasp the complexity of Minato's emotions at that moment, nor did it wish to. It simply reiterated, as I mentioned before, you must transform into an entity that Naruto recognizes. Only then can you approach him in the dream. He must first react to you in this dream before you can truly influence him and begin to teach him. Minato nodded again, yet continued to linger behind Naruto, not heeding the Nine Tails' counsel, instead calling out Naruto's name once more. This time, however, he added, your mother, Kushina, loves you dearly. As if stirred by those words, a pair of figures appeared before Naruto. A mother, leading her child to enjoy ramen, walked past him, both wearing radiant smiles, while Naruto remained rooted in place, watching the mother and daughter fade into the distance. He still did not respond to Minato's call, offering no feedback. Yet, the Nine Tails seemed to comprehend Minato's intentions, and this time, it refrained from urging him. Within Naruto's dream, his younger self encountered a series of people and events, only for them to vanish shortly thereafter. There were indifferent passers-by, groups of mischievous children mocking him, and occasionally the rare warmth offered by the third Hokage. Yet, more often than not, the figure that appeared before him was that of his own self. Weeping in the shadows, Minato stood behind young Naruto, observing each individual that emerged, each visaged. He even recognized some familiar faces, though in his memories, those individuals had never displayed such expressions, always holding a demeanor of respect. Yet, in Naruto's presence, he witnessed the genuine malice emanating from these figures. Perhaps their hostility was not directed at the 3-year-old Naruto, but the weight of their disdain undoubtedly pressed upon him. Minato remained behind young Naruto, continuously murmuring similar phrases, each slightly varied. Every utterance was imbued with love, guilt, and a positive spirit. The Nine Tails observed this father-son exchange until, after a while, it spoke. Time's up. As its words echoed, the scenery before Minato shifted, and young Naruto's figure vanished, replaced by a dim, profound, enclosed space, alongside the immense form of the Nine Tails behind the bars. As it over, Minato closed his eyes, seemingly reflecting on everything he had just witnessed, and asked, in the realm of dreams, the perception of time differs. One might feel as if only a moment had passed, yet in reality, morning had already dawned. The Nine Tails yawned, regarding Minato, saying, Naruto has awakened now. Indeed, time flies. Minato did not conceal the sorrow etched upon his features. So, what does this night signify? The Nine Tails half closed its eyes, inquiring with a hint of mockery, have you forgotten the fact that you are already deceased? Minato initially fell silent, but after a moment, he reminded, please observe Naruto's reaction upon waking. Has there been any change? Humph, he's currently dazed on his bed, muttering mother, and then, the Nine Tails seemed to understand, adding, then he mentioned Hokage-an recognition or something similar before getting up to grab some breakfast. I have mentioned Kushina's name 26 times, mother 17 times, and Hokage once. Minato listened to the Nine Tails account, recounting his observations, comparing them with Naruto's current state. After a while, he reached a conclusion. Less than 20%, based on this night alone. There seems to be hardly any impact, not even a fraction of a percent, let alone conveying his mother's name throughout the night. Minato sighed. I had hoped to provide him some comfort, at least in his dreams, as Kushina surely would. After all, Naruto does not have any recollection of you or Kushina. The Nine Tails interjected, as if to compensate for Minato's thoughts. You constantly mention her, but to the current Naruto, She holds no concept. It is something easily forgotten in dreams. The Ninetales suddenly elevated tone piqued Minato's curiosity. What is it? The Ninetales remained silent. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, Naruto was idly soaking instant noodles, his index finger dabbing in some water as he doodled on the table. Muttering to himself, what was it? Gigi something nigh. Perhaps it is not as dire as you assumed. The Ninetales cast a glance at Minato, breaking into a grin. For the first time since appearing within Naruto's sealed inner space, Minato displayed a genuine smile, speaking to himself. Kushina, Naruto truly is a wonderful child. On the streets of Konoha, joyous laughter echoed all around. Recently, Konoha had finally signed a ceasefire agreement with the Hidden Cloud Village, allowing the village to experience a rare semblance of peace, which in turn brought smiles to the faces of its inhabitants. That was quite an endeavor. The Hidden Cloud Village has finally calmed down. Where shall we dine today? A female ninja, having just returned from a mission, stretched lazily while chatting with her teammates. Ramen, of course, her companion replied without hesitation. Here we go again. Every time we return to the village, it's always ramen. The female ninja sighed. It's just so delicious. Her teammate turned to explain the allure of ramen, but in doing so, accidentally bumped into someone. A small figure stumbled back, but before the ninja could react, the figure executed a graceful backflip, landing smoothly before standing upright. Impressive agility. The Konoha ninja's eyes lit up, but he quickly approached to apologize, saying, "My apologies, little one. I wasn't watching where I was going." As he got a clear look at the child, he instinctively froze. However, the child appeared unfazed by the encounter, merely glancing up and lightly tossing out, "I'm fine," before continuing on his way under the gaze of the Konoha ninja, unsure if it was just his imaginations. He thought he vaguely heard a whisper of ramen as the child passed by. "Hey, what's wrong?" At this moment, the female teammate stepped forward, tapping the Konoha ninja. "Oh, it's nothing. I just didn't expect to run into that fox spirit." The Konoha ninja wore a complex expression. For years ago, his mentor had perished during the Ninetales incident, and he certainly would not forget that grudge. However, regarding the fox spirit mentioned by the Hokage, he felt little animosity. As a ninja, he had encountered more darkness in the world than others in the village might realize. Compared to the true shadows of the ninja world, what was merely a child's fox spirit? Is that really him? The female ninja blinked curiously at the retreating figure of the blonde boy. He doesn't seem particularly special. So, where shall we go for ramen? I've lost interest, and on such a hot day. The middle-ranked ninja shook his head, exhaling. All right, how about I treat us to a nice meal instead? Female teammates are naturally more willing. This encapsulates Naruto's daily life, having grown accustomed to the villagers' differential treatment towards him. Naruto has become less concerned about these matters than he once was. Instead, he finds himself contemplating the peculiarities within himself. Over the past 6 months, a series of strange occurrences have unfolded. For instance, every time he falls asleep, he senses a warm figure in his dreams, as if they are engaged in a multitude of conversations. Yet upon awakening, he struggles to recall what was said. Moreover, he inexplicably performs actions he never knew how to do before. It is akin to how, in the moment of being knocked down, his body instinctively executes a backflip to regain balance, as though this movement is second nature to him, although he possesses no prior memory of it. Such disconcerting phenomena have become increasingly frequent in Naruto's life. For example, he encounters objects he has never seen before, yet they evoke a sense of familiarity, as if he can read words he does not recognize. As he gazes up at the sun, which is nearing its zenith, and observes the many people on the streets seeking refuge from the heat beneath eaves and trees, Naruto feels surprisingly unbothered by the warmth, reminiscent of how he felt impervious to the cold during the recent snowfall. However, he cannot fathom why he awakens each time with an insatiable hunger, as if he has just run for an entire day. His stomach growls audibly at an inopportune moment. Embarrassed, Naruto rubs his belly and rummages through his pockets, producing only a few slightly soiled coins. Reflecting on the ramen mentioned by the two he just encountered, Naruto is torn. Each month, the village dispenses a meager subsidy, which, at least for Naruto's current circumstances, is hardly sufficient. The coins he has could afford him 5 loaves of bread, but to indulge in ramen. He sighs in frustration, caught in indecision. Meanwhile, within Naruto's mental realm, 2 entities are engaged in a less than intense discussion regarding his dining dilemma. There exists a ninjutsu capable of transforming water and earth into edible food using chakra. Although the taste is subpar, it can satiate hunger. Many have employed it on the battlefield. From today onward, I will teach him. By next month, he should be proficient, pondered Minato, his expression serious to no. Haven T, we established that we cannot teach him ninjutsu yet. The Ninetales countered, rolling its eyes. You, as a parent, are overly concerned. Sarutobi would never truly deprive Naruto of food. It's also my fault for not saving any money for him. If I had listened to Kushina and hidden some pocket money under the bed, it could have been passed on to Naruto, Minato lamented, while the Ninetales scoffed internally, thinking how Minato was blaming himself when the real issue was his past attack on Konoha. All right, trust that Naruto can resolve this on his own. After all, only training in physical arts would raise no suspicions. The Ninetales flicked its tail and continued. As for sealing techniques, as long as there's no practical application, Naruto shouldn't use them in reality. And even if he does, it won't matter. I'm teaching him the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Aside from the third Hokage, only Jiraiya-sensei is well versed in them, Minato explained, assuring that regardless of their motives, none would harm Naruto, a promise he could uphold. Jiraiya? Huh? No need for you to mention that, the Ninetales replied, reassured by the mere mention of Jiraiya's name, knowing Minato's understanding of the man could not rival its own. Having observed the bond between him and Naruto, by the way, while I understand your insistence on teaching Naruto sealing techniques first, I must remind you not to let him know of our existence too soon, as it may lead to unnecessary complications. Minato gazed at the Ninetales, which was resting within the seal, its expression neutral, yet internally he harbored a lingering doubt. The Ninetales entrusting Naruto's instruction to him under the pretense of granting him the power of a tailed beast. Yet he sensed there was more to it. If the formidable foes it spoke of truly existed, why was it so unperturbed? Ramen is simply delightful, little Naruto exclaimed, patting his round belly with glee after exiting the ramen shop. Reveling in the exquisite taste of non-instant ramen for the first time, the uncle who prepared the ramen was quite kind, not pressing him for money he didn't have, unlike other shops that would have denied him service. He resolved to return whenever the opportunity arose. With this thought in mind, Naruto turned to glance at the shop's sign, committing the name to memory, Ichiraku Ramen. Just as he stepped out of the ramen shop, two figures approached, one tall, one short, engaged in lively conversation. The shorter one was about Naruto's height, and they were both clad in dark attire. Hey, brother, can you train with me on Shuriken today? Sure. Are they siblings? As they passed by Naruto, their mention of training piqued his curiosity, prompting him to glance back and notice the prominent fan insignia emblazoned on the back of their outfits. Seemingly sensing Naruto's gaze, Itachi Uchiha caught sight of him from the corner of his eyes at him. As the eldest son of the Uchiha clan leader and a prodigious ninja, Itachi was privy to more truths than the average villager, including Naruto's status as the Jinchuriki of a tailed beast. However, this had no bearing on his current day. He redirected his attention to his younger brother, saying, "But I can only stay for a little while. I have other matters to attend to today." His brother appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet before he could protest, Itachi smiled at him in silence. Sasuke, having grown accustomed to his brother's demeanor, reluctantly replied, "All right, but you must," sensing something. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, still observing them, and politely inquired, "Hello, is there something you need?" No?" Taken aback by the unexpected engagement, Naruto fumbled for words. However, he quickly showcased his natural charm. "Hi, I overheard you talking about practicing Shuriken. May I watch?" That's not possible. Our clan's Shuriken techniques." Sasuke was reluctant to allow anyone to intrude upon their rare time together. Besides, the clan's Shuriken techniques were not something to be shared lightly. Why was this person so strange, lacking such common knowledge? Itachi had intended to politely decline as well, but before he could speak, he noticed Naruto's stance, though they were merely strolling and chatting, when Itachi scrutinized Naruto's posture. He sensed an air of a ninja poised to conceal vulnerabilities and strike at any moment, a demeanor common among seasoned warriors. Yet this child had never left the village. Itachi, a true genius, had a perspective shaped by the Third Shinobi World War that erupted when he was but a year old, having accompanied his father to battle from a young age. Thus, his reasoning diverged significantly from that of ordinary villagers. By the age of 7, he had already attained the rank of Genin, and he found himself intrigued by Naruto. "I'm sorry, but this time it won't work. If you're interested, perhaps next time we can train together." Itachi smoothly took up Sasuke's cue and politely engaged Naruto once more before leading Sasuke away. Though rejected, Naruto was not overly disheartened, as this was a familiar occurrence. Yet, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable interest in them. As for the shuriken they had mentioned, Naruto was genuinely intrigued. He had never heard of or seen shuriken before, but upon hearing the term, he experienced a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered them in his dreams more than once. Were they heading towards the riverbank? Naruto reflected for a moment in the Hokage's office in Konoha. The list laid out on the third Hokage's desk gave him a slight headache. The names were overwhelmingly filled with the Uchiha surname, causing him to furrow his brow. The Uchiha clan, truly, is a wellspring of talent. The current suggestion from the advisors was to continue withholding the dark faction slots from the Uchiha clan while simultaneously reducing their opportunities for promotion to Ch Nin and J Nin. Nara Shikaku, the military strategist standing before the third Hokage, analyzed the situation, indicating that the pressure on the Uchiha clan would persist. What are your thoughts? The third Hokage inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. The sacrifices of the fourth Hokage and the turmoil of the Ninetales incident had left the villagers exceedingly wary of the Uchiha clan. If we continue to apply pressure, it would be challenging to gain their trust. Shikaku swiftly provided his response, clearly having a firm grasp of the Uchiha clan's sentiments. So, do you believe we should allow this batch of Uchiha to be promoted? The straw hat of the third Hokage obscured his gaze, making it impossible to discern his thoughts through his expression. Shikaku glanced at the third Hokage's demeanor, hesitating to respond immediately, knowing that his previous answer had not satisfied the Hokage. This group of Uchiha had met the standards for promotion. It would be unreasonable to deny them without justification. The third Hokage, not pursuing further inquiry, tapped his withered fingers on the list. The Uchiha were indeed a part of Konoha, and such actions were indefensible. Nevertheless, he decided to summon Shirzui.yes.a, an Umbu member, who had been on standby, emerged from the shadows and then vanished. The afternoon sun blazed relentlessly, and in this sweltering heat, two figures dashed swiftly through the underbrush, one ahead of the other. Suddenly, the figure in front stopped abruptly, turning to call out to the one behind. Itachi, that's enough for today. The Uchiha Itachi, who had been following closely, halted in confusion, looking at the striking figure standing on a branch with a sword on his back. What's wrong? Shirzui, there's an urgent matter. I must take my leave first, Shirzui replied gently, a smile gracing his features. It seemed today was not fortuitous, as he had initially intended to teach Itachi a technique to impress his younger brother. All right. Upon hearing that Shirzui had pressing business, Itachi naturally would not impede him. I'll head back to check on Sasuke's practice. Find me later when you have time. With that, Shirzui's figure vanished from the branch, and Itachi turned to find Sasuke. Just as he returned to the riverbank, a startled voice rang out. Watch out! A shadow hurtled towards Uchiha Itachi, a shuriken, an ambush, without turning around. Itachi instinctively drew a shuriken from his waist and hurled it midair. Accurate and rapid, akin to an arrow racing towards the shadow. Clang! The shuriken struck true, but to Itachi's surprise, the object it hit was merely a fragment of rock, which shattered upon impact, while his thrown shuriken continued its trajectory unabated. Watch out! The warning cry finally reached him, but the opponent seemed oblivious to the fact that Itachi had already countered. Was this an accident? Itachi discerned that what he had shattered was merely a stone, and in that instant, he swiftly drew another kunai with an even more refined technique, redirecting the trajectory of his initial shuriken towards the path it had taken. Boom! The kunai struck the hollow part of the first shuriken with breathtaking speed, forcibly redirecting it towards a nearby tree. This was the reason why Uchiha Itachi had been hailed as a prodigy from a young age, his unparalleled shuriken technique. Wow, the slow-to-realize Naruto exclaimed, having been the one to initially warn. He had been idly tossing stones by the riverbank when he unexpectedly saw someone falling from the sky, realizing the figure had nearly collided with the stone he had just thrown. Naruto hastily cried out, in the next moment. The figure threw a shuriken that not only shattered his stone, but also astonished Naruto by curving midair, altering its path towards the tree. So impressive. Naruto, unaware that Itachi had thrown a kunai the second time, mistakenly believed the shuriken could curve, and rushed to Itachi's side, expressing his admiration loudly. At him. Itachi, finally straightening up, regarded Naruto's expression with a start. He had initially mistaken the stone thrown by Naruto for a shuriken attack due to its similar speed and trajectory. Even his younger brother Sasuke, who was receiving training from both him and their father, could not achieve such an effect with a real shuriken. The Jinchuriki of the Ninetales should be of a similar age to his brother, but could it truly be a coincidence? I was just playing by the water. I didn't mean to throw it at you, Naruto explained anxiously. Noticing Itachi's silence, I didn't expect you to drop down from the sky. To alleviate any potential misunderstanding, he tossed the remaining stones in his hand in another direction, adding, I was just playing around. Swish, swish, swish. Itachi observed the stones Naruto casually tossed, each one exhibiting the precise arc of a shuriken. This revelation made Itachi realize that Naruto had not acted by chance. He possessed the skill to throw stones with a standard technique. No, it's nothing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Itachi revealed a standard smile. My apologies for the disturbance. With those words, Itachi vanished in an instant, leaving Naruto standing there, still in shock. So cool. Stars sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Most of the ninjas he had encountered in the village were lethargic older men, but this ninja, only slightly older than him, was a revelation. Oh no, I forgot to ask his name. With his hands resting behind his head, Naruto reminisced about Itachi's cool moves when suddenly his gaze was drawn to the glimmering light reflecting off a branch. It was the shuriken Itachi had thrown. Wow, it's a real shuriken. Naruto's eyes lit up as he dashed over, preparing to retrieve the shuriken embedded in the tree, only to notice a slender kunai also attached to it. Why is there another kunai? Confounded, Naruto examined the two different ninja tools in his hand, the black sheen of the weapons shimmering in the sunlight, evoking a chill within him. After toying with them for a moment, Naruto stashed them away, casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one had noticed before hastily making his way home. I'll return them to him later. Until then, playing with them shouldn't count as stealing. Right, he mused. Meanwhile, Itachi had already slipped into a small forest, swiftly returning to the Uchiha clan's training grounds. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke was panting heavily, drenched in sweat as he practiced with his shuriken. His expression was focused, undeterred by Itachi's earlier departure. Seeing this, Itachi's eyes softened as he silently stood behind his brother. Hey! Sasuke continued hurling his shuriken, though most missed the target, and those that did strike only pierced it shallowly. Why can't I throw like my brother? Is my strength insufficient? Sasuke fumed, his frustration evident as he waved the shuriken about. Shuriken are not thrown with brute strength. Technique is key, Itachi remarked. Brother. Sasuke, hearing the voice, turned in surprise and was a bit embarrassed to see his brother watching him. Did you finish your business so soon? It's done. Now, let me teach you, Itachi replied gently, adjusting Sasuke's stance to help him grasp the proper technique. Under Itachi's guidance, Sasuke managed to hit the target a few times after an afternoon of training, but most of his attempts still went astray. This was not due to a lack of intelligence. After all, such practice relied heavily on feel, and the Uchiha clan were naturally gifted ninjas to them. Mastery is merely a matter of diligent practice for ninjas, regardless of how extraordinary their innate talent may be. Most of those whom the masses laud as geniuses fundamentally require relentless effort to refine their skills. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, Uchiha Itachi carries his younger brother Sasuke on his back, reflecting on the events of the day that weigh heavily on his mind. Aside from Shursue's sudden departure, Naruto's remarkable ability to handle shuriken with such ease raises his suspicions. Could someone have been teaching him since childhood? Meanwhile, Naruto is at home, eagerly rubbing his hands together in anticipation as he examines the ninja tools laid out on the table. While toying with the kunai, a sudden inspiration strikes him. It seems he recalls a peculiar symbol he has dreamt about multiple times. One that resembles the engraving on the kunai. What was it called again? Something like flying. Naruto ponders deeply, attempting to recollect, and picks up a brush he found somewhere, beginning to sketch according to the image in his memory. The Flying Thunder God seal, the Ninetales, observing this scene in Naruto's inner space, is taken aback, but after a moment, scoffs, noting that Naruto has misremembered entirely. The beginning is somewhat accurate, but the rest is all wrong. No rush, remarks Minato Namikaze, who is preparing lessons for the evening, smiling upon hearing the Ninetales commit. The twilight gradually fades, and moonlight spills across the land. After an afternoon of training, the Uchiha brothers enjoy a delightful dinner prepared by their mother and sit outside in the cool evening air. Sasuke, reclining slightly, gazes up at the moon, a look of contentment on his face. The afternoon's practice has left him feeling fulfilled, and just as he prepares to engage his brother in conversation, he notices that Itachi has inexplicably left, leaving him alone to contemplate the moon. Meanwhile, Itachi finds himself in his father's room at home. In his memory, ever since his father brought him back from the battlefield, he has been accustomed to receiving cryptic signals at the dinner table. Signals that his mother and brother could not comprehend, which would prompt him to retreat to his room for more clandestine discussions. Did you encounter the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales today? Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi and Sasuke's biological father, and the head of the Uchiha clan, possesses a demeanor that is somewhat imposing. Yes, he is a key figure under the village's scrutiny. Any interaction with him results in one's actions being monitored by the Umbu. Gazing at his son, whose head is bowed, Fugaku says in a somber tone, "Our Uchiha clan is prone to drawing attention from the village. You must strive to minimize actions that may attract the Hokage's notice." Understood. Itachi, you have always been a sensible child, and I have great confidence in you. Upon seeing Itachi's response, Fugaku's expression softened slightly. Our clan has long been burdened by suspicion due to the Sharingan. We have been the primary suspects in the turmoil involving the Ninetales. While we can manage in other areas, we must distance ourselves from anything related to the Ninetales. Additionally, I have a task for you. A task? Itachi raises his gaze to meet his father's. The latter, fixing his eyes on Itachi, slowly begins, "Join the Umbu, Itachi." The Umbu, special units directly under the command of each village's leader, are distinct from the ranks of Chunin. Chunin and Jonin. In this era, ninjas are more often viewed as mercenaries employed by various industries. However, the Umbu are different. Joining the Umbu signifies the abandonment of one's name and identity, becoming a covert operative, a blade that heeds only the orders of the village's higher-ups. Devoid of personal agency, Itachi understands what the Umbu entails, yet he cannot fathom why his father would wish for him to take on this role. The Uchiha clan is the largest family in Konohagakure, both in terms of power and historical significance. However, their reputation does not correspond with their standing in the village. The Uchiha clan is responsible for the village's security, but this role serves merely as a fade. Due to the presence of ninjas, the majority of security tasks are executed through the Hokage's office's ninja mission system. The Uchiha security team often ends up handling the less desirable tasks, leading to increasingly strained relations with other villagers. In this context, Fugaku, as clan leader, frequently emphasizes the importance of composure and restraint during clan meetings, advising against being a scapegoat to avoid further controversy. Yet now, his father wishes for him to join the Umbu. Itachi, you are wise enough to recognize that our clan currently finds itself in a precarious position, Fugaku elaborates, seemingly perceiving Itachi's contemplation. With the war concluded, we shall experience a period of peace, during which the younger generation within our clan will continue to grow. However, an increase in numbers does not equate to an increase in resources. The Uchiha clan is viewed with suspicion by the higher-ups of Konohagakure. Consequently, they will undoubtedly seek to undermine our influence within the village. The most evident example is that I have repeatedly submitted requests to increase our clan's quota for participating in the ninja examinations. Yet they have consistently been denied. The security team ultimately serves the village's interests. If ninjas cannot gain experience through external missions, discontent is bound to arise within our ranks. Noticing a realization dawning on Itachi, Fugaku taps the ground with his finger. We need someone who can discern what the adults in the Hokage's office are truly contemplating. Spies. The word flashes through Itachi's mind. This term, frequently encountered on the battlefield, has almost become synonymous with being a ninja. His father hoping that by joining the Umbu, he can relay the Hokage's directives back to the clan. Have the internal conflicts within the clan reached such a critical juncture? At this moment, the boy, who is merely 4 years older than Naruto, grapples with thoughts that transcend the concerns of his peers. He has begun to grasp the underlying implications behind his father's assignment. Yet, Itachi maintains a neutral demeanor, responding simply, yes. At this moment, he suppresses the urge to mention Naruto's remarkable shuriken skills, which he had intended to bring up when his father mentioned the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. This boy, tasked with the mission of becoming a spy for the Umbu, is engulfed in a whirlwind of speculation. He does not yet ponder how Naruto, the tightly guarded Jinchuriki, has acquired such proficiency in shuriken techniques. After their conversation, Itachi respectfully bows to his father and retreats from the room, not once lifting his gaze to meet his father's eyes. Though his expression remains inscrutable, Itachi feels a heaviness in his heart. He yearns to confide in someone but knows these matters cannot be disclosed. Thus, he returns to the courtyard, where he spots a small figure and instinctively calls out, "Sasuke, you." Itachi's voice trails off as he notices his younger brother has already fallen asleep on the ground. His gaze softens as he shakes his head, lifting Sasuke gently. Observing the moonlight illuminating his brother's head, he carries Sasuke back inside to ensure he is comfortably settled before leaving the house. By the roadside, under the streetlights, Itachi discreetly etches a mark on a lamp post with a shuriken, leaving behind a covert signal. After completing this task, he resembles a child taking a leisurely stroll after dinner. His demeanor relaxed and natural as he reaches a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. A familiar voice calls out from behind him, "I in such a hurry to find me. What is the matter?" Uchiha Shursui, both mentor and friend, stands behind him, smiling lightly. The third great ninja war birthed several figures whose names resonated throughout the ninja world. Apart from the later fourth Hokage, the illustrious Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. The prodigious Uchiha Shursui, who gained recognition during the war as Shunshin Shursui, stands out as a true leader of the Uchiha clan in contemporary times. He has garnered countless accolades for his exceptional talents. He is the descendant of Uchiha Kagami, a member of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju's guard, and due to their shared lineage, the third Hokage holds an unwavering trust in Shursui, who remains one of the few Uchiha capable of deeply understanding the will of fire. Even at the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, Izumi, in his unwavering support for Minato Namikaze as the successor to the fourth Hokage, resolutely rejected the ambitions of his clan and others who sought to mold him into a rival for Minato. He willingly returned to the clan, choosing to serve diligently within the security forces. When Minato sacrificed himself and the suspicion surrounding the Ninetales incident shifted towards the Uchiha clan, Izumi had already resumed his service to the Hokage. He was acutely aware that his actions would be met with misunderstanding and hostility from his clansmen. Yet, in order to ease tensions between both sides, Izumi preferred to sever ties with his clan, silently safeguarding the peace of the village from the shadows. The emergence of Itachi Uchiha brought him immense joy. Itachi was one of the few companions within the Uchiha clan with whom he could truly empathize. Regrettably, Itachi was still too young to stand on his own. Izumi harbored hopes for the future, believing that if both of them could serve as Hokage, they would undoubtedly ensure the everlasting tranquility of Konoha. This was also the reason behind his desire to mentor Itachi, imparting the philosophies of the will of fire and encouraging him to transcend the mere grievances that plagued his clan. After exiting the Hokage's office and receiving a response regarding the promotion opportunities for the Uchiha clan from the third Hokage, Izumi felt compelled to return to his clan to gauge their reactions. However, he soon noticed a marked streetlight, a secret signal shared with Itachi, prompting him to follow Itachi to their meeting place. Listening to Itachi's account, Izumi maintained a composed exterior while inwardly sighing. He understood Fugaka very well. Although he was the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was not an extremist. The fact that he had even sent his own son, Itachi, to infiltrate the Umbu underscored the overwhelming pressure the clan was under, compelling him to resort to such an unwise course of action. "Itachi, you'd best repeat verbatim what you discussed," Izumi instructed after acquiring a basic understanding of the situation, furrowing his brow momentarily before relaxing upon witnessing Itachi's rare display of anxiety. He did not wish to burden Itachi further. At merely 8 years old, the weight of being caught between his clan and the village was far too great for him. Such matters ought to be resolved by Izumi himself. Hearing Izumi's steady yet deliberate words, Itachi nodded, recounting his conversation with his father in full detail. "I see. But what is this matter regarding your contact with the Ninetales Jinchuriki?" Izumi inquired. Itachi proceeded to share his encounter with Naruto after parting ways with Izumi that afternoon. Including their previous brief meeting on the street. He can wield shuriken. He trained himself. Izumi blinked. As a prominent shinobi of Konoha and a special ninja directly under the Hokage's command, he was well aware of Naruto's situation. When Itachi mentioned Naruto practicing shuriken techniques by the river, Izumi was momentarily taken aback, intrigued yet only slightly concerned. After all, he was a member of the Uchiha clan, regardless of whether the third Hokage or the other high-ranking officials trusted him. They would never permit Uchiha clan members to become too closely associated with the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He himself would not seek to exacerbate any unnecessary suspicions. Moreover, the pressing issue at hand was the discord between the clan and the village. After a moment of contemplation, Izumi reached a decision. "Itachi, you should join the Umbu." Itachi remained silent, awaiting further elaboration from Izumi. As expected, Izumi continued, "However, I neither wish for you to become a spy for the clan nor to blindly follow the village. Strive to see everything with your own eyes and carve your own path." As he spoke, Izumi's pupils began to exhibit a peculiar transformation, his Sharingan unfurling into a vibrant crimson, 3 tomos swirling around his pupils before morphing into a shape reminiscent of shuriken. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. "I am using these eyes to discern the path I must tread. Itachi, you are not meant to be my subordinate or shadow. Rather, you must use your own eyes to perceive your future and make decisions you deem worthy." Izumi's words left Itachi in a state of profound realization, his gaze resolute, as if he had reached a significant conclusion. Time flew by, and 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. It seemed today as conversation had to come to an end. As Naruto's figure faded into the distance, Minato Namikaze wore a smile, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Unlike the Ninetales, he existed within Naruto's mental seal space. And after the Ninetales had shared its chakra, allowing him to remain as a chakra clone, he found himself confined to this mental realm. He could neither leave nor observe the outside world. Feeling trapped as if sealed away, he was uncertain whether this was the Ninetales' means of exacting revenge for having sealed it away along with Kushina. However, Minato's heart bore no significant resentment. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the Ninetales. As a father, he had failed to fulfill his responsibilities. He felt deep remorse for the loneliness Naruto had endured. As Hokage, the so-called future revealed to him by the Ninetales made him acutely aware of the dangers it represented. Any one of the Otsutsuki clan could obliterate the entire ninja world. The notion that such beings existed as an entire extraterrestrial race was staggering. Minato admitted that upon first learning of the future enemy from the Ninetales, his naturally cautious and rational demeanor led him to dismiss it as mere nonsense. Yet, he quickly concluded that the Ninetales had no motive to deceive him. Under the premise that everything was indeed true, Minato's mindset began to shift. He was already a deceased individual. The world of the living should have had no bearing on him. Yet, now, having been granted this alternative existence by the Ninetales, he no longer held such a view. To save the world, the Jiraiya-sensei had once claimed that he might be the child of prophecy. Later, he entrusted this responsibility to the child he had with Kushina. It was a sentiment of both helplessness and hope. Through the Ninetales' revelations, Minato learned of the sacrifices Naruto had made to genuinely save the world, filling him with pride and emotion. However, this child still faced a tumultuous fate, even as the strongest in the ninja world. He was embroiled in life-threatening battles. This is all my fault. This was the thought that consumed Minato at that moment. He resolved to assist the Ninetales in altering Naruto's destiny, relying on his own strength. You have not corrected Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique. Why is that? The Ninetales raised its head, gazing at Minato, who stood still. According to your assessment, after testing, if a technique and its memory are not subjected to systematic instruction for over a month, Naruto would likely forget it entirely within 3 days. Yet, you have not taught him anything related to the Flying Thunder God in the past 3 months. Wouldn't that render your previous efforts futile? Flying Thunder God. Upon hearing the Ninetales' question, Minato paused, collecting his thoughts before donning a smile. Naruto has already learned it. Already learned it. The Ninetales was astounded, but soon realized that Naruto must have used the Flying Thunder God earlier that morning. But when did you teach him? Ah, I see. It was through the sealing technique. Precisely. The Flying Thunder God technique is essentially a fusion of sealing and ninjutsu, Minato affirmed, casually forming a shuriken shape with his chakra and pointing to the Flying Thunder God seal upon it. The seal itself is based on the principles of sealing techniques, allowing one's chakra to be inscribed onto any surface as a mark, which can then serve as a means to anchor one's body. The subsequent space-time techniques of the Flying Thunder God represent the manifestation of ninjutsu. As I mentioned before, one should not teach Naruto ninjutsu too soon, as the sealing aspect of the Flying Thunder God would appear to outsiders as mere scribbles by Naruto. Although lacking sufficient ninjutsu training, he would not be able to execute longer-range movements. With Minato's explanation, the Ninetales began to understand that it was no wonder that, following Minato, no one in Konoha could master the Flying Thunder God technique. Even Minato's 3 close bodyguards required all 3 of them to perform it simultaneously. With the crux lying in the nearly lost sealing techniques, Tio wielded the Flying Thunder God technique. One must possess a profound understanding of sealing techniques, while also having a high proficiency in ninjutsu. Most ninjas simply do not meet these criteria. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto certainly could, but the Ninetales recalled that the future Naruto had also aspired to replicate the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he had never undergone systematic training in sealing techniques, focusing solely on space-time ninjutsu research, which naturally proved futile. No wonder Minato's expertise in sealing techniques was so profound that he could execute the Flying Thunder God technique with such finesse, even surpassing that of Tobirama Senju. Is this explanation clear enough? Observing the contemplative Ninetales, Minato Namikaze inquired, does this aid your understanding of ninjutsu? The Ninetales turned to him, its azure eyes shimmering with wisdom, as if piercing through the creature's thoughts. When did you discover that? Watergate. The Ninetales smirked. It wasn't long ago. Initially, I suspected you were merely concerned for Naruto. but later I noticed that you were attentively listening to everything I said regarding ninjutsu. Minato did not shy away. He met the Nine-Tails' somewhat menacing gaze head-on, that if you merely wished to comprehend ninjutsu, you could have simply asked me directly. The Nine-Tails fell silent that it was reflecting, aware that it was a natural chakra conglomerate. The most powerful life form among tailed beasts, inherently capable of freely manipulating chakra. This was true for all tailed beasts, whether it be one tail or any other. Thus, they bore a peculiar, yet not entirely disadvantageous flaw. They had never acquired human knowledge of ninjutsu. Nor could they comprehend or wield the peculiar powers of these shinobi. Even if those powers were largely feeble in comparison to the tailed beasts, the principles behind them were not easily grasped. The Nine-Tails and Naruto shared the same starting point. It too was learning. Yet, the purpose behind mastering these techniques left the Nine-Tails uncertain about whether it should divulge the truth to Minato. Upon contemplating the potential ramifications, the Nine-Tails decided against revealing anything to anyone. After all, anyone could leak such information. It could be a truth too unacceptable for humankind. It merely sought to understand. However, even if it wished to learn from the old man, it was ultimately the old man who called the shots here. Of course, if you wish to listen, it matters not to me. Although the Flying Thunder God technique is regarded as a sealed technique in Konoha. For you, Nine-Tails, Minato smiled warmly, you are, after all, a part of Konoha, aren't you? Humph. I'm merely aligned with Naruto. The Nine-Tails scoffed at Minato's affable demeanor. That is sufficient, Minato replied with an air of naturalness. The Nine-Tails did not press further, which relieved Minato's heart. He was well aware that the Nine-Tails harbored its own motives. After all, they had coexisted in this inner world for nearly a year, allowing him to understand it much more deeply than before. However, the Nine-Tails was not the only one with ulterior motives. Minato's intention in teaching sealing techniques stemmed from his own selfish desires. He was contemplating how to provide Naruto with a safeguard. Thus, their conversation came to a close, a normal occurrence in their relationship. Throughout the past year within this inner world, aside from discussions about Naruto and the future, the majority of their time was spent in mutual silence. Yet, they were not devoid of topics. On the contrary, there were numerous matters they chose to leave unspoken, each aware of the other's thoughts, such as Kushina Uzumaki and the chakra she had left in Naruto's spiritual realm. Here comes the tonkatsu ramen. With Uncle Irika's enthusiastic shout, the final steaming bowl of ramen was placed before the eagerly awaiting Naruto. Yash, Naruto exclaimed excitedly, quickly grabbing a mouthful of hot noodles, barely pausing to cool them before slurping them down. Soon breaking into a sweat from the heat, yet unable to stop, his table was already piled high with several bowls stacked upon one another, having eaten from afternoon until evening, as if he were a famished spirit reborn. Watching Naruto's hearty appetite, the young girl beside him blushed furiously, her eyes shyly avoiding his gaze, only daring to sneak glances before lowering her head. Hinata, she said bashfully, tenderly offering a handkerchief towards Naruto. Her eyes fixed on her toes, her voice soft and hesitant. Slurp, slurp, thank you, Naruto replied, his mouth full of noodles as he accepted the handkerchief, wiping the sweat from his forehead before lifting the bowl to drink the broth in one go. I haven't had ramen in forever. This is so satisfying, he said, patting his round belly, smiling at Hinata. Thanks for treating me. You should try some. It's really delicious. Hinata gazed at her bowl, which was several times larger than her face. Nearly drained of broth, she seemed to ignore Naruto's words, simply nodding her head slightly, her small hands clenched tightly, as if to muster courage or provide herself with self-encouragement. Naruto attempted to strike up conversation several times, but Hinata remained silent, leaving him scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure outside and quickly stood up. After a considerable time, Hinata finally summoned her courage and spoke in a voice as soft as a whisper. Naruto-kun, thank you for today. And, I wish you. When she turned around, she realized Naruto had already left. Staring at the empty space beside her, she appeared lost in thought, a sense of disappointment washing over her. Little girl, how do you know Naruto? Uncle Irika, noticing her still uneaten noodles and her plainly visible disappointment, asked with a curious spark igniting his interest. Time rewound slightly to an earlier moment. After waking from yet another dream, Naruto yawned widely, beginning to acclimate to the routine of dreaming each night. Although he could never recall the contents of his dreams, he always awoke feeling extraordinarily comforted, as if someone were listening to his loneliness and sorrow, continuously encouraging him. This warmth alleviated the bitterness he often felt from the cold stares and ridicule he faced in daily life. Strangely enough, while the dreams brought him immense comfort, he had no desire to linger within them. It was a difficult sensation to articulate, akin to awakening each time with a newfound purpose surfacing in his heart, something he yearned to accomplish, such as, the milk has expired. Naruto shook the milk carton in his hand, his typically carefree nature suddenly attentive to the details today. However, he found that the supplies at home were scarce in terms of what could be considered safe. It was as though someone had specifically reminded him to pay heed to food expiration dates. Let's go out to eat. He casually returned the milk to the cupboard, changing out of his pajamas before heading out. As he opened the door, the warm sunlight enveloped his face, causing him to instinctively squint. This had become a common occurrence. He often slept until midday, as if the time in his dreams held greater significance. Fortunately, the October sun was not harsh, merely radiating warmth. Speaking of which, today is a special day. At the Hyuga clan's compound, Neji, that's enough. The referee's command. Neji's fierce palm strike halted just shy of his opponent's forehead. In the admiring gaze of the onlookers, Neji bowed, signaling the end of the match. No wonder he's called a genius. Neji's gentle fist has reached such proficiency. Even the elite members of the branch family, 5 years his senior, are no match for him. As for the main family, there should be no one among the younger generation capable of defeating this boy. Hinata's father has truly raised a fine son. The murmurs of admiration among the Hyuga clan members were incessant. However, many of the words directed at the 6-year-old Neji felt grating to his ears. These people always presented themselves as if praising him, yet inadvertently emphasized the distinctions between the main and branch families. Along with the memory of his father's untimely death, it felt like a constant reminder not to become complacent. He was merely a caged bird. Is it almost time for Lady Hinata's turn? One of the previously competing members of the main family sighed, glancing around in search of her. Where could she be? It seems like she hasn't been here since the beginning. Meanwhile, at the back entrance of the Hyuga estate, Hinata crouched in a corner. As a prominent family in Konoha, the main family's etiquette forbade the heiress from adopting such a posture. Yet Hinata was beyond caring about that now. She was terrified. Hinata had never understood the nature of battle. Why did the clan members, who were usually so kind, become so earnest and willing to endure pain and injury during such times? What were they trying to prove? Once, the elder brother Neji, who had always been considerate towards Hinata, inexplicably began to harbor a deep disdain for her. In previous battles, he had shown no mercy in his attacks against her. Hinata, who feared pain and injury, was equally terrified of causing harm to others. Yet, at that moment, despite her desire to flee, she understood that escape was not an option. How frightening, she thought, her heart wavering further as she crouched in a corner, burying her head in her knees and curling up tightly. Hey, what are you doing? Just then, a naive and childlike voice broke the silence. Hinata instinctively lifted her head to see a boy with bright yellow hair beaming a radiant smile at her. Could it be him? Hinata gazed at Naruto in astonishment. She recognized him from a winter long ago when he had helped her find her way home after she had been bullied by some unruly children. She had even taken the time to inquire about his name afterward. Uzumaki Naruto, how are you? What brings you here? Hinata replied shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Naruto leaned in closer, instinctively trying to catch her words. Hinata's face flushed crimson as he drew nearer. However, Naruto was overjoyed. Although he often greeted others, very few actually responded to him, especially considering that most of his peers had banded together to mock him for lacking parents. Hello, he said, scratching the back of his head with a grin. I was just on my way to breakfast. Well, should I say lunch? The sun hung high in the sky, prompting Naruto to correct himself. Oh, Hinata nodded, and the two fell into a mutual silence. That's so. What were you doing? Naruto, unable to contain his curiosity, quickly redirected the conversation. Whoa. In the mental realm, the Ninetales emitted an amused sound as it observed the scene. What is going on? Beside it, Minato, the fourth Hokage, inquired curiously. How should I put it? The Ninetales glanced at Minato, contemplating. Naruto truly resembles you as a child, or rather, he surpasses you in certain aspects. What do you mean? Minato, intrigued by the Ninetales' statement, set aside his current task. In the mental realm, he could conjure many imagined scenarios. Being a being of chakra, he needed no sleep, allowing him to conduct extensive research on ninja techniques even outside of Naruto's dreams. Yet, any research paled in comparison to the curiosity piqued by the Ninetales' words. After all, that remark had evoked thoughts that every father would inevitably ponder. See for yourself, the Ninetales said. Allowing a slight alteration in the chakra it provided to enable Minato to temporarily access Naruto's perspective. Minato felt the scenery shift before his eyes. The dark and cold ceiling space gradually faded away, replaced by a scene of Naruto conversing with a girl he did not recognize. The next moment revealed the meaning behind the Ninetales' earlier words. Even if no one else believes in you, I can be the one person who does. You must have confidence in yourself, Naruto exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Hinata's small hands, his eyes wide with encouragement. Hinata's face turned so red it seemed she might burst into flames. That what's wrong? Naruto asked, noticing her nearly fainting demeanor. Realization struck him. I see you're still afraid. Well, that's okay. I'll go back with you and cheer you on. Poor Hinata could barely comprehend Naruto's words. Her shyness had overwhelmed her mind, leaving her to respond only in vague murmurs. Losers stepped down as a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan exited the arena with a face full of resentment. Neji, having been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Awaiting the judge's announcement, he and Hinata were set to compete in the final match. Typically, the heads of the main and branch families would engage in discussions prior to this. However, everyone in the Hyuga clan was aware that Neji's father was the head of the branch family, and he had been forced to take his own life last year to avoid provoking the village of Kimogakure. With his corpse taken by them as they sought the Byakugan, this was a family disgrace. Thus no one dared mention it in such a setting, nor would anyone inform Neji of the truth. If it weren't for Neji's extraordinary talent and performance, which had earned him the title of the strongest genius in the Hyuga clan, the branch family would have long since appointed a new head to ease his emotions. Continuing to revere the deceased Hyuga Hisashi as the leader of the branch family, young Neji, more mature than most adults, understood deeply that his actions would determine many outcomes that he could not afford to slacken for even a moment. Main family, Hyuga Hinata at the judge's command. A small figure timidly emerged from the crowd of the main family, lowering her head under the gaze of many. Branch family, Hyuga Neji. Neji walked deliberately to stand opposite Hinata, assuming the stance for the gentle fist technique. Upon seeing Neji's posture, Hinata quickly mirrored his stance, albeit belatedly. Alas, the successor of the main family seems unlikely to achieve greatness. She pales in comparison to Neji. The spectators murmured, their voices low, yet Neji could still hear them that in truth, he did not dislike his nominal sister, the actual heiress. However, he harbored a deep resentment towards the main family. After learning of his father's tragic fate, he loathed the confinement imposed upon him by the main family's restrictions. In this context, he could only see Hinata as the heir of the main family. No matter his dreams or expectations for the future, they held no weight. His existence revolved around her. Moreover, Hinata's overly timid demeanor only intensified Neji's irritation, as it forced him to ponder the meaning of his own life and his father's life. On your marks. The judge scrutinized both competitors, ready to give the signal to go for it. Hinata-chan. Suddenly, a loud yet ill-timed cheer rang out over the courtyard of the Hyuga clan. Everyone turned their attention towards the source of the voice, including the two combatants. Perched atop the tall wall, a head of yellow hair gleamed in the sunlight. Naruto stood with his arms crossed, completely unfazed by the many piercing gazes of the Hyuga clan, shouting encouragement to Hinata. Don't be afraid. Give it your all. And you, too. Make sure to do your best. Neji, glancing at the boy, reflexively returned the gesture with a thumbs up. Thanks. However, he quickly realized the impropriety of Naruto's presence. This was a clan competition, and outsiders were not permitted to spectate. Almost in an instant, a branch family guard appeared behind Naruto, his expression cold, ready to seize him. This guard, though not registered as a ninja in the village, was a skilled member of the Hyuga clan, and most of those who trained in Gentle Fist and possessed the Byakugan far surpassed average Leaf Village ninjas. Even mid-level ninjas rarely stood a chance against them, let alone a child like Naruto, who appeared to be only 4 or 5 years old. To the guard, the notion of failure was inconceivable. Yet, just as his hand was about to reach Naruto, he suddenly perceived a blur before his eyes and grasped at nothing. Instinctively activating his Byakugan, he soon realized that Naruto had slipped down from the wall and was now crouched on the ground behind him. Was it mere luck that he lost his footing and inadvertently evaded my grasp? The guard rationalized, preferring to believe in coincidence rather than accept that a mere child could dodge him. Naruto-kun. Hinata's face was filled with worry. That child was Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, while her father, Hyuga Hayashi, at the center of the crowd, contemplated different concerns. As the head of the oldest clan in Konoha, he possessed knowledge of the village's secrets that surpassed that of most individuals. He was aware of Naruto's true identity as the son of the fourth Hokage and a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, he understood the attitude of the village's higher-ups, led by the third Hokage, towards Naruto. The Hyuga clan, like the Uchiha clan, was an ancient family in this regard. The third Hokage likely did not wish for the Hyuga clan to engage closely with this child. Stop, do not trouble him. With this thought, Hyuga Hayashi cast a glance at his daughter's expression within the arena, as well as at Niji, who was also observing the scene. He called to halt the clan members who were eager to pursue, instructing them to merely keep him at bay. And you lot, check around for anyone else. The match continues. Upon hearing the clan leader's command, everyone redirected their attention. Hinata sighed in relief at her father's words of reprieve and silently thanked Naruto for his encouragement. Refocusing her mental energy. Naruto's shout had significantly eased her inner tension. Niji, too, found himself curious about Naruto, acutely aware of how insular their clan was, given that someone was observing the clan's duel. It was surprising that the clan leader showed no inclination to investigate further. Who on earth was that boy? Nevertheless, being a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Niji swiftly cast aside any distractions. The attention of both combatants quickly returned to one another, and Hinata, no longer fearful, resumed her stance. Then, let us take our positions. The Hyuga clansman acting as the referee glanced at the two and waved his hand, declaring, "Begin." "Humph, kid, just scram." Hearing the commotion from the courtyard, Hyuga Hyuga chuckled, looking down from the wall at Naruto. The elder had merely instructed him to stay outside. Wiping his nose, Naruto looked up and retorted, "If I can't watch, then I can't stay outside either. You little brat, HM." The veins on Hyuga Hyuga's forehead bulged as he prepared to teach this impudent child a lesson, only to suddenly realize that if Naruto had just slid down from the wall, he bore not a single scratch. As a guard of the Hyuga clan, he prided himself on his experience. The absence of any marks on Naruto suggested only one explanation. He had indeed evaded the attack and had proactively moved beneath the wall, under his Byakugan. There was no way he could have missed the use of a substitution or body flicker technique. How had he accomplished this? "Hey, kid." The expression in Hyuga Hyuga's eyes shifted. Though he was reluctant to believe it, he had to concede that he had underestimated his opponent. Kid? Hey, uncle, I'm not a kid. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and I will become Hokage one day. Naruto corrected him, raising his chin defiantly. Hokage. Upon hearing Naruto's aspiration, Hyuga instinctively felt the urge to mock him. Yet, he held his tongue, slowly activating his Byakugan. In response to Naruto's puzzled gaze, he stated, "Let me be clear. I hold no grudge against you, and am indifferent to your dreams, but I am curious about your strength, almost as if it were a sneak attack." Hyuga Hyuga, without giving Naruto a moment to react, unleashed a palm strike, channeling his chakra with a sudden ferocity. There were no movements that the Byakugan could not discern. How had this boy evaded his previous strike? He had exerted all his strength, and there was no way this boy could withstand it. In that instant, Naruto swiftly produced a shuriken from behind him. Ugh. Meanwhile, the battle within the courtyard was nearing its conclusion. The opponent's strikes were swift and fierce. Hinata struggled not only to counter, but even to defend herself adequately. Niji's attacks came like a tempest, and in a moment of oversight, Hinata's defenses were breached, resulting in a blow to her shoulder that sent her tumbling to the ground. Was this the end? Niji paused his assault, standing still as he awaited the referee's announcement. This had always been the case. The esteemed daughter of the clan would succumb to the ground, ending the match without the courage to rise again. Not yet. However, Hinata, trembling, pushed herself up from the ground, her face a mask of pain, though externally unmarked. The gentle fist technique unique to the Hyuga clan was designed to inflict internal damage and target vital points. Even though Niji and Hinata were merely children and had not utilized chakra in their duel, the essence of the gentle fist remained unchanged. The absence of visible injuries did not mean Hinata was unscathed. On the contrary, she was suffering internal wounds, and every part of her body ached painfully, making standing a challenge. Had she found a glimmer of fighting spirit compared to before? As Niji prepared to press on seeing his opponent rise, a sudden explosion shattered the wall, and a figure hurtled into the arena. What is happening? An enemy attack. This was the Hyuga clan's home. How could there be an enemy incursion? A flurry of confusion ensued. But the elite members of the Hyuga clan sprang into action, protecting Hinata and Niji as the dust settled from the wall's collapse. The adept fighters swiftly apprehended the intruder before the Byakugan. The dust from the collapsed wall was inconsequential. Cough, cough. It's me. The shadow offered no resistance, hastily revealing his identity. Hyuga, what are you doing? Upon recognizing the figure, everyone paused in surprise. It was none other than Hyuga Hyuga. who had just attempted to intercept Naruto, now wearing a bewildered expression as he looked around. Why is everyone surrounding me? Why? You ask? The clan members exchanged glances, and one elder, appearing slightly older, spoke up. I must ask you why you broke the courtyard wall? Weren't you watching that boy? How did you end up in a scuffle? Me. Break the wall. Hyuga was utterly confounded, turning to look at the gaping hole in the wall. How could that be? I was aiming at that brat. Hyuga stared incredulously at the massive breach, while Naruto stood outside, waving cheerfully to Do. Thank you, uncle. This view is much clearer now. Without a care for the myriad Byakugan gazes upon him. Naruto scanned the crowd, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he spotted Hinata, who was surrounded for protection. Hey, Hinata, are you done? Did you win? Naruto-kun, are you alright? Upon seeing Naruto, Hinata felt a wave of relief wash over her, and the pain within her seemed to diminish considerably. However, before Hinata could approach, Hyuga had already appeared before Naruto, his imposing Byakugan scrutinizing him from above. What happened? I was waiting outside as instructed. Naruto felt a chill under the intensity of those eyes, as if he were being seen through entirely, and he quickly explained. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Hyuga lowered his gaze to where Naruto stood. Indeed, outside the wall. However, the wall was now entirely gone. Yet, this was not what concerned Hyuga. He had previously encountered Naruto on the road, where he had discerned two distinct chakras within him, clashing and merging. The chakra of the Nine Tails and his own. But why did the chakra within him now appear so pure? Could it be that the seal left by the fourth Hokage strengthened with the growth of the Jinchuriki? As he gazed at the damaged wall and the still bewildered Hyuga, the ever-cautious clan leader felt an unsettling sensation toward a child not yet 5 years old. Perhaps this child would not become what the third Hokage desired. His potential might be far greater than imagined. Let us conclude today as clan match. Hyuga announced to the crowd that I end the final bout. Neji emerged victorious. Hyuga, you are to come to my quarters later. The rest of you may return. Understood. Though puzzled, the clan members complied with the leader's decree. Naruto-kun, is it? Hyuga turned his gaze back to Naruto, maintaining his calm demeanor. Next, we shall convene our clan meeting. And you are not invited to participate. Indeed. Naruto displayed a visage of awkwardness, clearly indicating that even the young ones comprehended the elder's subtle eviction order. Moreover, his stomach began to grumble, for the afternoon had slipped away amidst the commotion. Hinata, thereafter, ceased her gaze upon Naruto and turned to stand beside Neji, offering him a nod and whispering, You performed admirably. I am unworthy of such praise, Neji replied, his expression one of indifference, subtly tinged with disdain. Hinata, your friend has come to support you. I shall prepare a token of gratitude for him, and you may deliver it, said Hinata, affectionately ruffling his daughter's hair. After conveying his instructions, he added a remark that left Hinata utterly astonished. You did well today. Father. Hinata stood in a daze, despite a brief interlude. Once Hinata departed alongside Hinata, the crowd gradually dispersed out. A few individuals, like Neji, retained fleeting memories of Naruto. Yet, due to Hayashi's immediate injunction, most were oblivious to any connection between Naruto and the incident, merely assuming that the young lady was merely engaging with the unremarkable boy from the village. Later, Hinata approached Naruto, who was preparing to dine, presenting him with a carefully packaged small gift, initially intending to follow her father's instructions to deliver a token of appreciation to Naruto. She was taken aback when he suddenly stood frozen and exclaimed, Is this my birthday gift? Today is your birthday, Naruto-kun? Hinata's heart nearly skipped a beat as she stammered in disbelief. Yes. The orphanage teacher said my birthday is on October 10th. So it must be, Naruto replied, his face brimming with emotion as he accepted the gift. Can I open it now? Should I prepare a gift for you too, since we are friends? Naruto-kun, Hinata quickly interjected, interrupting his eager attempt to unwrap the present. What do you wish for the most? Caught up in her thoughts, Hinata's usual timid demeanor faltered. What I desire most? Oh, that would undoubtedly be a bowl of Ichiraka ramen. Preferably tonkatsu ramen, with an extra egg. Naruto grinned in response. Then I shall treat you. Hinata instinctively agreed. Would Hayashi notice anything? Just moments before, when Hayashi approached Naruto, the Nine Tails had severed its chakra connection, leaving Minato unaware of the events that would unfold. Given Hayashi's elevated Byakugan prowess, it would be concerning if he discerned Naruto's inner turmoil at that moment. I have gathered all the chakra. Not even the Byakugan, let alone the Rinnegan, can perceive anything. The Nine Tails chuckled softly. That is fortunate. It is splendid that Naruto has made friends. Minato, hearing the Ninetales' remarks, was reassured despite lacking a comprehensive understanding of the Rinnegan's might. However, he was intrigued by the Ninetales' earlier comment regarding Naruto being akin to him. As he never drew such attention in his youth, it seemed that witnessing Naruto forge friendships greatly elevated Minato's spirits, prompting him to engage in light banter with the Ninetales. I was not referring to temperament. The Ninetales remarked, squinting at Minato. Hinata Hyuga, she is destined to be your daughter-in-law. At least in the future I have experienced. Daughter-in-law. Minato blinked, finally grasping the Ninetales' earlier insinuation. The bond forged when he rescued Kushina during their academy days. But Naruto is still just a child. Isn't that rather premature? He pondered, recalling that even during the war, one was not so young. Yet, if the Ninetales asserted they were indeed together in the future, could it be deemed early romance? The yellow flash of Konoha, the heroic fourth Hokage, found himself ensnared in a fatherly dilemma, grappling with the dissimilarities between his son and Kushina. Would Naruto ever mistreat her? Observing Minato's inner turmoil, the Ninetales lost interest in discussing such matters. A considerable time had passed, and it was highly probable that Naruto had distanced himself from the Hyuga clan by now. Rendering him undetectable, the Ninetales subtly released a fraction of its chakra, and the current state of Naruto materialized in its mind, revealing an unexpected figure, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi was equally taken aback, having just completed a mission for the Umbu. He was fatigued and unaware of his surroundings until Naruto intercepted him outside Ichiraka Ramen. What is it? Itachi inquired softly, recalling his father's admonition to minimize contact with Naruto, the host of the Ninetales. To avoid misunderstandings, I came to return this to you. After indulging in ramen, a slightly stuffed Naruto rummaged through his belongings, retrieving a kunai. However, upon extending it towards Itachi, he noticed that Itachi had drawn a shuriken in response. Realizing his overly sensitive reflex had caused a misunderstanding, Itachi felt a twinge of embarrassment but maintained a stoic demeanor as he sheathed the shuriken. Subsequently, he accepted the kunai and shuriken from Naruto's slightly apologetic gaze. I found it by the river last time and intended to return it to you. I just hadn't encountered you until now. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head, insisting, it wasn't that I was trying to keep it or anything. I understand. It is indeed my ninja tool, Itachi interrupted, gesturing towards the flying thunder god seal on the kunai's handle. What is this? Oh no, I forgot to erase it. Naruto exclaimed, hastily clarifying, oh, that's just my random doodling. It's rather difficult to remove. Is that so? Itachi seemed to feel he had spoken too much to Naruto and chose to remain silent thereafter. After thanking Naruto, he departed without further so cool. Witnessing Itachi's swift body flicker technique once more, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, eagerly anticipating the day he would grow up and attend the Ninja Academy. After all, with his birthday now past, he was officially 5 years old. And in 2 years, he would be able to attend school to learn authentic ninja techniques. Speaking of birthdays, he had yet to unwrap the gift Hinata had given him. Nonetheless, this marked the first time he had received a birthday gift. Should he prepare a return gift for her? Oh, come to think of it, he had dreamt that someone wished him a happy birthday. Otherwise, he might have forgotten his own birthday and missed out on a friend's thoughtful gesture. The more he reflected, the more he felt that his dream was filled with serendipity. So, have any missions regarding our Uchiha clan been assigned to the Umbu? None. It seems the village remains oblivious to the movements within the clan. That is somewhat reassuring. In a well-lit room, clad in Umbu attire, Itachi was conversing with his father. After a moment, Fugaka suddenly glanced up at the ceiling and addressed Itachi. You need not wear that here. It would not be appropriate for your mother or brother to see you like this. Please change. Understood. Itachi recognized this as his father's way of signaling the end of the conversation, which did not surprise him. At that moment, chakra suddenly appeared on the roof, indicating that unsavory individuals had arrived. Given that his father did not refuse their presence, it was highly likely they were other Uchiha clan members plotting insurrection. Maintaining a stoic expression, Itachi exited the room without eavesdropping at the door, as he saw no purpose in doing so. The flow of information he encountered in the Umbu surpassed what Fugaku, the clan leader, presumed. While Fugaku believed the Uchiha clan's conspiracy remained undiscovered, the Umbu had already identified not only the plot but also the participants involved. This included his father, Fugaku Uchiha, who was on the monitoring list. With Itachi assigned to oversee him, Itachi made his way to his room but chose not to change out of his attire. Instead, he donned an Umbu mask and utilized transformation techniques to slightly alter his size and height. After all, he was within Uchiha territory, and it was prudent to avoid detection. Ultimately, Itachi left a shadow clone in his room to impersonate him and leaped out the window. His figure moved like a specter. And cloaked in umbu gear, he traversed the night undetected, arriving at the designated forest where his friend awaited. "You have arrived, Itachi." Uchiha Shursui cast his gaze upon his companion, promptly activating his three-tomo Sharingan, which then transformed into the kaleidoscopic variant. Simultaneously, upon landing, Uchiha Itachi also unfurled his dual tomo Sharingan, and as the two tomo began their slow rotation, a third appeared in his eye. This was the signal they had agreed upon. The Sharingan was the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, irreplicable by any other. Within the clan, few were privy to Itachi's possession of the dual tomo Sharingan, let alone the fact that he had already unlocked the three-tomo. "How is it?" After confirming each other's identities, the two commenced their exchange of intelligence. Unlike Itachi, Shursui did not have many avenues for gathering information within the Uchiha clan, though he was currently the most formidable member of the Uchiha. He had resolutely chosen to side with the Hokage. This stance resulted in a wariness from many within the clan towards Uchiha Shursui, leaning more towards suspicion than trust. Thus, Shursui sought to glean the movements of the clan members through Itachi. The urgency among the clan members was palpable. As discussions at the clan assembly had ceased, it appeared conflict was imminent. Upon hearing Itachi's account, Shursui furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. "Shursui, I don't understand." Itachi finally voiced his confusion. "Why?" His inquiry was not one of genuine expectation for an answer, but rather a self-deprecating reflection of his helplessness in the current circumstances. Shursui, too, was perplexed. The war had concluded not long ago, yet the indifference towards the village's peace was stark. Uchiha Shursui had been evaluated by the third Hokage as one who deeply understood the will of fire, and his perspective was wholly aligned with that of the village. The sacrifices made by countless heroes to end the war could easily be undone by the infighting among these individuals. "What they pursue has always diverged from our own." Itachi. A wistful tone filled Shursui's voice, but he quickly donned the familiar composure and confidence that Uchiha Itachi recognized. "Yet, I will put a stop to it all. I will stand with you." "No, Itachi," Shursui interrupted, his expression grave. "That I detest those within the clan who blindly follow the radicals. That it is not merely a disdain for their actions, but rather a concern that they do not comprehend what they truly desire or why they act as they do. I do not wish for you to follow my thoughts out of respect or friendship. Doing so would cause you to lose yourself." As he spoke, Uchiha Shursui approached the bewildered Itachi, extending two fingers to gently tap his forehead. Smiling as he said, "Try to discover your own path and answers. Use your eyes to witness and contemplate what is right and what is wrong. But if, after your reflection, you still believe that aiding me is the correct course, then we shall meet at the old place tomorrow." Shursui's voice faded along with his figure before Itachi, taking with it Itachi's confusion. He felt a profound gratitude for having encountered such a dear friend in Shursui. His strength lay not solely in combat prowess, but in the depth of his thoughts. In Itachi's eyes, Uchiha Shursui was a great ninja possessing the mindset of a Hokage. With a swift motion, Uchiha Itachi leaped back through the window into his room. A quick glance at the clone dutifully seated on his bed prompted him to dispel it. Nissan, just as Uchiha Itachi was about to change out of his umbu attire, a youthful yet vibrant voice called from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching and a knock at the door. "Brother, are you awake?" "Not yet." Itachi quickly donned a casual outfit he had carelessly left nearby and opened the door to reveal his younger brother, Sasuke, who stood excitedly with his hands still raised from knocking. "What's the matter? Take me to practice tomorrow. I've been working hard every day and can hit the target now." "Sorry, Sasuke, but perhaps next time." Itachi interrupted before Sasuke could finish. "I have matters to attend to tomorrow." "What about the day after?" Sasuke pressed, unwilling to relent. "Forgive me, Sasuke." Remembering Shursui's words, Itachi shook his head, extending two fingers to tap Sasuke's forehead gently, pushing him back slightly. Ugh. Sasuke, who had been brimming with excitement, now appeared despondent. Turning to leave, observing his brother's retreating figure, Itachi's gaze softened, and suddenly recalling something, he called out, "Wait, Sasuke." Itachi withdrew a kunai and two shurikens from the ninja pouch at his leg, offering them to Sasuke. "I truly have matters to attend to. As compensation, here are some of my regular tools. You can use them for practice." Sasuke eagerly accepted the items, examining the shuriken with delight, but then curiously pointed to the symbol on the hilt of the kunai and asked, "What is this, brother?" That is a mark left by someone I know, perhaps some sort of incantation. However, that person was exceptionally skilled in shuriken jutsu. And it is worth your study. Itachi replied. Oh. Sasuke paid little mind to the details, his joy at receiving a gift from his brother overshadowing everything else, and he happily dashed back to his own room. Meanwhile, another individual facing a gift was far from experiencing the same delight as Sasuke. What a coincidence. Naruto examined the gift Hinata had given him, surprised to find that just after he had returned ninja tools to someone. He received something in return. It was also a kunai, though its form was slightly different, resembling a trident rather than the typical four-bladed design. The kunai bore a symbol that felt vaguely familiar to Naruto. Had Minato been present, he would have immediately recognized it as a kunai he had once inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique. Lord Kyuubi. The Ninetales lifted its head, observing the figure of Minato before it. Recently, Minato had taken a liking to addressing it in such a manner. The Ninetales did not resent Minato as politeness. After all, in its memories, Minato was the one who had split it in two without hesitation to seal it away. Although there was a connection through Naruto, it was perhaps best they did not grow too familiar with each other. What's wrong? Shouldn't you be preparing to teach Naruto today, with a bit of time left before Naruto's usual bedtime? Minato inquired. I wanted to ask you a few questions. Minato regarded the Ninetales' impatient eyes, hesitating for a moment before asking, in the future you described, Uchiha Sasuke fights alongside Naruto. Indeed, though they caused quite a bit of trouble initially. When facing formidable foes, only those two, who were bestowed gifts from the Sage of Six Paths, could stand against them. The Ninetales recalled briefly, then teasingly remarked to Minato, when facing Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Although you were resurrected to join the fray, you didn't contribute much. Is that so? Then my future self truly is incompetent. Minato sighed upon hearing this, but inwardly felt a tightening in his chest. The fact that his future self was resurrected through the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, developed by the second Hokage, had already been conveyed by the Ninetales. Yet, according to the Ninetales, his combat abilities would not be much weaker than in life. Even so, he had been unable to accomplish anything. Humph. So what is it you wish to ask? Noticing Minato's expression, the Ninetales, perceptive to negative emotions, could discern his thoughts and interrupted his contemplation. Forgive me. I wanted to inquire about the Uchiha clan. Minato snapped back to attention, apologizing. In the future you described, Obito, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Sasuke seem to have played roles as enemies of Konoha at various times. Yet there are no Uchiha clan members left to clarify because they are all dead. The Ninetales bluntly revealed the outcome to Minato. This answer was undoubtedly something Minato, having suspected such a fate, found hard to accept. Why? Who did this? How would I know? Isn't it good that the Uchiha brats are all gone? The Ninetales held no affection for those possessing the Sharingan. After all, the bloodline limit, derived from the Sage of Six Paths, had the ability to control tailed beasts, which was hardly endearing. The Ninetales remembered feeling an overwhelming sense of joy upon learning of the Uchiha clan's extermination within Naruto's inner world. When did this happen? Minato asked in a low voice. Time. The Ninetales was momentarily taken aback. To it, such trivial matters were not worth concern. Perhaps the Uchiha clan held significance for the entirety of Konoha. But to the Ninetales, the rise and fall of human clans held little importance. Even the once nearly invincible Senju clan has faded into the annals of time. What can be done about it? As I ponder, it seems, yes. It must have been during Naruto's time at the Ninja Academy when those around him suddenly began discussing the Uchiha clan. It is perhaps because I heard that bothersome surname frequently during that period that I can recall it now. The memories of the Ninetales during its time dwelling within Naruto are, to be frank, not pleasant to revisit. After all, during that time, the Ninetales was primarily venting its fury, paying little attention to the happenings around Naruto. Wouldn't that be 2 years later? Minato calculated the answer, his brow furrowing that if that is the case, there should still be an opportunity to alleviate the conflict. Lord Third, could it be that in these years? Minato, I advise you. Suddenly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon Minato Namikaze, nearly insurmountable in its weight, forcing him to half-kneel on the ground, his expression contorted. The Ninetales, its pupils now vertical, shed the lazy demeanor it had worn for nearly a year, instilling fear in anyone who witnessed this scene. I do not know what your intentions are, nor do I have any interest in understanding them. You are Naruto's father, and I trust you harbor no malice towards him. But the Ninetales' enormous eyes radiated a chilling intimidation and do not attempt to impose your will upon Naruto, compelling him to engage in futile endeavors, such as saving those worthless Uchiha. You may believe that the Sharingan can serve as a means to restrain me, but that is of no consequence. The red chakra enveloping Minato surged, manifesting in the form of a fox, binding his limbs and preventing him from raising his head. Any alteration you attempt that does not benefit Naruto will only place him in greater danger. You know nothing of the Otsutsuki clan. As the pressure lifted, Minato, merely a chakra entity, gasped for breath. Were it not for the fact that this body does not sweat, he would likely be drenched. Why is the Ninetales so powerful? Minato's heart wavered. In that moment, the oppressive force and potent chakra he sensed should, if memory serves correctly, have only been a fraction of the Ninetales' true strength during its prime. I understand. Yet, Minato quickly reigned in his inner astonishment. As an elite ninja, his mental fortitude was laid bare at this moment. When he lifted his gaze, his expression had returned to calm, revealing no trace of turmoil. Oh, I remember now. Observing Minato's demeanor, the Ninetales resumed its languid posture, reclining behind the railing and casually remarking, "It must have been Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's elder brother, who was responsible, while he too must have been under someone's directive." It is quite the madness. Uchiha, Itachi, Minato recalled the name, recognizing him as the son of Fugaku, which implies, around the same time, Naruto drifted into slumber. The Ninetales interjected, and the dreamscape unfurled once more, causing the figures of Minato and the Ninetales to vanish from this realm. This time, Naruto's dream unusually featured the presence of others. Previously, the figures that appeared were mostly faceless passers-by, lacking distinctive traits or personalities. However, this time, a lively young girl stood before Naruto. Her cheeks flushed. What drew Minato's attention further was the mountain of steaming bowls of ramen piled beside her, the aroma wafting enticingly. The girl was Hinata Hyuga. Young Hinata brightly addressed Naruto, saying, "Naruto-kun, this is your birthday present." "Wow, that's awesome," Dream Naruto exclaimed joyfully, leaping into the sea of ramen and slurping it heartily, entirely oblivious to the presence of others around him. This is the peculiar nature of dreams, amplifying an individual's singular emotion. Such a blissful scene revealed that Naruto's experiences of the day had brought him immense happiness. Even the troubles that occurred at the Hyuga household did not manifest in his dream. At that moment, Dream Naruto remained unaware of Minato standing behind him, observing his joy, softly uttering, "Happy birthday, Naruto." This was the duty of a father, but alas, he was already deceased, and the mere notion of wishing Naruto a happy birthday in this manner was an unimaginable luxury. In the preceding days, he had repeatedly reminded himself in the dream that today was Naruto's birthday, attempting to find friends to celebrate together and to remember to indulge in delicious food. This was why, subconsciously, Naruto had suddenly become concerned about the expiration of food at home that morning. After a deep breath, he seemed to reflect on the immense pressure the Ninetales had imparted upon him and whether to make a subsequent decision. After a long pause, he declared, "From today onward, I intend to begin teaching Naruto ninjutsu. Is that acceptable, Lord Ninetales?" Minato raised his head, inquiring. Although he could not see the Ninetales, he knew it was present and could hear him. Following a moment of silence, the Ninetales' voice echoed beside Minato, "Are you certain that during this period, Naruto has already mastered sealing techniques?" "Of course," Minato replied with a smile. Naruto's aptitude surpassed that of his own father. The confidence Minato displayed left the Ninetales somewhat speechless, recalling how Naruto had once been ridiculed as the bottom of the class, incapable of mastering even the most fundamental transformation technique, failing 3 exams and facing scorn. Yet, now, a mere 5-year-old Naruto was being regarded by the genius 4th Hokage as possessing talent that eclipsed his own. Had he truly burdened Naruto to such an extent? The Ninetales pondered, a flicker of guilt rising within. However, it maintained its composed facade as it responded to Minato. "You may proceed as you see fit. I have no expertise in this area." Minato nodded and subsequently conjured a piece of paper within the dream. This was the test paper for chakra attributes, and although the Ninetales had previously mentioned Naruto's chakra affinity as wind, that was after Naruto's chakra nature had undergone alteration. As today's dream faded, Minato returned to Naruto's spiritual realm. To his surprise, Naruto possessed not only wind chakra but also a potential for water chakra. Why would this aspect not manifest in his future self? When Minato approached the Ninetales, it inquired, "Because at this moment, untainted by my chakra, Naruto's original chakra attributes may not necessarily reflect those of his future self. In your memories, Naruto's chakra attributes are not truly his own, but rather a byproduct of the sealing influence merging with your chakra. Under such circumstances, the resultant changes to chakra attributes are unpredictable. Though I have conducted some research on the matter, Minato elucidated, moreover, as you mentioned, Naruto exhibits excellent potential for mastering the forbidden techniques left behind by the second Hokage, such as the Shadow Clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique. Thus, I speculate that Naruto's physique may be somewhat akin to that of the second Hokage, the Senju Tobirama. You say? The Nine-Tails reminisced, recalling the white-haired individual. Indeed, it was Tobirama who had developed the Shadow Clone technique that Naruto frequently employed, and the reanimation jutsu that would ultimately lead to the Ninja World War seemed comparatively trivial against his remarkable water release proficiency. Speaking of that fellow's ninjutsu and the mess he left behind, he truly caused quite a bit of trouble for Konoha. Fortunately, he died early. Otherwise, who knows what kind of chaos would have ensued if he had remained Hokage for several more decades. Furthermore, possessing chakra with more than one attribute, Naruto likely also harbored a bloodline limit. You, Minato Namikaze, are not ordinary, the Nine-Tails suddenly realized. Kushina's? Indeed, given this, it seems that Naruto should be able to awaken the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. When the Nine-Tails mentioned his wife's name, Minato felt a surge of emotion, but he quickly steadied himself. So, regarding the Uzumaki clan's bloodline limit, can you guide Naruto in unlocking this power? The Nine-Tails fell silent for a moment before asking. I will do my utmost to try, though the prospects are slim, as such familial abilities passed through bloodlines can only be truly grasped by members of the Uzumaki clan. Understood. I comprehend your meaning. The Nine-Tails interrupted Minato's words. Understanding fully, you should be well aware that Kushina's chakra is trapped within the confines of the seal you left behind, until Naruto breaks the old man's seal. Even I have no means to extract her chakra. Indeed, is that so? After receiving the Nine-Tails' clear response, Minato displayed an expression of realization. Otherwise, do you think I would intentionally prevent Naruto from meeting his mother? The Nine-Tails snorted coldly. Of course not. I have always believed in you, Lord Nine-Tails, Minato replied with a sincere smile. That said, the ninjutsu you have taught Naruto today, once he employs it outside, is likely to draw the attention of certain individuals. The Nine-Tails shifted the topic back, acknowledging that based on previous experiences, it was improbable for Naruto to master it overnight. However, he had always been quick to learn such relatively uncomplicated techniques. Well, that is something Naruto will inevitably have to confront. Minato also gazed upwards at the gloomy sky, yet his eyes sparkled with hope, and he believed that Naruto would prove to be even more extraordinary than he imagined. The Nine-Tails recalled the time when the once formidable Kushina, now remarkably weakened, had been able to immobilize him at the height of his power with just this one technique, a truly remarkable strength. Even beings as powerful as tailed beasts or Hokage could not shake it. The unique Kekkei Genkai of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the teachings of the prodigious ninja Namikaze Minato, left the Nine-Tails unable to fathom the brilliance of Naruto's future accomplishments in this life. However, this was essential. When facing godlike foes, one must first possess the power to disdain the divine. This was precisely the reason the Nine-Tails had retained Minato's chakra from the very beginning. As for Uzumaki Kushina, the Nine-Tails sensed a unique, immobile chakra within the seal that even he could not manipulate. Unlike Minato, Kushina's chakra had almost completely fused with the seal itself. She was inherently bound to it. To liberate her, one must first dispel the sealing technique. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails appeared to have an epiphany and cast a glance at Minato, who seemed to have sensed the Nine-Tails' thoughts, returning a radiant smile. No wonder you are who you are. The Nine-Tails finally understood why Minato had initially chosen to teach Naruto the sealing technique. His calculations had woven through countless layers from the very start. From the beginning, without confirming any situation, he had left ample backup for Naruto. In the presence of any ninja, he appeared supremely ordinary. This was the most fitting evaluation from others regarding the young fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Meanwhile, as Naruto remained in slumber, dawn broke over Konoha in a hidden corner of the village. The third Hokage, surrounded by ENBU guards, observed Uchiha Shursui, who was kneeling before him, his expression radiating warmth. Shursui, the hard-won peace of our village depends on you. Are you ready? Yes, I shall not fail my mission, Uchiha Shursui replied, raising his head in acceptance. That moment, his eyes were adorned with the unique four-pointed star pattern of the Manjiki Sharingan. Possessing the ability of Kodo Amatsukami, Kodo Amatsukami was a unique power of Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan, capable of forcibly altering another's thoughts and implanting them deeply within their mind. Even more formidable was that if the opponent did not surpass him in ocular power, Resisting this technique using personal strength was nearly impossible. It was the strongest genjutsu guaranteed to succeed. At this moment, he stood as the mightiest of the Uchiha clan. This miraculous power lay dormant within Uchiha Shirsue's crimson eyes. It was the foundation of his confidence to alter the thoughts of Uchiha Fugaku and other high-ranking clan members, allowing them to genuinely understand the will of fire, to comprehend what Konoha, still reeling from the scars of war, truly needed. The preservation of peace within the village. Although Kagami was unfortunate to pass away early, knowing you are his descendant must bring him solace. The third Hokage remarked, his eyes filled with tenderness as he regarded Shisui. Uchiha Shisui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, who, like the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been a disciple and protector of the second Hokage. Their bond was profound, akin to that of sworn brothers. Thus, the third Hokage had watched Shisui grow, understanding the sincerity of the young man's intentions. To this end, he had pushed against the tide of public opinion, suppressing the voices that sought to act against the Uchiha clan, prioritizing an opportunity for Shisui and betting the fate of the entire village on him. This was indeed a demonstration of immense trust. Go forth, young man. The future of the village rests in your hands. The third Hokage adjusted the brim of his Hokage hat, then offered Shisui a reassuring smile, promising, as for me, I shall pave the way for your retreat. Yes. Upon hearing the Hokage's unwavering faith in him, Shisui felt a surge of emotion, accompanied by the weight of responsibility pressing upon his shoulders. In response to the third Hokage, his figure vanished before Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Ambu at his back. Shisui, renowned for his body flicker technique, had a reputation that could rival even the fourth Hokage's yellow flash during the Third Shinobi World War. This was his second trump card, under such prowess. It was inconceivable for anyone in Konoha to hinder his escape. The surrounding trees and flowers swiftly retreated as Shirsue's silhouette darted towards the Uchiha clan's residence. However, an unexpected shadow suddenly blocked his path. Instinctively alert, Uchiha Shisui drew a shuriken. Yet upon recognizing the individual before him, he swiftly lowered his guard and halted his advance. Danzo-sama. His Sharingan could see through ninjutsu illusions, so there was no possibility of deception through transformation techniques. The figure blocking his way was none other than Danzo Shimura, one of Konoha's high-ranking officials. Danzo, who had fought alongside the third Hokage and Shirsui's elders, was also a figure worthy of respect. In his youth, he had shown considerable care for the descendants of his comrades. Although Danzo's actions as the head of Konoha's Dark Root organization were not something Shisui could condone, he understood that his actions were also for the sake of Konoha. Thus, he felt a degree of understanding towards him. On this basis, Shisui even harbored a subtle admiration for Danzo. After all, one who would dirty their hands to uphold the will of fire was also a strong individual walking their own path. At least at this moment, Uchiha Shisui held little suspicion towards Danzo, believing that they were both comrades striving for Konoha, worthy of trust. Shisui, have you confirmed with Sarutobi? Danzo, half encased in his cloak, glanced at Uchiha Shisui, who had relaxed his guard, casually gauging the distance between them as he inquired. To oppose your own clan and stand on the side of the village will expose you to malicious criticism, forcing you to live under the scrutinizing gaze of your kin. Just like that Konoha Shikaku, have you truly made up your mind? While Danzo spoke words of comfort and understanding, he slowly approached Uchiha Shisui. Behind him, several figures from the ANBU had appeared unbeknownst to Shisui. However, upon closer inspection, these individuals bore slightly different attire from the ANBU. The patterns on their masks were more ominous. They were members of Konoha's deepest dark organization, Root. Although Uchiha Shisui noticed the increase in numbers around him, he reasoned that it was natural for Danzo, as the leader of Root, to have accompanying guards, and thus he did not perceive anything amiss. Yet, this very judgment would haunt him for a lifetime. Danzo-sama, I am prepared. Uchiha Shisui, with a determined expression, looked at Danzo, ready to reaffirm his steadfast resolve. Danzo, too, revealed an expression of satisfaction, seemingly about to pat Shisui on the shoulder in encouragement, when suddenly, a sudden turn of events. Everything transpired too abruptly. In agony, Shisui clutched his eye socket with his left hand, releasing a harrowing CRY. In a moment of desperation, he hurled a shuriken at Danzo, forcing him back a few steps before instantly employing the body flicker technique to escape. Danzo calmly retreated to the ground, not even glancing at the wound inflicted on his arm by the shuriken. His gaze lingered with delight upon the bloodied palm of his right hand, the gory Sharingan. A cruel smile spread across Danzo's face. Go. Capture him. In the next instant, the root ninja behind him vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui's figure darted through the forest. Yet the velocity has changed, no longer reminiscent of the glorious days when time stood still in an instant. His left hand pressed firmly against his eye socket, yet it could not staunch the crimson liquid that flowed incessantly downward. The excruciating pain, coupled with a blurred vision and the profound panic and confusion that gripped his heart, caused his physical strength and judgment to rapidly diminish. Why? This question no longer required contemplation. From Danzo's merciless strike to seize his eyes, it was evident that this was no spontaneous act, but a premeditated scheme. What troubled him was that, in that fleeting moment, he had managed to use Genjutsu to control Danzo. Yet, in the next instant, his adversary had already confiscated his eyesight. What had transpired during that fleeting interval? When had it occurred? And how was it accomplished? No. The crux of the matter was that Danzo had never placed any trust in him as a member of the Uchiha clan. Whether he seized his eyes to diminish the fighting capabilities of the Uchiha or for some other purpose had become irrelevant. They had become consumed by madness. What should he do? He would surely perish. This was the foremost thought that sprang to the depths of Shursui's mind, a primal instinct for survival compelling him to flee from Konoha and escape into the vast unknown. Losing one eye was indeed a grave injury. Yet it was not fatal. However, remaining in Konoha, entangled with them, posed a genuine threat to his life. Yet, another thought within him swiftly quelled his instinct for survival. If he did not halt them now, civil strife between the Uchiha clan and the village would be inevitable, plunging Konoha into perpetual turmoil. Whoosh! As if to validate Shursui's inner thoughts, two shuriken adorned with explosive tags shot forth from behind him at an exceedingly acute angle. However, Shursui executed a mid-air somersault, evading one shuriken while deftly seizing the other and hurling it back toward his pursuers. Boom! The shuriken struck its target with unerring accuracy, the explosion drowning out a scream as Shursui did not look back. Continuing his sprint forward, seemingly having grown accustomed to the pain, he no longer pressed against his bleeding eye socket. His hands swiftly formed seals, chakra surging within him. Yet, in the next moment, a shadow lunged forth from the cloud of smoke, tackling Shursui to the ground, severing his tendons to prevent any resistance. His companion behind him called out, but before the order could be executed, a dull thud resounded as smoke billowed from Shursui's form, revealing a block of wood in his place. Body replacement technique. When had he? The root ninja was taken aback. As he looked up to locate Shursui, a series of explosions erupted around him, the effects of the explosive tags. Several members of the root organization, caught unawares during the pursuit, were engulfed in the sudden blast. Not only did it obstruct their chase, but it also erased any traces left behind. Was this a judgment made in the blink of an eye? What a terrifying man! The ninjutsu known as body replacement, shadow clone, and transformation technique are collectively referred to as the three body techniques. Typically, such basic ninjutsu is considered low-tier deception in the presence of powerful shinobi, requiring more advanced techniques as a substitute. Yet, Shursui Uchiha had mastered these fundamental techniques to an extraordinary level. Even the simplest body replacement technique went unnoticed by his pursuers. The root members exchanged glances, their expressions complex. Each one was astonished by Shursui's instantaneous reactions and judgments. Nevertheless, the mission must proceed, search separately, and report back upon encountering him, especially blocking all routes to the Hokage's office and the Uchiha clan. Even if they lost his trail, it mattered not. There were only a few places he could go. At this moment, Shursui Uchiha, hidden away in a certain location, panted heavily. As an exceptional ninja, he had begun to adapt to the pain of losing his eye. Yet, the dual blow to his stamina and energy was what truly constrained his actions. More critically, he had no intention of fleeing. He could not linger here, waiting, gazing at the overcast sky. Visions of several individuals flashed through his mind, some he could have trusted, others who should have appeared. Ultimately, the image settled upon a youthful yet mature face, Uchiha Itachi, with whom he had made a pact. His hand gently brushed over his remaining eye, and in that moment of clarity, he comprehended Danzo's objective. Heavenly God, I never imagined I would so easily cast aside the simple truth that possessing a jewel is a crime. Shursui chuckled self-deprecatingly, but in the next instant, his expression shifted, and he vanished from sight. I found you here. The summoning beast capable of tracking blood scents appeared at Shursui's recent hiding spot, and the pursuing ninja, upon seeing the blood on the ground, immediately understood that their quarry had just fled, signaling their companions to follow suit. This hunt would continue, unbeknownst to anyone in Konoha at this moment. Whoosh! As the shuriken was launched, 3 additional shuriken followed closely behind, striking the first, causing it to change direction 3 times before ultimately returning towards Uchiha Itachi himself. Catching the returning shuriken, Itachi did not continue his training but instead stared blankly at the weapon in his hand. Today was the day he had agreed upon with Shursui, a day to choose between the village and the clan. He too must make his decision. Yet even now, he had not arrived at an answer, which is why he had come to the training ground. However, Uchiha Itachi looked up to see a pitch-black crow circling above him. Yet, something was amiss. One side of the crow's body and wing appeared tattered. In fact, the moment Itachi laid eyes upon it, the crow vanished from sight. Itachi's expression shifted from confusion to alarm. That was Shursui's. He immediately departed the training ground. This was the end. Shursui Uchiha. At this moment, Shursui found himself encircled by the pursuing members of Root. His body could no longer support him in evading these foes, each on par with a J-nin. Moreover, he could not allow these individuals to track him to the meeting place with Itachi. Should they discover Itachi? As Shursui pondered this, his face hardened. The opposing forces clearly had no intention of waiting for him to delay further. Almost simultaneously, a dozen of them launched their assault. Shursui's remaining Sharingan worked to its utmost capacity, perceiving 3 adversaries advancing in a triangular formation, while 5 more began forming seals behind them, with 2 others preparing shuriken for long-range containment. Leaving him no chance to escape, with nowhere to hide and no means of evasion, he resolved to confront them head-on. Boom! The advancing members of Root were sent flying backward, while those behind them stared in disbelief at the figure that had risen from the ground. Momentarily halting their hand seals, a green skeletal giant, resembling a deity, enveloped Shursui Uchiha, its terrifying emerald light seemingly mocking the meager strength of these J-nin-level Root members. Susanoo. Shursui's face contorted with madness as he finally unleashed the true power of his Mangeki Sharingan before the world. Was it truly Susanoo? What he manifested was beyond the initial form. At this age, he was far more formidable and dangerous than I had imagined. Shursui Uchiha. Meanwhile, in a corner unnoticed by anyone, a masked man quietly observed all that transpired. His one crimson Sharingan concealed behind the mask. Shursui's display left him somewhat astonished, though Konoha was perpetually shrouded by barriers, preventing any non-residents from entering or leaving without detection. It posed no obstacle for him, as he was indeed a legitimate citizen of Konoha, albeit one who had perished. Thus, the vast barrier and the sensory teams hidden within Konoha were utterly oblivious to his presence, allowing him free passage into the village once more. Just as he had done during his previous visit to Konoha, he trailed Uchiha Itachi's team on a mission. He had struck down Itachi's comrades, compelling Itachi to awaken the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. The Sharingan harbored a modicum of anticipation for the Uchiha clan, stemming from the origins of Konoha's Uchiha. Due to Uchiha Madara, a clan renowned for its prodigies, would it once again possess the strength to traverse into a new world alongside him. Yet this time, his return to Konoha was an unforeseen occurrence. According to the plan in motion, he should have been firmly established in the village hidden in the mist by now. However, he encountered unexpected setbacks there. To his knowledge, the opponent lacked the formidable power to withstand him. Yet, the reality was that the strength unleashed by the adversary far surpassed his own at that moment. Were it not for his unique space-time ninjutsu granted by the Sharingan, he would have been defeated midway. In summary, due to a series of unforeseen events, he was unable to execute his plan smoothly and thus sought allies in Konoha who could assist him. For instance, Shimura Danzo, an ambitious man, would surely cause a stir in the Land of Water if he were to be informed of some intriguing circumstances. Even if he remained in the shadows, Danzo could likely orchestrate events that would plunge the Land of Water into chaos. By sheer coincidence, he happened upon this very scene. However, he refrained from drawing too close. The route was not without perceptive ninjas, and being discovered would spell trouble. What is this? The root ninja gazed in shock at Uchiha Shursui's colossal Susanoo. As humans, their instinctual fears, long suppressed since childhood, surged forth at this moment. Yet, there was scarcely time for them to remain awestruck. The assault of Susanoo arrived in an instant. Boom! The gigantic hand merely swatted, and several root ninjas, who had just begun hand seals and attempted close combat, were obliterated into a gruesome paste. Run! The remaining members of Root acted decisively. But it was already too late. Just as they conceived the thought of escape, Shisui had appeared before them, accompanied by the divine presence of Susanoo. The fate that awaited them could only be one: death. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had arrived at the prearranged location. In his haste, he barely noticed any signs of Shisui along the way. The sight of a shattered crow filled Itachi's heart with dread. He recognized it as a ninjutsu of Shisui's, a signal he had once mentioned, and it only signified one thing. Shisui was in grave danger. Whooshed as the last of the root members succumbed. Unable to withstand the might of Susanoo, Shisui, in agony, covered his eyes and gasped for breath. The caliber of the root ninjas exceeded his expectations. Even the power of Susanoo had not dispatched them all at once. The last one had nearly drained his stamina. This deepened his understanding that the true strength concealed within the village was far more complex than it appeared. Once internal strife erupted, the fighting would be incessant. Not only the Uchiha clan, but even he, as a confidant of the third Hokage, was unaware of the multitude of undisclosed powers hidden within Danzo's root. At this moment, he realized that Danzo was also a key player in this turmoil. Should a civil war commence, the root organization, initially meant to safeguard Konoha, would likely not side with either faction but instead participate as a third party. What were Danzo's ambitions? The entire Konoha, or perhaps? Shisui suppressed his inner turmoil. As a Konoha ninja, his sole focus was to fulfill his mission. His figure vanished once more, while the masked man, who had been observing from the sidelines, appeared, distorting the space around him. Erasing the blood and body strewn about, watching the direction in which Shisui had disappeared, he contemplated, his gaze a mixture of vigilance and anticipation. However, he dared not pursue, for he was unaware of the capabilities of Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. Even after engaging with those from Root, he had not utilized his powers. The potential impact and variables the Manjiki Sharingan could introduce were something that perhaps no one else in this world could comprehend better than him. Shisui? Yet, when Uchiha Shisui, dragging his exhausted body, arrived before Itachi, Itachi rushed to support him, startled by the sight of Shisui's blood-soaked eyes. What had transpired? Itachi inquired urgently. However, Shisui did not respond immediately, but instead scanned their surroundings with heightened vigilance. His gaze darting up and down as if searching for something. Noticing Shisui's demeanor, Itachi did not hesitate to activate his three-tomo Sharingan, joining Shisui in seeking the presence of any enemies. Yet, despite his scrutiny of every direction, he found nothing amiss, not even a small creature that could serve as a decoy for observation. Nevertheless, Itachi did not doubt Shisui's actions. He understood his friend's character as he continued to utilize his Sharingan. His expression grew increasingly somber, realizing that he could not uncover the enemy's traces alone. Consequently, he ceased his search and, taking Shisui's hand, vanished from the spot. With the disappearance of the two Uchiha, the area fell into an absolute silence. Even the occasional rustling of insects in the grass felt jarring. After a long pause, so cautious, came a voice, as the masked man materialized from the void, his body spiraling into view like a specter. The crimson Sharingan behind his mask gradually shifted from a three-bladed shape back to the three-tomo state, his tone laced with exasperation. Despite having maintained a cautious distance, he had still been detected. He could only linger in the void, unable to pursue them. Regrettably, he had not brought Zetsu along. The barriers of Konoha would prevent him from infiltrating silently, nearly causing him to miss such an intriguing event. However, if he continued to linger, he risked being discovered. It seemed this was not the time to seek the Jinchuriki and those fools. The masked man glanced back at the dense forest. Catching a glimpse of the red rooftops through the gaps, the Hokage's office in Konoha. Hokage, he scoffed derisively. This is where I draw the line, Itachi. Shisui suddenly called out, halting the constantly moving Itachi as their figures paused at the edge of a cliff. Itachi supported Shisui, surveying their surroundings with unease. This terrain is exposed, with no suitable hiding spots. Do you have other preparations? Before Itachi could finish his sentence, Shisui straightened up and shook his head. There is no need for caution. There are no ambushes or pursuers. Is that so? Itachi sighed in relief upon hearing Shisui's words. Then you wait here. I will immediately notify the medical team to send someone over. However, Shisui raised a hand to stop Itachi's departure. His demeanor now calm. My eyes were taken by Danzo. At these words, Itachi froze. The coup within the Uchiha clan had escalated to an almost uncontrollable state since the Ninetales incident. The Uchiha clan had been isolated due to suspicions surrounding the Sharingan. Danzo's actions indicated that the village leadership did not trust him either. In such circumstances, even the third Hokage, despite his desire to maintain peace, would find himself powerless. Shisui and Itachi analyzed the situation with a calmness that belied their injuries. I initially intended to rely on the Kodo Amatsukami of my Manjiki Sharingan to rectify this situation. However, if I survive, I will lack the ocular power to change the current state of affairs. Moreover, the potential fluctuations in human desires caused by Kodo Amatsukami would, at this moment, pose an even greater threat to the village's higher-ups than the Uchiha coup. Not only might foreign forces seize the opportunity, but Konoha itself could also descend into chaos that I wish to entrust my left eye to you. Itachi that as he spoke, Shisui reached for his eye socket. With a painful tug, he forcibly removed his own eye. Yet, the excruciating agony that would incapacitate any ordinary person did not alter his expression. He remained eerily calm. Witnessing this scene, Itachi was moved, as if Shisui were the one who understood him most profoundly in this world. Itachi recognized his dear friend's intentions, just as he had always embodied the will of fire, continuing to sacrifice himself for the protection of the village. A crow soared down from the sky, shattering between the two of them, along with which vanished Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan. I truly accept this. Itachi gazed at his friend, whose eyes remained closed and bled profusely. His heart stirred at this moment. He had no one to trust but himself. Yet he continued to give everything he could for the village. What path did he seek? Itachi, have you found your answer? Although he had lost his sight, it seemed as if Shisui could still perceive the confusion etched on Itachi's face. Itachi hesitated, words caught in his throat. I see. Itachi, regrettably, I can no longer accompany you on this quest. Shisui waited for a moment, but when he received no response from his friend, a hint of regret flickered in his heart. Though it did not manifest on his face. I will soon die. My death will be a crucial part of altering the Uchiha rebellion's trajectory, although my clan members are reluctant to acknowledge me. All are aware that I am the strongest among the Uchiha. Even those radical factions, to some extent, entertain the notion that should a coup occur, I would inevitably be drawn into the fray due to my familial allegiances. This thought ignites within people's hearts like a spark. Once ignited, it becomes impossible to extinguish. The task assigned to me by Lord Hokage is to quell this internal strife, and I shall fulfill this mission with my very life. Shisui halted at the precipice of the cliff, stating, Itachi, do not try to stop me, nor restrain me. You are my dearest friend and my most trusted companion. Forge ahead along the path you believe to be right. Regardless of the outcome, I have faith in you. Furthermore, beware of Danzo. He possesses a peculiar jutsu capable of distorting reality, akin to our clan's secret techniques. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid any contact with him. Upon uttering these words, Uchiha Shisui, under the gaze of Itachi's tear-stained Sharingan, leaped into the abyss. His resolve was absolute. Yet one must ponder, was his determination to protect the village truly this profound, or had his spirit already succumbed to despair? Itachi remained uncertain. All he knew was that in the moment Shisui plummeted into the depths, his body surged forward uncontrollably. The usually inscrutable Uchiha Itachi shed 2 streams of crimson tears as he watched his dear friend's form vanish into the void. His outstretched hand hung suspended in mid-air. He understood that Shisui would not grasp it, and should Shisui witness his actions, he would only be met with greater disappointment. At that instant, the 3 tomo of Itachi's eyes spun wildly, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan glimmering with a vivid scarlet hue. Subsequently, Itachi rose and departed unnoticed, slipping silently back into the clan as though everything were none of his concern. He approached his father's door and, through the thick barrier, softly uttered, Uchiha Shisui is dead, before quietly retreating. The room, once filled with faint sounds, fell into a profound silence. Itachi was unaware of how many were present inside, but he understood that his words would alter the fate of the Uchiha clan this night. Dousing their frenzied minds with cold water and hovering like a Damoclean sword overhead. At the cliff's edge after Itachi's departure, Root's ninjas had arrived, observing the bloodstains on the ground in the unfathomable abyss. After a moment of silence, they commanded, search below. We need to see the living or the dead. The following day, almost at the same hour, within the confines of the Root organization, Danzo Shimura and the 3rd Hokage at his desk received an unexpectedly chilling report. Uchiha Shisui's body had not been found. At that moment, a masked man sat in a chair, flanked by a peculiar half-black, half-white figure. They both scrutinized the lifeless body of Uchiha Shisui laid across the table. The Shunshin of Konoha, you saved him? The voice of Zetsu was raspy and unpleasant, yet it conveyed evident astonishment. Inappropriate, at least for now. He has not escaped the danger zone and could die at any moment. This cannot be considered salvation. The masked man coldly retorted, his gaze never leaving Jisui's form. Indeed, and I must remind you, If you do not make a decision soon, you will truly be beyond saving. You require new allies to deal with that individual from the mist. Do you not? Zetsu chuckled before continuing, however. My intel suggests his loyalty to Konoha is unwavering, and his injuries are far graver than yours were at that time, compounded by the absence of Madara's assistance. Silence. I am aware, the masked man interrupted Zetsu's taunting, standing before Jisue, narrowing his eyes as he watched the nearly motionless chest rise and fall. He reached out, penetrating Jisue's heart. In that instant, the unconscious Jisue ceased to breathe. Today, an odd atmosphere enveloped the village. Naruto wandered through the streets, observing his surroundings. Although the shops remained open and the crowds bustled as usual, he sensed an intangible shift in the air. After walking a short distance, he noticed the people ahead had parted, creating a clear path down the street. In the middle of this thoroughfare stood a Leaf Village ninja, forcibly escorting a man forward, their expressions unusually grave. What is happening? Naruto instinctively stepped back, blending into the crowd. As the figure passed before him, he unconsciously scrutinized the attire, noting a vaguely familiar emblem on the back, a fan insignia. I remember that. Naruto halted, recalling the emblem. How many members of the Uchiha clan have fallen? Despite being the security force, they have betrayed their own. It is utterly disgraceful. After all, they are the Uchiha clan. They have done nothing but cause us trouble. Rumor has it several ninjas have perished this time, and the security team has become an inside traitor, the crowd murmured, and from snippets of conversation, Naruto gleaned a rough understanding of the situation. In summary, it was said that the Uchiha clan, tasked with village security, had a traitor among them, allowing ninjas from other villages to infiltrate. Fortunately, members of the Umbu discovered and thwarted the intruders, preventing the village's secrets from leaking. However, many Umbu ninjas also lost their lives, inciting the third Hokage's wrath, leading to the pursuit of Uchiha clan spies. It was worth noting that despite merely standing aside to learn about the events, Naruto found himself the subject of pointed stares and whispers, with others avoiding him. Naruto felt perplexed and somewhat disheartened. Although he was curious about the Uchiha clan's affairs, the cold gazes directed at him were far more painful. Amidst the gathering crowd, Naruto sought to distance himself, turning his focus away from the tumult and instead heading to the training grounds alone. Unbeknownst to him, a petite, mushroom-like head peeked out from behind a utility pole. Hinata shyly following him, thinking to herself how diligent Naruto was for rising so early to train, completely oblivious to her own dedication in sneaking out from home at such an early hour. The village's turmoil soon subsided, returning to tranquility after several days of tension. Yet, the turbulent undercurrents concealed beneath the placid surface remained unknown to all. In the days that followed, Naruto's dreams were filled with the foundational ninjutsu imparted by Minato. It was as if Minato had sensed Naruto's initiative in self-study, prompting him to pause specialized instruction and focus on reinforcing foundational knowledge, intentionally solidifying Naruto's groundwork. However, even someone of Minato's caliber found himself at a loss. In the dreamscape, Naruto's instinctive emotional responses led to a stark aversion to theoretical concepts, so much so that during Minato's attempts to demonstrate the basics of genjutsu, Naruto, despite being asleep, almost dozed off once more within his own dream. This was not the only source of Minato's exasperation. Another hidden student, lurking in the background, subtly expressed his own fatigue, claiming that the theoretical lessons were dreadfully dull and he was on the verge of falling asleep. Thus, the challenge of preparing lessons increased dramatically for Minato. Nonetheless, he was undeterred. After diligent effort, he successfully acquired a unique skill in delivering lectures through comedic storytelling. Awakening refreshed, Naruto felt a surge of knowledge and ideas ready to be put into practice. Bursting with energy, he quickly washed up, snatched up a bottle of milk and bread he had purchased a few days prior, and hurried to the training grounds. As he made his way, excitement radiated from him, stuffing breakfast into his mouth while his hands instinctively formed hand seals. Over the course of a year, he had grown accustomed to awakening each day with new knowledge and muscle memory, diligently reviewing these techniques upon rising, believing that practice was the best means to commit them to memory. Little did he realize that each time he ventured to the training grounds, a pair of snowy white eyes stealthily observed him from the crowd, shyly admiring him from behind. Upon arriving at the training site he had become familiar with, Naruto suddenly heard a peculiar shout. Ouch! Accompanying this exclamation was a resounding crash, causing the very ground to tremble. What on earth is happening? A few days ago, after discovering this training ground, Naruto has been coming here to practice, and he has yet to see anyone else utilize this dilapidated place for training. He recalls that when he first laid eyes on the old, rickety wooden stumps in the center, He assumed the training ground had long been abandoned. So, why was there suddenly someone here today? Hurrying over to investigate, Naruto beheld a man with a watermelon rind hairstyle, clad in a watermelon green training outfit, bounding about like a whirlwind within the grounds, releasing bizarre sounds while his fists and feet struck the wooden stumps with explosive precision, creating a series of thunderous booms. The sounds that had caught Naruto's attention moments ago emanated from this very scene. Konoha, great whirlwind. Seemingly growing more exhilarated with each strike, the man let out a loud cry. And with a sweeping kick that resembled a tornado rising from the earth, he indeed conjured a gust of wind that severed the stout wooden stumps, each as thick as an elephant's leg, in half, scattering them about. Phew. Returning to the village after completing my mission. This is the sort of exhilarating training I crave. The man spun in midair before landing gracefully, wiping the sweat from his brow, revealing a radiant smile with 2 rows of pearly white teeth, a true embodiment of youth. All right, next, let us run 100 laps around the village upside down, shall we? It was only then that the man noticed Naruto, who stood nearby in a daze, and greeted him with a wave. Hey there, young one. What a splendid morning it is. Isn't it? Youth is truly felt ablaze at such moments. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen this person in the village before, but the ninja headband at the man's waist indicated he belonged to the village. However, that was of little consequence. In his memory, there were very few who would take the initiative to greet him so warmly, leaving him at a loss for words. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. Your presence here at this hour shows you are also a spirited youth, not to mention the young ladies as well. The man, seemingly unfazed by the lack of immediate response, waved cheerfully at both Naruto and Hinata, who was hiding behind him, and then gave a thumbs up. How about joining me for 100 upside-down laps around the village as a warm-up? With that, the man's vibrant green figure dashed in front of Naruto, unceremoniously grabbing his hand along with Hinata, who was still concealed behind him, just as he was about to spring into action with a hearty laugh. He suddenly froze. As if struck by realization, he turned to look at the 2 children he was holding, his eyes twitching slightly, and a forced smile plastered on his face. Oh dear, upon closer inspection. Is this not the Ninetales Jinchuriki and the esteemed daughter of the Hyuga clan? He mused. What to do now? Should I take action? This suspicious fellow is directly interacting with the young lady. The concealed guards of the Hyuga clan, witnessing Hinata being seized by the watermelon-haired man, instinctively prepared to spring into action. Wait, I know that guy. He's my guy, who was recently promoted to special jonin in the village. He may be a bit eccentric, but he poses no threat. One of the Hyuga guards halted his companion, gesturing for him to remain calm. Sigh, I truly cannot fathom why the young lady is so relentlessly enamored with that boy. Nor why the clan head turns a blind eye while assigning us to protect her daily. The guard who had initially been ready to charge out muttered in frustration. Hey, whose fault is it for not being able to prevent that little fox from getting too close? His companion teased. Perhaps the clan head saw your foolishness back then and thought this boy was hiding great potential, thus assigning us to monitor the young lady. I've already told you. It is not that I failed to stop him. It's just that I was at a loss for what to do. Hyuga Hengzwa was growing agitated, ready to defend himself, but quickly fell silent as events began to unfold. Hinata. Naruto, finally coming to his senses, noticed the small Hinata caught in Might Guy's grasp. However, the shy Hinata merely gazed at Naruto, who was standing so close, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, akin to a boiling kettle. Until she suddenly heard a soft pong sound by her ear. In that instant, her head began to feel foggy, and she fainted. Hey, Hinata, what's wrong with you? What did you do to her? But Naruto, in his innocence, could not comprehend the situation. He had merely glanced at Hinata, and upon seeing her face turn beet red and her head roll back in unconsciousness, he immediately turned to Might Guy and shouted. Guy looked equally perplexed, but before he could explain, Naruto swiftly twisted away from the grip and freed himself from Guy's hold, shaking Hinata's body. Hinata, wake up. Are you all right? This kid? Guy instinctively glanced at his own hands. Although he had not used much force out of concern for the children, Naruto's sudden escape maneuver was executed with such precision that it was evident he had undergone rigorous training. In contrast to ninjutsu and genjutsu, physical skill required a greater investment of sweat for tangible results. If Naruto had relied on sheer strength or speed to break free, Guy would not have been quite so astonished. After all, the Jinchuriki was rumored to be capable of harnessing the chakra of tailed beasts. Yet, this almost instinctual escape, executed with precision, suggested specialized training. Who in the village had been mentoring him? Or had he achieved this level through self-discipline? If so, how far had he progressed? As Guy contemplated the scene, He was struck by inspiration and suddenly reached for Naruto, his movements as swift as lightning. Before Naruto could react, Gaia's hand landed on his shoulder, pulling him aside. All right, if you keep shaking her like that, her brain might just turn to mush. Let her sit quietly for a moment. Oh, Naruto, finally realizing the situation, watched as Guy carefully placed Hinata aside, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. You may be a bit strange, but you're still a good person. A good person. Ha ha ha. Guy burst into laughter at Naruto's assessment, displaying a broad grin that revealed his dazzling white teeth. Of course, I am Konoha's kindest and most splendid ninja, the blue beast of Konoha. Might Guy. Is this person really a special jonin of the village? Hyuga Hangzwa observed from the shadows, his lips twitching at the sight of the eccentric man. I was in the same class as him. He is indeed this way. However, his strength is formidable. He once defeated a classmate from the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Obito. Not only that, but he has always been a rival to Kakashi Hitaki. Another Hyuga clan member recalled, reminiscing about their youth. In any case, he is a decent fellow, that Kakashi Hitaki. Upon hearing the name of the renowned jonin in the village, Hangzwa's eyes widened in surprise. The copy ninja Kakashi was famous throughout the shinobi world. How could this peculiar character possibly be his rival? At that moment, Might Guy turned to Naruto. So, young lad, it seems you've come here to train as well. Unfortunately, I might have accidentally wrecked this training area. As compensation, let me introduce you to a much better training location. What do you say we train there together? Naruto, recalling the awe-inspiring display he had just witnessed, felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of training alongside someone so formidable. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he raised both hands and feet in agreement. However, he glanced back at the unconscious Hinata, his concern evident as he asked, "Hey, can I take her home first? Leaving her here doesn't seem right." "Hey, rough-browed uncle," the moniker made Guy chuckle, though he was not particularly bothered by it. He regarded Hinata thoughtfully, his gaze shifting between her and Naruto before breaking into a grin. Youth is truly splendid. You need not worry about her. There are 2 of her family members watching over her nearby. But how about inviting the esteemed young lady and her companions to join us in breaking a sweat? This last remark was not directed at Naruto, but rather at the still faint Hinata, who lay on the ground, embarrassed by her earlier display. Having been discovered, Hinata and her 2 Hyuga bodyguards felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. "Hey, Minato," the Nine-Tails, who had been monitoring the situation, suddenly spoke up. "Do you remember Might Guy? Guy, is he Kakashi's friend?" Minato, deeply engrossed in his preparations, lifted his head in confusion. "What has happened?" "Oh, nothing." The Nine-Tails flicked its tail, having heard of Might Guy's exploits from Naruto. It recalled how Guy had once dealt a severe blow to the near-invincible Uchiha Obito after absorbing the Ten-Tails, yet regrettably, it had not witnessed the event firsthand. What it had seen later was a diminished Might Guy, utterly devoid of the power that could rival that of the Sage of Six Paths perhaps. This was a fortuitous opportunity. The Nine-Tails roused itself with keen interest. There were few ninjas in this world capable of contending with the combat prowess of the Otsutsuki clan. How about this place? Surely it's more suited to you than the previous small training ground. Might Guy chuckled heartily, addressing the people behind him. This is the training ground allocated to me by the village after I became a jonin. It surely rivals even your Hyuga clan's training facilities, doesn't it? Although, after completing each mission, I still find myself gravitating back to my old practice spot. Alas, I got a bit too excited this time. And since I haven't had anyone maintain it lately, it's temporarily out of commission. Naruto, brimming with excitement, surveyed the area. Guy's training ground was several times larger than the public training facility within the village. The targets and various mechanisms were abundant, and even a cursory glance at the dense forest above revealed that it had been meticulously arranged, with a plethora of bizarre paths perfectly suited for practicing the body flicker technique. It was far more than just comparable. Hyuga Hangzhu retracted his gaze with a sigh. This was indeed a training ground exclusive to jonin, the best place in the entire village. However, I must apologize. A Guy, another member of the Hyuga clan, interjected. While your intentions are commendable, the secret techniques of the Hyuga clan are not to be displayed in such a venue. You know me, Guy, puzzled by the address, scrutinized the individual before him. Oh, your face seems so familiar. What's this? Don't you recognize an old classmate? Old classmate? You were Hyuga? Guy squinted, assessing him, feeling quite embarrassed. In truth, he had recognized the person earlier but could not recall their name. So he feigned ignorance. Hyuga Itai, the individual, introduced himself with a resigned expression, as if already accustomed to Guy's peculiarities. You're still the same as before. Aside from Kakashi Hitaki's name, you remember no one else. Ha ha ha. Itai, how could I ever forget your name? It's been so long since we've seen each other, and you've become quite handsome. I barely recognized you. Guy laughed boisterously to mask his awkwardness, then clapped the other's shoulder. It's been ages since we've had a good sweat together. How about we leapfrog 50 laps around the village? Let us skip that, Itachi replied, gesturing to his companion Hangzhou. We came solely to protect the young lady. We want to partake in other matters. That's not how it should be, old classmate. Hearing Itachi's latter remark, Guy's expression suddenly turned serious. The hand resting on Itachi's shoulder transformed into a firm grip, causing the latter to wince. The war has only just ended, and you're already becoming complacent. If I were to, both Itachi and Hangzhou were taken aback as Might Guy had already appeared beside the unsuspecting Hinata in the blink of an eye. His fist poised to strike her small head. The speed at which he moved left no doubt that he would not halt, and Hinata was utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Stop. The two Hyuga members rushed forward to intervene. But their abilities paled in comparison to Might Guy's, and they hadn't even approached him yet. The Hyuga clan was considered one of the great clans of the village. Yet their members were so lax that merely attempting to intimidate them would not suffice to prevent my actions? It seems I must teach them a lesson to remind them. Guy was not entirely reckless. Despite his naturally cheerful demeanor, he possessed a keen sensitivity. Being a Jonin, he was well aware of the tensions between the Uchiha and the village. And he hoped the Hyuga clan would not follow a similar path, especially with Itachi's earlier comment, which implied that possessing Chunin-level strength, yet refraining from participating in village missions merely as guardians of the clan, was a perilous stance. As for his swift action, Guy, having honed his taijutsu to an astonishing level, could control his movements with exquisite precision. Even if his punch appeared unstoppable, he could modulate his strength to ensure that Hinata remained unscathed. Yet before he could withdraw, Hinata's figure unexpectedly vanished from beneath his fist. Guy's fist swung through empty air, and both Itachi and Hangzhou were momentarily stunned before a soft voice pierced the tension. Big-browed uncle, what do you intend to do? Naruto stood 3 meters away, cradling Hinata in his arms, his gaze dangerously fixed upon Gaara. A misunderstanding. Realizing the situation, Guy straightened up, instinctively preparing to apologize and explain. But a sudden thought struck him. How had she managed to evade him? Truly remarkable. Was that the body flicker technique? Not even we sensed her presence. The two Hyuga bodyguards were equally astonished and quickly positioned themselves between Guy and Naruto. Adopting a defensive stance, they had faltered in their duties earlier and now needed to remain vigilant. Naruto-kun. Hinata finally noticed that she was in Naruto's embrace, speaking instinctively. Her cheeks flushed, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere surrounding them. Hinata, move over to those two gentlemen with the Byakugan. However, Naruto did not continue with his playful banter. Instead, he kept his gaze locked on Guy, displaying a seriousness that was far beyond his years. This is dangerous. This is problematic. Guy mused. If he failed to clarify the situation, Naruto's hostility was distinctly apparent. He scrutinized Naruto's demeanor, realizing the gravity of the situation. Hangzhou, take Lady Hinata away, Itachi suddenly instructed his companion. Concerned that if something were to happen to her, it would be troublesome. Understood. Hangzhou glanced at the bewildered Hinata, then at the still silent Guy, though he did not comprehend why the situation had escalated so drastically. He swallowed hard, preparing to escort Hinata away. Swish! In a flash, a green figure reappeared beside Hangzhou, launching a punch towards the young girl once more, yet this time, his gaze remained fixed solely on Naruto. However, Guy's rapid punch once again swung through empty air. Run! Naruto shouted to his companions, who were now sweating profusely behind him, his seriousness unmistakable. What just happened? Itachi observed the distance between himself and Hinata, who had been standing near moments ago, now expanded significantly. Hangzhou was left in shock, as he began to comprehend what had transpired on the other side of the Hyuga clan's courtyard. Serious, the Ninetales commented, somewhat exasperated by Naruto's judgment. Hey, Minato, it seems you need to teach Naruto how to gauge others' intentions. It's so obvious that he is probing, and he has almost revealed his cards. Yet the other party, let alone murderous intent, didn't even display hostility. After all, Naruto was only 5 years old. Having connected with the Ninetales chakra, Minato observed Naruto with a mixture of resignation and pride, realizing that the level of Konoha's Jonin was indeed rising. Such simple tactics to test Naruto's capabilities indicated that Naruto's Flying Thunder God technique could no longer be concealed. At that moment, Guy regarded Naruto, his entire being radiating an astonishing aura. This intense presence made everyone swallow hard, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Remarkable, Guy murmured. Then suddenly his eyes gleamed with fervor as he looked at Naruto, thrusting his thumb up and exclaiming loudly, "I've seen your body flicker technique twice. And I still couldn't perceive it. How did you train to achieve this? Teach me." Huh. Naruto, the Ninetales, and Minato all stared, momentarily taken aback. Is he an idiot? The Ninetales scoffed. No. Wait, however. Minato quickly regained his composure. I've encountered the swiftest users of the body flicker technique. And they've eluded my senses entirely, not to mention the swiftest of all. Even Kakashi's technique occasionally goes unnoticed by me. But, Guy clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face as he gazed skyward. Compared to them, how old are you? And yet I cannot fathom your body flicker technique. This was unexpected. Naruto had not anticipated such a dramatic shift in the topic from Guy. Just as he was preparing to explain his actions, he suddenly heard Guy shout exuberantly while punching the air. Indeed, it is the vigor of youth that ignites the flames of passion. The badge of youth is fervor, and I, too, shall ignite my spirit. Hey, kid, what is your name? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto-kun, how on earth did you master such an incredible body flicker technique? Guy, clearly exhilarated, disregarded Hinata and the others entirely, eagerly pulling Naruto along with a barrage of questions. Such an impressive technique. Did you train from a young age? Do you run hundreds of kilometers in the dense forest every day? No, perhaps thousands. Let us go. Show me how it's done. With that. Without allowing Naruto a moment to refuse, he whisked him away into the depths of the training grounds forest, leaving Hinata and the others in stunned silence. Are we safe now? Hinata's brother, Hinata Hayashi, turned to Itachi, incredulous. Did that little brat just save us? Though I believe Guy means no harm. You have a point. In any case, my lady. Let us return, Itachi replied, seemingly struck by a sudden thought as he addressed Hinata. Naruto-kun. Hinata gazed with concern in the direction that Guy and Naruto had vanished. Meanwhile, unnoticed by them, several masked Umbu figures hurriedly followed suit. In the forest, Guy was bouncing around energetically, dragging Naruto along with such speed that it appeared almost comical. Especially with Naruto, small and light, being swung about like a ribbon, to the point where he felt dizzy, his vision replaced by a swirl of golden stars. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I've shattered my previous record. What a splendid warm-up. Just as Naruto was on the verge of losing his lunch, Guy finally came to a halt, wiping the sweat from his brow with a contented sigh. Wah! Naruto, finally able to stand on solid ground, expelled the remnants of his breakfast, which had yet to settle in his stomach. He felt as if the world were spinning, his surroundings a dizzying blur. There should be no one else around. Guy assessed the area, confirming that the Umbu who had sensed them earlier had not followed. He turned to Naruto, his expression shifting from jovial to serious. Uncle, what are you planning to do? Naruto wiped away the drool, gazing up in astonishment. The speed at which they had just traveled was beyond comprehension. Was this burly-browed man truly human? I must tell you something. Guy's demeanor became gravely serious, neglecting to mention his earlier insistence on Naruto teaching him the body flicker technique. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan, Hayashi listened to the report from his subordinates, furrowing his brow. An exceptionally powerful body flicker technique. Yes, the Ninetales brat, no. Uzumaki Naruto's body flicker technique is remarkably impressive. He managed to protect Lady Hinata from a Jonin's attack. Head of the clan, the Hokage was attacked openly in an attempt to harm Lady Hinata. I am already aware. You may leave, Hayashi interjected, waving them off before recalling something as he exited the room. Issuing a perplexing command to the two. By the way, you may spread the word about Uzumaki Naruto's mastery of the body flicker technique. Let as many people know as possible. As Hayashi departed, his subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. Why do you think the head of the clan would want us to do such a thing? Could it be to create pressure on the higher-ups in Konoha? After all, Might Guy is a special Jonin of the Leaf. Perhaps he wishes to leverage public opinion. Regardless, the head has spoken. We shall proceed as instructed. Outside the door, Hayashi is Byakugan revealing a hint of nostalgia. Mused, is this your Flying Thunder God technique? My sincerest apologies for exposing such a powerful technique due to my own curiosity, Guy said, patting Naruto's shoulder, relieved that few were aware of his identity. As long as not many people know, they likely won't recognize this technique. Just remember, it is best not to showcase it in front of others, and keep in mind, your body flicker technique is extraordinarily powerful. Understand? Yes, Naruto nodded, aware that Guy was feigning ignorance to protect him. Even though Guy had recognized the technique during Naruto's second demonstration, it was none other than the signature space-time ninjutsu of the legendary fourth Hokage. The Yellow Flash, Namikaze Minato, the Flying Thunder God technique, developed by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, is among the most challenging ninjutsu to master, classified as one of the most wondrous space-time techniques. The archives of Konoha are filled with records of numerous advanced-level ninjutsu, the difficulty of which is such that only a select few among jonin can learn them. Although one may not be able to master it, Konoha's jonin are trained to recognize these techniques to avoid misunderstandings in unique situations. Thus, as a jonin, Might Guy is aware of the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, the fourth Hokage was Kakashi's esteemed mentor, and his moniker of the Yellow Flash arose from countless exploits during the Shinobi World War. Thanks to the Flying Thunder God technique. It was during his second careful observation of Naruto that Guy realized precisely what Naruto had mastered. He remained unaware that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Even if he did know, it would not alter his current thoughts. Naruto was still far too young, and the vast majority of Konoha's sealed scrolls containing high-level ninjutsu were accessible only to jonin. Thus, even if Naruto came into contact with such scrolls, he would lack the means to unseal them and learn the techniques contained within. Guy instinctively suspected that someone might try to exploit the Nine Tails within Naruto, thus teaching him the Flying Thunder God technique from the scrolls of sealing. Yet, he could not fathom how the person who taught Naruto this technique would intend to use the Nine Tails. Furthermore, discussing this matter with others was not an option. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor, Guy was acutely aware of the political complexities within the village. The elite and the populace of Konoha were not united in their interests. Whether it was rogue organizations or prominent clans, they did not necessarily align with the Hokage's directives. In regard to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the Hokage had issued a clear and unequivocal command to all jonin and chunin: minimize all contact and remain as strangers. Guy himself had initially approached Naruto with the intention of assessing the movements of the Hyuga clan, curious as to why they were engaging with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. However, Naruto's actions made him realize that something was amiss. Logically speaking, as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto should not have had access to any jonin capable of teaching him ninjutsu. Even if there were such individuals, they would likely be unaware of the truth. Any contact from jonin-level ninjas would certainly be detected by the Umbu. Under these circumstances, how could Naruto wander about so freely? If, as Guy suspected, the ninjas within the village were unable to approach Uzumaki Naruto, who could possibly be teaching him such advanced ninjutsu? The emergence of the Hyuga clan sparked a dangerous hypothesis in his mind. The prominent clans within the village possessed numerous experts of Chunin and Jonin caliber and extensive networks. If they conspired with the Umbu and maintained communication with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, recalling the incident from years ago involving the Nine Tails attack, the suspicions surrounding the Uchiha clan lingered unresolved in his mind. Guy felt as though he had uncovered a monumental secret. If not handled correctly, the village could plunge into an unimaginable catastrophe. This was precisely why he had taken Naruto and evaded even the Umbu. At this moment, for Guy, there was only one person in the entire village whom he could trust. Yet, he remained unaware that his actions were, in a certain sense, equally perilous. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, engrossed in affairs of state and beleaguered by the disappearance of Shui, was taken aback by the Umbu's report. Might Guy has kidnapped Uzumaki Naruto? He queried instinctively. Yes. He was exclaiming about Naruto's extraordinary body flicker technique while whisking him away. The Umbu are currently in pursuit. The Umbu replied that an extraordinary body flicker technique. Naruto, the third Hokage, found himself increasingly perplexed, yet he quickly responded, I understand. However, I am well acquainted with Guy, and Naruto should not be in any danger. Sarutobi, I have heard that someone has kidnapped the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. This is not a matter to be dealt with lightly. A pair of senior officials from Konoha, one male and one female, stormed into the Hokage's office, exuding an air of righteous indignation as they demanded action. Immediately, all Ambu were dispatched to locate the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and apprehend Might Guy as well. Inuzuka, Koharu, the third Hokage said, raising his gaze to meet the two. Both advisors of Konoha, who, like him, had once belonged to the second Hokage's elite guard in their youth. Your sources of information are remarkably swift. The Ambu just notified me, and yet you have already arrived. This. Koharu was momentarily at a loss for words, as she certainly could not divulge that it was a member of Danzo's root organization who had informed her. After all, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had previously issued a stern decree forbidding Danzo and Root from making contact with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Such matters, however, were not of immediate concern. The crucial issue at hand was the whereabouts of the Nine Tails. The other advisor, Midogate, appeared well prepared and maintained a stern demeanor, asserting that Konoha could not endure another incident involving the Nine Tails. Moreover, due to the incident concerning Uchiha Shui, Was it not possible that the Uchiha clan had grown impatient and dispatched Ambu to their clan grounds? This matter likely does not concern the Uchiha clan that I understand Guy's character. He is probably just caught up in the excitement and should not be overreacted to. Sarutobi suddenly lifted his head. Astonished that the other party dared to mention Shursui and the Uchiha clan under such circumstances. Was this not pouring fuel on the fire? This is not an overreaction, Sarutobi. You still do not comprehend. Mito Gate, displeased with the Hokage's attitude, was preparing to emphasize the perilous situation between the Uchiha clan and the Ninetales when a loud noise echoed through the room, revealing the unhidden footsteps of an approaching figure. Almost simultaneously, in a burst of green, Might Guy rushed into the Hokage's office, exclaiming, "Hokage-sama, I have urgent intelligence." Guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him, but his expression quickly turned serious upon realizing that he had come alone. "Where is Naruto?" "Naruto-kun. He has returned home," Guy replied hastily. "Are you looking for him? I was wondering why I was suddenly being pursued by the ANBU." Guy's casual tone, as if reporting an inconsequential matter, plunged the entire office into an eerie silence. At that moment, another ANBU member rushed back, prepared to report, but upon seeing the crowded office, he froze in his tracks, unsure of how to proceed. "Speak." The third Hokage recognized this ANBU as one he had stationed near Naruto's residence, urging him to report. "Yes, Hokage-sama, I must report that just moments ago, Uzumaki Naruto returned home. After observation, I can confirm that he was not followed and is safe. Additionally," the ANBU cast a glance at Might Guy and the other two advisors, briefly organizing his thoughts and noting that the root members seemed to be searching for someone's whereabouts. Someone. The third Hokage glanced at the innocent-looking watermelon-haired ninja before him, suspecting they were searching for him and Naruto, who had already returned home. Danzo was becoming increasingly dismissive of his authority as Hokage. "Since Naruto has returned home safely, advisors, the matter is resolved, is it not?" Ignoring Guy's conspiratorial glances, the third Hokage gestured to the ANBU who had just arrived, instructing, "Go inform Danzo to come to the Hokage's office and remind him to retract his hand." The two ANBU departed to carry out their orders, while the two advisors, unable to hide their embarrassment, left with their tails between their legs. After all, they had just adamantly claimed that this incident was related to the Uchiha clan and had referred to it as a significant matter. As they exited, they exchanged puzzled glances with Might Guy, their expressions filled with confusion. Once only the third Hokage and Guy remained in the office, Sarutobi sighed with exasperation. "Enough of your expressions, now tell me. What happened?" "Oh, Hokage-sama, it is like this." Might Guy promptly ceased his playful gestures in response to the Hokage's words and donned a serious demeanor. "Initially, after completing my mission, I encountered the Hyuga clan and Uzumaki Naruto at the training ground." As Guy recounted his tale, the third Hokage's brow furrowed deeper. "After shaking off the ANBU, I intended to bring Naruto-kun directly to you, but I found I could not control him. No matter how I attempted to restrain him. The next moment, he would appear 2 or 3 meters away from me, and it was certainly not due to any body flicker technique. He showed an effortless mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, leading me to conclude that with such capabilities, few could pose a challenge to him." He then declared his intention to return home. Just moments after parting ways, a swarm of ANBU members emerged, intent on capturing me, so I hurried over to you. The third Hokage listened intently, grasping the situation. The matter concerning the Hyuga clan was not of great significance. It was, in fact, beneficial for that young girl to become friends with Naruto. However, the fact that Naruto had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique was no trivial matter. Since the days of Minato Namikaze, Konoha had not seen a single ninja of Jounin rank or above capable of mastering such a powerful space-time ninjutsu. Even he, who was known as the professor of ninjutsu, had spent an immense amount of time merely grasping its fundamentals and could not wield it with the same finesse in actual combat as those two. The difficulty of combining sealing techniques with ninjutsu was staggering. Even Minato's own guard team required 3 individuals to execute it simultaneously. Regardless of who taught Naruto, he was merely a 5-year-old child. Such talent was unheard of. Could it be a contingency left by Minato? The third Hokage pondered this, suddenly lost in thought. To be candid, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had always been regarded by him as the ideal successor. His methods and approaches to governance, personal strength, and character were impeccable. Even those 2 recent acquaintances, as well as the somewhat critical Danzo, had to admit that Minato Namikaze Hokage was a promising future. Alas, how unfortunate. The loss of Minato during the Ninetales incident had been a significant blow, and it was also one of the fundamental reasons for the heightened vigilance against the Uchiha clan at this very moment. You may return for now. I will go check on Naruto later. The third Hokage dismissed Guy, gazing out at the night sky, lost in contemplation before removing his Hokage hat. After a while, the third Hokage, now dressed in simple robes, appeared at Naruto's doorstep, staring at the darkened windows and allowing his thoughts to drift. This house was not the one once owned by the fourth Hokage. Rather, it had been allocated to Naruto through the orphanage system by the third Hokage himself. Intended to remain discreet, the rationale behind this decision was primarily due to the sensitivity surrounding the fourth Hokage's residence and identity. Minato Namake's legendary reputation during the Ninja World War was built upon countless grudges and blood debts. The Cloud Village had never ceased its hostility towards Konoha. Following the Ninetales incident, Konoha was too weak to stand its ground. When the Cloud Village accused the prominent Hyuga clan and demanded the body of Hyuga Hisashi, Konoha had no choice but to concede. The fundamental reason was that Konoha lacked the resources to confront them at that time. If the Hyuga clan had to yield, how could Minato, who single-handedly repelled the Cloud Village, do otherwise? If they were to discover that there was still an orphan living, especially one who was the Ninetales Jinchuriki, what would they face? He felt a sense of debt towards this child. Yet as Hokage, he had no choice but to act accordingly. Sarutobi sighed inwardly and turned away instead of ascending the stairs. Hokage, just as Sarutobi was about to depart, Naruto suddenly appeared around the corner. Carrying some snacks and looking up at the familiar third Hokage with a smile, "Naruto, are you out shopping?" The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a warm smile. "We ran out of food at home. Today, I encountered a strange uncle who led me quite a distance, and I was so exhausted that after I returned, I only managed to nap for a bit before my stomach began to growl." Naruto complained, rummaging through his bag and pulling out a cup of instant noodles, offering it to the third Hokage. "Would you like some, Grandpa?" Seeing Naruto's demeanor, the third Hokage's smile grew even warmer. Eating instant noodles at such a late hour is not advisable. "Surely you wouldn't want to go fishing in the middle of the night, would you?" Naruto casually retorted, then put the instant noodles back and rummaged around until he found 2 hot dog sausages. He reluctantly returned one to the bag and handed the other to the third Hokage. "Then please have this." The third Hokage observed the small Naruto extending a sausage towards him, and after accepting it, he scrutinized the offering. "Goodbye, old man. It's quite late. You should head home and get some rest." Naruto waved his hand as he bid farewell, swiftly disappearing from the third's sight. Holding the sausage in his hand and glancing at the retreating figure, the third Hokage lingered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Tomorrow, summon Irika and Kakashi to my office, and also include Might Guy." "Understood." The Umbu, who had been hidden in the shadows, acknowledged the order. As the sun's rays bathed the streets of Konohagakure, a new day commenced. Hokage-sama, a young man, adorned with a forehead protector and bearing a prominent scar across his face, timidly knocked on the door of the Hokage's office. Upon entering and catching sight of the familiar Hokage hat, he promptly bowed, introducing himself. "Chunin Irika, here to report. Oh, Irika, you've arrived quite early," the third Hokage cheerfully greeted, glancing up from the documents before him. "Please hold on a moment while I attend to some matters." After reviewing a few reports, he set them aside and turned his gaze back to the visibly tense and somewhat stiff Irika. Unhurriedly, he retrieved a pipe from his pocket and took a puff. "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to discuss the current situation. How are you finding your time as a teacher at the Ninja Academy?" Well, it's quite enjoyable that I've discovered a genuine interest in teaching." Irika instinctively began in a reporting tone, but under the third's watchful eyes, he relaxed slightly, revealing a bashful smile. Many of the children can be quite mischievous, though they have received some guidance from their families and take their studies seriously. Considering the recent end of the war, many villagers still bore the psychological scars of conflict. The third exhaled a sigh as he reflected, "This is precisely why it is crucial for children to receive an education in school. Otherwise, the lingering atmosphere of warfare would take a generation to dissipate. Only by allowing children to spend enough time together can their innocence be preserved. I have received several reports regarding your performance, and they are quite favorable," the third remarked, picking up several stacks of documents from his desk. "Oh, I am not deserving of such praise." Irika blushed. "May I inquire why you have summoned me today?" "Hokage-sama, I seem to have digressed," the third chuckled, shaking his head. "The reason for your summons is to discuss Naruto Uzumaki." "Naruto Uzumaki?" Irika lowered his gaze, fully aware of the implications that name carried. "Irika, your parents were heroes of Konohagakure. sacrificing themselves during the Ninetales incident to protect the village. The third Hokage stood and placed a reassuring hand on Irika's shoulder. Now that you have come this far, I am eager to know your current perspective on Naruto. How do I view him? Irika closed his eyes, his expression complexed. To be honest, I still harbor resentment towards the Ninetales. However, I recognize that Naruto is not the Ninetales. Yet, at this moment, I find it challenging to regard him as just a child. This sentiment is shared by many villagers, as you well know. The third Hokage seemed to anticipate Irika's response, seamlessly continuing, he is quite lonely in the village, lacking any elder to rely upon, growing up as an isolated child. Yet, he has never complained to anyone. He is a remarkably resilient boy. The third's words resonated with Irika, evoking memories of his own past. He too had suffered the loss of his parents during the Ninetales incident. Despite his naturally introverted demeanor, he had maintained an outwardly optimistic facade. Only he understood the true terror of solitude. More than overcoming his introversion, he had been more fearful of others' alienation. Had it not been for the third's support back then, providing warmth and care in a village where he had lost his parents, he might not have grown to become a teacher at the Ninja Academy today. The third Hokage, observing Irika's expression, seemed to grasp his thoughts and smiled gently as he returned to his seat. Thus, I wish for Naruto to begin attending the Ninja Academy this year. This year? Irika was taken aback, if he calculated correctly. Naruto was only 5 years old. The Academy's regulations mandated that students must be 7 to begin learning ninjutsu. Premature exposure to such skills could be detrimental for a child. He will soon turn 6 in the latter half of the year. And if you have any concerns, you may observe Naruto yourself. I believe he needs to learn at school, the third replied cheerfully, regarding Irika's serious demeanor. However, I worry that Naruto might still face isolation from his peers at school. So I would like to entrust you with his care. I understand. Irika fell silent for a moment before taking his leave at the third's gesture. Although he harbored doubts, he refrained from probing further. Despite his lack of strength, he was not foolish. The third Hokage's summons indicated that this matter held significant importance. Yet, he resolved to first engage with Naruto before seeking clarity. The fact that the Hokage had dispatched Umbu to find him had caused him restless nights, pondering the gravity of the situation, only to discover it was merely a discussion about Naruto's schooling. What do you think? Once Irika had exited the office, the third Hokage spoke softly to the empty room behind him. He had been contemplating why he chose to share this information with Irika. However, upon hearing news about Naruto, his focus shifted entirely to him. A somewhat languid voice drifted in from outside the Hokage's office window. He had not even noticed my arrival, displaying a degree of carelessness for a ninja. After all, Irika is an outstanding teacher at the Ninja Academy. You have yet to witness his adeptness in handling those children. You must not judge him by your own standards. Kakashi, the third Hokage, chuckled before addressing the silver-haired man leaning against the window. Let us step outside for a stroll. Kakashi adjusted his forehead protector, which concealed his Sharingan, and instantly appeared beside the third. The two walked through the bustling streets of Konohagakure, with passers-by scarcely acknowledging their presence, as if they were invisible. How have you adapted since leaving the Umbu and returning to your duties as a Genin? The third inquired casually, as if engaging in small talk. It's manageable, Kakashi replied wearily. For him, a former Umbu captain, resuming a normal Genin life had not proven to be particularly comfortable. But I reviewed your mission reports. Why did you not accept the subordinates assigned to you? I prefer operating alone. I am not yet at the stage where I can lead others, Kakashi replied, a hint of wry amusement in his voice. Hokage-sama, it seems you are about to assign me a troublesome task. How could that be? The third chuckled heartily, pointing with his pipe at a nearby building. We have arrived. That is where Naruto resides. Kakashi looked up to see a somewhat dilapidated building before him, momentarily lost in thought. The orphan child of his mentor lived in such a place. However, this sentiment faded almost instantaneously. After 7 years of working in the Umbu, Kakashi had witnessed countless shadows and understood the significance of being a Jinchuriki. He was well aware of the challenges the third faced. After all, his own mentor, also a Jinchuriki, had been under constant surveillance. Let us go up and take a look, the third suggested, seemingly sensing Kakashi's contemplative state. I also wish to discuss that matter with you. Ascending to Naruto's room, they found it empty. Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, noting the spacious floor and the unobstructed windows that provided ample opportunities for external surveillance. Perhaps due to his training, he instinctively searched for hidden Umbu eyes in the vicinity. To his surprise, he found no trace of Umbu presence at all. I have instructed them to withdraw, the third stated. For some time now, there have been no Umbu around Naruto. This could pose a problem, Kakashi mused after a moment of silence. expressing his concern. Given Naruto's identity and the dangers associated with being a Jinchuriki, that is precisely why I called you here today, to ensure that this issue does not become a problem. The third generation casually brushed his fingers against the walls and windowsills of the room. The brim of his Hokage hat obscuring his eyes, lending him an air of inscrutability. I require you to assassinate Naruto. Unbeknownst to Naruto, who remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events in his home, he was diligently training as usual. At that moment, he was at the training ground previously introduced to him by Guy, which, as Guy had promised, boasted superior equipment and facilities compared to the dilapidated training site he had used before. For Naruto, who was brimming with various experimental ideas, this place was nothing short of perfect. The burly Guy had also greeted Naruto before embarking on his mission, and despite their previous misunderstandings, he had generously allowed Naruto to use the training ground freely, welcoming him to bring friends along without any reservations. All expenses for equipment and repairs would be borne by Guy himself, which meant Naruto felt no hesitation in making full use of it. On this particular day, Naruto was not alone. He was accompanied by two figures, one of whom was the timid Hinata. Ever since her embarrassing fainting episode during Naruto's approach, shy Hinata had contemplated keeping her distance, opting to observe Naruto without becoming a burden. However, before she could even begin to follow him discreetly, Naruto would invariably dash over and pull her into training. Hinata found it impossible to refuse Naruto's requests. Moreover, once training commenced, she was astounded by Naruto's prowess in martial arts, although her own skills were lacking. As the heiress of the Hyuga clan, she possessed a certain level of discernment. Hinata could ascertain that even her elder brother Neji, who had received numerous accolades from their elders during the clan tournament, paled in comparison to Naruto. Particularly, the clan's guards, upon witnessing Naruto dragging her along, displayed no objection, adopting an attitude that seemed to say, "Lady, do as you please," even encouraging her to join him. This perplexed Hinata greatly. However, the young Hinata could not have fathomed that not only were two guards present, but her father was also lurking at a distance, observing them with his Byakugan. Indeed, ever since the reports from Hyuga Heizo and Hyuga Itachi, Hyuga Hayashi could no longer contain his curiosity. For the past 2 days, he had personally followed his daughter, concerned for Hinata's safety, especially after witnessing Guy's seemingly playful evasion of the guards. His immediate reaction was to prevent Hinata from venturing out alone again. Furthermore, his curiosity about Naruto prompted him to observe Naruto's training, which yielded surprising results. With the unrivaled observational prowess of the Byakugan, Hayashi concluded that Naruto's demonstrated level of training did not align with that of someone who had received no instruction. It was evident that a masterful figure was guiding him behind the scenes, someone of considerable renown within the ninja world. Whether it was Shuiken techniques, physical skills, or chakra control, Naruto exhibited an almost flawless standard after merely a few days of observation. As the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hayashi swiftly dismissed the possibility that a skilled ninja would secretly educate Naruto, given the unresolved issue of the Jinchuriki's chakra running amok, a problem that had yet to be adequately addressed by any village. Should the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki lose control, such techniques could become instruments of destruction for Konoha. What, then, was the third Hokage truly contemplating? Moreover, it was worth noting that Naruto's teaching abilities equally astonished Hayashi upon witnessing his daughter. Hinata struggled to comprehend Naruto's instructional method of first do this, then that, and then he felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and exclaim, "Do not lead the misguided astray." Fortunately, Hinata finally realized she could not grasp Naruto's abstract teaching style and timidly protested, requesting to study on her own, which allowed Hayashi's anxiety to ease. He genuinely feared that Naruto might lead Hinata astray, diverting her from the Hyuga clan's rich heritage to pursue that incomprehensible learning model. What surprised Hayashi even more was the appearance of another figure at the training ground. Clad in deep gray attire adorned with a familiar fan insignia, this young man appeared to be of a similar age to Naruto Uchiha Sasuke. "Damn it! Hey, how do you throw these shurikens?" Sasuke exclaimed, still unsatisfied after several failed attempts. "Let me see," Naruto said, glancing at the shuriken Sasuke had thrown. The first shuriken had struck the target squarely, but Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Where did your second one go?" Upon hearing Naruto's genuinely inquisitive question, Sasuke's face flushed, and after a moment, he pointed to a nearby tree. Naruto squinted and finally spotted a shuriken glinting in the sunlight on the tree trunk. "Wow, how did it end up there?" Naruto mused internally. "Why not ask your brother? I learned by observing him the last time I saw him in action," Naruto casually remarked as he retrieved his own shuriken and hurled it toward the target. With a sharp ting of metal colliding, Naruto's shuriken unexpectedly curved midair, heading straight for the shuriken Sasuke had just embedded in the target. In a remarkable feat, Naruto's shuriken landed deftly above Sasuke's, with the two shuriken perfectly sandwiching another shuriken in between. Wow, Naruto-kun, you're amazing, Hinata exclaimed, awestruck by the display. How did you even do that? Sasuke gasped, astonished. In his mind, only Itachi had ever achieved such a feat, and witnessing Naruto practice shuriken techniques had left him utterly stunned. As Sasuke observed that Naruto was only slightly older than himself, a fierce competitive spirit surged within him. Thus, wherever Naruto practiced, Sasuke soon followed. Although his initial goal had been to surpass Naruto, he had quickly shifted to seeking Naruto's guidance in less than a day. The disparity was simply too vast. After a lively training session among the trio, the sun began to set, signaling it was time for everyone to return home. Sasuke was the first to depart. After numerous attempts to replicate Naruto's techniques yielded no results, he could only leave with a self-assured remark, declaring, "This training ground isn't to my liking. I'll go home and study hard. Next time, I won't lose to you." With that, he dashed away. Naruto suspected he was off to seek advice from his brother. For as he had said, his own technique was modeled after his brother's. It seemed far more appropriate to consult the teacher directly. Furthermore, Naruto noticed that the shuriken Sasuke had thrown during their practice was the very one he had returned to Uchiha Itachi, still bearing the imprint from his first attempt at the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Naruto thought little of it. After all, returning it was only proper, and who Itachi chose to gift it to was entirely his prerogative. Well then, Naruto-kun, I must take my leave as well, Hinata murmured, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. I had hoped to treat you to ramen. This was not due to shyness, but rather because she had nearly exhausted herself trying to keep pace with Naruto during training and was only just recovering her strength after a brief rest. Oh, it's all right. I can go on my own. You should head back and rest, Naruto replied, also a bit sweaty. He couldn't help but admire Hinata's timid demeanor. He knew all too well how challenging it was to endure the training he had devised in his dreams, having fainted several times in the beginning. Although Hinata had not fully grasped his teachings, she had diligently observed and imitated his actions. As Hinata departed, Naruto ceased his relentless motions, a hint of melancholy settling in. While he was undeniably happy to have made a friend, the feeling of parting from that friend, with nowhere to return, was rather disheartening. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Hinata rounded a corner, covering her face, as if belatedly realizing the depth of her feelings. Her already flushed skin felt as if it were boiling over. I should return. Tonight, I must have the clan nurse attend to my care. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ears, reminding her that recklessly pursuing training beyond her limits could lead to hidden injuries. Hinata stared blankly at the figure before her, whose hands were tucked away within the sleeves of their robe. In her recollection, the other party had never conversed with her in such a manner. Perhaps, the changes that Naruto-kun brought about were not limited to just his personality. Uncle, the money is on the table. In the quaint establishment of Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto set down his now empty bowl, scattering the few coins from his pocket onto the table before nonchalantly turning to leave. He had always been this way, at least prior to Hinata joining him for that bowl of ramen. Although Uncle Ichiraku was a kind man, whenever Naruto dined alone, he would hastily finish his meal and depart. He did not wish to disrupt the business, for many customers might turn away upon seeing him there. While Uncle Ichiraku would discreetly consider Naruto's feelings on the matter, how could Naruto, who had always been attuned to the gazes of others, remain oblivious? In the past, Naruto might have paid little heed, but as his training progressed, he grew increasingly adept at discerning the sounds and movements of those around him. Moreover, for reasons unknown, he could vaguely sense the malice directed towards him, feeling the presence of individuals who avoided him because of it. This ability was peculiar, as if one day Naruto had awakened to it without any prior training, which was also why he quickly accepted his interactions with Hinata and Sasuke, as he sensed no ill will from them. Malice was a sensation difficult to articulate. If one were to draw a comparison, for Naruto, it felt akin to the sharp sting of a shuriken slicing through skin. As most people's hostility towards him resembled that of a thrown weapon. At that moment, as Naruto leisurely strolled with his hands behind his head, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing a formidable wave of malevolence, as if a multitude of hidden weapons were piercing through him, killing intent, simultaneously, the nine tails within Naruto jolted awake. Is it him? What's wrong? Minato Namikaze, beside him, inquired urgently. However, Minato received no answer. Since his awakening, he had never before witnessed the nine tails in such a state. It seemed entirely focused, disregarding him as if nothing else warranted its attention. Was Naruto in danger? Minato quickly deduced. and almost simultaneously, he realized with growing horror that the seal he had placed to contain the Nine Tails' immense power, the very seal that only Naruto could unlock, was becoming loose. The kunai that had sliced through the air missed its target, which should have been impossible to evade. Kakashi appeared at that moment, forcefully pulling the kunai from the ground before retracting the chakra he had prepared to manipulate. "Who are you?" Naruto's voice rang out, laced with dissatisfaction. Yet, the sound that reached Kakashi came from behind him, and he noticed that throughout the encounter, Naruto had not left any marks of his Flying Thunder God technique. This meant that he had evaded the attack solely by instinct. Kakashi did not turn around, toying with the kunai in his hand, his masked face revealing his surprise. It seemed that Guy's words were not merely to provide cover for him. However, these thoughts were but fleeting musings in Kakashi's mind, as his demeanor remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Naruto, who had yet to receive a response, grew increasingly impatient, tinged with a hint of fear. The intense killing intent he had just sensed was the strongest malice he had ever experienced. In that instant, it felt as though he had been frozen in place, unable to move. Yet, for reasons unknown, a particularly fervent power surged within him, restoring his control and enabling him to evade the ambush. Yet, he was still merely a child who had never truly faced the chaos of battle. Although he could sense the killing intent, he did not comprehend its nature, leading him to act rashly. He believed that by maintaining a safe distance, he could relax, remaining unaware of his opponent's capabilities or whether they had allies. This was a grave mistake. As Naruto scrutinized Kakashi's stationary figure, the latter's languid voice echoed once more behind him. As Naruto spun around, a bolt of azure lightning coiled around a finger, piercing through Naruto's shoulder. This successful strike left Kakashi momentarily stunned. He had deliberately given Naruto time to react, hoping to draw out his Flying Thunder God technique. Yet the boy had not responded. The lightning chakra dissipated, and Kakashi hastily prepared to administer first aid. Although the injury was not life-threatening, such an unexpected assault could leave lasting consequences for a child. He had merely underestimated Naruto's impressive display of body flicker technique during the earlier evasion, inadvertently raising his own speed to that of an average Nin, intending to elicit Naruto's hidden capabilities. But, the next moment, Kakashi realized something was amiss. The sensation of impact was absent. The body before him was an illusion. With a bang, the injured Naruto transformed into a cloud of smoke. Shadow clone technique? Heh. You think you're the only one capable of such tricks? Naruto's youthful voice unexpectedly resonated behind Kakashi, as if he were intentionally flaunting his skills, standing at the same distance as before. Indeed, with such mastery of the body flicker technique, how could he not also possess proficiency in the shadow clone technique? Kakashi found himself in a state of disarray. Had he observed carefully, even at the moment of impact, he would have discerned that the previous Naruto was merely a clone. However, everything transpired so smoothly, and Naruto's subsequent performance was simply too remarkable. Kakashi couldn't help but reflect inwardly. In the world of shinobi, the fundamental techniques of body manipulation consist of the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. Even students who have yet to become Chunin often master these skills. Beyond these basics lies the advanced techniques, paralysis technique, body flicker technique, and invisibility technique. A ninja's proficiency in these techniques frequently indicates their minimum level of strength. Those who cannot utilize even the basic techniques are likely inept, while proficiency in advanced techniques correlates with greater power. Moreover, many high-level ninjutsu are extensions and developments of these foundational techniques, with countless strategies and confrontations between ninjas stemming from them. For instance, Kakashi's favorite, the lightning clone technique, is derived from this principle. Even those who achieve unparalleled mastery in any aspect of body manipulation become legendary figures within the shinobi world. Hey, just knowing is enough, Naruto declared, puffing out his chest in a display of pride upon hearing Kakashi finally speak. Yet deep within, Naruto felt anything but the arrogance he displayed. A sense of unease and confusion lingered. Although he did not know the identity of the masked figure before him, nor the reason for the attack, he was acutely aware that they were within the village of Konoha. Furthermore, regardless of who this person was, it had been quite some time since the ambush commenced, and yet no one had arrived. If sensing Naruto's bewilderment, Kakashi had no intention of providing clarity. He understood his time was limited, and he could not afford to delay any longer. Subsequently, in the face of Naruto's questioning gaze, Kakashi removed his mask, revealing his left eye, the Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan. Kakashi found himself recalling the mission entrusted to him by the third Hokage that morning. I must respectfully decline. At that moment, upon hearing the third Hokage's proposed task, Kakashi had instinctively replied. The third Hokage remained silent, merely tapping his pipe. Hokage-sama, I understand your intention is to have me gauge his hidden abilities. But he is still just a child. Kakashi had intended to mention that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage, his mentor, yet refrained from doing so. He understood that it was precisely due to this connection that he could never truly harm Naruto. The third Hokage had assigned him this task with that understanding. Having previously served as the captain of the Umbu, he had undertaken numerous dark missions, gaining insight into the various power dynamics within the village. Instead, in the presence of the Hokage, maintaining a clear identity renders it impossible to be perceived as a spy by others. Furthermore, possessing sufficient skill and strength allows one to thoroughly assess Naruto's capabilities while simultaneously controlling the situation, preventing any adverse repercussions. Moreover, I possess a 3-tomo Sharingan, making me the most suitable candidate to suppress the Nine Tails, aside from the Uchiha clan within the village. The Hokage would never place his trust in the Uchiha clan to undertake such a task. Kakashi, you must also understand this. Observing Kakashi seemingly grasping the situation, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally spoke. Since the passing of the first Hokage, the tail beasts Jinchuriki have been utilized as weapons of war by various villages. Among them, the Nine Tails possesses the most formidable power. Even under the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina lost control on multiple occasions. The village's attitude towards the Nine Tails has never been amicable. Thus, we have been monitoring Naruto closely, and it can be confirmed that there is no one covertly instructing him. Kakashi appeared to comprehend something. Indeed, and I personally verified this matter, there is absolutely no such individual. The third took a slow drag from his cigarette and continued, considering the devastation caused by the Nine Tails incident, the general populace, who remain unaware of the full circumstances, do not harbor a favorable opinion of Naruto. This is especially true for the other advisors, led by Danzo. They have repeatedly suggested that Naruto undergo a complete reprogramming, and some even propose to turn him into a weapon akin to Orochimaru's despicable experiments, just as other villages have done. Therefore, merely suppressing their opinions and actions to grant Naruto some semblance of freedom in the village has already depleted my energy. This is all I can provide for Naruto, and it is regrettably insufficient, no matter how I strive. I cannot afford Naruto the treatment befitting a hero's descendant. The third sighed deeply. I owe an apology to Minato and Kushina. The third's words weighed heavily on Kakashi, who had not anticipated Naruto's situation to be so difficult to manage. Furthermore, wasn't Naruto doing relatively well at this moment? He had intended to express that Naruto was thriving, but upon glancing around the room, he found himself unable to utter such insincere words. Indeed, he could have grown up in peace, but at this moment, that was no longer feasible. The third finally revealed the underlying truth. Naruto's displayed talent was too extraordinary. Although not many were aware of it yet, it would not remain hidden for long. His strength, to some, was not a blessing but rather a threat. An uncontrollable power was a cause for fear. Some would dread the resurgence of the Nine Tails incident, while no one would assume Naruto would align himself with the village. Should his strength become uncontrollable, the only option would be to annihilate him. The third silently added in his heart, much like the Uchiha clan. Yet, this was something he would neither voice nor disclose. At last, Kakashi understood the crux of the issue. You jest. You are the Hokage. The Hokage's actions cannot exceed the limits set by the populace. Otherwise, peace would vanish, and authority would crumble. The third gazed out the window at the village, his eyes filled with nostalgia and sorrow. Thus, I chose Minato. He became Hokage, and I would support him from behind, ensuring the village had a greater chance for peaceful development. Kakashi regarded the third, suddenly recalling tales he had heard. It was said that his teacher, Minato Namikaze, became the fourth Hokage precisely because the elderly man before him had resolutely silenced dissenting voices, including that of his own disciple, Orochimaru. The expectations he held for Minato were likely beyond anyone's imagination. Minato was the most fitting candidate for Hokage I have ever encountered. His sacrifice evoked feelings of injustice within me. He should not have perished at such a young age. If possible, I would have wished to exchange lives with him. Therefore, Kakashi, when I learned that Naruto might carry Minato's legacy, my perspective shifted that I believe Minato had other plans for Naruto's life. Although I do not know what they are, I trust that he would not engage in any actions that could endanger Konoha. As I said, while I am uncertain of the origins of Naruto's power, I had always intended to enroll him in the Ninja Academy. Only by equipping him with the ability to protect himself can I grant him sufficient freedom. The third patted Kakashi's shoulder and stated firmly, "As for how to prove Naruto possesses the strength, Kakashi, I will provide you with an utterly undisturbed stage, and then it will be up to you to deliver me the answer. It is you, Hatake Kakashi, who must demonstrate that even a formidable ninja like yourself cannot eliminate the 6-year-old Uzumaki Naruto. Only with this evidence, only after confirming the impossibility of such an act, can we dissuade everyone from attempting to harm Naruto. At that time, the third's eyes burned with intensity. If it is Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it can certainly achieve that. Reflecting on this, Kakashi activated his Sharingan. Meanwhile, Naruto felt an excruciatingly piercing cry of birds echoing in his ears, as the colossal chakra, visibly shimmering with brilliance, coalesced in the hands of the man before him. Kakashi's gaze was resolute. The light emanating from the electric discharge obscuring Naruto's view of his face, he gently uttered, "Dodge it. Only then will you attain freedom, Naruto, or else you will die," like a chorus of 1,000 birds. Even the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, would have marveled at the power of this technique. Kakashi Hatake, the genius ninja of Konoha, unleashed his unique jutsu, Raikiri, enhanced by the Sharingan, capable of severing the thunder of S-rank ninjutsu. The chakra surged through his body, accelerating his movements as Kakashi transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from his original position in an instant. Boom. The tremendous thunderclap generated by the lightning release was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter stones. As the ground cracked beneath the weight of Kakashi's chakra, sending countless debris spiraling into the air, Naruto stared in astonishment at the approaching bolt of lightning. This strike sent alarms blaring in his eyes. Brain and body. He could not withstand it, could not withstand it, could not withstand it. He had to evade. As Raikiri drew perilously close, mere inches from Naruto, he finally activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! The initiation of the Flying Thunder God bore no forewarning. This space-time ninjutsu was most unpredictable. Even in the face of the lightning, Naruto effortlessly evaded. However, he made a critical error, one stemming from a lack of genuine combat experience, and thus could not be deemed a fault of his own. Had he engaged in battles with others, he would have naturally avoided such mistakes. Yet, how could Kakashi, seasoned in countless battles, fail to notice, just as Kakashi had observed while pursuing? Naruto had not left behind any marks of the Flying Thunder God technique along the way. He had only created a mark during their recent confrontation. As a 6-year-old child who had never stepped onto a battlefield, Naruto's reaction was already commendable. However, Kakashi, as a disciple of Minato Namikaze, was among the few in the ninja world who truly understood the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique. The true mastery of the Flying Thunder God lies in vanishing without a trace, leaving the enemy unaware of your intended arrival. Once the enemy can predict where you will appear, the technique becomes indistinguishable from a mere body flicker technique. Unfortunately, Naruto, in the midst of battle, left a mark only at the moment of the initial body flicker technique. Almost instantaneously after Naruto vanished, Kakashi had already turned his gaze toward Naruto's previous location. The three tomo in his eyes spinning in anticipation as Naruto landed. He instinctively looked up to confirm Kakashi's presence, and their gazes met. This was the second mistake Naruto committed. The Sharingan possesses another power, Jinjutsu. Was this where it would end? Although he had performed admirably, the deficiency in experience proved fatal. Indeed, it was still impossible to allow Naruto to expose his abilities as the Hokage desired, the moment the Jinjutsu took effect. Kakashi gazed down at Naruto, sighing inwardly. Had Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God to escape, he would have successfully passed the test. However, his inexperience, compounded by the inability to recognize the magnitude of the crisis, led Naruto to choose to leap behind Kakashi. Ultimately, this decision sealed his fate. Kakashi suddenly froze, realizing that the scenery around him had dramatically altered. The cracks in the ground, previously wrought by the residual force of Raikiri, had vanished without a trace. There was no sign left, not even the ground itself remained. All around him was darkness and chaos, impenetrable even to the Sharingan. Am I caught in a Genjutsu? Kakashi's initial reaction was to stir his chakra within, attempting to dispel the illusion. Yet before he could commence, an overwhelming pressure surged toward him from the front. A profound sense of fear and horror, unprecedented in Kakashi's life, surged forth, overwhelming him in the face of this oppressive presence. He felt as though he had returned to a distant past, back to the cave of the Shinobi Bridge. Who are you? Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as he struggled to maintain his footing. Gazing at the immense fox apparition before him, the Ninetales, the formidable beast of the fox demon, the aura of the Ninetales enveloped him entirely, subjecting Kakashi to a violent mental assault once more. Cough. He spat blood and collapsed to the ground, his left eye throbbing with pain. He pressed his palm against it, feeling a warm wetness, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. The Nine Tails had awakened. No, it should have still been sealed, merely a slight reprimand, and yet, at that moment, the Nine Tails retracted its presence, casting a dispassionate glance at the fallen Kakashi, its nine tails swaying behind it, appearing and vanishing as if by magic. No further actions, Kakashi. Kakashi struggled to comprehend the meaning behind the Nine Tails' words, his world spinning, and the pain unbearable. Ugh! Abruptly jolted awake, Kakashi was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, hastily reaching for his left eye, which remained unharmed. What had just transpired? Only then did he realize that Naruto was nowhere to be found. Yet, rather than disappointment, he felt a sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. Lord Third, this matter may be more serious than you anticipate. Kakashi let out a wry smile, but as memories of that towering and terrifying figure flooded his mind, he found it difficult to entertain other thoughts. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that there had been another figure alongside the fox apparition. Meanwhile, Naruto, having fled, exchanged bewildered glances with Sasuke, who was secretly training in the woods. The kunai bearing the flying thunder god seal was firmly grasped in Sasuke's hand. Startled and still shaken, Naruto gazed at the kunai's sharp tip, a few strands of his golden hair having been severed. Be careful, it's me. What are you doing here? Sasuke exclaimed, his eyes wide as he nearly dropped the kunai, stammering in shock. This was Itachi's and his secret hideout, a place that had long been abandoned, and he believed no one else should know of it. The very reason he had been training here secretly at night was due to the harsh words he had exchanged with Naruto that morning. Furthermore, this was the territory of the Uchiha clan. It's complicated. I'm just, in a desperate situation, Naruto said, gently pushing aside the kunai still aimed at his head. No worries. Just pretend I wasn't here. Let me find my bearings. As Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke watched in astonishment as Naruto suddenly vanished before his eyes. He quickly rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was experiencing hallucinations due to overtraining at this moment. Sasuke yearned to awaken his Sharingan. Naruto reappeared, but this time he was neither at home nor at the previous location. Instead, he found himself at the earlier training ground. Uncle Guy had mentioned that this was a training area designated for the village's elite shinobi, and he wondered if he might encounter other ninjas there. As Naruto surveyed his surroundings, he felt puzzled that no one had noticed his ambush in the village. Had it not been for the flying thunder god technique that had brought him to Sasuke, he would have thought the entire village was in turmoil. Naruto, what are you doing here? Just as Naruto was about to begin his search, a familiar and gentle voice called out from behind him. Turning, he saw the third Hokage, clad in ordinary robes, strolling over like a leisurely old man. Grandpa Hokage, Naruto exclaimed, surprised, and rushed forward. Listen to me. The third Hokage listened intently as Naruto recounted his recent ordeal, his expression growing increasingly serious. After a moment, he nodded, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, Naruto, I understand. In such a perilous situation, I will send someone to handle it immediately. Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. I was very cautious. That guy had lightning in his hands. I didn't dare get close, Naruto replied, a hint of distress in his voice. I'm sorry, Grandpa Hokage, but I didn't get a clear look at what he looked like. That's so. What a pity, the third Hokage responded, a sense of relief washing over him. It seemed that Kakashi wouldn't need to leave the village just yet. As Naruto continued to narrate the dangers he had faced, the third Hokage nodded thoughtfully. It appeared Kakashi had done an excellent job, especially in the final escape. He would need to check in with Kakashi for the full details later, once Naruto had finished recounting his experience. The third Hokage seized an opportunity to interject. Naruto, it's time to go to the Ninja Academy. The third Hokage spoke suddenly, his demeanor serious, while the village would take every precaution to prevent such dangers. The world was inherently perilous. At your current level, although you have some ability to protect yourself, battles among ninjas are not solely about fleeing. If you truly aspire to be Hokage, you must learn sufficient skills at school and become an exceptional ninja. School? Naruto looked momentarily taken aback. And you can make a lot of friends there, the third Hokage added, his expression softening as he winked at Naruto. After Naruto had finished describing his recent encounters, the third Hokage, having gathered the information he sought, didn't leave immediately. He merely mentioned the academy, planting the idea in Naruto's mind. Soon, the third Hokage escorted Naruto back along the path toward home. Throughout the journey, Naruto remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings and even jumping about. In contrast, the third Hokage, ostensibly protecting Naruto, appeared relaxed, resembling a grandfather out for an evening stroll after dinner. We're almost there. Grandpa Hokage, be careful. We should hide. As they approached their destination, Naruto quickly ducked behind a tree, squinting to survey the area and cautiously gesturing for the third Hokage to follow. All right. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled, indulging in Naruto's antics, his mood buoyant. Even if Naruto suggested they take a detour to the Hokage rock, the third Hokage would likely just smile and watch. Hiding behind the tree, Naruto feigned various actions, peeking out playfully until he finally mustered the courage to leap out, shuriken in hand, only to find his expression frozen in shock. Although it was now evening, the streets bustled with people, much like any other day, with familiar faces among them. There had been no one just moments ago. Naruto even noticed that the cracks and debris that should have been on the ground had vanished. What is going on? Naruto felt utterly perplexed. It seems it's all clear now. That person must have fled without achieving their goal. Well then, I'll take you to this point. The third Hokage nodded. Don't worry. I'll send others to track down the enemy. No matter how that person infiltrated the village, it won't happen again. Grandpa Hokage, you mustn't let your guard down. Although Naruto remained concerned, he looked at the peaceful streets and felt a surge of determination. And don't worry, I'm not someone to be trifled with. Whoever that guy is, I'll personally hunt him down and give him a good thrashing. Somewhere nearby, Kakashi, who had been observing from a distance, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He was genuinely unsettled by Naruto's words. The Ninetales' presence was truly formidable. I look forward to it, the third Hokage remarked, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he watched Naruto head home. It wasn't until Naruto disappeared from view that the third Hokage finally lifted his gaze to the sky, though the starlight dimmed. His eyes shimmered with the brilliance of countless stars. The Ninetales, having monitored the entire exchange, did not retreat its awareness as before. Instead, it observed the situation with keen interest, locking its gaze onto Minato Namikaze. Was this all part of your scheme? How could that be? Wufeng Shuimin smiled. Yet after spending such an extensive period with Shuimin, the Ninetales could easily discern his nonchalance, indicating that this was indeed within Shuimin's expectations. After learning the Flying Thunder God technique through the teachings of sealing arts, the Ninetales had confirmed with him several times how Naruto would fare should he expose this technique. The Ninetales had even prepared to intervene forcefully if Naruto were to find himself in danger as a result. Nevertheless, Shuimin's responses had always been reassuringly confident. There would be no danger. He had faith in Konoha. That self-assured expression evoked memories in the Ninetales of Naruto, declaring his ambition to become Hokage. A true reflection of his father. Come out. After parting ways with Naruto, the third Hokage did not immediately return home, but instead retraced his steps back to the entrance of the Hokage building. After stowing away his pipe, he exhaled slowly. Thank you for your efforts, Kakashi. Hokage-sama. If it is permissible, I truly wish to return home to rest before reporting to you. Kakashi, who had been trailing the third, revealed himself, supporting his forehead with one hand, his white hair hanging limply, exuding an air of extreme fatigue. The third, who had initially appeared composed, was taken aback upon seeing Kakashi's disheveled state. He had assumed Kakashi would merely be unable to handle Naruto. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that Konoha's elite jonin and former Umbu captain had suffered considerable setbacks at the hands of this 6-year-old child. Yet, Kakashi remained professional, and despite voicing a complaint, he promptly began to relay his mission report. This child Naruto is remarkable, and he seems to have exceeded your expectations, Hokage-sama. Kakashi recounted everything he had just experienced in meticulous detail. Upon learning that Naruto had compelled Kakashi to employ both the Sharingan and Raikiri simply through the use of body flicker and shadow clone techniques, the third was taken aback. He knew that Kakashi possessed other abilities, but when had Naruto's foundational skills become so formidable? While he recognized Naruto's dedication to practice, the prospect of Naruto holding his own against Kakashi was astonishing. Ultimately, just as you anticipated, under the threat of Raikiri, Naruto vanished before my eyes using the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, I was unable to track him. As Kakashi spoke, he rubbed his temples. Naruto's displayed talent was both awe-inspiring and frightening, prompting thoughts of another prodigious youth he was familiar with, Uchiha Itachi. No. Based purely on age, Naruto's performance far surpassed that of Itachi, who had dazzled the Umbu upon his induction. From what you described, it seems Naruto did not attack you. Why, then, do you appear this way? The third questioned, observing Kakashi's condition with bewilderment. Perhaps it is due to inadequate rest from the previous mission, and the subsequent use of Raikiri has left my chakras somewhat disordered, Kakashi replied, equally perplexed by his own state. Very well, You should return home and rest properly that we can discuss the remaining matters tomorrow. Noticing Kakashi was not in immediate danger, the third patted his shoulder, signaling for him to take his leave. At that moment, the third subtly channeled chakra, but yielded no results. It was not an illusion. It appeared that Kakashi's condition was genuinely troubling. Realizing this, the third dismissed it from his mind, as the goal had been achieved. That I shall take my leave then. Hearing the unrestrained joy in the third Hokage's words, Kakashi exhaled in relief. In Konoha, very few were aware that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Kakashi's former position in the Umbu made him particularly sensitive, preventing him from interacting with Naruto as freely as Guy might. Thus, he felt a sense of fulfillment that his actions had contributed positively to Naruto's outcome. Wait. Shortly after Kakashi turned to leave, he suddenly felt a wave of pain dissipate from his mind. Then, he abruptly recalled something, his expression turning to one of alarm. How could he have forgotten to report on the Ninetales? Without further thought, Kakashi instinctively made to return to the Hokage's office. However, just as he turned, that pain vanished once more, leaving him standing there, mouth agape beneath his mask, yet unable to utter a sound. What is happening to me? I feel so weary. Kakashi felt his strength swiftly ebbing, his mind growing hazy. This was not good. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. Hey, isn't that my eternal rival, Kakashi? Suddenly, an exuberant shout erupted from a distant street corner. Kakashi, in a daze, turned to see a peculiar figure rapidly approaching. As two souls abruptly appeared before him, the boisterous voice continued, "What a coincidence. I was just doing handstands around the village after lunch. How about it? Care to join?" "What's wrong, Kakashi?" The newcomer was none other than Might Guy. Clad in his signature green jumpsuit. It was evident he had noticed Kakashi's unusual demeanor, and, after performing an impressive somersault, he ceased his playful antics. "I'm fine. Just a bit dizzy. It's nothing serious." Kakashi glanced at Guy, aware that his friend was not involved in this mission. Adhering to the principle of secrecy, he refrained from elaborating. "You're going for a post-lunch handstand stroll? Aren't you afraid of throwing up? If you're really that idle, why not head home for a nap or fetch me a bottle of water?" "Water, you say? Just wait." Guy chuckled heartily, preparing to sprint off when suddenly, he spun around and delivered a swift chop to Kakashi's forehead. Taken by surprise, Kakashi winced in pain. "Did you really take me for a fool? How could I not notice that something was off with you? If it's something mission-related that you can't discuss, I want pride. I'm taking you home." Kakashi, clutching his head and suppressing the pain, thought to himself that this blow was far worse than the earlier discomfort. Nevertheless, he sank to the ground, waving his hand. "No need. I just need a moment to rest. It's nothing serious. Really, really." As Guy stared intently at Kakashi, doubt etched across his face, a prolonged silence ensued. "Just take me home already." Finally, unable to withstand his friend's insistence, Kakashi relented, fearing that Guy's unwavering gaze might lead to misunderstandings. Now that the spirit, Guy beamed brightly before effortlessly lifting Kakashi overhead, exclaiming with laughter, "Let us leap all the way to your home from here. Ready, set, go." "Spare me." Kakashi, hoisted in the air and bouncing, felt a sense of despair, praying that no passers-by witnessed this spectacle, his discomfort mounting. After Kakashi's departure, the third Hokage waved his hand, summoning the Umbu to convene with the advisors of Konoha. He could hardly wait until the next day. It was not that he doubted Kakashi. Rather, it was precisely because of his trust in Kakashi that the third wished for him to withdraw from the situation. He understood his old comrades all too well. His prior decision to have the Umbu withdraw their surveillance and restrict the streets would undoubtedly have piqued their interest. If Kakashi were present, it would only lead them to believe that he and Kakashi were orchestrating a ruse. The third extracted his pipe and entered the Hokage building, taking a seat in his office to await their arrival. He glanced up at the portraits of previous Hokages adorning the wall, pausing on the visage of the fourth, Feng Shui-min. After tonight, Naruto would be granted at least the freedom to move within the village, allowing the third to begin paving the way for him. "Shui-min, though I am unaware of your true intentions for Naruto, just as I supported your ascension to Hokage, I will continue to uphold your decisions." The third's heart silently vowed. Meanwhile, back at home, Kakashi exerted considerable effort to convince Guy that he was merely fatigued, eventually managing to send him on his way. However, once Guy was out of sight, Kakashi felt the throbbing in his head subside, and memories related to the Ninetales came flooding back. This sensation caused a wave of dizziness, but being well versed in such matters, he promptly made his way to the mirror at the wash basin. Following the source of the pain's disappearance, he lifted his clothing to reveal a very small yet conspicuous mark on his neck, causing his expression to darken. "This is a sealing technique," had the Ninetales sealed within Naruto, applied a sealing technique upon himself in that moment. How could this have happened? He had never heard of the Nine Tails possessing such capabilities. Moreover, Kakashi extended his right index finger to gently touch the mark. However, aside from a cold sensation, he felt nothing, as if the mark were merely a figment of his imagination. Even the usual chakra residue left by a sealing technique was absent. How could this be possible? Kakashi furrowed his brow in confusion. To his knowledge, the Nine Tails had historically been regarded as a natural disaster by the ninja world. Since being subdued by Konoha, its abilities have been meticulously analyzed and recorded. However, none of the documentation has ever indicated that the Nine Tails possesses any skills related to sealing techniques. Although caught off guard at that moment, I remained vigilant. Even the Sharingan, which has the power to control the wills of tailed beasts, proved ineffective. Under the enhancement of the Sharingan, I failed to discern how the Nine Tails had imposed the seal upon me. Kakashi attempted several times to exert control over his thoughts, subsequently summarizing some effects related to this seal. First and foremost, the nature of this enigmatic seal appears to be intertwined with my own will. Whenever I attempt to discuss matters concerning the Nine Tails, the seal reacts in response. Additionally, considering prior events, it seems that if I were to broach the subject voluntarily, I would fall into a state of oblivion. This is not akin to memory alteration. Rather, it resembles a form of puppetry or manipulation technique. From what I gather, it is somewhat akin to the chakra threads employed by the unique puppet masters of the Wind Village, essentially using chakra to govern human behavior. Yet, the mark left by the Nine Tails does not conceal itself. It quietly and effortlessly alerts me to its presence. Is the Nine Tails sealing technique merely rudimentary, or is it simply issuing a warning? Kakashi refrained from making any rash assertions. But this was undoubtedly not a favorable revelation. Sealing techniques are rarely accessible to individuals within the ninja world, and Kakashi's understanding of them stems from his past experiences. He was a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, whose mastery of sealing techniques was unparalleled. Thus, Kakashi had learned some aspects of sealing from what Minato had imparted. With his current proficiency in sealing techniques, he was at a loss as to the principles governing the mark on his neck, and even more so about the intentions behind the Nine Tails imposition of this seal. Did it not realize that such actions would inadvertently expose its presence? In any case, he needed to devise a strategy to bypass this seal and find a way to inform the third Hokage. After all, any information regarding the Nine Tails was not to be trifled with when it came to the safety of the village. However, just as Kakashi was preparing to document the information through means akin to a letter, attempting to circumvent reliance on his subjective memory, he suddenly halted. He thought of Naruto. The pen in his hand began to tap slowly against the paper, the ink spreading. Everything the third Hokage had done was aimed at granting Naruto freedom. A 6-year-old who could effortlessly escape the assassination attempts of elite Chunin. Within the village, no one would pose a threat to him. Everyone would acknowledge him as an unparalleled genius, provided he remained safe. Not only was Naruto's safety paramount, but it was also crucial that he did not jeopardize the village's security. The third Hokage's objective was clear. He hoped for Naruto to recognize and inherit the will of fire, to become the protective force of the village as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, should I report information about the Nine Tails, and the village subsequently faced the threat of its resurgence, then everything would be irrevocably lost, and even Naruto's life could become a sacrificial choice, the sole child of Minato-sensei, and the safety of the village. Kakashi fell silent. He was reminded of his former ANBU comrade, Itachi Uchiha. That child, younger than himself, had garnered praise from his peers since joining the ANBU. Yet, what Kakashi saw was a depth of thought and suffering on his face that belied his age. As the ANBU captain, Itachi had once posed a question to him. On that day, leaning against a tree trunk without his mask, he gazed at the resting Kakashi and asked, "Senpai, your Sharingan was entrusted to you by a friend. Must you honor your friend's will?" Kakashi understood whom Itachi referred to, Shursui Uchiha. His eyes were in Itachi's possession. Kakashi, having honed his skills in the ANBU for many years, instinctively grasped the implications. Yet before he could inquire further, Itachi had expressed his unwillingness to continue the conversation. At that moment, Itachi's silhouette seemed to accuse Kakashi of his own inaction. Although Kakashi had since departed from the ANBU as an elite Genin, he was well aware of the tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher-ups. Both Itachi and Shursui, as members of the Uchiha clan, faced the same dilemma, the choice between clan loyalty and village allegiance. Whether he had found his answer or made a decision remained uncertain. After standing in place for a moment, Kakashi abruptly rose and entered the bathroom, splashing cold water on his face to rouse himself. Before turning and stepping out of his home, without changing out of his black ninja attire, he did not head to the Hokage Tower. Instead, he ventured into the night alone. Along the way, Kakashi encountered no one. Or perhaps he deliberately avoided all company. Arriving at the hero's monument of Konoha, gazing at the imposing stone tablet at its center, he lowered his head. This was the memorial tablet inscribed with the names of the ninja who had sacrificed themselves as heroes. Etched with the names of those who perished in the great ninja wars or who laid down their lives to protect the village. Kakashi's gaze lingered on the familiar names he had seen countless times. Obito Uchiha, Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki. As he contemplated these names, he suddenly recalled someone not listed there. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, that once solitary yet noble figure, faced with a harrowing decision during a mission, chose to save his comrades over completing the task. Yet, the outcome left an indelible mark on Kakashi's memory. Your father, as a ninja, broke the rules, abandoning the mission to save his comrades. He is unworthy to be called a ninja. Konoha's white fang cast aside the glory of the village. Perhaps he could not bear the weight of that pressure. It was likely a case of suicide born out of guilt. The voices of those from his memories echoed back as a young Kakashi beheld the lifeless body of his father, who had taken his own life at home. Unable to comprehend the reality, the harsh truth seemed to convey that as a ninja, the only choice was to prioritize the village over comrades. Yet, the next image that flashed in his mind was of a Sharingan-eyed boy wearing goggles, fiercely gripping his collar, his spirit ablaze, his gaze unwavering. The boy, glaring at Kakashi's conflicted expression, shouted as if addressing his current self. Kakashi, remember this. Those who break the rules of ninjas are nothing but trash, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than trash. At some unknown moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, and Kakashi let the rain soak his white hair, reaching up to touch his forehead protector. Beneath its cover, the Sharingan seemed to pulse, as if imparting some vital truth. His expression gradually softened. Ninja, village, comrades, and his mentor. Kakashi's mind echoed with all that had once plunged him into despair and self-reproach. And he suddenly understood. Father, Obito, you were right. This time, I will not regret my choice. Kakashi resolved, and the mark upon his neck quietly vanished, as if it had never existed. At that moment, he remained unaware of this change. Still facing the memorial tablet as he expressed his newfound conviction, this time, I will surely protect Naruto, and I will safeguard the village. I shall bear this responsibility. If the Ninetales truly poses a threat to the village's safety. Minato-sensei, this time, it is my turn. A flicker of transformation appeared in his gaze, and at that moment, Hatake Kakashi, the prodigious ninja who had set records for the fastest promotions to CH Nin and J Nin in Konoha's history, was on the cusp of a monumental change in his destiny. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage observed the silent and brooding Danzo alongside two Konoha advisors, their expressions starkly contrasting with his own confident demeanor. The third Hokage exuded an air of assurance as he orchestrated their next moves, while the trio appeared so gloomy that they could almost drip with water. As anticipated, they had received immediate reports regarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki being attacked, yet managing to escape unscathed. More importantly, within the intelligence gathered, they all discerned the identity of the assailant, yet an unspoken understanding lingered among them, rendering it a taboo subject. Their informants had delivered unequivocal responses. Hatake Kakashi exerted his full strength. This outcome left the likes of Nara Shikamaru and others in a state of mute astonishment, as they beheld Sarutobi Hiruzen's smug expression, which prompted them to reminisce about the last time this insufferable demeanor graced Sarutobi's face. When Namikaze Minato was confirmed as the fourth Hokage, thus, regarding the lifting of the house arrest on the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, and the comprehensive surveillance imposed upon him, the third Hokage observed the silence of his old friends and decided to no longer grant them the luxury of delay. And, shall we proceed with the proposal that he be allowed to train in the village's ninjutsu? Everyone in agreement. Mito Kamizuki, one of the advisors of Konoha, seemed poised to argue further, yet upon noticing Danzo's resolute silence, he understood it to be tacit approval. After all, in the world of ninjas, strength is the true currency of power. A prodigy who managed to evade an all-out assassination attempt by the former Umbu captain at the tender age of 6, and who did so without even tapping into the powers of the tailed beast within him. This innate talent and capability, coupled with his status as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, left all present utterly speechless. It is worth noting that the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, struggled to control the beast's power even in adulthood, often succumbing to bouts of rampage. Given the interplay between Naruto's chakra and that of the Ninetales, how could he exhibit such remarkable control? This inevitably led them to question the extraordinary finesse of the fourth sealing technique. Meanwhile, the Ninetales, sensing the dissipating seal as Naruto succumbed to slumber during a tedious class, paused momentarily before emitting a barely perceptible chuckle faster than I had anticipated. Well done. Amigakure, nestled within the crevice of the land of rain, the land of wind, and the land of fire, is a nation of little might. Often regarded as weak, however, Amigakure boasts a formidable ninja of great renown. Known as Hanzo of the Salamander, he earned the moniker demigod during the Second Shinobi World War. In his middle age, Hanzo dominated in battle against Konoha's Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, even bestowing upon them the title of Konoha's legendary three ninjas. Power is the bedrock of all, even within the feeble Amigakure. Hanzo's reputation alone is sufficient to deter ninjas from the three great nations from daring to engage in any underhanded schemes within the village. Amigakure is perpetually shrouded in rain, the entire village enveloped in an almost palpable aura of moisture. At this moment, two unexpected visitors clad in black cloaks adorned with red clouds, their heads covered by conical hats, silently entered this village devoid of tourists. This rain. One of them furrowed his brow as he stepped into the downpour, seemingly sensing something amiss, although his eyes were obscured by a black cloth. His youthful features were discernible, yet his exposed skin bore an unnaturally pallid hue. This was a deceptive ninjutsu masquerading as rain, akin to Konoha's barriers. Anyone drenched by it would be detected by its wielder. His masked companion, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "Ninjutsu." Even beneath the veil, the former maintained an appraising stance. How extensive must a sensory ninjutsu be to encompass such a vast area? Before he could voice his awe, someone appeared in an instant. It was a woman, her deep blue hair short and lacking luster, her delicate features accentuated by a slightly aloof expression, enhancing her cold beauty. Like the two others, she was draped in a black cloak embroidered with red clouds. It's you. Upon recognizing the masked man, the woman's brow creased slightly. "Take us to see him. I have matters to discuss with you." The masked man's voice shifted, adopting a deeper timbre. "Follow me." The woman nodded and led the two towards the heart of the village. The most prosperous area of Amigakure lay at its center, a commercial street that appeared unremarkable compared to others. Perhaps lacking in vibrancy, the sightless man scrutinized his surroundings without hesitation. Although it seemed peculiar for a blindfolded individual to observe, the presence of the blue-haired woman rendered the onlookers mute. Navigating through the village's center and further inward, they reached a high platform, from which one could truly grasp the entirety of Amigakure, much like Hanzo of the Salamander, who once stood here, ruling and surveilling the village. The woman ushered the two to a secluded courtyard, passing through a dim passageway to ascend to the platform. There, a man with orange hair stood with his back to them, surveying the rain-drenched expanse of Amigakure. "So, your arrival suggests you were confident this time?" As they drew closer, he turned, revealing a visage that struck terror, a few black rods protruding from his nose and ears, his expression cold and lifeless. Yet, what drew the most attention were his eyes, spiraled with intricate patterns, as if possessing the power to see through all things. "Pain, allow me to introduce the organization's new companion." The masked man stepped forward, leaning against the wall and gesturing towards the blindfolded figure. "Uchiha Shursui, the Shursui of the instantaneous technique from Konoha." The woman instinctively gasped at the name. Meanwhile, the blindfolded Uchiha was equally astonished, recognizing the legendary eyes of the Rinnegan in the man before him. An Uchiha from Konoha? Pain regarded the sightless Shursui, and in a sudden, unguarded moment, he made his move. However, just as Pain raised his hand, Shursui vanished from sight, a shuriken hurtling towards Pain's forehead. Yet before the shuriken could reach him, Shursui observed it being deflected back towards him with even greater speed by an unseen force. But Shursui's instantaneous technique was no mere boast. Almost instantaneously, as the shuriken was rebounded, Shursui reappeared behind Pain, hand poised in the formation of the tiger seal, the sign for fire release. Seeing this, the blue-haired woman prepared to intervene, yet Pain spoke first. "Conan, there's no need to act." Slowly, Pain turned to face Shursui, who also relaxed his hand from the seal. Throughout this exchange, the masked man remained silent, observing the events unfold at a remarkable instantaneous technique. "Yet if this is your full strength, it would be more merciful for you to perish here." Pain regarded Shursui's released hand seal, uttering a final comment before shifting his gaze to the masked man. "Are you certain that with him, we will be sufficient to contend with the fourth Mizukage of the Land of Water? Let us not forget how you narrowly escaped last time." Though I am unsure why that beast within him has grown stronger than before, it's merely a matter of that caliber. Last time, he feigned being under my genjutsu for a surprise attack. But there will be no such opportunity this time. Very well, your confidence suffices. Pain interrupted the masked man's discourse. As before, I will restrain the others from the land of water, providing you both with cover to capture the tailed beast. Should we fail again, I shall consider taking matters into my own hands. Of course, if it comes to that, I will have to let you take action yourself. Furthermore, considering the actual strength of the tailed beasts exceeds prior intelligence, our current personnel are woefully inadequate. The masked man expressed no significant dissent to Payne's authoritative tone. Turning to Conan, he stated, "Conan, we must expedite the recruitment of new members." Clearly displeased with being referred to as Conan, she shot a cold glance at the masked man and Shursui, curtly retorting, "Just focus on your tasks." With their exchange concluded, the masked man and Uchiha Shursui departed Amigakure under the cover of night. Embarking on their journey towards the land of water, you don't seem to wield the authority you claim within the organization. At least the two members we've encountered today do not appear to hold you in high regard. Though veiled, Shursui's perception remained unclouded as they traversed the night road. Of course, we are merely in a mutually beneficial relationship. The masked man abruptly halted midway, surveying his surroundings with a discerning gaze. "I shall rest here for today. I am weary." Without waiting for a response, he vanished from sight. Uchiha Shursui, standing in place, was evidently taken aback by such a display, feeling a mix of vigilance and resignation. His hand brushed against the black cloth covering his face. He was acutely aware of the loss of his own eyes. Yet beneath the shroud, he possessed a pair of intact eyes that belonged to another. The Akatsuki, a name that had surfaced in the investigative records of Konoha's Umbu, was merely a fleeting mention, an organization that had once flickered into existence in the Land of Rain. Little did he know that this organization concealed far more significant secrets. His awareness of these secrets had drawn him to this place, in a peculiar realm. The masked Uchiha Obito faced a wall plastered with information about various ninjas from the ninja world. Deep in thought, suddenly he spoke. "What is the status?" Another masked figure appeared behind him, indeed, the same one who had accompanied Shursui. Removing his mask revealed a face that was pure white yet tinged with an unsettling malevolence. "I have completed the communication with Pain and am now en route to the Hidden Mist Village. We should be ready to act in approximately 3 days." He hesitated momentarily, then, observing Obito's intense concentration, White Zetsu continued, "Are you truly going to let Uchiha Shursui attempt to capture a tailed beast alone? His power is sufficient." Obito casually plucked the information regarding Shursui from the wall. "I have transplanted the Sharingan of his relative, Uchiha Kagami, along with Hashirama's cells. Although he has lost the ability of the Kodo Amatsukami, his other powers have surpassed their former glory. In terms of combat capability, he is stronger than I am now. His opponent is the 4th Mizukage. You were never a match for the Three Tails," White Zetsu cautioned. "Kagaya Yagura." Obito paused, his expression growing complex as he regarded the details about the hidden mist village on the wall. The 4th Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura, a youth with pink pupils, was also the host of the Three Tails. Obito had once harbored a bitter vendetta against him, using the Sharingan's Genjutsu to control him and unleash the blood mist upon the village as revenge. This had led to chaos among the Mist Ninjas, forcing the survivors into perilous missions, resulting in a series of defections and assaults on high-ranking officials, a reality that brought Obito a twisted sense of joy. After all, during the Great Ninja War, Rin had been manipulated into becoming the Three Tails Jinchuriki, a ploy intended to wreak havoc upon Konoha, which ultimately led to her demise at Kakashi's hands. However, for reasons unknown. Not long ago, when Obito intended to utilize Kagaya Yagura's body to study the separation of the tailed beast from its host, Yagura had suddenly broken free from the Genjutsu's grip and severely injured him before he could react. Had it not been for the unique spatial ninjutsu of his Manjiki Sharingan, Kamui, and his body being partially infused with Hashirama's cells, Obito might have perished at Yagura's hands. The fact that Yagura could maintain his intellect while fully transformed into a tailed beast and unleash such formidable attacks was alarming. It reminded him of the perfect Jinchuriki mentioned in the records left by Uchiha Madara. Yet the power Yagura displayed far exceeded what Madara had documented about the three tails. It was well known that Jinchuriki imbued with tailed beast chakra were immune to Genjutsu. The Sharingan could only influence the tailed beast within. Madara had once informed him that only the pinnacle of Manjiki Sharingan could control the 9 tails, while his own could merely control the 3 tails. Yet something had evidently changed within the 3 tails, breaking free from his Genjutsu, though he remained oblivious to the specifics of that transition. This unforeseen development stirred within Obito a tempest of anger and anxiety. After all, his adversary was the 4th Mizukage. Even if he withdrew, The memories manipulated by the Sharingan would not vanish. Gaara might unravel the connection to the Akatsuki and himself. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this threat swiftly. Before he had to clean up the mess he had left in the hidden mist village, if he could not eradicate it entirely, he at least needed to ensure his own escape. Being targeted by a ninja village would severely limit his actions. If he were to lose, it would be of little consequence. Gathering his thoughts, Obito articulated his intentions. I have not revealed my true identity to anyone. They only know of an enemy possessing the Sharingan. If Uchiha Shursui were to falter in his battle. I see, White Zetsu interjected, realization dawning. Then he will serve as your scapegoat, leading them to believe that Uchiha Shursui has been the one controlling the Mizukage all along. Indeed, Obito replied with a cold smirk. After all, the death of Uchiha Shursui cannot be placed on the table as evidenced by Konoha. Let them tear each other apart, even inciting another great ninja war if necessary. Such a cunning and ruthless strategy. However, what of capturing the tailed beast? Should you truly lose Uchiha Shursui, this hard-won asset will be lost, jeopardizing our subsequent operations, White Zetsu lamented, then inquired. The current Uchiha clan is not limited to Shursui alone. Obito's gaze settled on the information pertaining to the Uchiha clan on the wall, fixating on a slightly younger yet mature-looking Uchiha Itachi. Very well. It appears you have everything planned out. I shall return to continue monitoring Uchiha Shursui for you. White Zetsu's doubts dissipated, and as a shadow melded into his form, his previously white visage transformed into a duality of black and white, rendering him even more eerie. He donned his mask, remarking, Yet I do hope he can defeat the fourth Mizukage with Pain's assistance. That would facilitate your plans considerably. Obito remained silent, lost in contemplation. A sense of unease lingered within him. The records left by Uchiha Madara had not frequently aired, and logically, the Three Tails' power should not have been so formidable. Was it merely a coincidence that the tailed beast's information was flawed, or did this signify a broader trend among other tailed beasts? Meanwhile, within Naruto's being, the Nine Tails suddenly opened its eyes, a creature of ancient age long accustomed to malice. Now experiencing an unexpected surge of uncontainable joy, sensing the Nine Tails' emotions, the meditating Namake's Minato turned to face it, detecting a strange yet familiar energy that left him uncertain. However, the Nine Tails concealed nothing. Upon noticing Minato's gaze, it grinned widely and subtly released that energy. This is natural energy, Minato exclaimed in astonishment. Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, the Wet-Bone Forest, these were the three great locations for sage training in the ninja world. Presided over not by humans, but by the summoning beasts who practice sage arts, Mount Myaboku was a hidden gem within this vast world, the dwelling place of the toads. At this moment, in Mount Myaboku, a massive toad sage slumped lazily at a high vantage point, suddenly uttering a series of contemplative murmurs. He opened his somewhat clouded eyes, muttering incantations, sensing an inexplicable change, though the specifics eluded him. Nearby, a small toad raised its head, preparing to inform several sages. Their elder was known for awakening from slumber to deliver prophecies, each laden with significant information capable of shaking the foundations of the ninja world. Yet before the small toad could depart, the great toad sage, after a prolonged moment of contemplation, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. This is, startled by this commotion, the small toad stumbled and fell onto its back. Hastily inquiring, Elder, what has happened? This is unprecedented. Ignoring the small toad's question, the great toad sage continued to express his wonder. Before long, other toads from Mount Myaboku, also practicing sage arts, arrived in succession, including the esteemed Fukasaku and Shima, who approached the great toad sage, watching him mutter incantations with perplexed expressions. Elder, what is happening? Has he truly lost his mind? You speak of lost minds. The great toad sage finally regained his composure. Addressing the gathered toads with gravity, just now, I glimpsed the future. Does it pertain to the ninja world? Should we inform Jiraiya? No, it bears no relation to him. The predictions made by the great toad sage in the past concerning the child of prophecy were deemed accurate, leading to the expectation that this time would be no different. However, the utterances of the great toad sage left many practitioners of ninjutsu in a state of astonishment that I witnessed the emergence of an entirely new lineage of sage arts. Born within the confines of Konohagakure, natural energy, the moment the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, laid eyes upon the pure energy coalescing around the Nine Tails, he recognized it immediately. His mentor, Jiraiya, had imparted to him the techniques of sage mode from Mount Myaboku. Although he was not particularly adept at it, he had nonetheless acquired the knowledge. Sage mode is achieved by blending natural energy with chakra to form a unique type of sage chakra within the human body. This sage chakra is distinct from ordinary chakra, as it cannot be gathered while engaged in battle. Once depleted, one reverts from Sage mode, a process that is exceedingly taxing on physical stamina. Sage Chakra has the capacity to exponentially enhance the potency of pre-existing ninjutsu, allowing it to surpass the limits of what conventional ninjutsu can achieve. Techniques employing Sage Chakra are referred to by Jiraiya as Sage Arts. Yet, at that moment, the natural energy emanating from the Nine Tails gave Minato an inexplicable sensation. Although faint, it bore resemblance to chakra gradually blossoming. Moreover, it was of utmost importance that Minato's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the combined 4-symbol seal and 8-trigram seal, adorned with symbols signifying the integrity of the seal. How was it possible for the Nine Tails, clearly still sealed and devoid of any physical form, to extract natural energy within Naruto's inner spiritual realm? In Minato's eyes, the Nine Tails had grown increasingly enigmatic. Despite the outlandish nature of the information conveyed by the Nine Tails, Minato, being the astute individual that he was, discerned that the events were not mere fabrications. After all, these were merely potential future occurrences. Alterations made in the present could indeed reshape the future, and he was diligently striving toward that end. Yet, he found it difficult to fathom the current state of the Nine Tails. Previously, the Nine Tails had informed him of the Otsutsuki clan's ability to absorb chakra, and as a being composed of chakra, the tailed beasts were inherently incapable of contending with the Otsutsuki. Thus, he had been summoned to guide Naruto, initially believing it would hinge upon Naruto's growth. However, during this time, the Nine Tails had not engaged in further conversation with Naruto, leaving Minato to ponder its intentions. This moment, the natural energy coalescing around the Nine Tails sparked a bold conjecture in Minato's mind. However, might I surmise, esteemed Nine Tails, that my sealing technique has become nigh on irrelevant? Minato displayed a look of resignation. Impossible. I remain ensconced within the seal, unable to attain freedom, the Nine Tails retorted immediately. Yet, anyone could discern the nonchalant tone in its voice. A stark contrast to the notion of being bound and deprived of liberty. It appears to me that the esteemed Nine Tails rather enjoys its time within this seal. Minato silently mused, although he possessed the emotional intelligence not to voice such thoughts aloud. The Nine Tails' good humor was fleeting. After showcasing the natural energy, it returned to a state of stillness. For nearly 2 years, the interactions between the Nine Tails and Minato had unfolded in this manner. Occasional casual exchanges followed by mutual silence as they pursued their respective endeavors. In light of their foreknowledge of the future, the weight of pressure remained unrelenting upon Minato's heart, a sentiment he believed the Nine Tails shared as well. After all, the intelligence gleaned from the Nine Tails suggested that in the future ninja world, the capacity to stand against the Otsutsuki clan was virtually non-existent. Even with the gifts bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto and Sasuke could scarcely hope to contend with a single adversary. Indeed, were it not for the critical weakness mentioned by the Nine Tails, even the sacrifice of the Nine Tails might not suffice to vanquish this foe. For Minato, a veteran of countless battles, the initial reaction upon receiving such news was not how to confront this singular opponent, but rather how to respond should the Otsutsuki clan arrive in greater numbers. Having carved his name as the yellow flash of Konohagakure amidst the mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he understood all too well that in the future articulated by the Nine Tails, the entire ninja world would lack the qualifications to engage in a genuine conflict with the Otsutsuki clan. Moreover, the Otsutsuki would not remain limited to a mere handful of individuals in this world. Both man and beast sought a means to break the impasse in their own ways, whether it was the Nine Tails or Minato at that moment. Both were entities composed of chakra, which obviated the need for sleep. However, the principle of balancing work and rest was not lost on Minato, who, as a former Hokage, understood its significance. In other words, although they did not require sleep, they still needed alternative methods of repose. For instance, Minato's evenings spent instructing 2 novice ninjas in the fundamentals provided him with a measure of relaxation through his interactions with Naruto. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails devoted its time to its own schemes, occasionally observing the world through Naruto's perspective during the day for a brief reprieve. Ultimately, their shared objective was to alter the grim future the Nine Tails had witnessed. They needed to change everything to forge a new destiny. This understanding was unspoken yet mutual between them. The 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village has gone missing. Upon reviewing the urgent intelligence that arrived this morning, the 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow and spoke in a grave tone. Last year, the Land of Water dispatched an official communication, declaring that their Hidden Mist Village had been infiltrated by our spies from Konohagakure, resulting in countless casualties among their ninjas. They demand the surrender of the culprits and have directly accused members of the Uchiha clan. In the Hokage's office, Nara Shikaku, clad in a wild-style cloak and sporting the traditional spiky hairstyle of the Nara clan, renowned as the strategist of Konohagakure, gazed at the intelligence with a pained expression. Even for someone of his intellectual caliber, he had to concede that the current situation was approaching an unsolvable crisis. The adversaries had produced an image. While it bore slight alterations, it unmistakably depicted Uchiha Shursui. It is plausible that someone employed a transformation technique to provoke discord between the land of fire and the land of water. The Hidden Mist Village is aware of this, which is why they have merely sought a formal warning from the daimyo. However, the third Hokage inhaled deeply from his old pipe, the smoke swirling around him like the uncertainties clouding his mind. But that ocular technique capable of controlling tailed beasts and casting illusions. There exists no other possibility than the Sharingan of the Uchiha. Nara Shikaka supplemented this critical information. With this alone, Konohagakure could not evade culpability. Damn it. Uchiha. The mere mention of this name was one the third Hokage wished would vanish from his ears. Ever since the previous rebellion was temporarily quelled, Danzo and his faction had seized upon various unfounded pretexts to apprehend the more radical members of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, the justifications provided before the third Hokage were entirely legitimate. How could they overlook the charges of conspiracy? These arrests, conducted publicly throughout the village, were aimed at undermining the Uchiha clan's standing. For the villagers, their perceptions of the Uchiha had inevitably shifted. The fear that had arisen from the Nine-Tails incident had gradually morphed into disdain over time. As the Hokage, Sarutobi was acutely aware that the Uchiha clan members taken by the root organization would never be released. Yet, the families of those apprehended, seeing their loved ones taken away without return, could hardly resign themselves to fate. The rift between the village and the Uchiha clan would only escalate, spiraling out of control. Moreover, the candidate best suited to suppress the Uchiha clan had, at present, become a name featured on the ninja world's wanted list, accused of assassinating the Mizukage and attempting to overthrow the Hidden Mist Village. Such a grave crime was one Konohagakure could not possibly acknowledge. However, the death of Uchiha Shursui was an unspeakable darkness for Konohagakure. As long as the Uchiha clan maintained some connection to the village, the current predicament left Konohagakure in a precarious position. Amidst this internal turmoil, external pressures mounted, compelling both Sarutobi and the Uchiha clan to make swift decisions. They both understood that they were like a barrel of explosives festooned with detonating tags. Any spark could obliterate all of Konohagakure. For the third Hokage, who sought peace and stable development, such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. I shall pay another visit to the Uchiha clan to speak with Fugaku. Observing the third Hokage's expression, Nara Shikaka inwardly lamented the dire situation, attempting to salvage the circumstances. There is no need for that. That moment, a cold and hoarse voice emanated from outside the door, as Danzo, his arms and half of his face wrapped in bandages, strode in with an imposing presence akin to that of a leopard. Shikaku, you may take your leave. Upon seeing Danzo, the third Hokage, who had been lost in contemplation, suddenly spoke, instructing Nara Shikaku to exit the Hokage office. Shikaku, who had intended to say something further, hesitated upon hearing the Hokage's command, ultimately resigning himself to a bow before taking his leave. Once outside, he leaned against the doorframe, forming hand seals to create a soundproof barrier that enveloped the office. Effectively isolating himself from within. He understood profoundly that the conversation occurring between the two individuals inside would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan. What they discussed must remain a secret to all others in the village. How did Shursui die? The third Hokage asked, fixing his cold gaze upon Danzo. That is of no consequence, Sarutobi. You are well aware of my purpose for being here. Danzo replied dismissively, downplaying the inquiry. Everything the second Hokage did was justified. The Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent. Not only did they conspire within the village to orchestrate the Nine-Tails incident, but they also attempted to manipulate tailed beasts and seize power in other villages. Their ambitions mirror those of their ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Enough. Danzo, there is insufficient evidence for such claims. The third Hokage abruptly rose, though it was evident that his old comrade was unfazed by his display of authority as Danzo continued his monologue. Evidence? Hiruzen, you remain so naive. You are the Hokage of Konoha, standing in the light, while I am rooted in darkness. Within that darkness, no one witnesses our actions, nor do they care about what we do. They only see the outcomes. The third Hokage fell silent, fully comprehending the implications of Danzo's words, and he recognized that this was, for the time being, the most pragmatic resolution. Ninja have never been straightforward. What do you intend to do? At last, the third Hokage made a decision. Itachi Uchiha. The door to the Hokage's office swung open from within, prompting Nara Shikaku to instinctively turn his gaze. He found only the figure of Hiruzen Sarutobi. clad in the Hokage cloak, standing by the window, exhaling wisps of smoke. Shikaku approached, refraining from inquiring about Danzo's whereabouts or how he had departed, patiently awaiting the third Hokage's next words, which would signify his decision. Shikaku, your son Shikamaru will be attending the Ninja Academy next year, correct? Yes, Shikaku replied after a brief pause. What a pity. He just misses Naruto's class. I had thought Shikamaru's temperament would complement Naruto's quite well. The third Hokage turned to face him, his expression devoid of any hesitation or doubt, conversing as if nothing had transpired. Perhaps I need not be so hasty in arranging Naruto's enrollment. No worries. It must be arranged eventually. Besides, by next year, they will still be in the same school. After all, this is not a time of war. Over 6 years, children inevitably get to know one another, Shikaku interjected. Indeed, it is no longer a time of war. By next year, it will all be behind us, the third Hokage murmured. They appeared to be discussing the schooling of children, yet both understood the underlying significance of their conversation. The fate of the Uchiha clan seemed to have been sealed in that very moment. Well, my toothbrush is sparkling clean, my face washed thoroughly, and although my clothes are still old, Naruto surveyed his attire at home with a hint of distaste. But soon his expression transformed into a smile. But I am quite clean. Excellent. Time to set off. Opening the door and stepping onto the street, Naruto felt as though even the sun was warmer than usual. His spirits soared, for today marked his first day at school. When the third Hokage had informed him, Naruto had been overwhelmed with joy. After all, he was still a child, regardless of his formidable abilities. The prospect of joining the Ninja Academy, a gathering place for village children, filled him with anticipation. He envisioned making new friends, meeting classmates and teachers, learning new jutsu, and, most importantly, embarking on his ninja journey. He took a deep breath, internally exclaiming, Ninja Academy, here I come. However, the moment he arrived at the school gates with a beaming smile, his joy began to wane. Mom, you don't need to see me off. I am already an adult. I don't want to go to school. Dad, let's go home. Hey, be obedient, and remember to get along well with your older siblings. At the bustling school entrance, parents and children were engaged in cheerful conversations. A scene that reignited the hidden loneliness within Naruto, which he had kept well concealed. He felt as though an insurmountable chasm separated him from the crowd, a divide he could not cross nor dared to approach. Even facing the threat of unfamiliar ninja attacks or his first battle had not instilled such fear in him. He felt utterly alone. Suddenly, a warm surge of chakra welled up from deep within Naruto, gently dispelling his negative emotions. Do not be afraid. I am here. Naruto paused, still processing the source of this chakra when two familiar voices called out from behind him. Good morning, Naruto-kun. Hey, Naruto. He turned to see Hinata Hyuga and Sasuke Uchiha standing behind him, greeting him warmly. Hinata remained her shy self, while Sasuke maintained his somewhat arrogant demeanor. You guys, Naruto blinked in confusion. Didn't you say you were enrolling next year? Humph, there's no way I would let you get ahead of me. You're already stronger than I am, and you think I'd allow you to start school before me? Sasuke scoffed, his tone brimming with determination. Just wait. I will surpass you at school and show you the strength of the Uchiha clan. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun probably got special permission from his family, just like I did, which is why we could start school early, Hinata explained bashfully, casting a glance at the two boys. I hope it won't cause you any trouble. Of course not, Naruto replied, nearly moved to tears. Then, as if recalling something, he peered behind them. Where are your family members who brought you here? Humph, it's just school. We're not children anymore. Why would we need our families to drop us off? Do you think this is just a game? Sasuke replied, mistaking Naruto's inquiry as a belittlement. His voice was loud enough that nearby children, escorted by their parents, caught wind of his words. They immediately turned to see which fool dared to provoke them, ready to retaliate with their glares. However, upon noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on Sasuke's clothing, the parents' expression shifted dramatically, hastily leading their children away. Most, the Uchiha clan was not to be trifled with. My family. Hinata's expression faltered slightly, but before she could finish, another voice, somewhat familiar yet not entirely so, interrupted. Lady Hinata, please do not wander off or approach these outsiders. It would complicate my duties as your protector. Neji Hyuga approached with a stern expression. He was also starting school this year, but fate had relegated him to the role of protector for the main family. He couldn't fathom why. As a branch family member, he had fought so hard to be allowed into the Ninja Academy, only to find himself responsible for guarding the main family's heiress, who had been permitted to enroll early. Outsiders? Hearing this, both Naruto and Sasuke cast unfriendly glances at Neji. The latter, undeterred, met their glares with his own Byakugan in his eyes. Naruto and his friends were merely playing a childish game of ninja, although Naruto had caused a stir in the main family 2 years prior. Neji regarded it as simply the family's decision not to hold children accountable for their actions. It seems you wish to fight, Sasuke said, looking at Neji Spyakugan. As the second son of the Uchiha clan head. He felt no need to back down before the Hyuga clan. You three, please don't, Hinata stammered nervously, waving her hands in an attempt to diffuse the tension. At that moment, a boy with a round face and thick eyebrows happened to pass by. Unlike the other kids laughing and playing nearby, he was drenched in sweat as if he had just run for 2 hours, drawn to the commotion caused by Naruto and his friends. His eyes reflecting envy and excitement. Wow, it's so lively over there. They've already become friends. This is precisely the opportunity one seeks to surpass others. After school, I shall undertake 5,000 push-ups. Meanwhile, at the school gate, the little girl with the bun hairstyle, who no longer requires her parents to escort her back to the weapon shop, has also taken notice of this scene. She observes the peculiar group with her charming little head shaking, thinking to herself, what an odd bunch. I hope I do not become entangled with them. Oh dear, my esteemed Hokage, this year's students are indeed quite a handful. At this moment, Irika, responsible for welcoming the new students within the school, has also witnessed this spectacle. Recalling the third Hokage's previous notice about arranging for the Uchiha and Hyuga children to enter school alongside Naruto, he feels an overwhelming sense of dread. Nevertheless, as a dedicated teacher, Irika promptly strides over and exclaims, Hey, you lot, stop causing a ruckus at the school gate and come report in. From a distance, perched on a telephone pole, Itachi Uchiha observes his younger brother's demeanor, his face betraying no emotion. Beside the pole, Hinata Hazashi, his hands tucked into his sleeves, scrutinizes the girl's awkwardness with his pure white eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage gazes intently at the crystal ball, a look of satisfaction illuminating his face. Naruto, is it time for you to attend school today? I wonder how he will fare. Will he? See for yourself. The Ninetales, in a rather irritable manner, reopens its chakra perception to Minato, who has been lamenting all morning about how utterly incompetent he feels as a father, as if he were in a confessional. The towering trees burst forth with new buds, while the fallen branches decompose into nourishment. It is only a matter of time before the vibrant green leaves flourish again, obscuring the sky. Today's mission owes much to your support. Captain, the masked comrade nods toward Itachi, his wounds still oozing blood, perilously close to becoming fatal injuries. Yet, he appears unfazed, reflecting on the lifeless body before him, lamenting, if that traitor had escaped with the village's secrets, it could have sparked a war with other great nations, resulting in countless comrade sacrifices. Let us return for treatment. Itachi, also masked, gazes at him without responding. After incinerating the traitor's corpse, they part ways. The injured Umbu enters the village hospital through a narrow path, while Itachi removes his mask only upon returning to the village. Before submitting his mission report, he takes a rare detour, arriving at an unassuming yet cozy tea stall, where he has a fondness for the desserts sold. Grandma, I would like 2 servings of 3-color dumplings, thank you. A girl who had been ordering ahead of him glances back at Itachi and quickly doubles her order, turning to him with a radiant smile. Itachi, what a coincidence. Her smile blooms like a flower, her beautiful large black eyes curving into crescent shapes, seemingly aglow. Itachi's typically indifferent expression softens slightly. In a hurry. The girl assesses Itachi's attire and glances at the long bench beside the stall, silently inviting him to join her. Perhaps next time. All right then, I'll package it for you. With practiced ease, she takes 2 bamboo skewers to thread the dumplings handed to her by the vendor, then pulls out a slender silk scarf from her pocket to tie them into a bow before handing them to Itachi, cheerfully advising, make sure to enjoy them while they're warm. Don't let them cool off. Itachi reaches out to accept the dumplings, noticing as she retrieves another silk scarf to delicately wipe her cheeks and forehead of any dust. All right, all clean now. Sensing his gaze linger on her, she tilts her head with a beaming smile, her beautiful long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Itachi gazes at her face, captivated by the alluring beauty mark beneath her right eye. Softly murmuring, Izumi, thank you. You're welcome, she replies, still beaming. In the Hokage's office, Itachi emerges after completing his report, only to encounter Danzo arriving at that moment. Itachi, treating him like a stranger, steps aside indifferently, waiting for Danzo to pass. Danzo, too, disregards Itachi, striding directly into the Hokage's office and shutting the door behind him. Bang! Hearing the door slam shut, Itachi finally directs his attention to the secret sign left on the wall by Danzo as he walked past, as well as the time it signifies. That night, Itachi kneels before his father, listening to inquiries regarding everything about the village and the methods by which the clan intends to initiate a rebellion. Itachi responds mechanically, no longer attempting to dissuade the already deranged radicals within the clan. In the years following Shirsue's death, he has come to understand that the Uchiha clan is beyond redemption. His father, as the clan leader, resembles a charioteer driving a runaway carriage, with no method but the whip at his disposal. The vision his father had shown him at the stone tablet in the forbidden area, utilizing the Manjiki Sharingan, only solidified his conviction. Words alone are insufficient to avert disaster, be it a natural calamity or man-made misfortune. He departs from his father's quarters, the cacophony of voices echoing in his ears, leaving him in a state of unease. Nisan, a small figure suddenly leaps into his embrace. Sasuke looks up, oblivious to the fleeting fatigue on his brother's face, and exclaims, Nisan, take me for special training. That Naruto managed to defeat that Hyuga boy today using only taijutsu. Sorry, Sasuke, perhaps next time. Before Sasuke can finish, Itachi places a finger on his forehead, causing his younger brother to wince and cover the reddened spot, gazing up at him with a look of grievance. I must have miscalculated my strength, Itachi sighs inwardly, though his expression remains neutral as he leaves behind a disgruntled Sasuke and their comforting mother. That night, devoid of light, Itachi gazes at the nearby street lamp, which has been vandalized. He ventures directly into the darkened woods, continuing on until he reaches the sacred site of the Uchiha clan, the Naka Shrine. In his previous meetings with Shisui, they had always been under the glow of light. Now, it seems even that glimmer is absent. Itachi suddenly finds himself grappling with an inexplicable thought. However, his attention quickly shifts to the figure emerging from the shrine. How do you know me? The man, adorned with an eerie patterned mask, stands at the shrine's entrance, his pitch-black mask concealing a pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan that fixate on Itachi. Ever since you attacked me at the age of 8, I have been investigating your identity, and no matter how well one hides, traces will always surface, and only the Uchiha clan is privy to this shrine, sensing the murderous intent emanating from the masked man. Itachi's pupils gradually shift, the three tomos spinning rapidly, revealing the blade-like patterns within his eyes, the Manjiki Sharingan. Taken aback by this revelation, Obito prepares to utilize Kamui to escape. However, Itachi swiftly retracts his Sharingan, and his next words pique Obito's interest, prompting him to halt. Uchiha Madara, I require your assistance. Do tell the as Itachi lays out his intended course of action. Obito's heart swells with elation that he realizes that another awakened one, akin to himself, has emerged from the Uchiha clan, yet he must maintain his composure, ensuring not a single hint of his true identity is revealed. For now, he is Uchiha Madara, not Uchiha Obito. Then let us proceed as we agreed. Itachi averts his gaze, preparing to turn away. Should you find yourself in dire straits, consider joining my organization. Obito, suppressing his excitement, extends an olive branch. Your organization? It is called Akatsuki. There, you shall encounter surprises. With that, the space around him warps, and Obito vanishes from Itachi's sight. Itachi watches this unfold in silence, uncertain whether the other is still observing him, yet at this moment, his mission is merely beginning. However, on his way back, as Itachi passes by the riverside, a voice suddenly calls out, Itachi, what a coincidence. It was instinctual for Itachi to glance towards the enchanting silhouette beckoning him from the riverside fire. Her smile remained as crystalline as ever. He was aware of her fondness for the scenic views by the riverbank. Thus, encountering her came as no surprise. However, he was taken aback to see the golden-haired youth, Sasuke's elder brother, standing beside Uchiha Izumi, shoving grilled fish into his mouth. Oh, isn't that Sasuke's brother, here to indulge in fish? I see. The golden-haired boy followed Izumi's gaze and spotted Itachi, rising to greet him. This was the Uchiha clan's territory. Why would the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be here? The river reflected the starlight, the shadows of the young man and woman rippling on the water's surface, sometimes drawing near, sometimes drifting apart. Uchiha Izumi gathered her hair, subtly shifting her position closer to Itachi, her heart racing. Yet, hidden beneath the night and the flickering firelight, Itachi could not discern her blush. How do you know Naruto, Uzumaki? Itachi asked, glancing at the scattered fish bones and the now sated Naruto, who lay snoring nearby. He shook his head. No. Rather, how did you bring him into the clan's territory? Konoha had strictly forbidden contact between the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the Uchiha clan. Although the ban had recently been lifted, the Uchiha's current circumstances were exceedingly sensitive, and not only villagers but also many clan members eyed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with suspicion. Not at all. Naruto-kun has always come by himself. Didn't you know? Izumi replied, somewhat surprised by Itachi's inquiry, that I often see Sasuke walking home with Naruto-kun after school. Sometimes, if Sasuke is too worn out from training, it's Naruto-kun who takes him home. That's so? Itachi was taken aback. Ever since Sasuke started school, he had scarcely observed his brother's daily life, only hearing him mention Naruto during their time at home, often pleading with him for intense training to surpass Naruto. Had their relationship grown this strong without his knowledge? You, who used to cling to your younger brother, now seem indifferent to his surroundings? Oh, by the way, I saw Sasuke today. He is quite different from the unlikable child he used to be. He is now cool and handsome, just like you at school, and now when he sees me, he is polite, even calls me sister. Uchiha Izumi smiled, her eyes narrowing as she reminisced about their school days. However, during those times, Konoha was embroiled in turmoil, and their schooling as children lasted only 3 years. Itachi had already graduated early to become a Chunin due to the exposure from using shadow clones to attend school. By the time I graduated, you had already become a Chunin, Izumi remarked, a hint of regret in her tone. It's a pity we never had the chance to complete a mission together. That's nothing to worry about, Itachi replied nonchalantly. There will surely be opportunities in the future, even if it's not in the ninja career, perhaps in life afterwards. Haha. Sensing that she had inadvertently revealed her feelings through her words, Izumi quickly laughed, her smile brimming with youthful sentiment. However, witnessing such Izumi caused a pang in Itachi's heart, for he had just made a decision that would determine the fate of the Uchiha clan. Itachi's silence left the girl feeling somewhat awkward. She averted her gaze to the distance. This had always been the case. She had never received a response from Itachi, nor had she been outright rejected. As their silence enveloped the atmosphere, the only sound was the crackling of the fire consuming the dry wood. Nearby, Naruto continued to snore, though beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. After all, lying beside a fire while pretending to sleep could be exhausting. Sigh, how long must I feign slumber in this atmosphere? Naruto, already awake, had been listening to their conversation, and with Izumi's gentle voice. He could easily discern the situation. Though still young, his experiences had taught him much about such matters. Initially intending to facilitate their budding romance, he continued to pretend to sleep, finding it amusing to eavesdrop on their sweet nothings. However, as the silence stretched on, he felt increasingly hot. Why do I feel as if I'm actually being scorched by the fire? Naruto cracked open his eyes slightly, glancing behind him to see a small flame stubbornly licking at the hem of his clothing, seemingly eager to warm him entirely. Whoa, it's burning. With a startled shout, Naruto leaped 3 feet into the air, diving headfirst into the river. Naruto-kun. Izumi hurried over, but before she could rise, Itachi was already standing on the water's surface, swiftly pulling Naruto up. Thank you. Thank you. Naruto laughed awkwardly. It wasn't the fall that embarrassed him. After all, he had mastered walking on water long ago, but the commotion had undoubtedly disrupted the atmosphere. He genuinely felt remorse for that. However, Itachi seized the moment as he hoisted him up, whispering in his ear, do not get too close to the Uchiha. They might seek to exploit the Nine-Tails within you to replicate the chaos of the Nine-Tails incident. Aiming to utterly upend Konoha as part of their revolution, Itachi refrained from vocalizing these words, but after warning Naruto, he returned to the shore. His indifference leaving Naruto momentarily stunned. He sensed an overwhelming negative emotion radiating from Itachi, one that hadn't been present when he was with Izumi. Yet, this negativity was not aimed at him like it was with others. Izumi seemed to sense something amiss, watching Itachi with concern. Let us go. It's getting late, Itachi remarked. Perceiving the increasing number of furtive gazes observing Naruto, he stood up and addressed Naruto. I'll escort you out. Oh, no need. I can manage on my own. You should take Izumi-chan with you. Goodbye. Naruto, ever considerate, patted his backside while standing on the water, waving at Itachi and Izumi. The next moment, a loud bang echoed, and he vanished in a puff of smoke. Shadow clone, not only those observing from the shadows but even Itachi, who had once used shadow clones to feign attending school, was left dumbfounded. When had he left a clone behind? Meanwhile, Naruto, already at home, was stripping off his clothes and preparing for a bath, muttering, ugh, I have to buy new clothes again. It's such a waste. Maybe I should trade some intel about my brother's secret romance for a bit of cash with Sasuke? Having sensed the watchful eyes in the shadows, he left a clone in the water and teleported away using the Flying Thunder God technique. The Ninetales, observing everything from within, nodded in satisfaction, akin to a parent gleefully watching their child score top marks. Their incessant reminders during his slumber to remain vigilant had not gone unnoticed, especially given the current unrest in Konoha. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Uchiha Itachi leaned against the wall, watching his younger brother and Naruto's battle unfold below. Truth be told, when he first witnessed this scene, he had thought Sasuke and Naruto were truly evenly matched. They are merely two exceptionally gifted children at this age. The reason Sasuke insists on special training every night is simply due to his unwillingness to concede to someone he perceives as slightly stronger. However, upon recent observations, he has noted that although Sasuke has made significant progress, he has yet to land a single effective blow on Naruto. Not only him, but even that hot-headed Hyuga boy who always seems furious when facing Naruto, along with others, appear to be able to hold their ground. Yet, in reality, Naruto has not received even a single direct hit. Is it possible that he is also utilizing shadow clones at school? As the one who pioneered the use of shadow clones for attending classes, Itachi Uchiha finds this 7-year-old child rather inscrutable. Nevertheless, that is not his primary concern. Leaning against the wall, he gazes up at the sky. Calculating the time. As Sasuke makes a misstep on the playground, Naruto executes a swift and cunning sneak attack, delivering a sharp kick to Sasuke's thigh, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. And with that, Naruto emerges victorious. Iruka promptly calls for a halt, and their classmates collectively sigh, as it seems no one can triumph over the whirlpool that is Naruto Uzumaki. Damn it, I should have dodged that. But compared to last time, I saw through your feints this round. Next time, I will definitely. However, Sasuke, lying on the ground, feels little remorse. Instead, he reflects on his mistakes. After all, he has become accustomed to losing. Get up. Naruto wipes his nose, grinning as he teases, "You can't beat me. Let's have another round." The two form the reconciliation sign. Witnessing their banter, Iruka quickly intervenes. Returning to the group, Sasuke mutters to himself, clearly not entirely convinced. Yet, suddenly sensing something, he turns to glance at the rooftop of a nearby building. There is nothing there. What are you looking at? Neji Hyuga, standing beside him, inquires. Nothing. Oh, well then, you were a bit slow with your last few moves. It seems you need to rethink your strategy. I must devise another approach. I cannot allow this guy to continue basking in his success. Sasuke instinctively picks up the conversation and retorts, those moves of yours are utterly ineffective against him. At least when it comes to the topic of defeating Naruto, they share a very common ground. Next group. As the sun gradually sets, the moonlight begins to envelop the village. Let's call it a day. Naruto, hanging upside down from a tree, suddenly leaps down and shouts at Sasuke, who is still training. In their trio of fixed post-school training, Hinata always leaves first due to the strict curfew imposed by the Hyuga clan. Although Naruto has told her not to worry, she continues to apologize, leaving both Naruto and Sasuke somewhat overwhelmed. Ever since Sasuke learned that Naruto has no home to return to, he has never suggested going home first, only stopping when Naruto calls it a day. This is also why Sasuke sometimes pushes himself to the brink of exhaustion, requiring Naruto to escort him home. After all, when inspiration strikes Naruto, he truly cannot be stopped. Is it already this late? However, today, Sasuke clearly has not yet had his fill. He momentarily halts his movements, breathing heavily, and looks at Naruto with dissatisfaction. Hey, you're not stopping early just because you feel like I'm catching up. Are you? Of course not. I have an appointment today, and I can hardly bear this hunger any longer. Naruto places a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, grinning at him, and adds, besides, it just happens to be on our way. On our way, Sasuke regards him with suspicion. The Uchiha clan resides on the far edge of the village. Who is Naruto meeting? Report. Urgent situation. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, has returned with target 1. Ninetales Jinchuriki? Hearing the report, Danzo, concealed in the shadows, furrows his brow and promptly issues orders. Divert him. Isn't that Naruto? A ninja clad in a Chunin vest suddenly appears before Naruto and Sasuke. Before the two can react, he strides up to Naruto, laughing heartily. Who are you? Naruto is momentarily taken aback by this encounter. I'm a friend of Iruka. He often speaks of you. Come, let us go grab some ramen. My treat. The overly familiar Chunin drags Naruto along without waiting for a response. Is this the person he had an appointment with? Sasuke watches them with a bewildered expression but decides not to pry further. Since Naruto is off to eat ramen with a friend, He quickens his pace to head home for dinner. Wait, sir, who exactly are you? Although Naruto does not resist after hearing Irika's name, he quickly inquires. But I had an appointment today. Oh, don't rush. As Naruto begins to suspect, the ninja tasked with diverting him quickly improvises, I'm your uncle, your father's younger brother. What? The Ninetales residing within Naruto reacts in unison with him. And then he looks at Minato with confusion. Why didn't I know you had a brother? What brother? Minato is equally bewildered, but soon the Ninetales shares its perception with him, upon seeing the stranger's appearance. The former fourth Hokage's expression shifts dramatically. An organization member, Naruto. Although I am your father's biological brother, I have no knowledge of who your father is. I was kidnapped by human traffickers before I can remember. Later abandoned, and lost my memory due to an accident. After wandering for over 20 years, I have returned to my homeland. Although they told me my identity, I cannot recall anything. The only thing I know is that I have a relative like you. Naruto listens in stunned silence, and even the root ninja observing from the shadows are left speechless. Even the Ninetales and Minato in Naruto's inner world are left dumbfounded. This is truly a tale spun like a grandmother's wedding dress for her daughter's granddaughter's great-granddaughter. Teruo has such talent. Observing from the sidelines, his companions exchange glances, feeling for the first time that Teruo might be a wasted talent within their organization. Teruo rambles on for nearly 10 minutes, failing to give Naruto a chance to interject. Finally, seizing an opportunity to speak, Naruto quickly interjects, Uncle, how about we talk next time? I have an appointment. But Teruo is unwilling to let him go and hastily attempts to prevent him. Naruto, you can't leave. I still need to tell you about my foster mother. With a headache, Naruto musters an excuse. I just need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Even Teruo cannot refuse such a request. But he remains undeterred, just as he contemplates whether to concoct another tale about the customs of Konoha to prove that an uncle and nephew can even use the restroom together. Naruto has already dashed away without a trace. Follow him. Teruo and the other root ninjas quickly arrive, but no matter what means they employ, they cannot detect Naruto's whereabouts, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Quickly informed Danzo, let us hope the Ninetales hasn't gone to the Uchiha. Meanwhile, within Naruto's inner world, Minato's expression turns serious. Could it be at this moment? The Ninetales observes Minato's demeanor. Pondering, just as it is about to speak, suddenly, an extremely familiar and unabashedly malicious aura captures its attention. Is it him? At the very moment Naruto descended from his flying thunder god technique, a shuriken suddenly hurtled towards him through the air, startling him into a crouch, instinctively shielding his head. I ask that you, Naruto-kun. The once cool voice shifted to one of surprise, as Uchiha Izumi gazed in astonishment at the vortex that was Naruto, who had unexpectedly appeared beside her. Clad in a sleek ninja attire, the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village obscured her pristine forehead, transforming her from the gentle beauty she usually embodied into a visage reminiscent of an icy enchantress. The unique crimson Sharingan of the Uchiha clan lent her an eerie allure. Yet, as Naruto stood, he was far too preoccupied to appreciate this rare sight. In the instant he evaded the shuriken, an overwhelming aura of malice and murderous intent surged forth from the building behind him. Unbeknownst to him, the brightly lit structure was the headquarters of the Leaf Village's security force. All he sensed was a monstrous entity rampaging within, with waves of fear and dread emanating from numerous individuals, all of which were devoured by an indescribable intensity of killing intent. Instinctively, Naruto turned his gaze towards the building's upper floors, where the windows glimmered with light but remained dim, as if something were obscuring the illumination. Blood, blood. The vivid scarlet hue stung Naruto's eyes. Izumi, what on earth is happening over there? I feel like people inside that building are disappearing. Something is coming. Trembling, he swallowed hard, a chill creeping up his spine. In a flash, Izumi positioned herself in front of Naruto, hastily urging, you must leave. It is too dangerous here. Her words intensified the anxiety swelling within her heart. She sensed that this child could perceive the surrounding malice, and his instinctive remarks hinted that something dreadful was already unfolding within the building. Izumi, unwilling to underestimate the situation, shielded Naruto while fully activating her three-tomo Sharingan. Its formidable dynamic capture ability fixated on the security force's entrance. It's coming. The masked figure of Obito had just stepped through the doors when 3 shurikens flew through the air with impeccable timing, speed, and precision. However, the shurikens passed effortlessly through Obito's body, embedding themselves in the wall of the building. Unhurriedly, Obito turned to observe Izumi with the Sharingan concealed beneath his mask. Impressive eyes. What are you guarding against? In response, Izumi launched 3 swift shurikens, but they too passed through him, proving utterly ineffective. How was this possible? Izumi exclaimed in shock. Yet before she could react further, Obito's ghostly figure approached her, his hands entwined with chains that pierced through her, binding her entirely. The immense force from his speed caused Izumi to cry out in pain as the chakra-controlled chains ensnared her tightly. Nothing here? Obito mused, paying no heed to the helplessly struggling Izumi, his gaze scanning the empty surroundings with a hint of confusion. Moments ago, he had sensed a peculiar and familiar chakra fluctuation, the frown deepened beneath his mask. Has Naruto-kun managed to escape? Excellent. A sigh of relief escaped Izumi, bound on the ground by the chains. Yet, as she beheld the masked man turning to draw a blade from the void, terror once again filled her heart. Confronted with the specter of death, she revealed not the resolve of a Uchiha ninja, but the genuine fear of a 13-year-old girl. In her moment of despair, tears streaming down her face, she whispered instinctively, "Save me, Itachi-kun." "You won't be saved by your Itachi," Obito mocked inwardly. Yet at that very moment, a thunderous roar akin to a dragon echoed behind him. Senjutsu, water release, heavenly light, 3 roars, whirling wind. Frozen water dragon bullet 0. A torrent of water surged into the shape of a dragon, crashing towards the two with the force of a cataclysm. Water release. Here. Obito's expression behind the mask twisted into a smirk as he recognized the attack. Activating Kamui, he rendered his body intangible, allowing the water dragon to pass harmlessly through him. A powerful water release. But alas, it holds no threat to me. He disregarded Izumi, still ensnared by the chains and swept away by the water dragon. Instead, turning to face the source of the attack. Who is it? Indeed, it was the masked man he had fought before. He was Obito. At the water dragon's forefront, covered in a peculiar chakra. Naruto lifted his head. A red shadow graced his eyes, his expression complex, entirely unlike the emotions Naruto would typically display. Even as he observed the water release failing to affect the enemy, he continued, unleashing a relentless torrent from his mouth. Water release does not work on him. The Ninetales' voice echoed in his ears. I cannot use my chakra to aid you. 1. Because of the seal, and 2. I cannot allow him to realize Naruto is here. I can only share natural energy. You must utilize Naruto's chakra. This is a power he remains unaware of. Leave now, Minato. Indeed, at this moment, the Naruto using water release is Namikaze Minato. Time rewound slightly to moments ago. Upon sensing Obito's chakra, the Ninetales immediately sought to warn Naruto to flee. However, it was unexpected that the earlier influence had caused Naruto to gain the ability to sense malice, which, in this instant, was overwhelmed by the boundless negative emotions of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it was because this life, free from the entanglements of malice and resentment, had caused him to waver in fear. Minato, prepare yourself. I shall pull Naruto's consciousness into the spiritual realm, and you will. The Ninetales, realizing the imminent threat, acted decisively, sensing the approach of malice. Should Obito discover Naruto, his ocular abilities would not be easily evaded. Understood. In that instant, Minato comprehended the Ninetales' intent without hesitation. As he opened his eyes to see the girl shielding him, he lightly touched the hem of her garment before vanishing from the spot. Not even the focused Izumi noticed Naruto's departure. Minato concealed his presence, finding the most advantageous corner to observe the unfolding situation. Simultaneously, he attempted to link with the natural energy transmitted by the Ninetales. As the strange red shadow surfaced on Naruto's face, Minato's sensory abilities surged, activating Sage Mode. Without needing any reminders, he swiftly made the most rational judgment and decision for the situation, for he was the hero of the Leaf Village. The yellow flash, forged in the crucible of the ninja world. Using Naruto's body, how long can this Sage Mode, which I am not particularly adept at, hold out? Minato murmured, then focused his attention on the current predicament. Even Obito remained unaware, dismissing Izumi's protective gesture as inconsequential. Thus, as he prepared to end Izumi, Minato, inhabiting Naruto's body, took action. Senjutsu, water release, heavenly light, 3 roars, whirling wind. Frozen water dragon bullet 0. Though the name was peculiar, it was essentially an enhanced version of the water release, water dragon bullet technique. However, bolstered by Sage Chakra, the power of the water dragon bullet was incomparable, combined with Naruto's unique vast chakra as a member of the Uzumaki clan. An overwhelming flood surged forth, transforming the area before the headquarters of the Leaf Village's security into a pond, enveloping both Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Izumi. Previously, when Minato had detected Naruto's wind chakra, he had instructed him in water release techniques. In life, his chakra affinities had been wind, lightning, and fire. Yet this did not imply he was unfamiliar with water release. On the contrary, Jiraiya had once noted that compared to Minato, Anyone else appeared inadequate. Mastery of most ninjutsu was merely a facet of his genius. Yet, the water release technique, who dared to challenge him? Obito, already in his intangibility, surged against the torrent, the overwhelming flow having no effect on him. Instead serving as the perfect beacon for tracking his foe. Almost instantaneously, Obito approached the water dragon bullet's forefront. However, within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he saw no trace of any presence. Boom. Another roar of the water dragon echoed. Yet this time, the dragon surged from behind him. He seamlessly continued the prior flow of water, still keeping Obito ensnared within its waves. How did he maneuver? Obito suddenly turned, only to realize that the source of the water dragon was now farther away than when he had approached. His opponent had distanced themselves from him in an instant and accurately launched another water-based attack. Yet, it remained futile. Activating Kamui's intangibility, he could disregard any assault for the duration. Once more, Obito surged upstream against the current of the water dragon, this time intending to perceive his adversary's movements through his Sharingan. Has he already reacted? Even Minato had to concede the troublesome nature of Obito's abilities. He glanced at the fallen Itachi Uchiha at his feet, who had been swept away here by the recent water dragon. A mark from Minato's flying thunder god technique was visible on her clothing. In that fleeting moment, while attacking Obito with water techniques, Minato had utilized the impact of Sage Art water style to propel Izumi away. Due to Obito's intangibility, he had not been swept away alongside her, but instead moved towards his previous location. Before he could reach that spot, Minato had already teleported to Izumi's side, creating ample space for maneuvering in the exchange. This sequence of actions allowed him and Izumi to be beyond Obito's line of sight, while also concealing his identity and methods from him. This exemplifies the combat awareness of Minato Namikaze. Not leaving yet. The voice of the Nine Tails resonated again, but this time devoid of urgency. It seemed to have an inkling of Minato's intentions. Tonight, right? Minato mused internally, aware that the Nine Tails could hear him, recalling the night the Uchiha clan was annihilated. Perhaps. So what are you planning? To trap him in water with no visibility in this night's currents. Slowing his movements, he likely wouldn't easily dispel his intangibility before discerning my true state. Based on prior encounters, he cannot launch attacks or utilize other techniques while intangible. Furthermore, you mentioned his Kamui is only active for a limited time. He cannot remain in that state indefinitely. When faced with the necessity to become tangible without knowledge of his foe's presence, he may not continue the pursuit. Minato calmly articulated his strategy at the very least. You must confine him for a considerable duration and utilize Flying Thunder God to guide him, while ensuring he remains unaware of the diminishing chakra reserves. Aside from Naruto's chakra, I have my own. Minato's voice remained tranquil. After converting and absorbing the chakra continuously transmitted to him by the Nine Tails, this reservoir should sustain him for a while. Why go to such lengths, if your intention is to save this young girl? You could have used Flying Thunder God to take her away by now. The Nine Tails seemed to see through Minato's thoughts. Are you still contemplating saving the entire Uchiha clan? Naive, even if you survive tonight? Will peace reign tomorrow? Lord Nine Tails, I understand your perspective, and I can grasp the third Hokage's intentions, as well as the reasons behind this decision for the village. I am acutely aware that obstructing them now, should your transformation and existence be revealed, would expose Naruto to unnecessary peril. Of course, I am equally aware that the enemies you foresee in the future are far more dangerous and formidable. Minato fell silent for a moment, sensing Obito's approach in Sage mode, yet he did not cease utilizing his chakra. As Obito drew near, he once again employed Flying Thunder God to return to his previous position and activated Sage techniques. However, what I see, what I know, is that until this very moment, the Uchiha clan remains a member of Konoha, and I, too, am inscribed upon the Hokage rock, a guardian of the village. The name of Hokage that I bear is an oath made to all Konoha's members. I shall protect the village and its denizens. They currently face danger, and I cannot flee. This is something I cannot forsake. At this moment, Naruto's gaze was strikingly resolute, the spirit within his youthful frame ablaze. In the past, he had sacrificed his very life to seal the Nine Tails and protect the village. His name was Minato Namikaze. He was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, unchanged. Even if it meant placing himself and his child in peril, he would bear the mantle of Hokage. Truly, how could one not? Sensing Minato Namikaze's determination, the Nine Tails beheld the figure that had long haunted its thoughts, the man draped in the cloak of the seventh Hokage. It could not help but exclaim, "You truly are a worthy father and son." Very well, allow me to assist you, Minato. Utilize Shadow Clone. The shadow clone technique requires hand seals, implying a temporary cessation of the water technique. Moreover, in Sage mode, the chakra needed for shadow clones is greater than usual, which would cause Minato to prematurely end his assault, hindering his previously established strategy. Yet, Minato did not hesitate. The moment the Ninetales' voice fell, he released the shadow clone. As another Naruto appeared beside him, Minato was shocked to sense a slight fluctuation in the chakra of this clone, which then broke free from his control. TSK, so unaccustomed. The shadow clone Naruto smacked his lips, even finding time amid this urgent situation to kick his legs and pinch his cheeks, as if warming up. But then, the shadow clone turned to Minato, who was still inhabiting the original Naruto, and impatiently waved his hand. Leave the rest to me. Go do what you like, but hurry up. I'm not accustomed to a human body, and who knows how long this clone can hold out. Minato hadn't anticipated that the Ninetales could control the shadow clone through chakra, as he had never heard of such a phenomenon. Moreover, if anyone else were present to witness the truth, they would find it utterly absurd. These two Narutos conversing were neither the real Naruto. The true Naruto's consciousness remained trapped within a mental space, bewilderedly observing the gray mist surrounding him. Aside from this nearly vision-blocking fog, there was nothing else. Naruto fumbled for a while, reaching the railing that symbolized the seal, casting a puzzled glance at the obscured interior. This place seems familiar. Where is this? Has the water style ceased? Though still in an intangible state, the surrounding water's fluctuations were detected by Obito, whose gaze was icy. Could it be that the person had departed? If they escaped, it would pose a dilemma for him. After all, he had promised Itachi Uchiha, and this matter could not be revealed. But who is this person? The Uchiha clan has such powerful individuals. Hey, what are you thinking about? A brazen and disdainful voice suddenly echoed from above, startling Obito, who looked up to find a face he never expected to see here. Kakashi? Obito was taken aback, realizing his exclamation was inappropriate. He shouldn't overreact to this individual. The discerning mind could easily deduce his identity from such a response. Yet, he could never have imagined it was Kakashi, and he appeared just as he had during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, even his physical form. No, Obito suddenly realized, anger flaring within his Sharingan. You think such a pathetic transformation technique can deceive me? His figure twisted, and in an instant, he was at Kakashi's back, his attack arriving swiftly. However, Kakashi seemed to have sensed this already. As Obito utilized Kamui to shift, he darted in another direction with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of red lightning. A strike missed its mark. Obito didn't even perceive the chakra aura his opponent had utilized. It was as if pure taijutsu had been employed. How is that possible? Obito raised his head. His expression darkened beneath his mask that he hesitated. His opponent's actions were clearly intended to draw his attention. Unlike before, they no longer used ninjutsu to ensnare him, but instead transformed into the former Kakashi. They were unreserved in their intent to buy time, and he had yet to locate the Uchiha girl. The situation had shifted, making Obito aware that something was amiss. This plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan, orchestrated by Konoha's higher-ups, should not have allowed such a person to infiltrate. Which faction do they belong to? Just as Obito prepared to rendezvous with Itachi Uchiha to ascertain this person's identity, the Ninetales-controlled clone of Kakashi suddenly halted, turned around, and contemptuously uttered a name. Uchiha Obito, are you not continuing? Who is this person, after all? How could he possibly know my true identity? Obito was taken aback. Though fortunately, his mask concealed his expression, this matter had transcended any agreement he had with Itachi Uchiha. The revelation of his identity was of paramount importance. At this moment, Obito no longer contemplated the fate of the Uchiha clan. Instead, he pursued the shadow clone of Naruto, controlled by the Ninetales, with a ferocious expression. Regardless of who this individual might be or what abilities he possessed, anyone who knew his true identity could not be allowed to survive the night. Even if that person were the third Hokage himself, as long as they took the bait, he would entertain them thoroughly. Meanwhile, the Ninetales, witnessing Obito's relentless pursuit, felt a surge of satisfaction, for he had often been manipulated by those Uchiha. It was gratifying to finally turn the tables on them. However, once Obito grew serious, he clearly ceased to hold back. His Kamui manifested in a strange manner that nearly allowed him to capture the Ninetales multiple times. The Ninetales, controlling the clone, infused it with natural energy and, disregarding its lifespan, pushed the limits of this shadow clone to the extreme, allowing it to move at a speed reminiscent of Naruto's initial mastery of Sage mode. For an ordinary ninja, this speed would be imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet, This did not imply that the clone could wield the power of Sage Mode. In truth, with the Ninetales chakra unable to be exposed, the shadow clone's feeble strength relied entirely on speed, rendering it vulnerable if caught. Furthermore, at this juncture, even evading within the Uchiha clan's territory was merely a matter of time before Obito, possessing Kamui, would catch up. Minato, you need to move faster. Do not let this opportunity slip away again. At that moment, Minato appeared in Naruto's home, dragging the bound Izumi Uchiha. How could the flying thunder god mark I previously said appear? In Naruto's house, upon landing and surveying the surroundings, Minato furrowed his brow but quickly grasped the situation. He noticed the trident-shaped kunai placed on the table. His own flying thunder god kunai had unexpectedly found its way into Naruto's hands. When Minato took on the mantle of the fourth Hokage, he gifted a kunai to every prominent clan in Konoha as a contingency. At this moment, this kunai indicated that Hisashi Hyuga was indeed aware of Naruto's true identity. Simplifying matters considerably, the flying thunder god mark left by Naruto, if the location of the Hyuga clan had not changed, would now serve its purpose. The mark inherently recorded the user's chakra. Even if others learned the flying thunder god technique, they could not utilize another's mark. However, for Minato, Naruto's mark was an exception. After all, he had meticulously designed it over countless iterations in his dreams for 3 months. In terms of chakra sensing and the application of the flying thunder god technique, Minato was far more familiar than Naruto. Placing one hand on Izumi Uchiha's body, Minato slightly adjusted his perception of the flying thunder god mark. And then the two vanished once more. Let us review today and get to bed early. Tomorrow, I will see Naruto and the others again. Hinata was studying, her mind inevitably drifting to Naruto, ever since Naruto invited her and Sasuke to train daily. She could naturally stay by his side and improve together. For the shy Hinata, such routine brought her immense joy. Little Hinata, could you take care of her for a moment? Lost in thought, Hinata was startled by a voice from behind and quickly turned around. For the Hyuga clan, endowed with Byakugan, even in the darkness of their room, everything was clearly visible. Hinata saw Naruto placing a girl, tightly bound by chains, on the floor before vanishing from sight. A bewildered expression crossed Hinata's face as she looked at the unconscious Izumi Uchiha on the ground. What was going on? Fortunately, the ancient Hyuga clan had not changed much over the years. Following her memory, Minato skillfully navigated the corridors of the Hyuga household, making not a sound. Who goes there? Not long after, Hisashi Hyuga, seated in his room, suddenly opened his Byakugan. With veins protruding at the corners of his eyes, the usually stern Hisashi activated his Byakugan, capable of seeing through everything around him. His expression turned icy. He had not anticipated another intruder in his home. He recalled a past incident that had brought shame to both Konoha and the Hyuga clan, where an intruder had entered his estate, and he had managed to subdue the intruder, but it had ultimately led to the death of his brother. Hisashi, who had sacrificed himself, reflecting on this, a surge of unbridled rage ignited within Hisashi as he stepped out of his room, just as he prepared to confront the intruder whose chakra he had detected with his Byakugan. He was struck dumb. Meanwhile, on another front, Sasuke Uchiha hurried back to his family's territory after parting ways with Naruto, feeling a sense of unease as he gazed at the familiar streets, where not a single light flickered despite it not yet being bedtime. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. An instinctive feeling of being watched compelled him to turn and glance at the nearby lamppost. But nothing was there. What was happening? This was the second time today he felt as though someone was observing him from behind. Clenching his fists, the unease within him intensified. Suddenly, he broke into a run, deliberately avoiding the darkened main road, veering into an alleyway where he halted. The scene before him was drenched in crimson, blood smeared across the walls, and motionless bodies lay scattered in pools of blood. The door was riddled with shuriken and kunai marks, each stained with blood, as if narrating the tale of their grim purpose fulfilled. The blood on the walls had begun to dry, while more continued to seep onto the ground. What has happened to my uncles and aunts? Trembling, Sasuke moved forward while scanning his surroundings in fear, and soon recognized a familiar figure. His expression shifted to one of horror as he rushed to check, only to find the person had long since drawn their last breath, a gaping wound on their back, blood spilling forth. The young Sasuke was now in a state of panic, bewildered by the unfolding events. He stepped back in terror before suddenly realizing something. Mom, Dad. Sasuke sprinted home, the sight before him akin to a hellish nightmare, strewn with corpses, blood, and shattered homes. He could not comprehend what calamity had befallen the once peaceful clan. Bursting through the door of his house, he frantically searched every corner, like a headless chicken. The entrance, kitchen, restroom, and living room yielded nothing. Each room mirrored the darkness outside, devoid of any light. No, it can't be. There must be somewhere I haven't checked suddenly. Sasuke recalled his father's dojo-like room, a place his parents and brother rarely allowed him to enter. Instinctively, he dashed in that direction. There, clutching at a glimmer of hope, he stumbled toward the door. But as he reached out to push it open, he froze. Terror washed over him. Someone was inside. The sound of breathing, the rhythmic thumping of a heartbeat, footsteps, and chakra, none were concealed. Sasuke could clearly sense that there was someone in the room. But only one person. Could it be Dad? His entire body tensed, trembling with fear and anger. Countless horrifying images flooded his mind as he struggled to rid himself of this dread. Move. The young Sasuke gritted his teeth, battling the urge to flee, and pushed the door open. Crimson blood, just as he had witnessed before. Blood trickled slowly across the floor, and upon entering, Sasuke's eyes fell upon the figures of his parents lying in a pool of blood. This sight shattered the innocence of Sasuke's young heart. His face was a canvas of disbelief and shock. Even the fear that had previously consumed him was obliterated, as his subconscious refused to accept the reality before him. Mom, Dad, what has happened to you? You have arrived. A whisper, light as a feather, emerged from the shadows. That familiar yet distant voice sent a shiver down Sasuke's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. His pupils constricting in fear. Who was speaking? He raised his head in terror, only to behold the familiar visage stepping forth from the darkness, clad in a sharp, unfamiliar ninja garb marred by traces of blood. The crimson eyes beneath the Konoha forehead protector regarded him with a chilling detachment. Itachi exuded an aura of bloodlust, but in that moment, Sasuke, oblivious to the peril, approached him in a panic, as if he had glimpsed a savior. Brother. It is so good to see you, Mom and Dad. They are thud. His words were abruptly interrupted by a merciless shuriken, which he instinctively dodged, yet still felt the blade graze the fabric of his shoulder, leaving a crimson mark upon his arm. Collapsing to the ground, Sasuke clutched his wound and looked up, disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the still icy expression of Itachi. Why? Why was this happening? Retreating in fear against the doorframe, Sasuke struggled to comprehend why his gentle brother would resort to such actions. Itachi, having honed his skills significantly over the past year of relentless training, had not anticipated Sasuke's early return. He could only hope that Uchiha Obito would manage the aftermath. While he had matters that must be imprinted upon Sasuke's memory, as he observed Sasuke narrowly evade his shuriken, Itachi sighed inwardly. Yet his exterior remained as calm as ever, disregarding the pleading gaze of his younger brother. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Foolish little brother. Then, with a sudden intensity, he unleashed the Tsukuyomi through his now triangular-shaped Sharingan. Darkness enveloped Sasuke entirely, and as he beheld the surrounding horrors, his expression shattered. No, please stop, brother. Why are you doing this? Father, mother, run, brother, please, stop. Before him lay a true hell on earth, with Itachi standing amidst a sea of corpses, his Manjiki Sharingan casting an eerie glow over the field. Eye in his hands, weapons mercilessly claimed the lives of those familiar figures from Sasuke's daily existence. As Sasuke writhed in agony, Itachi silently bore the immense pressure of maintaining the stability of the Tsukuyomi while controlling the damage inflicted upon Sasuke, lest he succumb to madness and perish. Screams, cries of despair, and curses echoed within Sasuke's mind. Finally, he collapsed, clutching his head, sobbing uncontrollably. The sound of Sasuke's wails further drained Itachi, yet he could not reveal an ounce of emotion. In his plan, it was imperative that Sasuke remember this horror and hatred, for only then could he grow strong enough to protect himself from his early days on the battlefield alongside their father. Itachi understood that the ceaseless violence stemmed from hatred. Only hatred could drive the pursuit of great power. As a cursed member of the Uchiha clan, they were inherently capable of transforming their hatred into the potent power embedded within their bloodline. You must grow stronger, Sasuke. From now on, you must learn to fend for yourself. At last, Sasuke's tears ceased. His body sprawled on the floor, eyes marked by streaks of sorrow, and his mouth involuntarily drooling as he gazed blankly at Itachi. Why? Itachi looked down into Sasuke's eyes, where pain unveiled the slowly emerging crimson tomo, yet he seemed unaware. He had presumed that Sasuke's chakra was insufficient for anything beyond the single tomo Sharingan. A result of training with that Naruto, Itachi shut his eyes, his lips moving soundlessly. After a moment, he opened them again, to test my power. Sasuke's once-stilled pupils trembled, seemingly provoked by these words. Just for that? Like a wounded beast, he trembled on the ground, yet fought to rise, sweat from his anguish matting his hair and obscuring his sight of that familiar face. Why can't I see you clearly? Brother, why have you become so estranged? That is important, came Itachi's unhurried voice once more. Important? What a jest. Sasuke, barely managing to stand, dared not revisit the horrors he had just witnessed. Consumed by madness, he lunged forward. His voice hoarse, desperate to shred this dreadful illusion. This must be a dream. Itachi gazed into Sasuke's tomo-ridden Sharingan, filled with bloodshot intensity. He thought he could not delay any longer. Sasuke's premature return left him with unfinished business regarding the hidden Uchiha clan members. If those members survived, what actions would the village undertake? Could he truly protect Sasuke? Sasuke's punch was effortlessly deflected by Itachi, and before he could wield his other hand, a force surged that almost ruptured his insides. Itachi's controlled knee strike sent Sasuke's slight frame soaring. Ugh! Sasuke coughed blood, and before he could descend, Itachi's grip encircled his neck, leaving him suspended in midair. Agonizing pain, psychological defeat, and suffocation blurred Sasuke's vision. The crimson of his Sharingan faded as tears streamed down his face, whispering in a breathless murmur, "This is a dream. You aren't really my brother. You foolish little brother. I have always played the role of the good brother in your eyes solely to test your abilities." Itachi's words shattered the last thread of Sasuke's resolve. "You will one day become the subject of my ability tests. You possess that potential, but presently, you hold no value. You can be like me, capable of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. However, to attain that there is one condition. You must kill. Once you possess eyes like mine, return to me." Itachi halted his prepared discourse, finally noticing the hand Sasuke had concealed behind him. Tightly gripping a kunai, Sasuke, on the verge of unconsciousness, trembled, his almost lifeless eyes rekindling with a scarlet hue, revealing fear, trepidation, and an indelible rage. It was as if light had returned. Itachi realized that he did not comprehend his brother as well as he had assumed. At the very least, he could not fathom the source of Sasuke's indomitable spirit amidst his crumbling psyche. Rasengan, the sound of a swirling wind erupted between Sasuke and Itachi as emerald light surged upward. Akin to the sun breaking through the clouds in a moment of urgency, Itachi released his hold on Sasuke and evaded the sudden attack. During his evasion, he refrained from counterattacking, recognizing that the call of the technique revealed Sasuke's lack of intent to harm him. Sasuke, now collapsed on the ground, coughed violently, struggling to lift his head towards the figure that had intervened. In his near-unconscious state, he deeply imprinted the silhouette before him. Naruto. Sasuke succumbed to darkness. Uzumaki Naruto? Itachi discerned the newcomer, the distinctive golden hair and the signature whisker marks on his face. It was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, unexpectedly separating him from Sasuke, cast a glance at the kunai in Sasuke's grasp. Seemingly understanding, he quickly drew a shuriken, positioning himself in a defensive stance. This unexpected variable caused Itachi's brow to furrow. He was not afraid of battling Naruto, but rather perplexed by this unforeseen development. He could not comprehend why Naruto was present, and the technique just executed, the famed jutsu of the fourth Hokage, was the A-rank jutsu Rasengan, which Naruto had mastered. Why had he chosen to force Itachi to retreat rather than directly attacking him? What had he concealed so well, and how much had he witnessed? Moreover, should the legendary Uchiha Madara, who is said to have the ability to control the Nine Tails, discover his presence? However, this is merely a misunderstanding on Itachi's part. When the third Hokage issued the order to lift the restrictions placed on Naruto within the village, the directive regarding Naruto's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was strictly prohibited from being disclosed. It was merely an order to lift the bans. Thus, even Uchiha Itachi was unaware of the means by which Naruto had appeared here. Had it been anyone else, Itachi would not have hesitated. Even if it were a jonin from the village, he would have struck without mercy. The events of this night must not be known to others. Yet, Naruto's identity gave Itachi pause. And it was this hesitation that prompted the suddenly arrived Naruto to feign an attempt to lift Sasuke from the ground and flee. Tsukuyami. Itachi abruptly unleashed the powerful Jinjutsu residing in his left eye, drawing the seemingly unprepared Naruto into the illusionary realm. Subsequently, a crow flew into the Jinjutsu space, and helplessly, he had to employ Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami to make Naruto forget everything that transpired today. Then he would hide him away, ensuring that Uchiha Madara could not discover him. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from the Uchiha clan's territory, Danzo, leading members of the root organization in search of the missing Naruto, frowned at the figure blocking his path. "What do you want, Hyuga Hisashi?" He had not anticipated that the head of the Hyuga clan would appear here, standing before him. These prominent clans were well aware of the events that were to unfold today. They should all be at home. Why? Danzo cast a glance at the few Hyuga clan members behind Hisashi, all dressed in elite ninja jackets. There be a Kugan fixed upon him. He could even sense a few gazes lingering on the bandaged areas of his body. A feeling of being scrutinized that greatly displeased him. Noticing the shift in attitude from the opposing side, the root members behind Danzo readied themselves for battle. Lord Danzo, I apologize, but at the behest of the Hokage, I must request that you come with me to the Hokage's office. As if oblivious to the tension in the air, Hizashi, clad in his traditional kimono, with hands tucked within his sleeves, bore a serious expression devoid of hostility. Adopting a businesslike demeanor, why would the Hokage send you, an elder of the Hyuga clan, to inform me? Spare me the jest, step aside. Danzo scoffed coldly, clearly skeptical of Hizashi's words. Even if the third Hokage truly had urgent matters, it would be unlikely to require the head of the Hyuga clan to deliver the message. A mere umbu could suffice. Hizashi's personal appearance surely held ulterior motives. Was there a collusion between the Hyuga and Uchiha clans? Impossible. Given Hizashi's timid and conflict-averse nature. To appear at this juncture would only bring further calamity to his own clan. Could it be that he spoke the truth, and Sarutobi truly sent him to thwart his efforts? Had that man softened? No. It was more likely that Sarutobi had discovered his prior discontent with the root members' contact with Naruto. Indeed, he had lost all discernment. Did he not understand what truly mattered tonight? Danzo's internal musings were a whirlwind of speculation regarding Hizashi's motives in bringing his clan members along. Yet soon, his interest waned, for the immediate priority remained the swift retrieval of the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, Hizashi persisted, resolutely blocking Danzo's path. Was the Hyuga clan too comfortable of late, daring to interfere with the actions of Root? Danzo regarded Hizashi with his sole remaining eye, a glimmer of threat emanating from within. I am merely acting upon the orders of the Hokage. I hope Lord Danzo will cooperate, Hizashi reiterated, his assertiveness leaving Danzo somewhat perplexed, as the two factions stood in a stalemate. However, it was not long before Danzo decided to cease this standoff. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, signaling to his subordinate with a hidden gesture. The members of Root immediately recognized Danzo's intent. Wait for my signal before taking action, eliminate without mercy. He considered himself the enforcer of Konoha's shadows. In extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were warranted. His ruthless methods were beyond the comprehension of someone like Hizashi, who lived in the light of privilege. The Uchiha could be extinguished, and thus, the Hyuga posed no significant threat to him. Yet, just as Danzo prepared to make his move, an icy chill ran down his spine. An intense killing intent, seemingly directed solely at him, emanated from the distant woods. Danzo quickly glanced to the side, yet that area lay barren. It was as if his earlier sensation had merely been a figment of his imagination. As he stood there, bewildered, a light cough resonated behind them. What is all this commotion? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approached, his demeanor devoid of the usual warmth. Sarutobi. Danzo's countenance darkened further upon seeing the newcomer. Could it be that the one who had just exuded killing intent towards him was Sarutobi? After signaling his subordinates to remain still, Danzo stepped aside, allowing Hizashi and the third Hokage to face one another. Though Danzo remained silent, his actions clearly posed a question to Sarutobi. What is the meaning of this interference from Hizashi? Hokage-sama. Hizashi looked at the arriving third Hokage, his previously stern expression subtly shifting. Though he quickly concealed it, he did not escape Danzo's keen observation. What is the situation? Sarutobi inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to Hizashi. It was this very question, alongside the momentary expression Hizashi had inadvertently revealed, that solidified Danzo's conviction in his suspicions. Hizashi was not sent by Sarutobi. He had ulterior motives. Now that Danzo believed he had unraveled the truth of the situation, he decided to take the initiative. Stepping forward, he addressed the third Hokage. Hizashi just forcefully obstructed the actions of the Root organization, claiming that you, third Hokage, had urgent matters requiring him to return to your office. As he spoke, Danzo covertly glanced at Hizashi, who was unable to mask the tension etched across his features. That a surge of satisfaction welled within Danzo. Did he think he could deceive me? There was no need for me to elaborate. Simply confronting Sarutobi directly would suffice. Hizashi, you shall not escape the consequences of usurping the Hokage's orders to impede the Root organization. After tonight's resolution of the Uchiha matter, it seems the Hyuga clan must also reevaluate their loyalty to Konoha. At the very least, this head of the Hyuga clan. Upon hearing Danzo's account, the third Hokage's gaze shifted back to Hizashi, his mind filled with questions, eagerly awaiting an explanation. He understood Hizashi's character. His caution rivaled his own. And as a clan leader, he valued his family's well-being. How could he engage in such reckless provocation of Konoha's upper echelons at this sensitive moment? The events of this night were already predetermined, and the third Hokage, powerless to alter them, had been observing the situation through a crystal ball from his office. Soon as he witnessed Hisashi intercepting Danzo, his years of experience in leadership allowed him to sense something amiss, prompting him to rush over. I indeed act upon the Hokage's orders. I ask that you accompany me to the Hokage's office. What Danzo did not expect, however, was for Hisashi to reiterate this request in front of the third Hokage. His Byakugan still betraying an undeniable tension, yet he maintained his gaze fixed upon Sarutobi, emphasizing once more, by the Hokage's orders. What madness is this? The Hokage stands right before you, even if there were something urgent. Must it be discussed in the office? Hokage, we are both present. Let us speak here. Danzo regarded Hisashi as though he were a fool, and even among the Hyuga clan members standing beside Hisashi, some cast puzzled glances at their leader. Danzo thought to himself, I am keen to see how you will navigate this. Meanwhile, the third Hokage silently observed Hisashi, scrutinizing his expression and demeanor. Suddenly, Sarutobi's eyes, once burdened with weariness, sparked with clarity, as if a revelation had struck him, even causing his armored form beneath the Hokage robes to tremble with restrained excitement. Witnessing Hisashi's unwavering stance, Danzo snorted disdainfully. What a farce! Bring him to me. Just as Danzo was poised to command his subordinates to apprehend Hisashi, Sarutobi spoke the answer he could never have anticipated. It was indeed an order from the Hokage himself. The third Hokage spoke with deliberate clarity, disregarding Danzo's incredulous expression as he stepped forward and placed a hand on Hisashi's shoulder, exclaiming with conviction, however, since Danzo is unwilling to discuss matters in the office, it is of no consequence. Let your subordinates carry on with their duties. We shall have a conversation right here. How can this be? Today is... Danzo was truly incensed. Sarutobi, that old fool, was spouting nonsense. This was not his command. It was evidently a collaboration with Hisashi. What on earth were these two plotting? However, before he could finish his sentence, the third Hokage had already turned around, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at him. He then spoke softly. Allow your subordinates to leave. Danzo. But, Danzo exclaimed, I am the Hokage. Upon hearing this, Danzo's face contorted with rage, his fists tightening to the point that he nearly crushed the cane in his grasp. Meanwhile, in the realm of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi, with crows perched in his palm, found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood not the expected Naruto, ensnared in his illusion, but rather a figure he recognized, albeit one he had long since grown unfamiliar with. The world of Tsukuyomi was under his control. It was inconceivable that anyone could employ transformation techniques within this domain, let alone cast illusions upon himself. Our first encounter, though I have seen you in your youth, is it not? Yet I presume you would not find me unfamiliar. The golden-haired man draped in a white cloak adorned with fiery patterns smiled gently at him. I am Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze, the fallen fourth Hokage of Konoha. Itachi's pupils dilated in shock as his mind raced. In an instant, Itachi's thoughts exploded. A member of the Umbu. He had never been able to uncover who had been instructing Naruto Uzumaki, his adept shuriken skills, exceptional taijutsu, and ninjutsu, and the reason for the sudden appearance before him. The moment he encountered Minato in the Tsukuyomi realm, he finally grasped the only conceivable possibility. You have been residing within Naruto's body all along. Residing is somewhat different, but it can be understood in that manner. Minato intended to elaborate to Itachi, but he scratched his head, realizing the urgency of the matter. You must be Uchiha Itachi, correct? However, the lack of hostility in Minato's demeanor did not assuage Itachi's wariness. He remained uncertain of the fourth Hokage's intentions. This illusionary space is quite peculiar. It seems to influence the flow of time and space, does it not? Minato wiped his nose and, utilizing his keen perception, sought to create a conversation. Indeed, Itachi replied tersely, what is the time discrepancy with the outside world? Minato inquired, behaving as though they were old acquaintances. Itachi blinked his Manjiki Sharingan, seemingly reluctant to divulge his abilities, as he was still unsure of Minato's true motives. Even if he acknowledged Minato's identity, he had yet to lower his guard. Although time is indeed pressing, I must first explain a few things to you. Minato conceded, admiring Itachi's remarkable composure as a ninja. Even upon believing in Minato's identity, Itachi exhibited no sign of relaxation. Yet, he did not reveal any animosity towards Minato, the Hokage, as the Nine Tails had previously indicated. His allegiance lay with Konoha. However, Minato was acutely aware of the necessity of persuading Itachi. Otherwise, Altering the course of events would be nothing short of a farce. Where shall I begin? I suppose I should start with my awakening within Naruto. At that moment, outside the Uchiha Security Force headquarters, two figures darted between the lakes, one following closely behind the other. The one in front, akin to a red lightning bolt, zigzagged with remarkable speed, plunging into the water, into buildings, and through the woods. Yet, no matter how swift or cunning his movements, he could not evade the shadowy figure behind him, who seemed to vanish and reappear like a scene from a film. Ironically, it was not the pursuer who bore the greater anxiety, but the one who had already invested considerable time in the chase. This bastard's speed is impressive, yet he seems to anticipate the locations of my Kamui with ease, making his perception of ninjutsu troublesome. Perhaps he possesses a special ocular technique akin to the Byakugan. Another strike missed its mark, and Uchiha Obito, frustrated, gazed at the figure that had once again submerged into the water. He was stalling for time. This much Obito understood. But who exactly was he? How did he know Obito's true identity? If he were from Konoha, did Itachi also know that he? No, he could not afford to ponder that any longer. If necessary, he could summon the one surveilling Danzo. A two-pronged assault would ensure that the target could not escape. Clenching his fists, Obito felt his reason slipping away. The reason being that each time he attempted to force himself to remain calm, the visage of the foe Kakashi emerged from the water's surface. It was still the image of that white-haired youth he remembered, clad in a mask, his poor acting and transformation technique long since seen through by Obito's Sharingan, serving as a taunt that pushed him to the brink of his emotions. Moreover, the Ninetales transformation into Kakashi was even more infuriating than Obito's memories of the real Kakashi. The taunts that Kakashi, as the Ninetales, hurled at him only fueled his fury. What's the matter? Uchiha Obito, your Manjiki Sharingan doesn't seem to be very effective, does it? Have you gone blind? Always making me wait. Oh, I see. You were just as slow back then, which is why you couldn't save Rin. Damn it. Obito finally lost his composure, cursing as he lunged toward the Ninetales. The Ninetales, transformed into Kakashi, merely laughed and dove beneath the water. However, it was not as carefree as it appeared. It sensed that the shadow clone was reaching its limit. Minato, do not disappoint my expectations. In the realm of Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Itachi lowered his gaze, enveloped in a profound silence. Yet, to Minato, this silence was deafening. Though time was short, and the time difference within this illusionary space was uncertain, Minato patiently awaited Itachi's response. Therefore, at last, Itachi lifted his head, his expression still icy. Yet, the profound sorrow emanating from his Manjiki Sharingan, awakened by the death of his dear friend, caused Minato's heart to ache. What am I doing? What is the purpose of all this? Tears filled the corners of his eyes. In that moment, Itachi's mind was flooded with countless thoughts. Yet the overwhelming emotion etched into his soul was nothing short of self-mockery, self-deprecating to the extreme. He had never felt such loathing for himself before. He even questioned his very existence. Observing Itachi, Minato remained silent. This is not your fault. Minato intended to offer words of comfort, but the words failed to escape his lips. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, the damage had already been done. Though Uchiha Itachi was merely 12 or 13 years old. At that moment, Minato could not perceive him as a child. Under the weight of his understanding, he could not offer hollow words of consolation. After all, he was still the fourth Hokage of Konoha, a title that symbolized his role as a representative of the heavy burden resting on Itachi's tragic existence. He too believed himself to be an unfit father. He had only just come to realize that the root of all this turmoil stemmed from a group of fanatics misguidedly pursuing a so-called peace, leading to a scenario where those who fancied themselves wise engaged in mutual slaughter, while the true puppeteers reveled in the chaos. How ironic. Even after uncovering the truth, Itachi's despair towards the village, the Uchiha clan, and even the Hokage was entirely justified. Yet, the next moment, Itachi's actions left Minato utterly astounded. After a prolonged silence, during which he nearly broke down in tears, he inconspicuously wiped his eyes. When he looked up at Minato again, his expression was one of steely resolve. Fourth Hokage, I cannot sustain this Tsukuyomi space for much longer. If you require me to maintain a certain level of combat ability, the burden of my Manjiki Sharingan can only last for half an hour at most. Speak. What must I do? Minato acknowledged that he was taken aback by the determination of the youth before him. What kind of formidable spirit did he possess? How deeply rotten had Konoha become to force this boy into such a position that he was compelled to make choices? Nevertheless, Itachi's current attitude signified that Minato's plan had succeeded halfway. First and foremost, the remaining Uchiha must survive. There should still be some survivors, right? Minato stated, as if struck by a thought. Because my brother Sasuke returned early, and there are others I could only ensnare with Genjutsu before I could act. Some may have hidden away, but Uchiha Obito, no, Uchiha Kakashi, will not let them escape. Itachi tightened his fists and posed a question. Rest assured, I have a trustworthy companion keeping him occupied, but we must act swiftly. Once you dispel this Tsukuyomi space, we will immediately gather the survivors. Upon hearing that there were indeed others still alive, Minato nodded. Survivors, then at this juncture, the Uchiha clan's territory must be encircled by the Umbu. They will not allow the Uchiha to escape if they wish to leave. Itachi raised his head and looked at Minato, his gaze resolute yet tinged with a hidden determination to face death. Fourth Hokage, I will carve a path through the chaos alone. As you stated, the Uchiha's conspiracy of revolution is a reality. Ordering you to undertake this task signifies their vigilance against you. Do not lightly consider sacrifice. Minato interrupted Itachi, calmly articulating his thoughts. However, the Uchiha clan in Konoha must vanish tonight. That is indisputable. Then, is it inevitable that the Uchiha cannot escape this calamity? Itachi, at this moment, was beginning to lose his sense of rational judgment. Please believe me, Fourth Hokage, you were able to accomplish it back then. No, disappearance does not equate to death. Minato looked at Itachi, shaking his head to interrupt him. To vanish is to leave without notice. Unnoticed. The Umbu, or rather, the root organization, primarily refers to Danzo, correct? I have made arrangements. At the very least, he won't be able to extricate himself this time, so do not worry about him. Additionally, I once concealed a flying thunder god Kanai in a secluded location. Although the surroundings are far from ideal, it is certainly discreet. In any case, gather the survivors. I will use the flying thunder god technique to take them away. Let the Uchiha leave Konoha, Itachi murmured, seemingly comprehending the fourth Hokage's intention. This was a method he and Shursui had never contemplated. They had always weighed the village against the clan, never considering the possibility of stepping forward to lead a portion of their people away. Not all, but rather offering a choice. Indeed, departing from current Konoha is the best option for them. Minato gazed gently at Itachi. This time, I believe the Uchiha clan will not tread the path of error again. Afterward, whether it be the village or the entire shinobi world, I am confident that the survivors among you will surely transform all of this. Only, this change requires time. I understand. Itachi closed his eyes, suppressing all emotions. Then, let us commence. Minato patted his shoulder, readying himself. As Itachi closed his eyes, chakra began to flow steadily as he prepared to dispel the Tsukuyomi. Suddenly, Minato spoke. Itachi, your father is not only your kin, but also the leader of your clan, a ninja of Konoha. As a father myself, I can comprehend that the outcome he chose is not merely a response to the village and clan, but also an expression of love for you and Sasuke. In the face of his family's impending destruction, he still refrained from battling you. His sacrifice, I deeply regret. Minato refrained from uttering the final words, for they held no significance. Thus, he conveyed another sentiment. You must learn to accept his choice, to understand his helplessness, and then realize what it signifies that in the end, he paved the way for you to transcend the fate he could not escape. Minato smiled warmly. This is the task you, as children, must fulfill. It is also the true legacy of the will of fire. Itachi remained silent, yet at this moment, he had already comprehended his path. Tsukuyomi, dispel, outside the Uchiha territory. Having sent his subordinates away, Danzo, upon hearing Hinata Hisashi's words, was nearly seething with rage, almost ready to confront Hisashi with fists blazing. Hokage-sama, I suspect that Danzo-sama is a member of the Uchiha clan. I've received word that the Uchiha are plotting a revolution, and Danzo intends to lead the root organization back to the Uchiha territory to join forces with others. Hisashi's declarations were shocking, his serious demeanor radiating an air of honesty and reliability. What? Such a thing exists? The third Hokage displayed a look of astonishment, as if entirely unaware of the situation. The Uchiha are conspiring a revolution. Before Danzo could respond, the third turned to him, his expression still one of shock. So, you are also an Uchiha. I am your father. Danzo nearly erupted with a curse but managed to restrain himself. Hisashi's blatant nonsense was evident. Moments ago, he claimed to act on the Hokage's orders, and now he had switched to claiming he had received intelligence. Was there one shred of truth in his words? And you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had seemed to be in agreement with me, now what is the meaning of this performance? Did we not engage in earnest discussion in the Hokage's office just recently? Danzo's fury had reached a boiling point. akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, and the third Hokage understood it well. After all, he was a longtime comrade, and some consideration was due. With this in mind, the third Hokage cleared his throat, casting a glance at Hisashi as if to speak on Danzo's behalf. Hisashi, Danzo is an elder of the village. I know him well. You suddenly claim he is of the Uchiha clan and that he is plotting a revolution, but do you have any evidence? Third Hokage, my Byakugan can clearly see that beneath the bandages on Danzo's face lies a Sharingan. Hisashi did not prolong the matter. Having confirmed that there were indeed no other listeners, he suddenly fixed his gaze on Danzo's right eye. Hisashi's words caught the third Hokage off guard. Initially, he believed Hisashi was merely stalling for time. But he did not anticipate such an unexpected turn of events. Observing Danzo's suddenly pale expression, he recalled Shirsue's disappearance. The third's gaze towards Danzo sharpened, and his expression became dark and uncertain. Shirsue's mysterious fate had long been a thorn in the third's side. Particularly after learning that someone had impersonated Shirsue to commit grave offenses in the Mist Village. For the third Hokage, who regarded the will of fire as a creed, Uchiha Shirsue was the last bastion of hope for the Uchiha clan. Had Shirsue not vanished, he might not have permitted Danzo's actions against the Uchiha, and whether the Uchiha would have reached this point remains uncertain. Similarly, Hisashi's proclamation sent a chill through Danzo's heart, swiftly calming him as if he had been plunged into the depths of an icebound valley. He could not fathom how Hisashi had come to know this. Was there a traitor within the root organization? Impossible. Every individual who survived that day was under the control of the tongue root technique. Even in death, they could not divulge information. Had the Hyuga's Byakugan seen through him, but his bandages were specially crafted. And Shirsue's Sharingan, before he had fully adapted, did not exhibit significant ocular power or chakra flow. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan should not have been able to perceive it. How did he learn of it? Who informed him? Danzo began to notice the dangerous glint in the third Hokage's gaze, a look he had not seen on Saratobi's face in a long time. Having dismissed his subordinates, he suddenly realized that something was amiss. The strategist who had always been in control now found himself trapped in a dire situation. If he mishandled this, he might not only fail to recover the Uchiha's bodies, but could potentially lose his own life today. No, this cannot happen. Realizing the futility, Danzo's breathing became rapid, his expression fierce. Nonsense, utterly ridiculous. Saratobi, you will regret this. Without granting them the opportunity to respond, Danzo turned on his heel and departed, though he feigned a straightened posture. His retreat was marked by abject disarray, even neglecting to consider summoning the root members back. Watching Danzo's receding figure, Hisashi's hands concealed within his sleeves began to channel chakra. His Byakugan activated as he surveyed the surroundings. While he awaited the third Hokage's command, if the third Hokage were to give the order, at this distance, Danzo was still within the range of his Bagua 64 palms. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet, until Danzo gradually exited the Byakugan's field of vision, the third Hokage remained rooted in place, smoking his pipe. His eyes betrayed a flicker of murderous intent, but ultimately, in the end, he chose silence. As Hisashi slowly closed his eyes, he sighed deeply within, knowing that the third Hokage had once again indulged his former comrade. Even in the face of the truth, he was truly aging, not just in body, but in spirit. Not only him, but even Hisashi felt the same way. If he had acted immediately, would the third truly have stopped him? If he had preferred to confront the Cloud Village rather than surrender Hisashi, would Cloud have dared to reignite conflict with Konoha? He was unaware, yet he recognized himself to be akin to the third generation. None of them dared to act. Hinata Hisashi raised his gaze to the starry sky, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Just as the fourth Hokage had articulated, the current Konoha exuded the scent of decaying wood from its very roots to its trunk. How could decayed wood sprout anew? The answer the golden-haired youth provided himself was resolute and unwavering. Only by incinerating the rotting wood could new leaves once again grace the heavens. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan's patriarchal residence, as the illusionary space dissipated, Itachi, awakening from Tsukuyami, cast a heartfelt glance at Sasuke, who lay motionless on the ground, yet felt unworthy to gaze upon his parents. Take your parents' remains. At the very least, let them rest in peace. His father was the Uchiha clan leader, and this mission had decimated nearly 100 families of their clan. While the loss of others' lives might be a lesser concern, his own fate let them care. Minato interrupted Itachi, placing his hand upon the shoulders of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto, lifting his head to reveal a serious and resolute expression reminiscent of Naruto's. What does it matter if they care? When Itachi turned back, Minato had already vanished with the remains of his parents, leaving Sasuke, who lay incapacitated, All alone. He was still reflecting on Minato's earlier words. What does it matter? Why concern himself with their feelings? Itachi bent down, gently touching Sasuke's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke, we must depart. Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly. However, before he could dwell on it for long, Minato's figure abruptly reappeared in the room. Fully aware of the urgency, Itachi hesitated no longer, scooping up the unconscious Sasuke and swiftly departing alongside Minato. Their movements were rapid, and silence enveloped them. Upon locating each survivor, regardless of whether they were ensnared in illusions or hiding away, under the scrutiny of Itachi's Sharingan and Minato's sensory abilities, they could not evade capture. Subsequently, Itachi directly subdued those clan members who still possessed consciousness and were attempting to conceal themselves. Without further ado, Minato placed his hand on the individuals, and their figures vanished, reappearing moments later. Itachi keenly observed that after about 10 individuals, with each activation of the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato's demeanor visibly grew more fatigued. The fourth Hokage's chakra did not seem significantly depleted, yet why? A tightening sensation gripped Itachi's heart as he watched Minato, increasingly weary, yet remaining silent as he hastily rescued every survivor they encountered. He finally recognized how ludicrous his and Shirsue's initial thoughts had been. What was this notion of possessing the mindset of a Hokage, of carving his own path and confronting reality? Itachi Uchiha was merely a fool who, in believing he had discerned the darkness and grasped the truth of the world, found himself utterly powerless. He had never clearly articulated to himself what was right, only reminding himself that this course of action would not be wrong. Yet, in truth, they had no understanding of how to transform their desired future into a better reality. They merely sought the light without knowing how to become the spark that ignites brilliance amidst darkness. Having never experienced guidance from the light, Itachi Uchiha had only known to act within the shadows. For the first time, he witnessed a figure that truly embodied the essence of the Hokage, a flame worthy of a lifetime of pursuit, and this figure was now eternally etched in his vision. Simultaneously, a silent decision took root within him. As Itachi and Minato raced against time, the other side of the battlefield was also nearing its conclusion. Boom! Like a cannonball fired from its chamber, the shadow clone manipulated by the Ninetales plunged into the water, its tremendous force nearly causing the clone to dissipate. Yet this time, it was not seeking to evade Uchiha Obito but was instead cornered by two opponents into the depths. Indeed, the masked Uchiha Obito followed closely atop the water's surface, while another figure, shrouded in black cloth around their eyes and stationed at the building's edge, remained vigilant, locking on to any potential escape routes for the Ninetales. This individual bore the attire of the Akatsuki organization. Who were they, moreover? How did they arrive? The Ninetales, unacquainted with Uchiha Shirsue, furrowed its brow, sensing no hostility from this newcomer. Yet, they were undeniably aiding Uchiha Obito. It was their sudden appearance that had sealed off its escape route, leading to the present predicament of this Kakashi Shadow clone. You have nowhere to flee, Uchiha Obito bellowed, activating his physical manifestation, for his hand had finally reached the opponent. No matter who you are, once you enter Kamui, you shall be at my mercy. Let me behold your true form. However, Obito was taken aback as he saw the Kakashi before him halt its movements, turning to face him with an expression of unabashed derision and mockery. Especially with Kakashi's visage displaying such a demeanor, it sent Obito's mindset into a tailspin. This ends today, Uchiha brat. Inform Uchiha Madara that our hunt is imminent. Bang! A familiar yet slightly distorted sound reverberated through the water as Obito watched the smoke dissipate upon contact with the water's surface. His Sharingan beneath the mask widened in fury. The anger and dread surged his blood pressure, causing his eyes to redden. Obito felt as though blood would flow from his eyes without even needing to activate his abilities. A shadow clone, a mere shadow clone. He had been toyed with for so long by just a shadow clone. In that previous remark, what did hunting entail? Were they part of an organization? What was their connection to Uchiha Madara? Who exactly was this person? Obito's rational mind urged him not to overthink. Yet regrettably, his reason was overwhelmed by a torrent of emotions, casting aside all coherent thought, amidst the rage intertwined with endless questions. Obito's mind had long ceased to consider Konoha or the Uchiha clan that if he could, he would have dug up Konoha from its very foundation to locate this person. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirsue sensed a chakra signature dissipating in the water and inwardly lamented. After a brief moment, Obito finally surfaced from the water, or rather, drifted up. Shirsue observed the damp stains on his clothing and pondered deeply. Since he had succeeded, It was time to rendezvous with Uchiha Itachi. Shisui maintained an air of calmness, yet internally speculated on the identity of the person who had seemingly fallen into Obito's hands. However, what Shisui did not anticipate was that the masked Uchiha Madara did not respond to him as before, but rather coldly uttered, "Handle it yourself," before vanishing from sight. What was going on? Shisui was taken aback. Suddenly, an incredible thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to hastily recall himself from monitoring Danzo, abandoning his plan while nearly exposing his own abilities. The legendary Uchiha Madara had still failed. "My lord, this is the last one." Uchiha Itachi's shadow clone had brought the unconscious child found among the pile of corpses and gently placed them before the now motionless golden-haired youth sitting on the ground. Before vanishing, Minato remained silent, having already exhausted his chakra reserves, his consciousness hazy and vision blurred, yet still placing his hand upon the child handed to him by Uchiha Itachi, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. And Minato, along with the child, vanished before Itachi's eyes. Meanwhile, Itachi, watching from nearby as his true self tended to Sasuke, felt his respect for Minato elevate to an indescribable level, although he could sense that a considerable amount of chakra still surged within Minato. The current state of the latter was undeniable. Perhaps the Flying Thunder God technique was also draining Minato's mental fortitude, but for whatever reason, Itachi was deeply moved. Now, what about Sasuke? Should he be taken as well? Minato's controlled Naruto reappeared, still seated as before. He turned to look at the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke placed beside him and weakly inquired. He had already relocated nearly 50 individuals, leaving him with barely enough strength to walk, prompting him to ask Itachi to find survivors and bring them to him to enact the technique. The once mighty Uchiha clan, overnight, was reduced to this. In fact, there were hardly any left with combat capabilities, as those with fighting prowess had been the first targets dealt with. No, Sasuke should remain here. The third Hokage has promised me he would ensure his safety. Moreover, he can grow alongside Naruto-kun, Uchiha Itachi quickly asserted. I already know what to do next. No, there is still one more. However, the weakened Minato interrupted Itachi's speech, creating a shadow clone and then extending his hand. Is there another person? Itachi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, gazing at the visage of Naruto Uzumaki, and then seemed to grasp something. Without hesitation, he complied with the directive. At this point, he would likely acquiesce even if Minato suggested he gouge out his own eyes. Itachi created a shadow clone imbued with chakra and implanted a specific technique into it, causing Minato to lift his head in realization. Seeing that Itachi had understood, Minato ceased to elaborate, seizing him as their figures vanished. With Minato's disappearance, it was indeed confirmed that only he and Sasuke remained alive within the Uchiha clan. In Hinata's room, the young Hinata was meticulously wiping the sweat from the brow of the anguished-looking Uchiha Izumi, who seemed to be trapped in a nightmarish reverie. She could discern that the other was murmuring a name, though the words were too indistinct for her to comprehend. I hope she is all right, Hinata thought, casting a worried glance at the pile of chains on the floor that had taken her considerable effort to unshackle. Yes, she had worked to free her. She felt a disquieting instability in her own chakra, almost as if it were being suppressed, reminiscent of when her father had once struck her chakra points during training. She was left pondering the origin of these ominous chains. Moreover, she had previously heard commotion from the direction of the main gate and her father, with sounds of numerous individuals bustling about, which seemed anomalous at this hour. What predicament has Naruto-kun found himself entangled in? I hope everyone is safe, Hinata murmured. Yet, as her thoughts settled, she suddenly recognized something amiss. It seemed that Naruto-kun had referred to her as Little Hinata, a designation he had never used before. The memory of his earlier demeanor felt both foreign and peculiar, yet it evoked a sense of intimacy akin to being near her father. What am I thinking? Naruto-kun is certainly not the same as my father. Just as Hinata was lost in her contemplations, Uchiha Izumi emitted a low groan and slowly opened her eyes. A strange feeling greeted her. Where am I? Ah, you're awake. Hinata quickly stood and approached her. You must inform the village at once. The guard has come under attack. Izumi felt a wave of aches coursing through her body. Yet the memories of recent events flooded back, prompting her to urgently grasp Hinata's small frame. Her delicate face was etched with fear, and in her distress, her Sharingan involuntarily activated. The guard has been attacked? Hinata gasped in shock. Although naturally shy, she was not one to shy away from danger. As a lady of the esteemed Hyuga clan, she understood the gravity of the situation. She quickly rose. I understand. You rest here. I will immediately find someone to inform. However, just as the anxious Hinata stepped outside, two figures appeared silently within her room. Little Hinata, it is unnecessary. Before Hinata could step out, a familiar yet weakened voice resonated behind her. Though the voice was faint, it startled Hinata. Who is it? Naruto-kun, what has happened to you? In an instant, as she reached the threshold, Hinata activated her Byakugan and turned to face the source of the voice. Her hands already poised in a gentle fist stance, but the next moment, upon seeing the yellow-haired boy sitting on the floor, Hinata's heart skipped a beat, and she rushed to support him. Upon aiding him, she noticed that he was not only utterly drained but also pale. Especially striking were his usually vibrant blue eyes, which now lacked any luster. How could this be? Naruto-kun, are you all right? Where are you injured? Hinata's heart ached at the sight of him, and she instinctively crouched down, allowing Naruto to lean against her shoulder for support. Under normal circumstances, she would never have the audacity to engage in such an embarrassingly intimate act. But in this moment, her concern for Naruto overshadowed all else. She did not even ponder how he had entered her room twice. Her mind was solely focused on his well-being. Could this be connected to what that elder sister mentioned about the guard being attacked? Has Naruto-kun encountered danger too? Hinata. Suddenly, that familiar voice boomed in her ears, and she saw Naruto's blue eyes shining with clarity as they met her own. His tone was filled with confusion. Where am I? How did I end up here? Hinata blinked, watching as Naruto pushed himself off her shoulder and stood up, exhibiting none of the weakness he had just moments before in fact, under her still open Byakugan. She could clearly see the vibrant and steady chakra flowing within him, indicating robust health. More importantly, his tone had reverted to the familiar way she knew. What a spacious room. I was just in that other place. No. This is bad. Hinata, hurry and alert everyone. Izumi-san is in danger. It seemed that upon realizing his surroundings, Naruto suddenly grasped Hinata's hand and exclaimed loudly. Why does this scene feel so familiar? It seems like this just occurred. The sense of deja vu caused Hinata to pause, and as she watched Naruto, full of energy, prepare to rush out, she snapped back to reality and quickly called out, Naruto-kun, what about that person? Hinata looked at the empty bed, her mind momentarily overloaded. What on earth is happening? Where could that large sister have gone? You really are something else. Minato. At that moment, within Naruto's inner world, the Nine Tails observed the flickering light floating in the air. Minato's chakra energy, which resembled a candle flickering in the wind, and felt a sense of exasperation. If I hadn't returned in time, after you escorted those two away, you would have barely been able to maintain even this trace of chakra. I truly owe my gratitude to you, esteemed Nine Tails. Minato's chakra, which could no longer assume a human form, barely fluctuated, as if nodding in acknowledgement, before faintly emitting Minato's voice, weak to the point of being nearly inaudible. Why not utilize Naruto's chakra? I can sense that a significant portion of his chakra remains untapped. I am concerned that circumstances may change if an unforeseen event occurs. It is imperative to leave Naruto with sufficient reserves for self-defense. Minato's voice was fragmented. Although the Nine Tails was still attempting to transmit chakra, the essence of Minato's chakra had become too fragile to endure further strain. However, esteemed Nine Tails, you are truly remarkable. There were no unexpected occurrences until the very end. Minato could hardly fathom how the Nine Tails had managed to hold off the Beidou for so long with merely a shadow clone. After all, having fought him twice, he was well aware of the opponent's formidable abilities. Yet the Nine Tails was merely controlling a shadow clone, and upon realizing that it was drawing him back into his inner world, the stark contrast between its near-perfect state and Minato's current predicament was striking. You think you can leave everything to this kid? Hasn't Naruto got me? The Nine Tails longed to scold him, yet observing the nearly breathless Minato, it ultimately refrained from further critique. Enough already. Stop talking. The chakra you left behind is almost depleted. The Nine Tails retorted with annoyance at this rate. It will take at least 1.5 years for you to recover to your former state. I have plenty of chakra to spare. It's just that in your current condition, it will be challenging to convert it into your own. You will have to take it slow. I will try my best. Minato appeared exceedingly weak. Feeling as if you were being lectured by an elder, reminiscent of Naruto's studies. I am here. Just manage yourself during this time, the Nine Tails said nonchalantly. Minato recalled when it had previously told him that it was not adept at teaching others. Though he suspected it was likely just the Nine Tails making excuses, the overly concerned Minato still sensed a lingering unease. Then, while supplying chakra to Minato, the Nine Tails suddenly thought of that unfamiliar Akatsuki member wearing a black cloth over his eyes and felt puzzled. Who exactly is that person? Why have I never encountered him before? Did something happen to the early Akatsuki that caused him to disappear, or have conditions shifted slightly now, after pondering for a while without finding a matching figure in its memory? It decided to let the matter go and spoke in a slightly somber tone, just in time. It is also the moment to enlighten Naruto about certain matters. Moreover, I can also begin teaching Naruto how to harness natural energy and activate the Sage mode. The chakra of Minato fell into a contemplative silence for a moment, while the Ninetales quietly awaited his next words. I have not done enough. There are many familiar faces I have failed to protect, and numerous tragedies that I could not avert. Perhaps it is due to my lack of a physical form, unafraid of the Ninetales witnessing my true self. Or perhaps it is the result of a significant collaboration. For at this moment, Minato regards the Ninetales as his most trusted confidant. Revealing a rare and genuine display of his frustration and anguish. It is only when I truly wish to alter the course of events that I realize how powerless I truly am. Just knowing is sufficient. So, the Ninetales cast a sidelong glance at Minato's chakra. Have you succeeded this time? I do not know. I have done my utmost. The chakra of Minato flickered. Revealing his unease, he gradually recounted everything he had accomplished that night, including the handling of Uchiha Itachi. The Ninetales remained silent after hearing this. After a long pause, Minato could no longer contain himself and quietly inquired, Lord Ninetales, do you believe this constitutes a change? Humph, it depends on your intentions. The Ninetales swayed its enormous tail, feeling a twinge of displeasure upon learning that a faction of the Uchiha clan had indeed survived, a clan it held little fondness for. Yet, it could not deny that, for Minato, he had genuinely done all he could. He had also conveyed the message to the third Hokage, though it was likely that he would not receive the outcome Minato desired. After all, that old man, the third Hokage, was not one of its favorites. Intentions? Minato was taken aback. If your aim was to leave a legacy of strength for the ninja world, providing Naruto with a capable ally, then you have done reasonably well. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment before delivering a fair assessment. Indeed, that Uchiha Sasuke's elder brother had made an impact in that battle. TSK, I am not skilled in praising others. In any case, Uchiha Itachi is indeed the talent you surmised him to be. Moreover, from your description, it seems he should hold you in high regard at this moment. Then, if your objective was to save the Uchiha clan, desiring the full strength of that family, then you were mistaken from the very beginning. The Ninetales suddenly narrowed its slit-like eyes, a wave of danger and dread enveloping the air. If I were you, upon learning of the Uchiha clan's fate, I would have already been contemplating how to eliminate Itachi ahead of time. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, the night desolate, with the moonlight cascading like water over the Uchiha clan's land. Now a hell on earth. The air was thick with the stench of blood, charred flesh, and decay, a nauseating blend. The Uchiha clan, once one of the 5 greatest ninja families of the Hidden Leaf Village, had become a mere chapter in the history of the ninja world after this night. The boy who would bear the name Uchiha in the future was left by his brother in a prearranged location, destined to tread the treacherous path of fate. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi had concluded his tasks, standing at the edge of the inferno. The bloodstains on his ninja attire had been cleaned, and his gaze fell upon the blazing remnants of what was once called home. His crimson eyes flickering with unnameable emotions. It seems you have ultimately found the path you deem correct. Is this the last shred of kinship you possess, Itachi? Do you wish to prevent your clansmen's corpses from being desecrated? Behind him, a cold voice pierced the silence, but it was not the person Itachi had been waiting for. The owner of this voice was someone Itachi knew all too well, familiar enough that he could never have anticipated crossing paths with him in this place. Itachi slowly turned his head, his Sharingan reflecting an eerie crimson in the moonlight, and the astonishment in his eyes was unmistakably genuine. Shursui. Under the illumination of the moon and fire, Itachi's pupils vividly captured the figure before him. Though the physique had undergone some changes, and his eyes were obscured by black cloth, and his complexion bore an unnatural pallor, none of these factors could prevent Itachi from recognizing him at first glance. After all, during these past 2 years, Itachi had never once forgotten his mentor and friend. The moment he saw him, his expression was truly remarkable enough that the observant Shursui failed to notice the true source of Itachi's shock. The 4th Hokage had never mentioned to him that Shursui was still alive. Things have changed. You, and that Uchiha Madara. I was saved by him and subsequently joined his organization. It was he who sent me to retrieve you. Shursui replied calmly. No sooner had Shursui's words fallen than Itachi's brow furrowed, his hand instinctively covering his right eye, a flicker of pain crossing his features, before he closed his Manjiki Sharingan. It appears you have overexerted your ocular powers. Noticing this, Shursui approached and extended a hand to support Itachi. Thank you. It was as if meeting Shursui had allowed a breath of relief to escape Itachi. As he gradually opened his eyes, they revealed the standard 3-tomo Sharingan, an unguarded expression directed at Shui. To see you again, I had thought you perished. It truly stirs my emotions. Standing before the ancestral home, now on the brink of being consumed by flames, Itachi spoke while observing Shui, then shifted his gaze to the black cloth covering Shui's eyes. As if sensing Itachi's scrutiny, Shui replied nonchalantly, I have acquired new powers, but I cannot yet control them properly, thus I am unable to reveal them to you. After hearing Shui's response, Itachi's heart sank. He had not been able to connect with their previous signals. He did not even realize the turmoil brewing within his own eyes. Yet on the surface, Itachi maintained his faade, his expression perfectly embodying a complex sentiment of having just slaughtered his kin while unexpectedly reuniting with an old friend amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Both guarded, yet indescribably profound. How did it conclude? Are we leaving now? Shui did not pose any inquiries regarding Itachi's actions towards his family, as though he had ceased to care about those matters entirely. Itachi glanced back at the dwindling flames, feeling as though the memories shared with his parents and younger brother had also been incinerated, leaving behind only a desolate ruin. After a moment of silence, he replied, You may go ahead. I will speak with the higher-ups of Konoha for a moment. Shui made no objection and vanished from sight in an instant. Itachi stood quietly, the wind rustling. Carrying the pungent scent of blood, intertwined with an unfamiliar odor, someone was lurking in the shadows, but it was neither Shui nor that Uchiha Obito, with their abilities, that could not be so easily detected by him. It seemed to be those tardy root organization ninjas. Upon confirming the identity of the lurking figures, Itachi understood their intentions and chose to disregard them, vanishing from sight. Whoosh. 2 masked members of the root organization landed at the spot Itachi had just vacated. One of whom wore a complex expression beneath his mask. Too late. He has already used fire release techniques to dispose of the bodies. Could he have sensed something? Search again. There may be some remnants left. Or else it would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. Damn it, if it weren't for that Hyuga. Meanwhile, at a secret location, the third Hokage stood alone, gazing into the distance where the lights of the village flickered faintly. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, he still had not seen Uchiha Itachi's return. Due to Hinata Hazashi's unusual behavior today, the third Hokage vaguely sensed a possibility, letting out a long sigh. He knew that certain decisions, once made, could never be retracted. Itachi had not returned as agreed to report, which served as a silent response. Suddenly, the third Hokage noticed something amiss. He turned just in time to see a kunai slicing through the air. Landing mere centimeters from his feet with a crisp sound. Attached to the kunai was a piece of paper. The third Hokage looked in the direction from which the kunai had come. Vaguely glimpsing a crow disappearing into the night sky, as he unfolded the message. The first line indicated a hidden location. This was the address where Itachi had previously agreed to conceal Sasuke. Additionally, the note contained another piece of information, causing the third Hokage to freeze in shock upon reading it. A target resembling Uchiha Shui, affiliated with Akatsuki at this moment, within the desolate remnants of an ancient kingdom engulfed by swirling sands. Uchiha Izumi cautiously stepped out of the ruins after temporarily settling her fellow clansmen. She scanned her surroundings and soon spotted Itachi standing silently before two gravestones in a relatively flat area. Perhaps having faced the brink of life and death, Izumi approached Itachi from behind, gently wrapping her arms around him and resting her head softly against his back. It seemed she wished to convey her affection as a means of comfort. Hoping to warm the heart of the man she regarded, at that moment, as the hero who had saved their clan. This time, however, Itachi did not reject her. He chose to accept this final embrace. Her long, dark hair danced in the wind as her delicate face pressed against him. Filled with an eager desire to hear him recount how he had rescued their kin, the winds howled, and a radiant moon hung in the sky. Stars twinkled like scattered jewels, as a pair of emerald eyes exchanged confessions beneath the moonlight, a scene of exquisite beauty and romance. Yet, as Itachi calmly unveiled the truth, Izumi reluctantly loosened her grip, instinctively staggering back several steps. The sound of her feet crunching on the sand was painfully jarring when she raised her gaze to meet Itachi's. The once bright and luminous depths of his eyes had turned hollow, devoid even of despair's hue. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has ceased to feel. Why did you have to tell me this? Izumi's voice trembled, hoarse with emotion. Itachi remained silent, and in the next instant, a kunai was thrust towards him, piercing his chest. The pain caused Itachi to instinctively furrow his brow, crimson blood flowing from his wound. Dripping from his blood-stained ninja attire onto the golden sands. If it had advanced but a fraction more, the kunai would have pierced his heart. Yet, it halted there. Uchiha Izumi's hand trembled around the kunai's hilt. as if she were tearing at her own flesh. But no matter how she strained, the blade would not budge forward. She placed her other hand on the hilt, attempting to drive it into the heart of the man before her. Yet, in her grasp, the kunai felt as if it bore the weight of the world, far beyond her capacity to wield. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, from the night of the Nine-Tails incident when he had saved her, to their fateful meeting at the Ninja Academy's entrance where she had greeted him with joy, to their leisurely conversations by the lake, and her daily hopes of encountering him during walks with her clan. Each cherished memory flooded her mind. But all these moments were abruptly frozen, captured in his expression of guilt, and in that fleeting embrace she had just given him. Then, like the windswept sands, those memories dissipated into the desert. Ultimately, she could not bring herself to strike. She could not exact her revenge. She ultimately, leave, with that icy word, which could freeze even the desert night. Izumi withdrew the kunai from Itachi's chest. When she lifted her head once more, her shimmering, tear-filled crimson Sharingan bore down upon the man she had once admired. Never appear before me again. Otherwise, I will surely kill you. With resolute determination, Izumi turned and departed. Unbeknownst to her, her tear-laden crimson eyes formed a sharp, blade-like pattern as she turned away. As she vanished from sight. Itachi clutched his wound, feeling the searing pain, yet he could not discern whether it stemmed from his body or his heart. With a self-deprecating smile, he gazed at the flickering embers of the ruins and the two unmarked gravestones. After a lengthy silence, he too turned to leave. Suddenly, a memory flooded back to him with the disappearance of his shadow clone. Uchiha Itachi found himself frozen in place, recalling the failed trap he had set for Uchiha Obito. The fourth Hokage's plan. Obito had not come to meet his clone, nor had he triggered the Kodoeme Tsukumi hidden within. Moreover, the master of Kodoeme Tsukumi, Uchiha Shursui, was still alive, within the Akatsuki. Meanwhile, in a hospital room within Konoha. No, Sasuke awoke from a nightmare, drenched in cold sweat. Was it a dream? He gasped for breath, relief flooding through him. His mind was consumed by the horrifying vision of his brothers slaughtering their entire clan. Even their parents falling victim to his hands. How could this be? As he reassured himself, Sasuke instinctively reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead, only to be met with a sudden pain in his arm. Glancing down, he noticed his arm was wrapped in bandages. When had he been injured? And the next moment, a memory struck him. It was the night within that dream when Itachi had wounded him with a shuriken. Realizing something, his eyes widened, and he quickly scanned his unfamiliar surroundings. The ceiling was foreign, the walls unknown, the bed alien, and the strong scent of disinfectant filled the air. This was a hospital. Sasuke's heart raced. Anxiety brewing within him like a tempest, he shot up, flinging off the covers, determined to leave the bed. Thud. In his haste, he nearly collided with the bed's edge, but there was no time to consider anything else. Barefoot, he stepped onto the cold, hard tiles, feeling pain radiating from every part of his body. Yet, gritting his teeth, he steadied himself against the wall and exited the room, only to hear voices in the hallway. Yes, the clan was wiped out overnight. It's terrifying. That child is the only survivor found, but he was injured as well. What should we do next? What were they saying? As Sasuke hid around the corner. The nurses' and doctor's conversation sent chills down his spine, revealing that his nightmare was a grim reality. In the days since, aside from a few children who had come to see him, he had not encountered any adults. Hadn't he heard he had an older brother? That brother was now missing, likely perished in that inferno. After all, the Uchiha clan was a prominent family in the village. How could this happen? Sasuke could bear no more. Disregarding the pain, he clenched his teeth and dashed from the hospital, racing towards the direction of his memories of home. It couldn't be true. His heart screamed as he arrived at the Uchiha compound. Or rather, what remained of it. He tore away the seal at the entrance and stepped into what should have been a serene, familiar haven, only to be met with the remnants of battle, homes marred and blackened by flames. Barely recognizable, young Sasuke struggled to process the devastation, unable to look any longer, and buried himself in a desperate run. Pain coursed through his body with every movement, yet at that moment, it felt as if he had numbed himself to all sensation. Fixated solely on reaching home, when he arrived at what should have been a well-known place, gasping for breath, disbelief clouded his vision that it was gone. Before him lay nothing but empty space. The only remnants were charred ruins. Trembling, Sasuke found himself paralyzed, lacking the courage to step into the desolation. There were no doors to push open, no corridors walked with his father, no kitchen where his mother had prepared warm meals, no courtyard where he had shared moments with his brother. Everything was gone, a stark confirmation of the truth. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Nearly all the elite jonin and higher-ups of the village gathered. Some even standing in the corridor due to lack of space, such as Might Guy. Given his physical prowess, he could hear clearly even from outside, yet at that moment, he lacked the spirit to joke with his long-lost friend Kakashi. Inside and out, the atmosphere was laden with solemnity. Following investigation and reports, the aforementioned situation has been confirmed. Konoha will now formally issue a bounty to other great nations and ninja villages. The two individuals will be declared S-rank wanted criminals. Traitors to the village. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage set down his pipe, and the gathered Konoha elites could only observe his expressionless demeanor. Listening as Dan solemnly announced, "2 copies of the wanted posters were slammed onto the table before them. The S-rank rogue ninja responsible for the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Itachi, the rogue ninja of the Leaf Village, classified as S-rank, mysteriously disappeared long ago, suspected of being involved in the attack on the 4th Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Shursui, a bounty has been placed on him. According to the regulations signed by various countries and villages, once a village identifies an individual as a rogue ninja, that ninja, regardless of their previous merits or reputation, is thereafter severed from their origin village. This is because powerful ninjas inherently possess combat capabilities that surpass those of ordinary people, rendering them excessively dangerous to any group that seeks peace. Furthermore, it is well understood among the villages that many individuals are unwilling to remain compliant, be it espionage, murder, or even the crimes of insurrection and rebellion. Such offenses are not uncommon in the ninja world, as each village has frequently encountered them. Therefore, for the ninja world, which at least superficially seeks stability, the rogue ninja mechanism, once proposed, was unanimously accepted by the villages, pledging to adhere to it. Simply put, if someone within a village commits acts harmful to the village's interests or is perceived to have done so, a rogue ninja list will be publicly announced to sever ties with that individual. Weighing the pros and cons, other ninja villages receiving this information tacitly agree that whatever actions the rogue takes afterward are no longer associated with their village. After all, to put it bluntly, every village has its share of troublemakers. It is entirely normal for ninjas, whose lives hang by a thread, to strive for something through their own strength. If a village were to continue attributing the actions of a rogue ninja to their village after issuing a bounty, then every village would be mired in scandal. When all rogue actions are accounted for, it is far simpler for each village to regard this as a shared regulation, which is precisely why the rogue ninja mechanism exists. Subsequently, a significant portion of the Umbu in each village is tasked with hunting down their own village's traitors, preventing the leakage of village secrets or ninjutsu. Similarly, capturing rogue ninjas from other villages in advance may yield intelligence that cannot be acquired through regular channels. However, this too is a gray market. Akin to a bounty, it is conducted in secrecy. Rogue ninjas are also categorized by danger levels, with ratings ranging from D to S.A. and S-rank rogue ninja signifies an individual whose strength has reached the level of elite ninjas in major villages, capable of threatening even the Kaga-level figures, thus categorized as a serious felon. Once confirmed, this must be reported to other ninja villages immediately. Asuma is to head to the Land of Wind and the Sand Village. Understood. Dingzhua, you will go to the Land of Lightning and the Cloud Village. Alright. Jiwei is responsible for notifying the Land of Earth and the Rock Village. Proceed with caution. After all, since the war has ceased, they have consistently viewed the Leaf Village as a thorn in their side, and those old hardliners are not easy to deal with. I understand the third Hokage distributed the tasks. Several elite ninjas and middle-ranking ninjas responsible for informing smaller factions gradually left the office, after which the third Hokage picked up the final mission scroll. Thus, the candidates responsible for notifying the various factions, including those from the 3 other countries, have been determined, only for the Land of Water's Hidden Mist Village. I intend to let, before the third Hokage could finish his sentence, Danzo, who had been listening silently, could no longer remain composed. Normally, Saratobi would first consult him and the advisors in such matters. Why was he acting so out of character today? Wait, I have a suitable candidate for the Hidden Mist Village, Danzo interjected, his single eye fixed on the third Hokage and the others, adopting an official demeanor. The Hidden Mist Village has claimed that Uchiha Shursui is responsible for the disappearance of their Mizukage, demanding compensation from the Leaf. Now that Shursui has been classified as a rogue ninja, Kakashi, you will go. However, before Danzo could elaborate further, the third Hokage completely disregarded his words and continued issuing orders. You. Danzo's face flickered between shades of green and white, but before he could erupt, Kakashi, who had been leaning silently against the wall outside, stepped in. upon seeing Kakashi's current appearance after more than a year. Danzo was momentarily taken aback, as if he had encountered someone long thought dead. Although Kakashi still wore a forehead protector and mask obscuring most of his face, his demeanor appeared even more desolate than before. His hair, which was once neatly groomed in everyone's memory, now appeared wild and unkempt, reminiscent of someone who had suddenly realized their hair had grown too long on the way back to the village and carelessly cut off a significant portion with a blade. The result was almost comical, yet no one could laugh upon seeing him. Instead, as Kakashi entered the office, many perceptive individuals felt as if an incredibly sharp blade was being drawn, exuding an involuntary chilling aura. He bore a white armband embroidered with a red triangle on his right shoulder, with a short dagger and a longer sword strapped to his back, presenting a stark contrast to the Kakashi they had known just over a year ago. Radiating an air of lethal intent, many present recognized the significance of his attire, and their expressions shifted accordingly. After entering, Kakashi said little and paid no attention to those he deemed insignificant, such as Danzo. Directly approaching the third Hokage, after a brief nod of acknowledgement, he reached for the mission scroll, glancing at the familiar yet somewhat foreign face of the man on the wanted poster. There's no need to look at the bounty this time. You've spent over a year on combat-related missions, so I'll assign you a different task. The third Hokage, observing the drastic transformation in Kakashi's appearance, felt a wave of relief and couldn't help but rise to pat the red and white insignia on his shoulder, stating that this time, he simply needed to communicate effectively with the hidden mist village. Lord Hokage, I estimate they won't be easily swayed by words. After all, the village has faced numerous troubles and even lost their Mizukichi. The esteemed elder has finally identified the perpetrator, and we, the Leaf, have become a convenient scapegoat. There will undoubtedly be some tugging and pulling. Kakashi withdrew his gaze from the bounty, his previously lazy demeanor sharpening slightly as he inquired, "What steps can I take?" The third Hokage, upon hearing Kakashi's question, nearly beamed with joy, a stark contrast to Danzo's fury beside him. "Just handle it as you see fit." The third Hokage waved his hand grandly. Smiling, Kakashi replied with a soft yes, before exiting the office, casting a glance at Guy, who was grinning widely in the corridor, and nodding before vanishing in an instant. Cough, cough, after not seeing him for these years. Why does it feel like Kakashi-senpai is so intimidating now? Guy-senpai, do you know anything? One of the Leaf's elite ninjas, Moonlight Gale, who had yet to receive a mission, spoke up, watching Kakashi depart. This guy was still the same as before. But for some reason, over a year ago, he suddenly took on a slew of incredibly difficult missions outside the village, specifically seeking trouble with rogue ninjas and terrorist organizations. In fact, I also ran into him after quite a while. Today was the first time I encountered him in the village. As he spoke, my guy's entire body began to tremble with excitement. Observing this, Moonlight Gale quickly rummaged through his pockets for medicine. But Guy clenched his fists and exclaimed, so youthful and passionate. I'm so thrilled I might burst. Just looking at Kakashi, I can tell he has grown significantly stronger, and I cannot let my eternal rival fall behind. All right, Gale, let us take a quick bathroom break and then train even harder. Poor and frail Gale had just pulled out his precious medicine when he found himself grabbed by the deep green figure, who whisked him away as a green whirlwind, instantly leaving the Hokage's office. In the now empty corridor, Moonlight Gale's voice of helplessness echoed, Guy-senpai, the Hokage has dismissed us yet. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the remaining individuals couldn't help but admire Might Guy's remarkable sense of timing and exquisite exit strategy. Each concluding that they could never emulate such flair, they resigned themselves to departing in an orderly manner. Ultimately, only the third Hokage and Danzo remained, along with two advisors who had been observing the proceedings from the beginning, and Narashikaku, who appeared helpless as he prepared to exit and close the door. What exactly do you mean, Sarutobi? As Narashikaku donned a face that screamed please, go ahead, and skillfully exited to shut the door, Danzo's roar immediately followed. Sarutobi, you are the Hokage, in front of the village's ninjas. We cannot directly rebut you and risk your dignity. However, you were indeed too unilateral just now. Beside them, the advisor from Konoha, Mitomen-in, also shifted his gaze, his unfriendly eyes peering from behind his spectacles, indicating his stance. How could the Mist Village possibly allow Kakashi Hitaki to, all right, my old friends, there's no need to get so heated. Clearly, the third Hokage had anticipated their objections, as he pressed his hands downward to quell their agitation. After they had calmed somewhat, he leisurely began, I understand your concerns. After all, the Mist Village is a major ninja village. They are likely already aware of the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and they know what that entails. Indeed, but I still do not comprehend why you would send Kakashi Hitaki at this juncture. He possesses the Sharingan as well. Do you not fear that the enemy might exploit this? Another advisor, Naru Shikamaru, promptly interjected. Konoha has already suffered the loss of a prominent clan, and our combat capabilities are severely diminished. We must not provoke the Mist Village with a mere notification, listening to their discourse. The third Hokage extracted his pipe, igniting it to momentarily suspend the conversation in a cloud of smoke, seemingly hoping to restore calm. Yet, while the others remained relatively composed, Danzo, who had long been overlooked, was seething with indignation. Sarutobi's actions were clearly an attempt to undermine him due to the incident involving Shursui. Furthermore, Danzo's subordinates had failed to recover many remains of the Uchiha clan, leaving him with a belly full of frustration with no outlet. What puzzled Danzo even more was the source of Sarutobi's confidence. In any case, I grasp your intentions. They observed the third Hokage smoke for a while. Enveloped in a haze, Sarutobi finally nodded in realization and turned his attention to Danzo. So, Danzo, do you have any insights to share? Mito and Naru Shikamaru exchanged glances. It was evident that Sarutobi's tone was laced with sarcasm, hinting at some underlying tension between him and Danzo. Danzo, however, had long been cursing Sarutobi in his mind, gripping his cane tightly as he finally suppressed his anger to speak. After the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha formed an alliance with Sunagakure. Meanwhile, the Mist Village has maintained minimal contact with the outside world due to internal strife. This presents an opportunity. I had intended to leverage this situation to see if we could also establish an alliance with the Mist Village. This would shift the balance of power in the ninja world, forcing Kumogakure and Iwagakure to relinquish their provocations against Konoha. One must admit that as an advisor to the Hokage, Danzo possessed a rational perspective on the larger picture. Although most of his proposals often served his own interests, if what he suggested could indeed lead to an alliance between Konoha and the other two great ninja villages, Konoha could find itself in a more advantageous position, free from threats from behind. Even the two advisors nodded in agreement. Sarutobi recognized Danzo's intent and gestured for him to continue. Thus, the current losses suffered by the Mist Village present a crucial diplomatic opportunity. If Konoha is willing to provide assistance to compensate for their losses, the Mist Village would surely recognize our goodwill. I have a capable individual who is well versed in such matters. It is not too late to send him in place of Kakashi. I understand. If the Mist Village is open to an alliance, that would indeed be favorable. However, there is no need to replace him. I have faith that Kakashi will make the right judgment, the third Hokage replied, raising his gaze toward Danzo, narrowing his eyes. After all, the primary purpose of this mission was merely to convey the rogue ninjas wanted notice, not to engage in diplomacy. Yet, sending Kakashi, who possesses the Sharingan, may not be the most prudent course of action. They could not help but recall the intense murderous intent Kakashi exuded upon entering, which could lead those aware to believe he was sent to provoke or challenge the Mist Village. Now devoid of a Mizukage, I trust in Kakashi's abilities. He will not offend the Mist Village over this matter. Moreover, if they would retaliate for such a reason, it indicates a lack of intent to ally with us, Sarutobi asserted, tapping his pipe and discarding some still smoldering tobacco. He had always been prudent, and there was no cause for concern. But there are no buts. Yet, there are no yets. The third Hokage interjected, shaking his head and displaying a rare resolute expression. One not seen in quite some time, Kakashi is the most suitable candidate. There is no need for further discussion. Danzo nearly choked on his indignation, and the onlookers quickly discerned that the third Hokage exhibited an unusual firmness, a stark contrast to his typical conciliatory demeanor. The two advisors, sensing the finality of the matter, chose to remain silent. This decision is exceedingly foolish. Mind your tone, Danzo. To everyone's astonishment, the third Hokage rebuked Danzo sharply. At this moment, I am still the Hokage. This declaration was a blatant display of authority, a surprising turn of events from Sarutobi. The two advisors exchanged incredulous glances, clearly taken aback. Very well. You will regret this decision, Danzo retorted, trembling with rage as he stormed out, startling Nara Shikaku, who was holding the door, as he stared blankly at Danzo's furious retreat. How long had it been since he had witnessed such a resolute Sarutobi? The two advisors, more pragmatic than Danzo, recognized the resolution of the matter and took their leave, despite offering necessary reminders that Sarutobi merely let pass through one ear and out the other. After all, in that moment, Only Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the implications of Danzo's analysis. While it held merit, it could not sway his decision. The sole reason for choosing Kakashi was that he was the disciple of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze. Thud. The sound of a kunai embedding itself into a target echoed as Naruto, hanging upside down from a branch, appeared as wilted as a drooping cucumber leaf, his mind clearly elsewhere. Naruto-kun, Hinata, training alongside him, looked on with concern at his distracted demeanor, attempting to uplift his spirits. When we visited Sasuke-kun in the hospital yesterday, the doctor said he should be fine and will surely return soon. Thud. Another kunai flew, and Naruto, lost in thought, finally jumped down from the tree, sighing as he faced Hinata. It's not just Sasuke. There's also the matter of when I took Izumi-chan to your house, and she ended up missing. I can't wrap my head around it. I don't even recall that day. Surely, I wasn't sleepwalking. Moreover, for some reason, he had not dreamed in recent days. Every time he woke, he felt an unusual emptiness within. However, he deemed it too sentimental to voice this to Hinata. Can't you use your technique to find her? Hinata paused her practice, her voice tinged with sadness. Though she did not know Izumi, the sight of Naruto's despondency over a girl made her feel a tinge of envy. While her inherently kind nature compelled her to worry for the missing Uchiha Izumi. Indeed, it is exceedingly strange. The mark on her hand should be indelible. Yet, I can no longer sense the trace left on Izumi-chan's hand. Naruto furrowed his brow, appearing deeply contemplative, then turned to Hinata. It's odd. I can easily sense the mark on you. Naruto's peculiar phrasing caused Hinata's cheeks to flush, nonetheless. She instinctively glanced at the small whirlpool mark on her palm. A reminder of their first handshake. Ugh, best not to dwell on that. It's too embarrassing. Could it be that the distance is too great? Hinata ventured another question. Distance merely consumes more chakra. It does not hinder sensing. Suddenly, Naruto's mood shifted as he pondered gravely. What if something has happened to Izumi-chan as well? After all, Sasuke's kin. It was evident that Naruto's worries had extinguished his enthusiasm for training. Sensing his distress, the empathetic Hinata quickly changed the subject. Naruto-kun, why don't we visit the hospital and check on Sasuke-kun? Huh. You see, even though Neji said he would visit today, perhaps Sasuke-kun has already awakened, given the magnitude of the incident. He must be quite bewildered upon waking, Hinata reasoned earnestly. As friends, I believe we should be by his side. Upon hearing this, Naruto contemplated for a moment and remarked, Hinata, you are indeed correct. Your reasoning is sound. If that guy Sasuke were to awaken from his slumber and discover such a significant incident had transpired, one can only imagine what he might do. Let us hasten our steps. With that, he promptly grasped Hinata's hand and rushed towards the hospital. A sense of relief washing over Hinata's heart. In truth, it was not solely she who discerned Naruto's current bewilderment. Hinata's recollection. Even her father had noticed. Ever since that day, he had sought her out, imparting a stern yet gentle admonition to ensure that she did not leave Naruto alone after school for an extended period. If she must return home, she was to bring Naruto along. The essence of his counsel was to remain by Naruto's side as much as possible. Her father undoubtedly wished for her to assist Naruto in any way she could. The Navi Hinata mused internally, entirely oblivious to the implication of her father's words, which, when viewed from another perspective, mandated that she must remain within Naruto's protective sphere in all situations outside of home and school, ensuring she was never alone during this time. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat alone by the riverside, staring blankly at the lake's waters. Mom and Dad, he murmured, his lips moving silently as if his throat were constricted. Tears ultimately cascading down his cheeks, plopping softly onto the grass below. You have already been discharged. At least leave a message. A familiar voice called from behind him. Sasuke quickly wiped his face to erase the traces of his tears and turned to see Neji, who was holding a fruit basket, his chest heaving from exertion. Sasuke remained silent, averting his gaze and preparing to depart. Neji, who had been searching for him for quite some time, followed suit in silence. Sasuke broke into a run, prompting Neji to quicken his pace as well, lifting the fruit basket in his arms. The former was pained all over from running, while the latter was nearing exhaustion. Yet, both remained silent, their speed escalating until they eventually slowed, breathless and weary. Have you run enough yet? Neji gasped, having nearly lost his breath after searching for Sasuke since discovering he was missing from the hospital. After a deep inhalation, he could no longer contain himself. Sasuke clutched his abdomen, where Itachi's strike had left lingering pain, but he looked up at the sky, remaining resolute in his silence. We all know what has transpired. I comprehend your current feelings. If you are finished running, shall we have a conversation? Neji spoke, almost as if to himself. You see, I belong to the branch family of the Hyuga clan. My father was the head of the branch family. But he perished when I was 4, driven to death by the main family. Shortly after my father's death, my mother succumbed to despair and starvation. I tasted the anguish of loss before you did. Niji's words startled Sasuke, who finally focused his gaze upon him. He, too, shares my experience. The sentiment was overwhelming. He understood the bitterness of such a fate. I know what you wish to do now, and I can see it in your eyes. Your enemies are clear to you, and you seek vengeance. Thus, I believe you are luckier than I. Luckier? Are you mocking me? Sasuke's fury ignited suddenly, his anger pushing him to seize Niji by the collar. Indeed, luck. Do you know what that means? Niji, caught in Sasuke's grip, offered a bleak smile and revealed the bandage wrapped around his forehead, pointing to the peculiar green markings that adorned it. Sasuke, have you heard of fate? I am a member of the branch family. Forever branded as a caged bird at a young age, doomed to never betray the main family. I can never escape their grasp and must live my life protecting the very clan that caused my parents' demise. Niji's confession compelled Sasuke to instinctively release his hold, staggering back a few steps. You understand, Uchiha Sasuke. Having also endured loss, I empathize with you. When I say you are luckier, it is because I once had no chance for revenge. Niji unveiled his innermost secret, and its weight resonated deeply with Sasuke. I don't know. Once, as guilt and regret threatened to engulf Sasuke's expression, he keenly perceived the pivotal word in Niji's statement. Indeed, it was before I encountered Naruto Uzumaki. Niji rewrapped his bandage, concealing the caged birthmark, and spoke softly, gazing into Sasuke's eyes. After our first confrontation at school, though it was more of a one-sided beating, he came to apologize to me in the hospital. That boy, how could he shift from delivering a heavy blow to approaching with a friendly demeanor? He asked why I harbored such hatred for Hinata and the main family. Upon learning of the existence of the caged bird, do you know what he said to me? What did he say? I thought it was merely a very complicated sealing technique. Niji recounted Naruto's warm and confident words from that day in the hospital. However, I have yet to fully grasp the principles of that sealing technique. But it's no problem. As long as I become strong enough, I can find a way to break it. Sasuke could vividly imagine Naruto's self-satisfied expression at that moment. In my eyes, fate appears insurmountable. Yet to him, merely a technique that could eventually be unraveled. Niji clenched his fists, a mixture of dissatisfaction and melancholy washing over him. Looking at him made me wonder if I worked hard enough. If I could possess his strength, perhaps my future could change. If I became strong enough, I could pursue my desires, and even fate could be rewritten. Niji's words left Sasuke momentarily speechless, as if he understood the essence of what Niji was conveying. Yet, he hesitated to acknowledge that he had been swayed, finally murmuring after a long pause, I believe it is you who has been beaten too often. Isn't that the same for you? Niji shot back with a glare. The two exchanged wry smiles, the atmosphere becoming slightly awkward. Niji lifted the fruit basket that had been dangling from his arm during their chase, revealing a solitary apple stubbornly resting at the bottom, indicating that its companions had been flung from their cozy nest during the recent endurance race. This is the consolation gift they asked me to bring you. You must eat well to have the strength to practice. Then, whether you seek revenge or pursue whatever else, set a small goal first. Strive to become powerful enough to defeat Naruto Uzumaki. Niji extended the apple towards Sasuke. Sasuke accepted the apple, and as he gazed at it, he seemed to resolve something within himself, applying a bit of pressure to split it in half before returning one portion. You too. With a crunch, the juicy apple burst forth in flavor. Nearby, Naruto leaned against a tree, munching on a piece of fruit he had picked up along the way, observing the two with a murmured commentary. While the outcome is quite favorable, that small goal seems exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Or perhaps it is entirely unattainable. Sasuke-kun, Niji and I, do your best. Hinata, holding Naruto's hand, smiled reassuringly, placing her other hand over her heart, silently cheering for the two. After a moment of hesitation, she stole a glance at Naruto, who was nibbling on his apple, and added softly, I also believe Naruto-kun will not lose. Naruto turned, puzzled. Hinata, what did you say? In nothing. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the new sprouts of Konoha thrived and flourished. Meanwhile, within Naruto's inner world, finally dawned. The Nine Tails exhaled, surveying the scene before him. The once dim and foreboding space, reminiscent of a sewer, dissipated, replaced by a vibrant expanse filled with flowers and greenery, brimming with life. The Nine Tails was pleased with his handiwork. While Naruto's heart was no longer shrouded in darkness as it once was, the sealing barrier still existed. making the creation of such a landscape within Naruto's psyche a considerable feat. Minato, what do you think? Care to provide some feedback? After spending years together, the Ninetales instinctively sought out Minato to engage in conversation and seek his thoughts on the classroom he had crafted for Naruto. However, when it turned to behold the chakra sphere enveloped in crimson chakra, succumbing to slumber, it abruptly interrupted its own discourse. You, just rest well, it thought. The Ninetales couldn't help but reminisce about the memories shared with Minato during their confinement by the Shinigami. In a past life, their relationship had evolved from mutual hatred to a profound understanding that neither was solely defined by Naruto. Indeed, Minato was much the same. The souls sealed by the Shinigami were ensnared in an endless struggle. Yet, its half-formed shadow, the Ninetales, was merely a conglomeration of chakra, fundamentally just a being sealed by the Shinigami's technique. After a prolonged period of contention with Minato, they had grown weary of fighting and eventually found themselves conversing. Although, for the most part, their exchanges resembled the current silenced I in the depths of the Ninetales' memory, its familiarity with Minato was second only to that with Naruto. Minato was, despite the Ninetales' verbal denial, a companion in its heart. This was why, in this lifetime, even with the slightest risk, it had hastily preserved Minato's chakra. The Ninetales had never considered itself as sentimental as humans, yet after experiencing the warmth of companionship, the subsequent loneliness felt particularly desolate. When the image of the seventh Hokage in his ceremonial robe resurfaced in the Ninetales' mind, it had to concede that, in a certain sense, it understood the meaning of loss more deeply than the current Sasuke and Neji. What it must achieve in this life was to ensure that Naruto would experience no loss, nor would it allow itself to endure such a fate. To this end, there remained much to be done, including matters that must remain undisclosed until their completion. This was why the Ninetales had never contemplated revealing everything to Minato or Naruto through a mere fist bump. It harbored a secret, one that must remain concealed from all. Thus, in recent days, aside from organizing its mental space, it had also pondered how much to disclose to Naruto. In any case, it decided to draw him in first. The Ninetales flicked its tail, dismissing further contemplation, and confirmed that Naruto had returned home after escorting Hinata. It then locked onto his spirit, resulting in a bewildered Naruto appearing before it. What is this place? Naruto asked, his expression one of confusion. Not due to the unexpected summoning, after all, it had occurred just days prior, and familiarity bred a certain composure. His genuine astonishment stemmed from the striking resemblance this space bore to the realm he often dreamt of. A pure white expanse where he frequently found himself. Albeit this place was far more vibrant than the dreamscape. As he glanced around at the grass and flowers, an increasing sense of familiarity washed over him, igniting his curiosity. What is my inner world this engaging to observe? Suddenly, a sound broke his concentration, startling him enough to nearly leap from his spot. Turning, he beheld a row of familiar yet incongruous railings, behind which loomed the massive figure of the Ninetales, watching him with evident interest. Instinctively, Naruto exclaimed, "A monster. Wait, didn't I call it that before?" He scratched his head, ruminating as he paced back and forth, squinting at the railings until realization dawned upon him. This isn't the fox spirit I once dreamt of. Is it? I thought it was just a dream, but this fox is real. On that note, Naruto suddenly grasped the situation, his eyes widening as he pointed at the Ninetales. You're the one they talk about in the village. Before he could finish, the Ninetales interrupted him. Stop the theatrics. The Ninetales' tail thudded heavily against the ground, lifting Naruto's feet off the ground momentarily, effectively cutting off his unfinished sentence. Time is of the essence. Today, I'll impart some crucial knowledge to prepare you. Initially expecting a drawn-out exchange, Naruto was taken aback when he heard the Ninetales' words and promptly sat down, curiously touching the cool mist around him. Confirming it posed no harm to his body, he assumed a studious demeanor, attentively gazing at the Ninetales. The hissing sound escaped the Ninetales as it regarded Naruto. Was this the instinctive response shaped by Minato's daily lessons in his dreams? The Ninetales was astounded. Though it often listened to Minato's lectures, the subconscious manifestations differed vastly from a fully conscious state. At least, this well-behaved student version of Naruto was seldom seen in the memories of either his current or past life. Minato Namikaze, what a terrifying man he was. Are you not curious about my identity? The Ninetales inquired. You just stated this is my inner world, so you must be the Ninetales fox spoken of in the village. No wonder they look at me and talk behind my back. It turns out it's true. Naruto gazed up at the Ninetales and awed. You're enormous. You're really inside me. How is that possible? Is it some sort of sealing technique? Naruto's remarkably plain and innocent curiosity left the Nine-Tails momentarily speechless. Yet, this was a result of the Nine-Tails' preconceived notions that I in this lifetime. Although Naruto had experienced sadness and solitude in his childhood, he had gained significantly more through the guidance of Minato, surrounded by friends and those who recognized him. Moreover, with the Nine-Tails having reigned in its malevolent thoughts and chakra, one could say Naruto had truly grown in the light of Konoha. Due to his outstanding performance, in less than 2 years of enrollment, he had earned the title of the pinnacle of the Ninja Academy. Classmates from his year, and even those from other years aspired to prove themselves by challenging Naruto Uzumaki, believing that only by surpassing him could they claim dominance in the academy. Otherwise, they would have no face to say they graduated top of their class. All of this made it easier for him to accept the presence of a fox spirit within him, one that had once brought calamity to the village. Furthermore, at that moment, Naruto felt no hint of hostility or danger emanating from the colossal being before him. A plethora of questions began to surface. The Nine-Tails explained to Naruto calmly, "First, I am indeed within you, sealed inside. However, as you know, without the corresponding unsealing method, I cannot exit, nor would I ever harm you. Rest assured. Moreover, I harbor no ill intentions toward Konoha now. My previous destruction of the village was partly influenced by external forces. Secondly, this is your inner world, a manifestation of your own psyche. I am merely borrowing it for a time. My purpose is to teach you how to cultivate. Cultivate? You mean the one who visits me in my dreams every day?" Naruto paused, suddenly inquiring. "That is not me. You will meet him later, but not now, so do not interrupt," the Nine-Tails replied, somewhat impatiently. In short, due to certain circumstances, I will personally instruct you on the application of a unique energy for a time. Once mastered, your strength will multiply. Is it that powerful? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, unlike the previous dreamlike encounters, this cultivation required precise control and willpower. This means you must come to this mental world during normal training hours to learn. The cultivation will greatly deplete your energy. Thus, it is likely that after training, you will need to eat and sleep to replenish your strength. Oh, and some additional preparations as well. Therefore, it would be prudent to have someone assist you. Otherwise, you might find yourself incapacitated for a while post-training. Oh, I understand. Naruto nodded, a look of realization crossing his face, clearly having chosen someone in his mind. As long as you comprehend, listen closely. What you need to prepare is... Wait, I have other questions. Seeing the Nine-Tails' determined demeanor to begin, Naruto hastily interjected, "I want to know about the strange place I found myself in a few days ago, and then suddenly I was back at Hinata's house. Was that because of you? Pretty much. You were in danger and panicked. I controlled your body to save you. Once it was safe, I returned it to you," the Nine-Tails answered, maintaining its habit of responding to every inquiry. "What about Izumine?" Naruto quickly asked, relieved to finally have a clue. He had been worried sick these past few days. Uchiha Izumi, do you not have a flying thunder god mark on her? At Naruto's inquiry. The Nine-Tails paused, having been engrossed in organizing the scene within the mental space. Apart from being concerned about whether Naruto has encountered new dangers, little attention was paid to other matters. The mark on Sister Izumi has become imperceptible. Are you not aware of this? The Flying Thunder God mark is undetectable. That's impossible. I distinctly recall Minato stating that the Flying Thunder God mark would never vanish. The Nine-Tails was momentarily taken aback. Its gaze involuntarily drawn to the chakra sphere it had temporarily adorned as the sun in the sky, muttering to itself, "Could it be that I have not mastered my craft? Or has Minato concealed something? Surely I cannot only recall a fraction of it." Unexpectedly, the Nine-Tails replied candidly, "I truly do not know about this matter. Perhaps someone may provide an answer in the future, but not at this moment." "Is that so? Then could you enlighten me on what is happening with Sasuke's family?" Naruto sighed. However, this question piqued the Nine-Tails' interest. Its massive tail stood erect, and its tone carried a hint of excitement. "This is a matter I must elaborate on. First and foremost, Naruto, you must remember that there are few good individuals among the Uchiha clan. It is always prudent to strike first upon encountering an Uchiha. Of course, your friend is the exception. But every other one of them is suspect. Among them, the most despicable is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. That fellow is truly no good." One sat listening while the other reclined and spoke, their interaction harmonious, akin to long-standing dear friends. Wow. Early in the morning, standing before the grand entrance of the Hyuga clan, Naruto leaned against the wall, stifling yawns, appearing quite sleep-deprived. "Father, I am heading out, having long prepared for school." Hinata glanced back at Naruto's state and hurriedly greeted Hayashi Hyuga, who was practicing in the courtyard. She then waved at her sister, who was still groggy from just waking, and dashed over to Naruto. As Hinata and Naruto walked side by side, Neji, who had been waiting at the edge of the courtyard, maintained a respectful distance and followed the two. Meanwhile, Hayashi continued his martial training with the clan members. Seemingly unfazed. Hey, have you noticed what's been up with the head of the clan lately? He used to accompany Hinata everywhere for protection. Now, not only does he refuse to go out himself, but he also prevents Hinata from leaving, even requiring her to wait for Naruto to come pick her up for school. Hey, what do you know? Haven't you noticed that the head of the clan has even canceled our secret protective duties? Indeed, but why is that? Are you foolish? What happens with secret protection? Sooner or later, we'd witness things we ought not to see. This is to ensure we do not disturb the budding romance of the young couple. Understand? Ah, is that so? Otherwise, previously, Hinata would actively seek out Naruto every day. Although that boy is quite remarkable, our Hyuga clan is one of the great clans of Konoha. The head of the clan surely hopes Hinata does not come off as too forward. Instead, he wishes for her to maintain the dignity befitting a noble family. By allowing Naruto to take the initiative in escorting her to school, he will come to care more for Hinata in his heart. You see. Oh, I see. I thought it was because Naruto-kun was superior to us, and the head of the clan was dissatisfied with our performance as guardians, which is why we were dismissed. Sigh, that just shows you are naive. Completely lacking in experience with romance. What you say makes it sound as if you have a girlfriend. Hey, that's not it. But according to your analysis, why has the head of the clan allowed Neji to accompany them as well? That is a good point. Let me think. Ah, I get it. While they are nurturing their relationship, they are still young, so sending Neji along as a third wheel is certainly to prevent them from getting too close too soon. Itai, Hinzo, step forward. Hayashi Hyuga could no longer contain himself and, with a booming voice, summoned the two chatterboxes, who had failed to notice that everyone had stopped their activities to listen to their conversation. You two seem quite energetic this early in the morning. Now, you two useless ones, go over there and spar. Hayashi's piercing gaze made the two tremble with unease, a sense of foreboding filling their hearts. As expected, Hayashi coldly stated, as clan guards, you cannot even focus on your daily training. There will be no rules in this spar. It will be a real fight. You are not allowed to stop until your side is completely unconscious. Continue fighting. It's over. Itai and Hinzo exchanged glances, knowing that the head of the clan's orders were not to be disregarded. It appeared today would be a battle to the death. They then shared a knowing smile, conveying an understanding akin to the closest of friends, and each resolved to go all out from the very beginning, ensuring they would not grant this young man a chance to retaliate. Forgive me, Itai, Hinzo, wow. Naruto stretched, unable to suppress yet another long yawn. Naruto-kun, did you not sleep well last night? As Naruto yawned for the 5th time, Hinata could no longer restrain her curiosity. Hinata, it's not just that I didn't sleep well. I barely slept at all. I had to listen to it ramble on all night. My head was about to explode. I left without even changing my clothes. Naruto hung his head, his eyes half closed, appearing ready to drift off to sleep at any moment. Listening to it ramble all night, Hinata was taken aback, realizing why she had seen Naruto wearing yesterday's clothes in the morning, but she was already somewhat aware of his background. She had never heard of Naruto living with anyone after leaving the orphanage. Could it be that Sasuke sought him out for comfort last night? Hinata thought to herself. Oh, by the way, Hinata, after school today, let us not go to the training ground. Can you come to my house instead? Ugh, I've thought about it for a long time and still feel you are the most suitable. I have something I need your help with tonight. Naruto recalled the Ninetales request and casually mentioned it to Hinata. Boom. Hinata's brain momentarily short-circuited. Neji, who had been eavesdropping behind them, even rolled his eyes in anger, preparing to confront Naruto, the lecher, but after considering his chances, he decided to hold back and wait until after school to seek help. Going to your house. This evening, isn't that? Hinata, who had become accustomed to being by Naruto's side, reverted to her former bashful self, her two little fingers rapidly colliding in front of her chest, nearly sparking with embarrassment. Is that so? Yes, after school, since that matter sounds rather troublesome. Are you not available today? I'm willing. Hinata, blushing fiercely, as if she could drip water from her face, seemed to have made a significant decision and nodded. All right, since it concerns training, we must not be careless. I will rely on you for assistance. Hinata, Naruto, still yawning, forced himself to appear spirited and grinned. Yes, please take care of me. Training? Yes, training. What's wrong? Nothing. Training. Let us hurry to school. With that, Hinata covered her flushed face and dashed off, while a still drowsy Naruto blinked in surprise before hastily chasing after her, calling out, "No need to rush, Hinata. There is still time before class starts." Meanwhile, Niji, who had been oblivious to the conversation, pondered seriously whether it would be wise to report this situation. After all, he wasn't entirely sure how long such matters could take. What if they ran out of time? Inside the Ninja Academy, Iruka was lecturing, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled to continue the lesson, thinking to himself that ignoring the thunderous snores was simply impossible. Uzumaki Naruto, stand up. The chalk flew through the air like a shuriken, aimed directly at the sleeping Naruto's head resting on the desk. However, even in slumber, Naruto instinctively raised his hand, swatting away the chalk as if it were merely a bothersome mosquito. Hey, Naruto-kun, Iruka-sensei is about to explode with anger. Hinata, observing Iruka's imminent eruption, quickly nudged Naruto under the desk. Is class over? Naruto slowly lifted his head from the desk, yawning before groggily looking at the podium. Then suddenly realizing something, he quickly assumed the demeanor of a model student listening attentively, as if everything that had just transpired was unrelated to him. Iruka-sensei, why are you stopping the lesson halfway? It's so interesting. I can't wait to hear the rest. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the majority of students in the class cast admiring glances in his direction. It was no surprise that Naruto, despite his youth, was revered as the leader amongst his peers, his audacity truly remarkable. Iruka was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Naruto, who was often engaged in small antics, frequently chatting with Hinata or drifting off during class, actually sleeping in the classroom. Initially, Iruka had contemplated that perhaps something had transpired the previous night, and a gentle wake-up would suffice. However, Naruto's unexpected retort was quite something. Very well, if you are so fond of slumber, then after school tonight, you shall accompany me to the office for a proper rest. No. Teacher, I was wrong. I have something to do tonight. I apologize. Upon realizing he was to be detained, Naruto hastily pleaded, as he had a rendezvous with the Ninetales that evening. This was hardly the moment for bravado. Acknowledge your error and proceed to the corridor for a punishment stand. Wow, the entire class was astonished. The most formidable and impressive boy, Naruto, was actually facing a punishment. In that instant, Iruka's standing among his classmates soared several levels. For even a ninja of Naruto's unparalleled talent could be subjected to fair and impartial discipline. Iruka-sensei, exclaimed Rock Lee, almost moved to tears, rising to offer a grand embrace to this great teacher. What are you doing, Lee? Sit down. And you, release me. You too shall join Naruto in standing outside. With a resounding bang, Iruka forcefully shut the classroom door. Outside, both Lee and Naruto wore expressions of despair, exchanging glances and lowering their heads in defeat. As Naruto appeared on the verge of dozing off while standing, Lee, who had been discreetly observing him, suddenly adopted a look of recollection and hurriedly addressed him. Naruto-kun, I haven't had much chance to chat with you before. Last time, Teacher Guy even inquired about your recent circumstances. Teacher Guy? Which teacher is that? I don't recall, Naruto replied, bewildered. But Teacher Guy mentioned that you two share a close bond. And he even offered you the use of his training grounds. Training grounds? Oh, you mean that bushy-browed uncle? Is he also a teacher at the school? At last, Naruto recalled the amusing figure and noticed that Lee, in both attire and expression, bore a striking resemblance to that uncle. He distinctly remembered that Lee did not look like this at the beginning of the school year, prompting him to inquire, is he your father? No. Lee hastily waved his hands in denial. I only met Teacher Guy shortly before last year's graduation. I was practicing at the public training ground when he happened to pass by and mentioned he was looking for a new training venue, as he had lent his original one to a friend. In return for the shared use of the training ground, he offered me some guidance. That's why I respectfully call him Teacher Guy. Oh, I see. While Naruto verbally acknowledged his understanding, he continued to scrutinize Lee. Still convinced they must be at least distant relatives, they looked too alike. At the very least, they must share an uncle-nephew relationship. But Teacher Guy is a jonin and exceptionally skilled in taijutsu. After only a few sessions, the public training ground I frequent became unusable. He mentioned before leaving the village that he would notify his friend, so I could join him at his previous training ground. Later, I discovered that the training ground allocated to Teacher Guy was actually given to you. Lee awkwardly chuckled, scratching his watermelon-like hairstyle, as if still organizing his thoughts. At that moment, the astute Naruto suddenly grasped the situation. So, You came specifically to tell me that bushy-browed uncle has been doing well lately, right? Ah, well, Lee was momentarily taken aback, staring at Naruto's radiant smile, unsure of how to respond that in truth, he had slightly embellished the truth. Gai's original words were that they were classmates and that Lee should simply approach Naruto directly without concern. However, with the likes of Hinata, Neji, and Sasuke each a standout from their esteemed clans, Naruto, who had established himself as a legendary figure since entering the Ninja Academy, was a genuine prodigy among prodigies. Lee, who lacked ninjutsu and jinjutsu and was merely a transparent presence in class, could only strive to excel in taijutsu. The chasm between them was akin to a vast canyon. When faced with such talent, Lee's feelings of inadequacy made him hesitant to propose any notion of training together. This was a rare opportunity for him to converse privately with Naruto-kun, which had emboldened him somewhat. Indeed, I haven't seen that amusing uncle in quite some time. Noticing that Naruto seemed to be drifting off again, Lee felt a surge of uncertainty. Had Naruto-kun not comprehended his earlier words, or had he simply rejected them? It must have been a rejection. After all, how could a genius ninja like Naruto fail to understand the implication of his words? Conversely, how could an ordinary person like him possibly train alongside such extraordinary talents? Lee averted his gaze, lowering his head to mask his disheartened emotions. Yet, inexplicably, a voice echoed in his mind. Lee, the badge of youth is manifested through unintentional displays of fervor. Aspire for greatness, believe in yourself, and strive harder. Thus, you too shall become a remarkable ninja. The gleaming white teeth of Guy and the encouraging thumbs up resonated repeatedly in his thoughts. Not give up. Lee. Lee clenched his fists, closed his eyes, summoned his courage, and turned to Naruto, exclaiming, please allow me to join you for training. Ah, sure. Naruto replied almost instantaneously. Lee was taken aback. Upon opening his eyes, he found Naruto lounging with his hands clasped behind his head, sporting a dazzling smile that revealed his bright white teeth, completely devoid of the earlier drowsiness. Lee had anticipated something more serious. Among friends, there was no need for such formality. Just speak plainly. Naruto chuckled heartily. And as Lee gazed at him, the vision before him blurred, prompting him to rub his eyes while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Naruto, Lee, you two are so noisy while standing there. Sasuke-kun, you're here? The classroom door swung open with a flourish, revealing Iruka, his expression brimming with ire. However, before he could properly reprimand the two wayward students, he noticed the figure approaching from the corridor. Naruto, who had already observed the newcomer, turned with a smile to greet him. Hey, Sasuke, you finally made it to school. Dressed in his signature deep blue short-sleeved shirt paired with shorts, Sasuke wore a cool demeanor, his handsome face adorned with an indifferent expression. Yet, when he glanced at Naruto, a subtle shift in his gaze betrayed an unspoken change. Sasuke replied softly, then withdrew his attention from the two, standing in punishment, nodding at Iruka before entering the classroom. You two, come inside as well. With Sasuke's quiet return to his seat, Iruka's anger dissipated significantly, beckoning Naruto and Lee to join him. In the subsequent class, Naruto strained to maintain his focus, enduring Iruka's lessons with the assistance of Hinata's discreet nudges beneath the desk, ultimately managing to stay awake and successfully endure Iruka's course. As the bell signaling the end of class rang, Naruto collapsed onto his desk, plunging into deep slumber. This prompted Sasuke, who had initially stood to inquire about Naruto, to sit back down. That night, the fleeting glimpse of Naruto's silhouette, was it merely an illusion or something more? Sasuke's eyes brimmed with conflict, yet before he could contemplate further, the whispers of his classmates began to surround him, their furtive glances and murmurs piercing through his thoughts. These individuals, since awakening, he had been acutely aware of the discussions surrounding the Uchiha clan whenever he passed through the village, feeling their eyes upon him, some curious, others sympathetic, and still others filled with trepidation. Their voices and gazes enveloped him, a sensation he had never encountered before, leaving him profoundly uncomfortable and restless. Would school be the same from now on? Sasuke-kun, just as he was lost in thought, Tenten, sporting her signature two-bun hairstyle, approached with a group of classmates and, under Sasuke's slightly aloof stare, presented a small box. What is this? Sasuke asked, taken aback. This is a token of our collective goodwill. Though it may be modest, it is gathered from all of us in class. Every day, as a representative of the girls, she radiated a bright and charming smile. Indeed, Sasuke-kun, in such circumstances, we find ourselves at a loss for words. But you must persevere. I have supported you from the very beginning, and even now, I firmly believe that you will surely triumph over Naruto. In recent days, Hinata, Neji, and Naruto have all been telling us. What are you bringing this up for, you fool? Amidst the crowd's pushing and noise, Sasuke grasped the general situation that he glanced at the modest sum of money in the box on his desk. Then silently turned to observe Neji, who was feigning interest in the scenery, and Hinata, who was fanning Naruto, who was pretending to sleep with his face covered. Thank you, Sasuke said sincerely, though his voice was barely audible. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto, who had finally caught up on sleep at school, regained his spirits after classes at the school gate. He pulled Lee aside and, after making a brief introduction to Neji, Sasuke and Hinata, he mentioned, Hinata and I have something to attend to after school, so we'll head home first. Neji, could you please take Lee to the training ground? However, Neji, who had grown accustomed to being around them, stiffened at Naruto's words. He replied gravely, unfortunately, I too have pressing matters to attend to in my clan, so I must depart. Without waiting for Naruto to respond, Neji vanished at an astonishing speed. And you? Sasuke, it's inconvenient for me these days. I need to sort out my living arrangements. Sasuke shot a glance at Naruto before turning to leave. Well, then, I'll take you to the training ground. Lee. It seems today you will be alone for a while. Naruto looked awkwardly at Lee. It's fine. Training alone is also a hallmark of youth. I've become completely accustomed to it. Lee exhibited a spirited demeanor, not overthinking the situation. After all, everyone had serious matters to attend to. If Naruto truly disliked him, he wouldn't have brought him along in the first place. Moreover, training alone was the perfect opportunity for him to strive for excellence. With this thought, Lee's eyes sparkled with determination. Oh. Even Naruto was taken aback by Lee's enthusiasm and optimism. Once everything was arranged, Naruto finally guided Hinata into his room. I am sorry to intrude, although I know this is for training, Hinata said. Appearing somewhat shy as she stepped over the threshold, she curiously surveyed Naruto's home, which, in her emotionally intelligent perspective, could only be described with one word. Evident. It's fine. Just treat it like your own home. Hinata, your family has so many rules. Just consider it a training ground. Naruto seemed quite relaxed, tossing his small backpack onto the bed before sitting cross-legged. So, Naruto-kun, what exactly do you want me to do? Hinata withdrew her gaze from her surroundings, focusing on Naruto, who was now seated in a meditative posture. Oh, it's quite simple. Come here. Naruto retrieved a rather thick wooden stick from beside the bed, handing it to Hinata while stating earnestly, you just need to watch me remain perfectly still for over an hour. When that time is up, you can strike my head with the stick until I wake up. Hinata looked at the stick, then back at Naruto, utterly bewildered. What does this mean? Is this some new form of training that's hard to comprehend? It must be a forceful strike. Oh wait, it has to be infused with chakra. That would make it more painful and effective, so I'll leave it to you. Naruto clasped his hands together and reiterated, then closed his eyes, settling his mind. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar railings and the nine tails appeared before him once more. The inner world remained pure and beautiful, but this time, various clusters of natural energy floated around the nine tails. Are you ready, Naruto? The nine tails asked, a smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Oh, bring it on. Naruto replied, his fists clasped in anticipation. I'm ready. I'm so excited. The ultimate technique, Sage Mode. Very well, then, I won't waste any more time. Let us begin. With a swift motion, the nine tails sent a mass of natural energy hurtling towards Naruto, enveloping him completely. And then, boom! In the next moment, Naruto, who had maintained a look of eager anticipation, transformed into a statue, still holding his fists together. This was the last thought in Naruto's mind before his consciousness faded into oblivion, as if he had truly turned to stone. Did I fail? Well, that has to be expected. The nine tails murmured. After all, it had already informed him of the solution. After an hour, his body would be struck. Regardless of his mental state, he would forcibly awaken naturally, then they could start anew. The nine tails observed Naruto's stone-like form, muttering to itself as it adjusted the sizes of the natural energy clusters before it. I suppose I don't really know how to teach Sage Mode, so I'll just test the limits of what Naruto can bear. This should be correct. Above the petrified Naruto, the energy cluster, acting as a light source, remained dormant, but it trembled uneasily as the nine tails spoke. In Naruto's room, Hinata sat obediently before him, gripping the hefty wooden stick tightly in her hands, her Byakugan eyes fixed intently on Naruto's face. However, after a while of gazing, her thoughts began to wander. Naruto-kun looks so cool when he is so quiet. At the Hyuga clan's residence, what? Hinata Hazashi, who had been calmly brewing tea and maintaining a composed demeanor, suddenly erupted with a glare, inadvertently crushing the teacup in his hand. The scalding tea splashed onto his hand, yet it failed to capture his attention as he struggled to suppress the impulse to rush to Naruto's home. His eyes scrutinized the branch family member relaying the news about Neji. His expression dark and uncertain. Calm down, Hisashi, you must remain composed. Haven't you been aware of this for a while? After all, he is the offspring of that esteemed individual, although he came before you. It's said that blue is born from indigo and surpasses it. The branch family member, kneeling beneath Hisashi, observed the head of the clan as he muttered to himself, with veins bulging at his temples, and finally couldn't help but interject, "Clan head, your hand. What, is it bleeding? These children are too early." "No, clan head, I meant you're bleeding." Hisashi finally looked down at his palm, which still clutched the shards of the teacup, blood oozing from a cut made by the ceramic. "Ah," Hisashi exclaimed, covering his expression with his other hand to hide his discomfort. Just as a subordinate took out an emergency medical kit to tend to his injury, Hisashi murmured, "That was my favorite cup." Must it leave me so soon? The subordinate thought. The clan head isn't lamenting the cup. He must be using it as a metaphor. This attitude seems to imply acceptance. As the subordinate bandaged his hand, he couldn't help but internally scoff. Daddy, is big sister not back yet? At that moment, the small Hinata Hanabi wandered into the room, her big, innocent eyes gazing at her father. The subordinate, having just finished tending to Hisashi, discreetly withdrew. Seeing his beloved daughter, Hisashi beckoned her closer, and Hanabi obediently nestled into his embrace. Holding his cherished daughter, Hisashi's expression softened slightly. He stroked her hair and said, Hanabi, why are you still awake so late? Tomorrow, Daddy will check to see if you've been slacking off on your studies. Hee, Daddy, I practiced well after dinner. Hanabi beamed proudly. Impressive, Hanabi. You're so well behaved. Unlike your sister. When you see her tomorrow, don't ask her what's wrong. Huh? What do you mean, Daddy? Hanabi asked, utterly perplexed, having failed to grasp the connection of her father's words. Hisashi fell silent, his mind filled with silent musings and a hint of resentment. How did that esteemed individual raise his son to be so mature? Even if he was that eager, he should at least provide an explanation. This misunderstanding deepened within Hisashi's conflicted heart. Sometime later, Naruto-kun, I apologize, as the wooden stick struck Naruto's head with force. A jolt of excruciating pain roused him abruptly, prompting him to clutch his head and exclaim, that hurts so much. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Hinata, her face etched with concern, hastily discarded the stick and helped him up. I am so sorry. Did I use too much force? It's fine. It's fine. Thank you so much, Hinata. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, reflecting on the harrowing experience of feeling his consciousness turn to stone. It was an ordeal too dreadful to describe. Rendered immobile and unable to think, yet still acutely aware of the passage of time. A torment beyond words. Naruto-kun, are you truly training? I noticed. During the time you were completely still, I activated my Byakugan multiple times to observe the changes in your chakra. However, whether due to the limitations of her Byakugan or some other reason, she could discern no alterations in Naruto's chakra. Hinata's eyes. During that hour, Naruto's chakra resembled a tranquil lake, as consistently calm as ever. Indeed, I am training, and, just as Naruto began to explain, a growl erupted from his stomach, prompting him to sheepishly scratch his head. I'm so hungry. Let us eat first. As Naruto prepared to rise and retrieve the cup noodles he had set aside, he found himself unable to stand, his legs unresponsive, as if still in that petrified state. Wait, I can't move. Naruto tapped his feet with his hands. The muscles remained elastic, not as rigid as stone. Yet, to his perception, his legs felt as heavy as boulders. Naruto-kun, you might have just sat too long. Allow me to fetch it though. Hinata, I'm sorry to trouble you. Hinata, being considerate, followed Naruto's directions and adeptly prepared the cup noodles. Her gaze lingering thoughtfully on the shelf of noodles. After satisfying his hunger, Naruto patted his legs again, seemingly regaining sensation, at least allowing him to stand. Seeing that Naruto was not seriously harmed, Hinata felt a wave of relief. Naruto then glanced out the window at the sky before turning back to Hinata with a smile. But there's still some time. I'll have one more go, and then I'll escort you home. All right. Although the curfew was approaching, Hinata, unwilling to refuse Naruto, gripped the wooden stick with renewed determination. Naruto's consciousness once again delved into his inner world. He opened his eyes to behold the Nine Tails, uncertainly inquiring, was that experience truly a method of training? Of course, do you still doubt me? The Nine Tails, who had been waiting in the inner world, exuded an air of confidence that, oh, no, as long as it's normal. Ouch, Hinata-chan. That really hurt. Naruto rubbed the back of his head, grimacing. After all, it was only through sufficient pain that one could awaken the spirit through the flesh. Moreover, the reason your legs were immobile was primarily due to your spirit being petrified for a period, which affected your body. A brief pause was needed to regain full mobility. However, this inner world merely experienced spiritual petrification, posing no life-threatening danger. If you were to train in reality, a moment's carelessness could truly render you to stone. This training method was conceived by me, and I anticipated the need for someone to assist you. The Ninetales, with an air of foreknowledge, instilled great confidence in Naruto. All right, then let us continue. With a bold declaration, the Ninetales conjured a slightly smaller sphere of natural energy and waved it towards Naruto. Boom! As expected, the moment the massive natural energy enveloped Naruto's form, he was once again transformed into a statue. The arduous path of cultivation stretched before him. Meanwhile, at the borders of the Land of Water, halt! Who goes there? Kakashi, bearing twin blades, raised his head to regard the ninjas of the Mist Village flitting through the trees. Ruffling his white hair, he stated with a semblance of seriousness, Jonin of Konoha, Hatake Kakashi, you're on a mission to visit Lord Mizuki's a ninja from Konoha. Is Hatake Kakashi the one whose reputation has surged recently? The Mist Ninjas fell silent, until a figure resembling a captain materialized before Kakashi. She was a striking woman with long, chestnut hair cascading past her waist, statuesque and voluptuous, her curves decidedly alluring. She emanated a unique charm that seemed irresistible to any man, particularly due to the air of confidence she exuded. However, at that moment, her prowess as a ninja was evidenced more by her impressive body flicker technique, facing the renowned white-haired Reaper of Konoha with unwavering resolve. Kakashi instinctively judged her to be a formidable opponent. Had it been a year prior, he might not have stood a chance against her. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Terumi Mei. Her emerald eyes lingered on Kakashi momentarily before she smiled lightly. You seem quite impressive. A good man indeed. Since you're on a mission, let me personally escort you back to the Mist Village. This woman certainly had a way with words when it came to surveillance. However, Kakashi was not here to provoke conflict. He spread his hands in a gesture of goodwill. Yet the Mist Ninjas were evidently not so accommodating. And just as Kakashi prepared to follow Terumi Mei, one of the ninjas perched in the trees interjected, "Please disarm." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Kakashi, seemingly intent on halting him. However, Kakashi barely glanced away before Terumi Mei waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. With me here, it's all fine. Kakashi noted that Terumi Mei held a significant position among the Mist Ninjas. Her mere command allowed Kakashi to proceed without challenge, given the Mist Village's prior Bloody Mist policies. They were among the least communicative with the outside world, resulting in Kakashi's lack of familiarity with Terumi Mei. Watching her silhouette vanish into the dense forest ahead, Kakashi redirected his attention and followed. As one of the largest nations with vast territorial maps, the 5 great nations regarded their borders with utmost vigilance. Anyone attempting to infiltrate the borders would be met with lethal force. Despite the apparent lack of hostility between Konoha and the Mist Village post-Third Shinobi World War, covert skirmishes remained frequent. After all, Konoha's Hyuga and Uchiha clans had historical ties with the Mist Village. Furthermore, Kakashi's personal grievances ran deep, as the orchestrator behind Rin's tragic demise, having implanted the 3 tails within her, was likely from the Mist Village. This was the very reason the advisors had opposed his mission to the Mist Village. Kakashi-san, are you not fond of conversation? After they had walked for some time, Terumi Mei, who was leading the way, suddenly halted and turned to Kakashi, her expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. I in the presence of such an enchanting lady as yourself. I believe most men would find themselves too bashful to speak. Kakashi maintained his nonchalant demeanor. I consider myself rather composed. Is that so? Terumi Mei slightly tilted her head, her captivating gaze fixed on Kakashi's eyes. A teasing smile gracing her lips. I suspect, Kakashi-san, that you are deliberately ignoring me for fear of being captivated. At her words, Kakashi sighed, lightly tapping his forehead protector with a finger. After all, I am on a mission. I maintain a clear distinction between personal and professional matters. He then cast a glance behind him. Although silent, he sensed a considerable number of ninjas trailing them. Their tracking skills were exceptional, likely belonging to elite members of the Umbu. Most likely the assassination unit of the Mist Village. Nonetheless, Kakashi chose to keep his focus on Terumi Mei ahead, for she was the most formidable presence he faced. Yes, indeed, the mission is of utmost importance. Kakashi-san is here to meet Lord Mizuki, correct? From the outset, The tone of Terumi may shifted from alluring nonchalance to a sudden air of danger. However, we cannot allow the Leaf Ninja to easily meet Lord Yuan Sure. To ensure safety, I would prefer to personally escort Mr. Kakashi. Rest assured, it will not cost you your life. If possible, I still believe it would be best for me to go myself. Kakashi sighed. After all, making such a formal arrangement would not reflect well on either of them if they were to arrive injured and bloodied. From the very beginning, they had no intention of allowing themselves to enter the village hidden in the mist without caution. The opposing party's vigilance had never wavered. Was this treatment merely because he was a Leaf Ninja? Was it the actions of Uchiha Shursui in the village hidden in the mist that had garnered such animosity? Or was there something else at play? Do not worry. I shall endeavor to be gentle. Terumi May chuckled softly, and soon after, the silhouettes of elite mist ninja who had been trailing them emerged from the trees. Surrounding Kakashi, they then coldly commanded, "Subdue him. Just ensure his life is spared. After he is rendered powerless, we shall ascertain the nature of his mission." Water style, hidden mist technique. As the mist ninja performed their jutsu, a dense fog enveloped Kakashi, obscuring his vision to the point where he could not even sense their chakra or hear their breathing. "Miss, although you say I dislike conversation, it seems that merely enhancing my chat skills will not resolve our issues." In the midst of the fog, Kakashi's languid voice emerged, tinged with helplessness. It is too late for sweet words now, Terumi May replied with a light laugh. "What a troublesome woman," Kakashi murmured, abruptly lifting his head. The blade unsheathed. Thunder crackled. Right before Terumi May, the hidden mist technique executed by the 5 mist ninja was swiftly cleaved in two by a single strike. Following this, as the lightning sliced through the thick mist, Kakashi's crimson gaze fell upon Terumi May in an instant, and his figure vanished into the fog. Not good. This was her lightning-fast thought, but by the time she truly sensed the threat, it was already too late. Kakashi's menacing visage loomed before her. With a single breath, that short blade could pierce her throat, and she was compelled to halt her half-formed hand seals, afraid to move any further. What an astonishing display of speed and strength. Terumi May marveled inwardly in her memory. Kakashi at this moment was the most decisive individual she had ever witnessed in action. The time it took for him to break through the jutsu and appear before her was so brief that not only the other mist ninja positioned nearby, but even the thunderous noise of his own lightning could not keep pace. Even in her belief that victory was certain, the opponent had subdued her in an instant, without even allowing her to initiate her technique. Yet, Kakashi did not press the attack. Instead, he sheathed his long knife and withdrew the short blade from her neck. Terumi May was taken aback. "You see, I harbor no ill will." He then lowered his forehead protector to cover his Sharingan. Unfazed as he continued forward, his uniquely magnetic voice resonating behind her. "Please, continue to lead the way. Mississippi this time. Do not bring so many guards. Surely, the Leaf Ninja cannot be this formidable." Terumi May stared at Kakashi's retreating figure, her hand instinctively brushing against the thin scar left by the blade on her neck. No ill will. Had she not halted her hand seals and abandoned resistance just moments ago, that blade would undoubtedly have severed her head. The murderous intent of this man had been all too genuine in that fleeting moment. He was utterly unafraid of the consequences of slaying a ninja from the land of water. Hatake Kakashi. Thud. Another forceful strike, and Naruto awakened with a pained cry. However, this time Hinata was already experienced. Upon Naruto regaining consciousness, she picked up the ice towel she had prepared earlier and gently pressed it against the swollen lump on his head. "Thank you," Hinata. As Naruto watched the stars before his eyes gradually fade, he sighed. "This is far more challenging than I had anticipated. It's truly no easy feat, Naruto-kun. Can you move your legs now?" Hinata inquired cautiously while tenderly rubbing the area where she had struck him. It seems like I might need to wait a bit longer. The two sat in tranquil silence for a while, but unlike the tumultuous emotions swirling within Hinata, Naruto's expression appeared vacant, his gaze distant as he sat there like a statue. "I'm sorry, Hinata. Could you help me lie down for a moment? It seems like I might be genuinely paralyzed." Suddenly, Naruto, who had been lost in thought, displayed a grimace, and his head spun, feeling nauseous. "Could it be that I struck too hard?" Hinata immediately grew anxious. "No, it shouldn't be related to you. It seems my mental state is a bit off." Naruto's demeanor visibly waned, as if he had lost his very soul, prompting Hinata to hurriedly move him to the bed to lie down. Just a moment after lying on the bed, Naruto regained his senses and began to examine his body with a puzzled expression. "Naruto-kun, please rest on the bed for a while. I will get you a glass of water. If you still feel unwell, I will call a doctor immediately," Hinata said softly, her brows furrowed with concern. Thank you, Hinata, but it's all right. I just need to rest a bit, Naruto replied gratefully, nodding before closing his eyes and falling into contemplation. As Naruto reawoke, the familiar ceiling greeted him. Testing his limbs, he discovered significant improvement before jumping off the bed. Naruto-kun, how are you feeling now? It's nothing, just the after effects of my training that I should be nearly fine now. Let us go. I'll take you home for now. He took Hinata's hand as they headed outside. Right now? Hinata appeared bewildered. Yes, why? It's already dark. It smells so good. Naruto inhaled deeply, his gaze landing on the 2 steaming cups of instant noodles on the table. Clearly freshly prepared. I was just worried you might be hungry, Hinata said, her cheeks slightly flushed, but we just ate. Naruto scratched his head, though he quickly dismissed it, but this training does consume quite a bit of energy. Having another cup wouldn't tea hurt. So, Hinata, can you still finish this one? Hinata's voice was as faint as a whisper. The night had grown deep, and with the decrease of pedestrians at the street corner, only the streetlights flickered softly, illuminating Hyuga Neji, who was anxiously tapping his foot beneath their glow. He gazed at the house before him, where Naruto and Hinata had entered the shabby room on the 2nd floor and had yet to emerge. The family was silent. Was it really necessary for him to remain here, watching? Just as Neji was lost in the youthful, boyish musings of uncertainty, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure appear before him. The other party had also taken notice of him. The two exchanged glances, and after a moment, Neji broke the silence. What are you doing here? It's none of your concern. Are you planning to investigate his formidable secret? They fell into silence once more. After a lengthy pause, Neji cleared his throat and asked, Can I join you? I'm stuffed. Oh, if it weren't for Hinata having cooked too much ramen, I wouldn't have realized how famished I truly was. Naruto patted his round belly and let out a contented sigh. The feeling of being unable to control his body during training was truly alarming. He had even forgotten what hunger felt like. Such perilous training. Naruto, do you intend to continue? Hinata thoughtfully offered him a cup of post-meal tea and deftly gathered the empty ramen containers into a trash bag, everything appearing so natural. Oh, of course. This is my trump card. Naruto grinned mischievously, having achieved something remarkable. Seeing Naruto like this, Hinata felt encouraged and picked up a wooden stick, declaring, Then I will do my best too. However, at the sight of that stick, Naruto's confident smile faltered slightly, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Let's go. I'll escort you home. Yet, as Naruto opened the door and stepped outside with Hinata, they were met with an unexpected sight. Sasuke, Neji and I? Naruto and Hinata exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. Before them stood Sasuke and Neji, frantically fumbling with keys, appearing guilty as they loitered at the entrance of another room. The expressions on their faces varied as they regarded Naruto and Hinata. What are you doing? Naruto pointed at the two, a sudden realization washing over him. Are you trying to break in? What the hell? Sasuke shot an incredulous glare at Naruto, prepared with an explanation. The village arranged for me to stay here temporarily. Hinata exclaimed, astonished. So Sasuke-kun is not only your neighbor, but also your landlord, Naruto-kun? The following day in class, Hinata was visibly shocked. Yes, he just told me this morning that he agreed to the village reclaiming the Uchiha clan's land. And then they compensated him with a substantial sum, and this rascal went and bought my building. Naruto turned to glance at Sasuke's empty seat, gritting his teeth in frustration. He's signing some contract with the village today. No wonder he looked at me strangely yesterday. How infuriating. Just the thought of having to pay him rent makes me feel ill. Is that so? Hinata pondered, recalling Naruto's earlier mention that his current residence was indeed arranged by the village. An idea sparked in her mind. Could she discuss with her father about letting Naruto stay at their home? Oh dear, what am I thinking? Hinata. No, it's nothing. What's wrong? You didn't answer me just now. Naruto tilted his head, looking at Hinata curiously. Sorry. Hinata quickly lowered her head. I spaced out. What did you just ask me? I was saying, why has Neji been staring at me since last night when he picked you up this morning? What's up with that? Naruto glanced over his shoulder at Neji, who was fixated on him, and rubbed his nose in confusion. Well, Hinata hesitated for a moment. Actually, when I got home yesterday, I felt that Neji and father, and my sister were all acting a bit strangely. Perhaps something happened at home that they haven't told me about. Being part of a large family isn't easy, Naruto mused, then added earnestly, Hinata, you need to be careful. After all, something just happened with the Uchiha clan. If anything unexpected occurs at your home, please tell me right away. No, surely not. Hinata felt a twinge of fear. I'll go talk to him, Naruto declared, determined as expected. In a conversation that felt utterly disconnected, Naruto and Neji ultimately clashed, resulting in a physical altercation. Well, it was more of a minor scuffle, as the confrontation concluded swiftly in the depths of Naruto's mind. The Ninetales observed his ordinary yet heartwarming daily life, narrowing its eyes. In its memory, Naruto's school days were hazy. Back then, it was filled with rage and hatred, perpetually influencing Naruto's thoughts and attempting to drag him into a dark abyss. During that time, Naruto had unconsciously felt the sorrow of being isolated or ignored. Even the few friends who played with him did so only fleetingly within the confines of the school. Thus, Naruto chose to create absurd and comical antics within the village, hoping to attract someone's care and attention. In this regard, the Ninetales felt a sense of guilt that, if possible, it would prefer to watch Naruto enjoy a carefree childhood and pursue the path of his dreams. However, if the imminent enemies and dangers were not addressed, this world could not offer either of them that opportunity. No other creature understood this truth better than the Ninetales did at that moment. Boom! A massive surge of natural energy, larger than anything Naruto had witnessed before, manifested before the Ninetales. The energy was expanding at a visible rate. If Minato, the yellow flash, were to regain consciousness at that moment, he would be astonished to sense a hint of chakra within this ever-expanding natural energy. This enormous mass of natural energy displayed characteristics of sage chakra, yet this was entirely inconsistent with the principles of sage techniques. Pure natural energy must be precisely extracted and fused with chakra, maintaining a fixed ratio. Otherwise, the energy would become unbalanced, either being consumed by the natural forces and transforming into another form or failing to condense into sage chakra altogether. In every sage technique lineage, natural energy constitutes 1/3 of the resulting sage chakra. Yet, the natural energy, sage chakra, before the Ninetales had completely shattered this rule. It was as if an army composed of natural energy had infiltrated by a mere chakra soldier. Entirely disproportionate. Moreover, unlike other sage chakra, this energy exhibited the ability to self-refine and expand. Almost there, the Ninetales once again absorbed this energy into its body, its fox-like eyes gleaming with dangerous light. Otsutsuki clan. I truly look forward to your expressions upon receiving this gift. Meanwhile, far from Konoha in the hidden mist village, Kakashi, having faced no unexpected obstacles, finally met the esteemed Master Yuan, who held a status in the village that rivaled that of the Mizukichi. Under the guidance of Terumi Mei, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated, and 2 S-rank rogue ninjas. Who would have thought? What a lamentable outcome indeed. The master, sporting a hairstyle that exuded strength, appeared kind-hearted. After confirming the accuracy of Kakashi's intel with several elite Umbu guards from the hidden mist village, he turned his gaze to the Leaf Ninja. However, does this not also confirm that Konoha acknowledges Uchiha Shirsue's crimes committed in the hidden mist village? Of course, I do not deny that, Kakashi replied with a smile. And I believe that the actions taken in the hidden mist village may just be the tip of the iceberg. If the incident leading to the Mizuki's disappearance is merely the tip of the iceberg, then what could his true intentions be? I wonder if Master Yuan has heard of an organization known as Akatsuki in the ninja world. Akatsuki? The seasoned master keenly sensed Kakashi's implication in the name of the organization. Master Yuan remained silent, awaiting Kakashi's elaboration. It could be confirmed from Konoha's intelligence that Uchiha Shirsue had indeed joined this organization during my years executing missions abroad. I have caught wind of rumors suggesting that among the defectors from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, some have joined a certain organization. Upon hearing this information, Master Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. He then turned to Kakashi and suddenly inquired, "Your purpose for this visit must extend beyond merely informing us of the rogue ninja, correct? Would Konoha be interested in negotiating a deal with the mist?" As the sun gradually descended over the village hidden in the mist, Kakashi, having completed his mission, strolled leisurely through the village streets. Showing a keen interest in his surroundings, he even spotted a bookstore displaying early installments of Intimate Paradise, long since removed from the shelves in Konoha, contrary to the previous reputation of the Blood Mist. Kakashi observed that, while an air of solemnity and menace still lingered, the village appeared remarkably tranquil. Evidently, Master Yuan's governance was far more adept than one might have imagined. Even in the face of the recent disappearance of the village's shadow, the community seemed unshaken. As he walked and mentally noted various aspects of the Mist Village, Kakashi turned to the enchanting figure beside him. "Miss Terumi Mei, is that frigid gaze your way of issuing a dismissal? Given your perilous nature, even without Master Yuan's directive, I would keep a vigilant watch over you as long as you remain within the mist." Terumi Mei, with no attempt to mask her surveillance and hostility, followed closely behind Kakashi, her demeanor starkly contrasting her earlier nonchalance. Kakashi discreetly glanced at the nearly healed wound on her neck, then shifted his gaze to the two elite jonin of the mist shadowing her. Their formidable prowess evident. Kakashi understood. The earlier lesson had evidently taught her that as a ninjutsu-type ninja, she would find no advantage in close combat against someone as extraordinary as himself, prompting her to prepare accordingly. Before a secluded river valley cave, Uchiha Itachi followed Uchiha Shisui, piloting a small boat slowly forward. I thought you had changed your mind, as I certainly did not wait for you that night. The machinations of Konoha's higher-ups proved more troublesome than anticipated. It took some time to extricate myself from their grasp. Is that so? Uchiha Shisui remarked, observing Itachi's expressionless face with neutrality. We are nearing our destination. Ahead lies Uchiha Obito's organization. Though he does not appear to be the leader, he conceals his identity? Itachi inquired. Using the alias Tobi, he masquerades as an inconsequential member of the organization. Shisui nodded, then gestured to the black cloth covering his eyes, adding, it's not just him. I do the same. Apart from the leader and his closest confidants, only you are aware of our identities. To avoid any slip-ups later, I should inform you that within the organization, my name is Hokage. Is such a simple disguise unnecessary for me? Itachi replied, his tone reserved. Your actions have garnered too much notoriety. It serves no purpose, and as a newcomer to the organization, an overly mysterious identity inevitably attracts scrutiny. You seem quite experienced. As their conversation continued, the small boat docked at the cave entrance, and they proceeded on foot into the cavern. The interior was expansive, and upon entering, Itachi sensed subtle fluctuations of chakra emanating from the stone beds and the ground. Likely a surveillance ninjutsu that would detect anyone passing through. At the cave's deepest recess, a peculiar, colossal stone statue loomed before Itachi, its mouth agape, face tilted skyward yet embedded in the stone wall. Its palms poised in a cradling gesture, seemingly howling. Itachi noted the statue's eyes appeared obscured, and inexplicably, he sensed a faint resemblance between this bizarre sculpture and Uchiha Shisui standing beside him. Is that you? Itachi, long time no see. From within the statue's hands, a figure emerged from the shadows, greeting Itachi as if they were old acquaintances. Orochimaru. Itachi's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that this previously taboo S-rank rogue ninja had joined the Akatsuki. Once a disciple of the third Hokage, he had vanished after losing the bid for Hokage against the fourth, which explained why he had eluded the Umbu's investigations. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm acceptance upon encountering a fellow villager within the organization. I've heard much about you. Indeed, you are a ninja who understands that embracing darkness is the true path. The burdens of villages, clans, and comrades should be cast aside. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with unrestrained excitement. However, Itachi felt nothing but disdain, sensing that Orochimaru's enthusiasm stemmed not from his joining the organization, but rather from other motives. Compared to the fourth Hokage, you fall woefully short, Orochimaru. Subsequently, Itachi disregarded Orochimaru, for the masked man also emerged from the statue's palm, exuberantly greeting them. Welcome back, Fire Brother. Leader, they have returned. Fire Brother. Itachi cast a glance at Shisui, who seemed indifferent to the moniker, then recalled Shisui's alias, contemplating the comically exuberant Uchiha Obito. Eventually, Itachi encountered the legendary leader of the Akatsuki. Pain. Indeed, upon witnessing Pain's Rinnegan, Itachi's heart raced. The Rinnegan possessed by the Sage of Six Paths was a myth he had only heard of within his family's secret lore. Astonishingly, it was real, existing in this world. Yet, Itachi's performance would never betray his inner thoughts. The true aim of the Akatsuki is to forge a future of genuine peace within the ninja world, replacing the 5 great nations with the Akatsuki to govern the entire realm. To achieve this, we require greater power. Uchiha Itachi, denying Konoha, we welcome your addition. Such grand ambitions. Gazing into those mythic eyes, Itachi's heart remained uncertain of the veracity behind Pain's words. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to become the eyes of the will of fire, to uncover the truth in the Akatsuki's intentions, ensuring the future envisioned by the fourth Hokage would come to fruition. Under Pain's scrutinizing gaze, Itachi decisively etched a mark of betrayal upon his Konoha forehead protector. Itachi, this ring is your code name. After Pain handed the red ring to Itachi, he guided him to meet the organization's members, whether it was the 7 ninja swordsmen Zabuza Momochi, the legendary Sannin Orochimaru, or formidable figures like Haiden and Sasori. While Itachi was somewhat surprised, he had anticipated such encounters. However, when a young man with pink eyes, garbed in the signature red cloud-black cloak, appeared before him. He was truly astonished to see the fourth Mizukage, who had gone missing from the Mist Village, now within the Akatsuki. How could this be possible? Feeling Itachi's gaze, Kizashi Yagura turned slowly, calmly meeting his stare. Genjutsu, puppet, what is this? Itachi partnered with Zabuzamomochi, each continuing to execute their respective plans. Upon hearing his assignment, Itachi remained impassive, merely observing the organizational members pairing off, mentally noting their arrangements. Indeed, accompanying the fourth Mizukage was Shursui. Ignoring Orochimaru's request to switch partners, Pain surveyed the members once more, reiterating the mission before the Akatsuki members dispersed. After the group exited the cave, Konan approached Pain, furrowing her brow. Pain. We have more than enough personnel according to our prior plan. Perhaps even in excess. Should we continue to recruit? Pain remained silent, turning his gaze towards the enormous outer path statue, seemingly lost in thought. That ring, which facilitates your use of the lantern body technique, has all been distributed. I need to forge more, perhaps. Konan intended to voice more concerns, but as she observed the rapid expansion of the Akatsuki, she felt an ominous sense of unease. Yet, reluctant to burden Nagato with additional worries, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Following Itachi Uchiha's arrival, Konan's apprehension towards the formidable Uchiha Madara reached an apex, compounded by the presence of Uchiha Shursui. The organization harbored too many complexities brought forth by him, to the extent that even the fourth Mizukage, the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, who was initially one of their targets, had joined the Akatsuki. This left her utterly perplexed. However, in private, Nagato had confided in her that he was already aware of the reasons behind the others' inclusion. No matter the circumstances, Pain, possessing the Rinnegan, held an undeniable power that could subdue them all. Yet, a lingering unease gnawed at Konan, compelling her to prepare for the unforeseen. She had always harbored an unspoken premonition that events would not unfold as Nagato envisioned. Crack! The wooden stick was thwarted by Naruto's arm. When he lifted his gaze once more, his fox-like crimson pupils flickered momentarily before returning to their azure hue. Naruto-kun, you did it. Hinata's jubilant cheer resonated in his ears, followed by the sensation of something soft and fragrant leaping into his embrace. Momentarily dazed, Naruto's excitement surged as he spun Hinata around joyfully. Hinata, I truly owe you my gratitude. I finally mastered it. With a broad grin, he intended to showcase his newfound skills to Hinata, only to be suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. In response, Hinata, accustomed to such occurrences, quickly brought forth the meal she had prepared. It had indeed been a long year, Naruto reflected while heartily devouring Hinata's culinary creations. Yes, an entire year had elapsed, during which he had diligently practiced daily. Both Naruto and Hinata had grown accustomed to each other's presence over this time. I must share this wonderful news with Sasuke-kun. He has always been so concerned about your training. I can't even count how many times he's come to check on you, Hinata remarked as she skillfully served him another bowl of rice. After all, I promised to teach him once I succeeded. Though he often claims it unnecessary, I know he is undoubtedly curious, but he is likely still training and hasn't returned yet, after satiating his hunger. Naruto glanced at the clock he had specially purchased for their home and addressed Hinata. Shall I escort you back? No, it's fine. I'll tidy up here first. You should rest well, Naruto-kun. Alright. As Naruto watched Hinata efficiently clean up, he found himself momentarily lost in thought, and inexplicably asked, Hinata, do you think this counts as family? Hinata paused, a hint of confusion crossing her features as she looked at Naruto. Did you just say something? Naruto-kun, no, nothing at all. Naruto's cheeks flushed slightly as he hastily waved his hand. Hinata tilted her head adorably but soon dismissed it. Later, under the cover of night and the glow of streetlights, Naruto escorted Hinata home, waving farewell as he watched her figure vanish into the Hyuga compound. Faintly, he seemed to hear the sounds of Hinata conversing with her father, a wave of wistfulness washing over him. Family, Naruto murmured softly. But he quickly regained his composure and made his way back. However, he did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured in another direction. He intended to visit another individual who surely longed for family as well. The sound of labored breaths accompanied by the rhythm of strikes emanated from the depths of the forest ahead. Positioned atop a tree, Naruto observed Sasuke training diligently in the secluded training ground of the Uchiha clan. Naruto understood Sasuke well. He was always like this. It was not that he was hiding from others, nor was it a deliberate avoidance of company. From a long time ago, following the calamity that befell the Uchiha clan, and after he had faced defeat while challenging himself with his Sharingan, Sasuke had taken to training here in secret every night. Naruto had taken that battle seriously, knowing the weight of Sasuke's plight, and had shared with him the truths he had uncovered about the Uchiha clan's tragedy. Yet, Sasuke's response had been resolute. "You cannot understand. I cannot forgive." This was the very sentiment expressed by Sasuke. Even when he lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, stubbornly refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Indeed, without family of his own, how could Naruto comprehend the depth of Sasuke's loss? That was also the moment when Naruto, in a dazed state, had allowed Sasuke to land a punch on him. He could not forget the fierce determination that had burned in Sasuke's eyes, as he regarded overcoming Naruto as his most pressing objective. Fortunately, Naruto had treated Sasuke's challenge with the seriousness it deserved. Otherwise, if he had merely resorted to shadow clones to brush it off, Sasuke's reaction would likely have been explosive. But thank you, Naruto, for revealing to me that there are still clan members alive in this world. It is wonderful, truly wonderful. These were the words Sasuke had uttered after delivering a punch, right before succumbing to unconsciousness with tears streaming down his face. Sasuke suddenly sensed something, snapping his head up as his crimson Sharingan fixed intently on the direction where Naruto had just been. Yet, he found nothing, as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. Sasuke had never disclosed the location of this place to anyone. Apart from Itachi, only one person knew of it and had come here. Did Naruto come to tell me he succeeded? Sasuke pondered, momentarily taken aback before ceasing his training. "But I'll inform Neji and Lee tomorrow." Upon returning home, Naruto stretched languidly, taking in the tidiness of the room that Hinata had meticulously organized. A smile gracing his features as he delved into his thoughts. "I did it." The Ninetales, half-lidded, observed Naruto's exuberance, pretending not to notice that he had deliberately composed himself before approaching. "Now, let us experiment with entering this form actively." "All right." With unwavering confidence, Naruto clapped his palms together, closing his eyes as a red hue appeared at the corners. As he slowly opened his eyes, his azure pupils had transformed into menacing red slits. A chilling yet contained aura enveloping him. Naruto marveled at his own body, intrigued by the sensation that he could suddenly hear myriad voices and perceive a spectrum of colors, his form feeling inexplicably light. He delivered a punch into the air, the resulting sonic boom ringing sharply in his ears. Just as I previously mentioned, take your time to familiarize yourself with this power, considering your current performance. It has at least multiplied your physical capabilities by several times, which may lead to discomfort in adapting to this Sage mode. Impressive. Truly a trump card. By the way, why is it called Sage mode? Naruto queried, his fox-like eyes glancing questioningly at the Ninetales. "I believe this form should be referred to as Fox Sage mode or Sage Fox mode, don't you think? Call it whatever you please." "It matters not to me," the Ninetales replied, wagging its tail before recalling something. "There is another matter regarding your father. He has something to say to you, Naruto blinked, taken aback. "Didn't you previously say my father was dead?" Did I ever say such a thing?" The Ninetales feigned ignorance. "That I recall you mentioning. His spirit watches over you from the heavens, didn't you?" Naruto, as Naruto's confusion mounted, a gentle voice resonated behind him. The unfamiliar yet familiar tone filled him with both surprise and joy, prompting him to turn around. Sure enough, he beheld a ghostly flame hovering before him. The ethereal flame floated before Naruto, smiling as it regarded him. "Naruto, I am your father." "Father?" Naruto was rendered speechless. "You see, my words hold no falsehood," the Ninetales remarked, its tail swaying with amusement at the unfolding drama. Perhaps the revelation of Minato had been too overwhelming, leaving Naruto's emotions in a peculiar state. He found himself in a state of mixed emotions, neither overwhelmingly joyful nor entirely shocked. Although the knowledge that he could still see his father brought a genuine surprise to Naruto's heart, the revelation that he had family, including a father, was undoubtedly the best news he could receive. Yet, truth be told, confronted with the chaotic form of this spirit, he struggled to feel any genuine happiness. In fact, more than the reunion with his father, he was profoundly shocked by the Ninetales. He had not anticipated that the creature residing within him could actually summon the spirit of his father from the afterlife. This was the first time he had truly encountered a ghost, and it was indeed an eye-opening experience, tinged with a hint of fear. "Naruto, it's been quite some time. You've grown so much." Minato's chakra swirled gently, his tone tender. "Father, wait, are you really my dad?" Naruto stammered, as the scene before him was simply too unbelievable. "Minato, perhaps you should change your appearance before speaking," the Ninetales interjected, unable to contain its sarcasm. "What's wrong?" Minato inquired, puzzled. "It's not that I wish to appear this way. It seems I cannot revert to human form just yet," he awkwardly explained. After awakening, he had expressed his eagerness to see Naruto, only to realize that his chakra form could not yet transform. "Could you at least show some progress?" the Ninetales remarked, though it still honestly assisted Minato in adjusting his chakra as the Ninetales' crimson chakra gradually flowed in. Naruto gazed in astonishment as the entity claiming to be his father began to take shape amidst the glow. The figure bore hair of a similar yet darker shade of yellow, piercing blue eyes, a straight nose, and slightly upturned lips, more mature and handsome compared to his own visage. Is that? Naruto mused, feeling an uncanny familiarity. When Minato's form fully materialized, clad in a red and white patterned ceremonial robe, Naruto finally recognized where he had seen this individual before, on the iconic Hokage faces carved into the cliffs of Konohagakure. The fourth Hokage, he murmured, staring at Minato's figure and the impeccably fitting ceremonial attire. Is this really my father? In that instant, Naruto's mind raced through a multitude of thoughts, the legendary tales of the fourth Hokage, the Ninetales residing within him, and the initial attitudes of the villagers towards him, but he felt overwhelmed, his thoughts swirling in chaos. So, this is how you look now. I see you've mastered Sage Mode with the help of the Ninetales. Minato remarked with a smile, returning to a familiar state. He cast a grateful glance at the Ninetales standing behind Naruto, who merely twitched its ears, clearly unwilling to intrude upon this heartfelt reunion. Are you truly my father? Naruto continued to stare at him, lost in thought, repeating the question. Indeed, Naruto, without a doubt. You are my son, Namake's Minato, Minato assured him, his tone earnest, as if fearful of being doubted. You've worked incredibly hard. Naruto, I've always been watching. Observing Naruto's appearance, Minato couldn't help but reflect on the time he had utilized Naruto's body, tapping into the Ninetales' power to activate Sage Mode. However, he had never been able to assess his own appearance. Now that he beheld it with his own eyes, he noted how different Naruto's Sage Mode was compared to Jiraiya's, yet it exuded a calm and natural essence that felt remarkably similar. Just as Minato was about to reach out and tousle Naruto's hair, Naruto unexpectedly struck. This unforeseen turn of events caught Minato completely off guard. Not to mention, Naruto's punch, delivered in Sage Mode, was powerful enough to double him over in pain. His expression contorted. Although it was merely a flow of chakra, within Naruto's mental realm, the sensation of pain resonated through Minato's chakra. The scene surprised the Ninetales, who found it amusing. After all, during their previous encounter, it had been absent, leaving the specifics of that meeting unknown to it. Naruto's reaction was unexpected. It was you, wasn't it? He said, lowering his head, his tone laced with reprimand and a hint of a quiver in his voice. Are you blaming me for sealing the Ninetales within you and leaving before you were ready, for causing you to feel so isolated in your childhood and denying you a beautiful upbringing? All of this is my fault, Minato stammered, his heart aching as he began to express his remorse. But Naruto retracted his fist and embraced his father tightly, his face buried in Minato's abdomen. The boy clung with all his might, crying out, that voice I've heard in my dreams. It was you, Dad. I heard you. Why did you wait until now to tell me? Why keep it from me? Why didn't you tell me sooner that you've always been watching over me, that I have family, that I've grown up under my father's gaze, and I've never been alone? Naruto's words struck Minato's heart with profound impact. What he truly cared about was this connection. Moved, Minato returned the embrace, holding his son tightly. Though he was not one to easily express his emotions in this moment, words were unnecessary. As the two shared this heartfelt recognition, they lingered for a while, allowing Naruto to stabilize his emotions. Gradually, Minato began to recount his past, including tales of Naruto's mother, Kushina Izumaki. In turn, Naruto shared the experiences of the past year that Minato had been unaware of. The Ninetales observed the father-son conversation in silence, its gaze softening, with its long and endless lifespan, coupled with memories of 2 lifetimes. It regarded Naruto and Minato not just as cherished companions, but with an almost elder-like sentiment. Once, it had advised Minato against revealing the truth to Naruto too early, fearing it would place the vulnerable boy in peril. Now, however, Naruto had established a solid foundation, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, sealing techniques, and the Sage Mode that held limitless potential for his future. His strength would continue to grow, and soon, the threats within the ninja world would no longer pose a danger to him. The few potential adversaries that remained would be dealt with once he was freed from his seal. Thus, Naruto was now worthy of understanding his own life and future, and the Ninetales had faith that he would choose the right path. Ninetales? Yes? The Ninetales snapped back to attention at Minato's call. It regarded Naruto's unmasked radiant smile and chuckled. So, have you two finished your heartfelt exchange? Yes, both Naruto and I must express our gratitude to you. Truly, thank you very much. Minato smiled at the Ninetales, who noticed a hint of red in his eyes, though he concealed it well. Heh, Ninetales, no, call me Kurama. Throughout this past year, I've been trying to master the Fox Sage mode without success. Yet you never once lost your temper and patiently taught me, Naruto said, his eyes still glistening with unshed tears, but he bowed earnestly to the Ninetales, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Kurama, Minato paused in surprise. Then quickly realized, based on the Ninetales' demeanor, that this was likely its true name. In this Fox Sage mode, did Naruto name it? He mused, amused by the sentimentality of it all. The Ninetales huffed, let us not dwell on mushy matters. Nonetheless, it accepted the gratitude from both father and son. Soon after, Naruto dispelled Sage mode, seemingly overwhelmed by the physical demands of its power at his young age. The Ninetales allowed him to return to reality. Knowing there would be ample time for conversation later, as Naruto's inner world reverted to just him, the Ninetales, and Minato, he pondered a crucial matter he needed to address with Kurama. After Naruto departed, Minato contemplated how to address the Ninetales. However, Kurama quickly interjected, "You can simply call me Kurama." It first revealed its intentions to Naruto, yet withheld them from itself. It wasn't merely a desire for Naruto's attention. Rather, it was a longing for Naruto to be the first to call it by its true name. Understanding the pride of the Ninetales, Minato smiled and remarked, "So, Lord Kaibai, although the need for your seal to be lifted may no longer be pressing for you, there remains a key that is still with Master Jiraiya. Should Naruto find a way to contact him? No need for that at the moment." The Ninetales flicked its tail dismissively. Moreover, that unreliable Jiraiya is not so easily located. There is still time. Naruto is still young, and as a father, your priority should be ensuring he has a joyous childhood. However, do not neglect his training. Meeting you has been a stroke of fortune for Naruto. Minato closed his eyes, expressing his gratitude once more. "Old man, spare me the sentimentality. By the way, I just heard that Naruto wishes to teach others the Sage Fox mode you imparted. From his description, it seems the learning process is quite arduous. Well, that merely indicates Naruto possesses discerning judgment. After all, this Sage Fox mode is my original creation. As long as one's physical strength is sufficient, the energy is not so easily depleted, far superior to those Toad Sage modes." The Ninetales could not conceal its pride, though it pondered the difficulty of teaching its friends in reality. Once transformed into stone, it would not suffice to merely awaken them in the spiritual realm. They would truly lose their human consciousness. It appeared that Lord Kaibai was quite pleased with that name, Minato thought, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, I have previously experienced the uniqueness of your natural energy. Lord Kaibai, had Naruto's physical stamina been greater, I would have sensed that my Sage Fox mode could have persisted for a longer duration. However, I must acknowledge the dangers involved in the training methods you mentioned. Although my understanding is limited at present, I wish to inquire, is it feasible to gradually increase the intake of natural energy to ensure one does not turn to stone while striving to find the optimal threshold?" Yet, as Minato's words settled, an eerie silence enveloped Naruto's mental realm. Observing the Ninetale's sudden stillness, Minato seemed to grasp that he would need to take charge of Naruto's instruction going forward. Awakening from the depths of his inner world, Naruto was immediately overwhelmed by fatigue. It seemed that even in a mental state, the energy expenditure following the activation of this mode was considerable. After a year of mental training, he had scarcely engaged in physical exercise. And starting tomorrow, he would need to rectify that. As Naruto assessed his condition, a knock echoed through the air. At this hour, it was likely to be none other than Yo, Sasuke. Naruto opened the door with a radiant smile that nearly blinded Sasuke. Why is this guy so ecstatic about mastering a new technique? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. What is wrong? Why the silence? I was going to ask if you've perfected that secret weapon of yours, but your expression tells me I needn't bother. Sasuke scrutinized Naruto with a hint of annoyance. You figured it out, huh? But don't worry, I'll head to the training ground tomorrow. At that time, I'll showcase my new technique's prowess to you. Hinata, Neji, and Lee. Naruto wiped his nose, striking a pose of grandeur. And if you all wish to learn, I shall teach you. Who cares? Sasuke retorted dismissively, momentarily lost in thought, before resolutely stating, besides, with your teaching style, no one in this world could possibly master it. What did you say? Then why are you here? To collect rent. This month isn't due yet. I've changed my mind. I'll pay 10 days early. Naruto was speechless. To come at this hour merely to demand a paltry sum of rent. Did you even believe that excuse yourself? However, Sasuke merely sought an excuse, having no real intention of pressing Naruto for money at this moment. After confirming that Naruto had indeed mastered his so-called ultimate technique, Sasuke, feeling somewhat impatient, prepared to leave when Naruto suddenly spoke. Sasuke, let us go find your clan together. I have an inkling of their whereabouts. Sasuke was taken aback but did not turn to face Naruto. His posture revealed that he was suppressing his emotions. As long as they were alive, that was enough for him. I cannot do so now, but one day, I will present Itachi's head to them. Then, let us confront the matter of your brother together. I told you, this is between him and me, Sasuke exclaimed, turning abruptly to grasp Naruto's collar. You promised me you wouldn't interfere. I did say that, for you claimed I could not comprehend. Thus, I could not partake in your battle. Now that I understand your perspective, I wish to witness it. You are my friend. Regardless of the choices you make, I wish to witness and accompany you through it, Naruto declared earnestly, just as I wish to help Neji break free from the fate he speaks of. As your friend, I shall never allow you to face solitude, though you may not believe it. I now feel that I can comprehend you. Sasuke released his grip and raised his gaze to meet Naruto's unwavering eyes. Devoid of deceit, understanding, he had once told Naruto that he could not fathom his feelings. Reflecting on his own words, Sasuke felt a twinge of regret, surprised that Naruto still remembered. Do as you wish. After a prolonged silence, Sasuke returned to his room, and just before closing the door, he uttered those two words. Heh. Naruto gazed at the door that had just shut, a satisfied smile gracing his face. A gust of wind swept through, heralding the arrival of spring. Congratulations, Uchiha Sasuke, on successfully passing your graduation exam with near-perfect mastery of transformation, substitution, and shadow clone techniques. Iruka looked at the shadow clone and transformation techniques that he could not decipher. Astonished, as he handed over the forehead protector representing Konohagakure to Sasuke, Sasuke accepted the forehead protector, nodded, and left the classroom. What an astonishing cohort of students this year. Not only Uchiha Sasuke but also Hyuga Neji and Hinata displayed ninjutsu that even we CH Nin could not unravel. Truly, they are the pride of their esteemed clans. Another CH Nin instructor recalled the recent graduation examination, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration, not to mention Rock Lee, who passed the exam purely through taijutsu. Truly, Iruka-sensei, this year's students might just become legends in the Ninja Academy. It's quite the coincidence, considering this year's exam focused on overall performance. Lee's taijutsu is indeed exceptional. His individual scores alone suffice for graduation. To have such outstanding students is my honor. Iruka felt a mix of pride and bashfulness. But, Mizuki-sensei, your class also has many exceptional talents, such as Yamanaka Ino and Aburame Shino. That is true. Their journey as ninjas is just beginning. Perhaps future students, through hard work, may even surpass these prodigies. The gentle blue-haired teacher, known as Mizuki, smiled warmly. However, he soon shook his head. Yet, it remains unlikely they could surpass this year's batch, after all. While the others are commendable. That Uzumaki Naruto. Recalling the scene of the blonde youth during the assessment, Mizuki's heart was anything but tranquil. If Uchiha and Hyuga's skills left him baffled, then Uzumaki Naruto was an enigma beyond comprehension. He couldn't even discern when Naruto had made his move. They were simply not on the same level. Upon returning to his classroom, Sasuke nodded at the familiar faces greeting him, glancing around in confusion. Whereas Naruto-senpai was called out right after the exam. It seems to be a new student who enrolled not long ago. I heard Naruto is graduating, so they hurried over to challenge him for the title of Ninja School Champion before he leaves. After all, Naruto-senpai had maintained an undefeated record since enrolling until graduation, and the new students were eager to replicate that success. Replicate what? They won't stand a chance until Naruto-senpai graduates. What was that kid's name again? I think it's Sarutobi Kinomaru. Sarutobi? That surname piqued Sasuke's interest. It belonged to the third Hokage. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the academy, Naruto-senpai, this time, I will definitely defeat you, Kinomaru. Still lacking a full set of teeth. Pointed confidently at Naruto, brimming with determination. I will earn your recognition as your disciple. Did Morokomaru ever contemplate whether he could truly defeat his elder brother Naruto, or if he needed to remain his disciple? Nearby, the bespectacled boy, sniffling, helplessly observed the duel. Let him be. After all, he has been earnest in his endeavors since his school days to surpass Naruto, said the spirited yellow-haired girl, shaking her head. How confident you are. Morokomaru, remarked Naruto, arms crossed, his golden hair glinting in the sunlight, paired with a radiant smile that made him appear exceptionally striking at the age of 11. He looked at his opponent with eager anticipation. It seems you haven't learned from your last lesson. How could you possibly defeat me? After being bested by you last time, I spent over a week in deep reflection at home, diligently developing my ultimate new technique. I even managed to defeat Grandpa. Morokomaru exclaimed. Did you really defeat Grandpa Sandame? Naruto, intrigued rather than dismissive, clapped his hands. Well then, perhaps I ought to take this a bit more seriously. Hinata, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation as she observed the fervent rivalry between the two. Every time I see him take these children's aspirations so earnestly, it makes me feel rather foolish, she mused softly. Hinata tucked a few strands of her slightly longer hair behind her ear and added gently. Naruto-kun always treats the dreams of children with such seriousness. The growth of girls often outpaces that of boys, perhaps due to her habitual cooking for Naruto. Hinata was beginning to embody the graceful figure of a young woman, exuding a natural elegance even without makeup that I believe he is merely overflowing with childlike enthusiasm, Niji remarked, shaking his head as he observed his cousin through a filter of infatuation before rising to leave. Niji and Hinata called after him. I must be going. We should already be at the training grounds. I have new techniques I wish to test. New techniques? Hinata turned back to observe Murikamaru, who was striking a pose. She had a lingering feeling that Niji, who still occasionally challenged Naruto, was not all that different from Murikamaru. Transformation, Murikamaru shouted, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. A transformation technique? Can this truly defeat the Hokage? Naruto, sensing Murikamaru's hidden prowess, remained vigilant, his gaze fixed intently on his opponent. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed an enchanting girl with long black hair, striking a provocative pose, partially concealed by the lingering haze of the technique. Naruto was taken aback. Nearby, Murikamaru's friends and Hinata were equally astonished. Even Niji, who had turned halfway, was left speechless. Heh, the secret arts of seduction. How do you like that? Even Grandpa fell victim to this technique, which I discovered while rummaging through your magazines under your bed, Murikamaru exclaimed, wincing as he held his head, tears welling in his eyes as he gazed at Naruto's darkened expression. Don't you dare spread such nonsense. What does that have to do with me? Naruto retorted angrily, but beads of cold sweat began to form on his back. Murikamaru, sensing something amiss, turned to see Hinata smiling behind Naruto, and he was utterly astonished. This was the first time he had witnessed someone smiling yet radiating no warmth. Hinata's gaze was intense, and Murikamaru felt a chill, realizing that even Naruto's presence paled in comparison to Hinata's aura. However, I must admit you are a talented ninja. Before Murikamaru could regain his composure, Naruto suddenly grinned and said, So, Murikamaru, would you like to become my disciple? Would you really take me as your disciple? Murikamaru hurriedly inquired. You're still a bit early for that, Naruto began. But upon seeing Murikamaru's crestfallen face, he quickly added, in just 2 days, I will be a genin myself, and then I will personally teach you a few techniques. Yay! Murikamaru leaped up with exuberance, spinning in place before shouting at Naruto's retreating figure. Naruto and after your graduation today, I will continue your legacy. I will not lose to anyone but you, and I shall stand at the pinnacle of the Ninja Academy. Keep it up. Naruto raised his fist in encouragement, a proud grin on his face to Naruto and A true man never looks back. You are so cool. As a devoted admirer, Murikamaru's face shone with admiration. Meanwhile, around the next corner, Hinata had caught up with Naruto and gently poked him in the side, saying, Today, may I come to your house to clean again? Ahahaha, of course, Naruto replied, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead as he nodded fervently, like a chick pecking at rice. In the Hokage's office, the Jonin gathered around the crystal ball on the Sandame's desk, observing the new batch of graduating genin. Today marked the day of class assignments for the ninja school graduates, under the guidance of Konoha's Jonin. 3 genin would form a team for task activities, a rule established since the founding of Konoha's Ninja Academy. Both Hinata and Niji's performances received high praise, although they had not been assigned to a class. Asuma remarked, Lord Izashi, your Hyuga clan truly produces remarkable talent. It is also due to their own efforts, Hizashi replied, his usual stern demeanor softened with a nod of approval, clearly satisfied with their achievements. And then there is Uchiha Sasuke, another Jonin added, though he may not be this year's top newcomer, his strength is undeniable. Few from previous graduating classes can rival him. They are all exceptional children. To be honest, I was nowhere near their caliber in my time, one Jonin admitted. You were at the bottom of the class, weren't you? I recall you were even beaten up by a junior from the next class. Asuma teased, glancing sideways at the Jonin. That's not true. My grades were quite good. Guy, you were my classmate. You can vouch for me. Who are you? Mike Guy, hearing someone call his name, turned to examine the speaker's face, pondering for a moment before earnestly asking. Amidst the chatter of the Jonin, Kakashi remained silent, unfazed by Guy's antics. Kakashi, what are your thoughts? The Sandame expressed keen interest in Kakashi's opinion, directing the conversation toward him. Compared to Sasuke, the survivor of the Uchiha clan, And the Hyuga? I find myself more intrigued by this year's top newcomer, Kakashi replied, lifting his head to respond to the Sandame's inquiry. As Kakashi's words resonated, the attention of the surrounding jonin shifted from discussing the Hyuga and Uchiha clans to the new top student. Without a doubt, that top newcomer was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, due to his background. The jonin had initially avoided discussing him, but now that Kakashi had brought him up, all eyes turned to the Sandame Hokage. Sensing their anticipation, the Sandame cheerfully shifted the image in the crystal ball to focus on the blonde youth, who was currently surrounded by classmates, akin to stars orbiting a moon. His undefeated record over 6 years at the Ninja Academy had earned him unparalleled popularity. Hinata, however, was not among the crowd. She sat quietly at her desk, seemingly lost in thought, yet her gaze subtly tracked Naruto as he flitted through the throng. I hope I can be assigned to the same team as Naruto-kun. That would be ideal. Unbeknownst to Hinata, while she was focused on Naruto, Niji was observing her from the background, contemplating. The young lady is utterly absorbed in that boy. Sigh. The concerns of the clan head are not without merit. At this rate, it seems Naruto may truly be on the path to marrying into the Hyuga clan. Niji scrutinized Hinata. Lee, radiating with fervent determination, was fixated on Niji-kun. Your new technique from yesterday was incredibly powerful and filled with fervor. I cannot allow you to widen the gap between us. Youth does not permit complacency. This evening, I shall run 500 laps while inverted in the Hidden Leaf Village. Meanwhile, behind the crowd, the adorable girl with the bun hairstyle, Tintin, tilted her head in confusion. Sitting at the back, she had a clear view of the situation unfolding. Hinata's gaze lingered on Naruto, pondering his thoughts. This was something everyone in the class was aware of. Niji was likely concerned for Hinata, but what was with Lee's intense gaze? Could it be that they share a special bond? As Tintin contemplated this, a wave of panic washed over her, as if she had stumbled upon a new world, leaving her uncertain about how to interact with the two of them in the future. Sasuke, seated by the window in the second row, rested his chin on one hand, observing the antics of his classmates with a disdainful huff. What a tiresome bunch they are. Amidst the commotion, Irika finally arrived, albeit fashionably late. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you present. As of today, you are officially independent ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village. Irika, gazing at his students whom he had known for many years, felt a surge of emotion. Yet, he also had the responsibility of a teacher to remind them. Continuing, however, do not let your guard down. You are still merely freshly graduated genin, novices among novices. The true hardships of a ninja's path are only just beginning. He went on to explain that the village would form teams of 3 based on their performances, assigning them to follow genin-level instructors for missions. Upon hearing this, the students had varied thoughts. Hinata clasped her hands in prayer, silently wishing to be paired with Naruto. Niji frowned at Hinata's earnestness, hoping she wouldn't become overly reliant on him. Meanwhile, Lee was still mulling over whether 500 laps would suffice. Perhaps he should make it 1,000. Tintin remained ensnared in her newfound revelation. Though she had heard of those two, she didn't quite grasp their connection. Surely, they wouldn't end up as a team, would they? Only Sasuke seemed to perceive everything, his gaze fixed outside the window, while Naruto, hands behind his head, wore an expression brimming with anticipation. Now, I shall announce the members of the first team. Irika began, noting the reactions of the students. The third team consists of Hyuga Niji, Rock Lee, and Tintin. No way. Tintin wailed, clutching her adorable bun and burying her face in her desk. Niji and Lee exchanged puzzled glances. It seemed they hadn't offended her, yet she appeared quite aggrieved. The 7th team comprises Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata, and Vortex Naruto. Hooray! Naruto leaped from his seat, cheering loudly, his eyes narrowing in delight as he waved excitedly at Hinata and Sasuke, exclaiming, "Let us get along well from now on." Humph. After the roster was announced, the students showed no discontent. Rather, the village had thoughtfully arranged compatible partners for this graduating cohort. That concludes the team assignments. You may disperse until this afternoon, after which you will gather with your teammates at the designated location to await the genin in charge. Irika declared, wishing them once more as they embarked on their ninja journey. As he finished speaking, a portion of the students, led by Lee, were moved to tears, crowding around him as they departed. Soon, the others followed suit, eager for the afternoon when they would convene with their respective teams to undertake their first mission. Hey, observing Lee dash out of the classroom, Niji suddenly recalled something and called to Sasuke, sporting a cryptic smile. What is it? You're paired with Naruto, and I'm not there. Do you understand what that implies? Spit it out. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual tone in Niji's words. Naruto was the top of the new class. Thus, it was clear the team's strength would not balance him with the second-ranked. Niji's smile morphed into one of mockery, indicating the village's assessment of them, believing Niji to be the second and Sasuke merely the third. Heh, Sasuke scoffed, his gaze icy. If this is your dull provocation, I accept that we shall have a match to determine who truly ranks second among the newcomers. Fine, tomorrow evening at the training ground. Let us not miss it. Niji, having achieved his aim, readily agreed, then turned to the still bewildered Ten, contemplating her thoughts as he left. That guy is deliberately provoking me. Sasuke noted Niji's excitement with some surprise. Despite Niji's somewhat reserved demeanor, he wouldn't so easily be riled over something trivial. It seemed he genuinely had a new strategy to test against him. With this in mind, Sasuke's gaze shifted to Naruto, who was chatting with Hinata. As he mulled over his own goals, hey, let us just wait in the classroom. We don't need to go anywhere else this afternoon. Sasuke, why don't the three of us go out for a meal together? As if sensing Sasuke's gaze, Naruto suddenly appeared behind him, his hand resting on his shoulder, a radiant smile on his face that struck Sasuke as almost endearingly foolish. It's probably ramen again. Isn't it? Sasuke, well accustomed to Naruto's sudden appearances, glanced at Hinata and said thoughtfully, you two go ahead. I'll see you this afternoon. With that, Sasuke's voice abruptly transformed into smoke with a loud bang. Ever since discovering Naruto occasionally used shadow clones for class, this had become their routine. Still as unsociable as ever, Naruto shrugged, chuckling nonchalantly, before happily dragging Hinata along to catch up with the others, inviting Iruka-sensei to join them for ramen. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the genin assigned to the teams were preparing, Kakashi included. However, just as Kakashi exited the Hokage building, a hand wrapped in a deep green bodysuit reached out to him. Hey, my dear friend Kakashi, your class don't get so close on such a hot day. Before Guy could finish, Kakashi disdainfully swatted his hand away and sighed, aren't you going to prepare? I've known those kids for ages. They're all bursting with youthful energy. In my heart, they've already passed the test. Ha 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 ha. Guy laughed heartily, vigorously patting Kakashi's back, completely ignoring the bewildered look on Kakashi's face. By the way, Kakashi, why did you decide to come back to the village to be a genin this year? I thought you'd continue with missions related to the Mist Village. I was quite surprised to see you in the office. It's probably due to the third Hokage's orders, likely because of Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi quickly interrupted, finding an excuse. Considering Uchiha, you're the only one in the village capable of teaching him to use the Sharingan. Guy easily accepted this reasoning, but asked, what do you plan to do about him? What do you mean, Vortex Naruto? Kakashi halted in his tracks, and Guy looked at him seriously, when everyone was just there. Why hadn't they mentioned Naruto? The reason was apparent to both. Guy analyzed earnestly, because he is too strong, far surpassing what a genin can achieve, although Sasuke and Hinata in the same group also possess exceptional skills. They still exhibit noticeable deficiencies that require correction, but Naruto is different. His capabilities are so comprehensive that even among the genin in the village, few could effectively teach him anything. This could become a hidden danger. Perhaps the pride and confidence stemming from such power may exact a tremendous toll on him in the future. Kakashi, as his supervising genin, you must make him aware of this. As Kai spoke, he scrutinized Kakashi's expression, seemingly striving to convey his thoughts sincerely while avoiding touching upon the sadness buried within Kakashi's heart. Had it been a few years prior, Kai would not have felt the need to offer such reminders. However, in recent years, Kakashi's approach to matters had undergone a significant transformation. It even prompted Kai to reminisce about the time Kakashi joined the Umbu, when he was known as cold-blooded Kakashi, a period marked by despair, during which he too had cared for his dear friend in his own way. Kai, do not worry about my subordinates. Kakashi lifted his gaze, a hint of amusement glimmering in the eye that was visible. And do not fret about me either. This was one of the rare occasions Kakashi displayed such overt friendliness towards Kai, leaving him momentarily taken aback. Yet, Kakashi had indeed discerned the underlying message in Kai's words. Rather than merely speaking of Naruto Uzumaki, it seemed Kai was subtly reminding him of how the current situation bore striking similarities to the time when Minato-sensei led him. Kakashi naturally recognized that Kai, in this moment, was reflecting on his past self, hence his concern. Moreover, Naruto was far more exceptional than Kakashi had been at that time. Should Naruto endure the torment of feeling powerless, the regret would be far greater. Since Kakashi had managed to overcome his own struggles, he would ensure that others would not forge the same regrets. Unlike the peculiar azure beast that others perceived, Kakashi understood his friend's true nature all too well. After all, this was someone who, even during his darkest hours, would relentlessly challenge him under the guise of friendly competition. Kakashi had grasped the essence of what Kai wished to communicate, if you comprehend so clearly. Then that is splendid. Upon realizing that Kakashi understood his intent, Kai clenched his fist, a fiery determination igniting in his eyes. How about we have a friendly rivalry to see whose students can ascend to Chunin first? Kakashi, don't walk away just yet. Kai hurried to catch up with Kakashi, who had already turned to leave. Yet, Kakashi swiftly vanished, leaving behind a quip about switching to rock, paper, scissors next time, as this match was surely his loss. Perhaps I've lingered too long. The sun is about to set. What a curious character. Naruto, who had been lounging against a desk, engaged in light banter with Sasuke and Hinata, suddenly felt a shiver and glanced towards the door. Has he already sensed me? Such formidable perceptive abilities. Outside the door, Kakashi paused, momentarily taken aback. After spending a considerable time in the village, only recently had he engaged in conversation with Kai. Hence he lingered longer by the memorial stone. It was only now, using his Shunshin technique to hasten his journey, that he realized he had barely touched the ground when he felt Naruto's gaze upon him. Upon entering, Kakashi surveyed the classroom. The spacious room contained only Sasuke Uchiha, who regarded him with a cold stare, Hinata Hyuga, who politely nodded in greeting, and Naruto Uzumaki, who appeared to be lost in thought, that my apologies for being late. Kakashi began, but I must commend your patience. I had not anticipated it would be so commendable. Let us change our setting for further discussion. Noticing Naruto's peculiar demeanor, Hinata curiously inquired, Naruto-kun, is something the matter? I am not sure. I just feel like this teacher seems oddly familiar. I feel like I've encountered him somewhere before, Naruto pondered, yet he could not recall ever having met this uniquely styled white-haired jonin. Let us go. Sasuke had already risen to follow. The group soon found themselves on a spacious rooftop. From here on, we shall be comrades in the same team, undertaking missions together. To begin, let us have a simple self-introduction. Kakashi suggested, glancing at the trio. You may share your names, likes, dislikes, and dreams, or any other details you wish to impart. Is there any significance to this? Sasuke interjected. As fellow ninja partners in the same team, it is essential to know the most basic information about one another. Though these details may seem trivial, they can unexpectedly prove useful for discerning transformations or disguises, Kakashi explained, turning his gaze towards Sasuke. You may believe you know each other well, but you might not be aware of these fundamental details, especially with me being new to your circle. Allow me to go first, Naruto exclaimed enthusiastically. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I love Ichiraku ramen, especially when I share it with friends. I detest turning to stone. Yes, I absolutely loathe it. As for my dream, I aspire to inherit and surpass all as Hokage, enabling everyone to understand each other. What an admirable dream, Kakashi nodded, though inwardly he pondered the meaning behind Naruto's aversion to becoming stone. Now, let us hear from the young lady. Kakashi shifted his attention to Hinata. Ah, yes, I am Hyuga Hinata. I admire the spirit of perseverance and detest spoiled or expired food. My dream is to always stand by someone's side to support them. Upon hearing this, Naruto turned to Hinata, offering her a radiant smile, causing her cheeks to flush as she shyly averted her gaze. They really resemble Minato-sensei and Kushina-san, though their personalities are quite different, Kakashi mused, observing the interaction. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I have few likes, but if I must name one, it would be the pursuit of strength. I detest deceit and lies. As for dreams, I have none, only a singular goal. I will kill a certain man and bring his head to honor my clan. Sasuke too cast a glance at Naruto, who returned a bright smile. After inwardly lamenting that Sasuke was a fool, he turned to Kakashi. Now it's your turn to introduce yourself. Having observed Hinata and Sasuke's interactions, Kakashi confirmed his suspicions and casually responded, I am Hatake Kakashi. I do not have many likes or dislikes, and as for dreams, I currently have none. You're rather cunning, aren't you, sensei? Naruto retorted. Exasperated. We know nothing about you aside from your name. Well, as your teacher, I am a Jonin of Konoha, and even the simplest information can be considered confidential, you see, Kakashi replied, stroking his chin as he fabricated a rather flimsy excuse. It was imperative to safeguard his own information and refrain from disclosing it indiscriminately. Consider it your first lesson. The trio fell silent, realizing he was the one who had prompted them to speak. All right, just a jest. There is no need to take it to heart, Kakashi said with a half-squinted eye and a wave of his hand. Today, let it be a simple introduction, allowing me to glean your personalities. Kakashi then stood, turning to wave farewell. You may disperse now. Tomorrow morning at 5, gather at the training ground to the far right of the village's main gate. Before we embark on our missions, I have a second lesson to impart. Lesson. Kakashi-sensei, shouldn't we head straight into the mission? Hinata expressed her surprise, finding it quite different from what she had heard in her family. Ah, what you refer to is likely that mission which is, in name, a task, but is essentially an evaluation exercise for jonin to assess their respective genin. However, that may be somewhat unnecessary for you at this stage. Kakashi remarked, wearing a knowing expression. I have a general sense of your abilities, and you likely understand the importance of camaraderie. Therefore, rather than trivial exercises, you require my lesson. This statement piqued Sasuke and Naruto's curiosity. As for the content of the lesson, you shall discover it tomorrow. Just a little hint. Kakashi suddenly drew a kunai from his pocket, spinning it momentarily in his hand before addressing the three with utmost seriousness. Ninja tools, equipment, and supplies, prepare everything you can conceive of, for if you do not give your all, this lesson may prove to be fatal. The three of them gasped, their breaths momentarily suspended. Is that so? In the depths of Naruto's inner world. The Ninetales suddenly burst into laughter. Minato, just as you surmised, Kakashi has indeed recognized the lingering weaknesses within Naruto. After all, Kakashi is my exceptional disciple, and I firmly believe he will guide Naruto well. Minato wore a smile as well, yet I am convinced that Naruto will deliver an ample surprise to him, albeit one that might lean more towards shock. The Ninetales responded, its anticipation for the morrow growing as it sensed Naruto's inner turmoil. Due to Kakashi's seemingly relaxed yet inherently threatening remarks, the three individuals returned to their respective homes, each lost in their own thoughts. That night, some remained sleepless, others conserved their energy, while still others trained in silence. As dawn broke, when the first rays of sunlight graced Konoha at 5 in the morning, the trio of the new Team 7 had already gathered at the appointed location, this training ground. Designated by Kakashi, was far more expansive than the typical facilities accessible to the ninjas of Konoha. Upon arrival, Naruto and his companions quickly deduced that this was a practice arena reserved for the village's seasoned genin. Comparable in size to the one Guy had previously gifted to Naruto, likely a dedicated space provided to Kakashi by the village Onokin. Do you think the danger Kakashi-sensei mentioned yesterday could? Hinata's expression bore a hint of concern as she glanced at Naruto. Wishing to discuss the potential happenings of the day. No need to worry, Hinata. Whatever occurs, I will protect you. Naruto replied with his characteristic bravado, giving Hinata a thumbs up and flashing a brilliant smile at Sasuke beside him. And you too, Sasuke. Humph, just take care of yourself, Sasuke retorted, dismissing Naruto's antics as he neatly organized his ninja tool pouch and leaned against a nearby tree to rest his eyes. Hinata paused for a moment, seemingly recognizing the unusually high confidence radiating from Naruto today. Having never doubted him before, she nodded in silence, choosing not to voice her concerns further. As time ticked by, the sun, which had initially merely peaked above the horizon, now hung high in the sky, casting an increasingly intense warmth upon the trio. Naruto, who had earlier exhibited eagerness and readiness, now found his patience wearing thin, allowing himself to relax completely. Finding a shady spot beneath a tree, he plopped down, yawning repeatedly due to his lack of sleep and idly tossing shuriken at the leaves falling from the branches above. Thud, thud, thud. With the last 3 shuriken in his pocket, he simultaneously pierced 6 leaves, pinning them to the trunk, before finally unleashing his frustration into the sky. What's taking Kakashi-sensei so long? Hearing Naruto's incessant complaints, Sasuke, who was pretending to be aloof while resting, couldn't help but furrow his brow. It is indeed taking too long. In contrast, Hinata maintained her innocent demeanor, calmly retrieving a large thermos from her backpack. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, would you like to have something to eat to tide you over? I was a bit nervous this morning and made extra breakfast. Oh, Hinata, you were so thoughtful. Now that you mention it, I've been feeling hungry since we started. That teacher of ours made me skip breakfast. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Sasuke approached as well. After all, during their previous training sessions, he had occasionally tasted Hinata's cooking and had grown accustomed to sharing meals. Just as the trio prepared to enjoy a bite, an appropriately timed yet somewhat tardy greeting echoed. Ah, good morning, everyone. Kakashi appeared before them, wearing a broad smile. Good morning? It's nearly noon. You tardy teacher. Naruto immediately voiced his complaint. Well, you see, I simply lost my way on the journey of life, and then a black cat crossed my path. Observing the skeptical gazes of the three, Kakashi cleared his throat awkwardly. In any case, let us return to the matter at hand. Sensei, your transition was rather abrupt. Naruto's dissatisfaction was nearly written all over his face. However, Kakashi, seasoned by countless battles, nonchalantly ignored Naruto's grievances and continued. The purpose of your gathering here today is quite straightforward. As I mentioned earlier, I have a certain understanding of your abilities, and your foundational skills are commendable. However, more than the skills honed in school, I am far more interested in what you can achieve in actual combat. The moment the words actual combat left his lips, Sasuke's expression shifted, his demeanor growing solemn. Hinata, as always, stood quietly and obediently beside Naruto, yet her gaze too became serious and resolute. It seems these two possess more of the qualities expected of a ninja than I had anticipated. If all goes smoothly, they might take a significant step forward in their ninja journey in a short span of time. Kakashi observed their reactions, pleased to note that neither displayed any hint of fear regarding actual combat, which satisfied him deeply. His gaze then settled on Naruto Uzumaki, whose face radiated excitement, perfectly embodying Naruto's exuberant spirit. This boy, Kakashi found himself lost in recollections. The previous night, he had waited until Sasuke and Hinata left Naruto's room before visiting him. The lesson I spoke of for tomorrow at the training ground will essentially be a practical exercise. Practical? That sounds fantastic, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, but his excitement was swiftly curbed by Kakashi. However, Naruto, your role in this exercise will not be to fight, but to perform. Your prowess has already garnered almost universal recognition among the Jonin during your time at the Ninja Academy, including mine. Even I believe there is no necessity for further assessment of your abilities. As he spoke, Kakashi scrutinized Naruto, seemingly contemplating something, before pausing and continuing. However, Hinata and Sasuke are different. While they too are capable, they possess a critical flaw that cannot be overlooked, and this flaw is rather fatal for a ninja. Flaw? Naruto blinked, then pressed for clarification. What kind of flaw is so serious? Dependency. Kakashi looked intently at Naruto, enunciating each word deliberately. For them, relying on you seems to be taken for granted, and they may not even realize it themselves. Have you considered the possibility that, in the missions they undertake in the future, you may not always be by their side? The evening breeze wafted through the window of Naruto's home, and Kakashi leaned against the windowsill, gazing at the bright moon as he murmured, and this is something you cannot correct for them. Therefore, for tomorrow's practical exercise, I need you to lose. In true practical combat, there will be no rules. I will impose no restrictions on ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, nor will I limit the use of ninja tools or consumables. Whatever you have on hand is fair game. Kakashi surveyed the three, speaking in a nonchalant tone, before producing a pre-prepared alarm clock for all to see. The time was 10:30, and the exercise would take place throughout the entire training ground, before noon. As long as you can avoid defeat, you will pass. You want to fight me? Sasuke asked Kakashi. His spirit ignited. The chance to test himself against an elite Jonin from Konoha was indeed a rare opportunity for Sasuke, who was eager to ascertain the level of his own abilities. After all, I need to gauge your combat capabilities. It wouldn't do to have you fighting amongst yourselves. Kakashi chuckled lightly, before beckoning to Hinata. Hinata-chan, please pass me that thermos. This one. Hinata obediently handed over the container upon hearing her teacher's request. Yes, and the lid too, thank you. Upon receiving the insulated box, Kakashi, under the watchful gaze of the onlookers, slowly placed the lid back on and set it down beside the alarm clock. At the same time. As a form of punishment, if any one of them were to fail before midnight, that individual would forego their meal for the day. Truly a rather petty form of punishment, Naruto lamented, clutching his rumbling stomach. He would have to feign defeat, making it certain he would miss out on food. Conversely, if they managed to triumph, they would be rewarded with an earlier meal. With that, Kakashi retracted his playful demeanor, his eyes now reflecting a seriousness tinged with a hint of menace. Allow me to remind you, fight with the resolve to kill me. Otherwise, as I previously mentioned, you may lose your lives. Upon hearing these words, Sasuke and Hinata instantly tensed, acutely aware of the overwhelming killing intent emanating from their teacher, Kakashi, an intensity they had never encountered in the Ninja Academy. Yet, there was no flicker of retreat in their eyes. Even Naruto sensed this and felt a swell of pride for his comrades in his heart. I'll go first, Sasuke declared, glancing at Naruto, who remained inactive, puzzled as to why Naruto was not the most proactive in this situation. Nevertheless, he resolved to ascertain Kakashi's abilities before Hinata could. You've misunderstood, Sasuke, Kakashi interjected, seemingly having discerned Sasuke's intentions. He waved his hand dismissively. There's no need to take turns. You will all engage simultaneously. With that, Kakashi performed hand seals, and with a loud bang, 4 identical figures of Kakashi materialized before them. Shadow clone technique? Indeed, you only need to engage with my shadow clones, Kakashi replied, Observing their expressions. It seems you are already familiar with the technique. Excellent. The shadow clone technique creates tangible duplicates. However, if any clone sustains sufficient damage, it will dissipate. Thus, the sole rule of this exercise is that you must not be defeated by my shadow clones to pass. If you defeat any one of them, it counts as your victory. Naturally, if you manage to defeat them all, I will concede. Kakashi's shadow clones stepped forward, guiding the trio to create a bit of distance among themselves to prevent interference during combat. Oh, and to ensure fairness, I won't be the one to call start. You will decide that yourselves. The moment any of you take action, my clones will commence their assault. This way, it will be fairer. Is it merely shadow clones? Sasuke slowly closed his eyes, a hint of disappointment evident on his face. Meanwhile, Hinata stood poised against her opposing Kakashi clone, having already assumed her initial stance. Naruto, however, cast a worried glance at the approaching Kakashi clone. Visibly troubled. What's wrong, Naruto? Kakashi seemed to notice Naruto's predicament and bent down solicitously. Well, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto began, scratching his head and whispering into Kakashi's ear, it's not that I'm boasting. But Hinata and Sasuke have some understanding of my abilities. If I were to lose to the real you, that might be acceptable, but they probably wouldn't easily believe I could lose to your shadow clone. Oh, I see, Kakashi said, narrowing his eyes and nodding thoughtfully. He then lightly tapped his chin. Then, shall we impose some restrictions on you? The real Kakashi, seated off to the side, suddenly spoke up. Yes, Naruto. Since we are conducting a practical exercise to gauge your effectiveness, I must impose a slight additional rule. Kakashi's voice was not quiet, and both Sasuke and Hinata, who were fully focused and ready to act, couldn't help but take note of him. Rising to his feet, Kakashi surveyed his surroundings, then drew his long blade, tracing a massive circle around Naruto and his shadow clone. After all, your body flicker technique is too well known in the village. I am already aware of it. So there's no need to test that. This time, I wish to assess your abilities in other areas. Thus, you are restricted to combat within this circle. Should either you or my clone step outside this boundary, it will count as a loss. Kakashi sheathed his sword, stepping firmly on the perfect circle he had drawn. I understand now, Naruto said, striking his palm with his fist and smiling. Then there's no problem. We can begin. Boom. The instant Naruto uttered the word start, a fierce killing intent radiated from Kakashi, causing the very air to thicken. In the next moment, a flash of the blade sliced through the air, descending upon Naruto with the swiftness of lightning. Overwhelmed by the killing intent, Naruto barely managed to react, twisting his body back just in time to evade the downward strike. Yet, before he could fully evade the blade, Kakashi's shadow clone appeared behind him, wielding another short blade aimed directly at Naruto's back. The speed of the attack was such that it felt as if both clones were assaulting Naruto simultaneously. With a momentum that was utterly unstoppable, is this merely a shadow clone? So fast, both Hinata and Sasuke, having activated their respective dojutsu in an instant, were taken aback, astonished that one of Kakashi-sensei's clones could suppress Naruto, the strongest among them. Fortunately, Naruto narrowly evaded the dual assault with his exceptional taijutsu. Yet, having lost the initiative, his evasive maneuvers appeared frantic and disorganized. It seemed that merely dodging each strike from Kakashi's shadow clone required all his effort, let alone mounting a counterattack. Witnessing this scene, Sasuke felt a pang of urgency, instinctively wanting to assist Naruto in regaining his footing, but was intercepted by Kakashi's shadow clone. With a nonchalant expression, the white-haired Jonin remarked, "So, what will it be, Sasuke, Hinata? Since Naruto has already commenced, shall we begin as well?" At that moment, Kakashi's shadow clone, which had initially appeared manageable to Hinata and Sasuke, now exuded an aura of formidable danger. Fire style, great fireball technique. With his Sharingan spinning rapidly, Sasuke, who had been attempting to create distance, swiftly executed his fire technique in a bid to intercept the relentless advance of the clone. However, the clone easily evaded the attack, and the distance between them remained unchanged. Damn it, this is absurdly fast. If he gets any closer, Sasuke frowned, realizing Kakashi's speed far exceeded his expectations, as he immediately discerned Sasuke's intent to create distance for Naruto's long-range support. Thus, he promptly dragged Sasuke into close-quarters combat. As anticipated, Sasuke opted for ninjutsu in an attempt to buy time, while Kakashi chose to engage in close combat, which ultimately deprived Sasuke of the initiative against the clone. However, Sasuke's battle awareness was commendable. He had no intention of concealing his abilities and activated his Sharingan, ensuring that his clone could not maneuver past his line of sight. The dual Tomo Sharingan impressive fire technique. capable of keeping pace with my shadow clone's physical prowess. The real Kakashi observed and analyzed their exchanges from his position at the center, noting Sasuke's realization that he could not escape the clone's entanglement in the short term. Consequently, he made the bold decision to leap into the dense forest, evidently attempting to leverage the complex terrain to create new opportunities. After all, with more obstacles, the faster one moves, the more they become constrained. A sound judgment. Kakashi was pleased with this assessment. However, he noted that Sasuke had yet to recognize a fundamental flaw in his instinctive judgment. Conversely, he was somewhat surprised by Hinata's performance. Like Sasuke, she also aimed to support Naruto at the earliest opportunity. But after being obstructed by a shadow clone, she quickly redirected her focus toward her opponent. With her fists charged with chakra, Hinata adeptly and cautiously confronted the clone, seemingly unaffected by Naruto's current predicament. Moreover, due to the unique properties of her Byakugan, she was the only one on the battlefield, aside from Kakashi, capable of perceiving the entire situation clearly. The difficulties faced by Naruto and Sasuke did not sway Hinata's resolve in the slightest. As she unleashed the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, she caught the shadow clone somewhat off guard. After all, Kakashi could not genuinely harm them, which allowed Hinata to emerge as the most aggressive participant in the battle. Is she truly calm, or does she possess a trust in Naruto that surpasses my expectations? Kakashi mused, realizing that he had misjudged Hinata's character. He had initially assumed she would be the first to falter. Consumed by the concerns of a young girl infatuated with her crush. However, unexpectedly, in the midst of battle, he displayed an even greater composure than Sasuke did. In contrast, it was Sasuke who seemed more influenced by Naruto. Even now, he was still devising ways to bypass his own shadow clones. Although there were signs of impatience, his performance was commendable. Perhaps it was time to further test his limits. Kakashi-sensei, what should I do next? Suddenly, Naruto's voice reached Kakashi's ears. He was seen rolling and dodging in all directions, appearing quite disheveled. Yet Kakashi understood that it was merely an illusion. This guy was managing to speak so animatedly in Kakashi's ear. Even as he narrowly evaded the blade's edge, just how much was he concealing, considering that at the tender age of 6, he had already achieved a remarkable proficiency in body flicker techniques? You really are quite adept, aren't you? Kakashi couldn't help but remark, while also being mindful of his voice to avoid alerting Hinata, who was closer by. Heh, isn't that just you showing mercy, sensei? Naruto had narrowly evaded Kakashi's swift strike, even losing a few strands of blonde hair from his forehead, making it appear exceedingly perilous. Yet, Naruto still found the time to stick out his tongue at Kakashi. Mercy? Kakashi rolled his eyes in exasperation. He had no such inclination. Apart from not employing ninjutsu or the Sharingan, his shadow clone was exerting its full power and attacking Naruto. He didn't believe a mere shadow clone could pose a significant threat to Naruto. Whether through Flying Thunder God or other techniques, Naruto possessed ample self-defense capabilities. This had already been demonstrated when he was merely 6 years old, as evidenced by the third Hokage. Moreover, facing only one of Kakashi's shadow clones, there was little he could do to him. Kakashi pondered how Naruto had trained. After all, Minato-sensei hadn't been this formidable at his age, had he? Hinata and Sasuke seemed to have vaguely realized that Naruto was unharmed. If he managed to turn the situation around, they would focus entirely on dealing with Kakashi's clone. Heh, after all, they're quite strong too. Naruto dodged yet another attack, fully aware that they recognized his prowess and would not remain anxious for long. Thus, he mused, this was their only current weakness. Kakashi let out a sudden sigh and spoke softly, I apologize, but it may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Abruptly, a thunderous explosion erupted around Naruto, the piercing sound of Chidori reverberating as the blade unexpectedly pierced through Naruto's arm. Injured, Naruto recoiled in pain, gazing in horror at Kakashi, whose blade still crackled with lightning. Clutching his right arm, blood gushed forth, and he seemed to falter, struggling to remain standing. Naruto, you have crossed the line. Kakashi's voice floated lightly down, internally marveling at Naruto's exceptional acting. Had he not known beforehand, he might have believed he had dealt a mortal blow. Furthermore, Naruto's understanding of such tactics was astonishing, as he could seamlessly synchronize with Kakashi with just a glance. This level of comprehension was clearly the result of rigorous training. Naruto-kun, Hinata, who had maintained her composure and observed the situation with her Byakugan, couldn't help but exclaim, rushing towards Naruto's side. Yet, in that moment of distraction, Kakashi's shadow clone had already shifted the blade's direction and sheathed it, delivering a swift kick that sent Hinata stumbling backwards several meters, losing her balance. However, Hinata was oblivious to the opening her momentary lapse had created, hastily rising to her feet. Yet, as she looked up, she could only see Kakashi's shadow clone completing its hand signs. Oh no, it's a genjutsu. Hinata froze, realizing too late, her eyes glazing over as she fell into Kakashi's illusion. Meanwhile, Sasuke, hidden in the trees, had also observed the unfolding situation through his Sharingan. In stark contrast to Hinata, he exerted every effort to evade and retreat the moment Naruto and Hinata faltered. The strength of the Leaf's Jonin surpassed his expectations. Even Naruto was so easily defeated. Sasuke watched, anxiety mounting as he struggled to create distance from Kakashi, his breathing becoming erratic. Observing this scene, Kakashi's shadow clone, pursuing Sasuke, seemed to sense a prime opportunity, drawing forth a blade imbued with lightning. The sound of Chidori echoing sharply as the clone's figure accelerated, just as it had when striking Naruto moments before.